can see it's lights, the time of my life. With good vibes tonight and everybody alright. We gon' get it tonight, I'm fresh on my flight. We at the top floor, I'm loving these new heights. It's time to go crazy, man, I just might risk it all today in love with this life. It's tempting out here, it's in everything you like. It's hard out here when everything's in sight. I having too much fun, I just really want more. Feel like I'm about to lose all control. We just really getting started, I'ma be me. You do this regardless, we only live once. Let's do this the hardest, this last time was big. And this is the largest, I'm having fun. We just getting started. We just getting started.
OG Team Spirit багуудын шиг амжилтанд хүрмээр байна уу? 1xbet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцоод оноо цуглуулж төрөл бүрийн шагналтай үе шатуудад ахиарай. OG Team Spirit 1xbet өөрийн замыг эхлүүл. Бид OG Team Spirit багуудыг олон улсын алдар нэр төрөх замдаа яваг харсан. Одоо харин таны ээлж ирлээ. 1xbet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцож оноо цуглуулж шинэ төвшингүүдэд хүрээд урамшуулал итлээрэй. OG Team Spirit 1xbet өөрийн замыг эхлүүл.
Толон аль хэдийн бидний амьдралын нэг хэсэг болсон. Даастуул. Эхлээд биерүүгүй их. Тэгээд тайхдах. Тэгээд тоосыг нь гөөх юм. E-спортын үйл явдлуудыг дагаж таны таамаглал бодит мөнгөний үнцэнтэй гэдгийг батлаарай. Хариуцлагатай тоглож энэ бол зүгээр л хөгжилдөх зорилготой гэдгийг санаарай. One click, one flag, 1xbet.
Only good teams left in the tournament, and the quality of Counter-Strike we've seen so far coming out of Kerrigan and FaZe Clan in the playoff as well, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, you have different stories too, right? When it's Vitality and FaZe, we've been used to these names for trophies last year. In fact, they've played a bunch of finals. We'll talk about it surely at this desk. But for Navi and G2, a little bit of a different story. Navi here to prove that they can reach new heights with a project that was put together and that was trusted in long term with playing at the orchestra. And with G2, it's about peaking at the right time once again. I mean, for them, it's like the roller coaster. Like, they're tall enough to ride. They have a as a fan, it's hard to say. You never know what to expect.
Well, we actually reached out to Valve to see what the Pick'ems said. This is what the people say about who's going to win the major. We've got the stats here ready. With the people, and you can see.
Surely it's wide open.
Yeah, well, no.
G2 took Vader.
Паша цом авч. Харин тийм сая би яг харж ирсэн чи Паша яг цом авчирч өгч байна.
Well, I have to give it to you, Richard. It is a narrative that you have been pushing since almost day one. So you are onto something.
G2 мейжрийн авраг авах. Юу айгүй их биш. Саналаа өгсөн хүмүүс 34.8 G2 авраг авах гэсэн байна. Тийш үү G2-гээс аав. Бат шүү. G2 ч одоо миний пикмиг аврах баг шүү дээ. Хөөе, юу үзэхүйдүүлээ? Паша сая цом авчирч ин тэрийг харах уу? Аха. Паша цом авчир. Би нэрээ donation нэгцсэн. Өглөө нэг мессеж ирээ тэрийг уншсан чинь нэрч тим юм уу да гэж бодсон. Цаг заваа гаргаад чүнжэнгөө суугаад касс хийж байгаа танд баг ч гэсэн өөрсдөө баярсан талцгаснаа илэрхийлмээр байна. Donation алертыг нээчгээ та. Donation алертыг нээгээд үзэх чинь гоё штэ. Танд ч хэрэгтэй бид нар ч гэсэн гоё. Кэрдаа за. Хүн юм үгүй гэж яхад яагаад үгүй гэх ёстой билээ гэж бодоод. Одоо энд хин Паша цом гаргаж ирж байна сая. Өчтөр цом хуурцсан. Манайд өчтөр нөгөө тайзан дээр гараад нэг яасан штэ. Хүмүүс нөгөө гараад баахан өмнө яасан, тэгдээсэн. Тэрнээс болоод цом унаад хуурцсан. Тэгээ цомыг одоо дахиж авчирч байна. Yeah, my man. Паша гоё юм шүү нэрээ. Гоё залуу шүү. Хөөг хүн нь өөрийнх нь байж байгаа. Дуугаар Варшаваас дуугаар ирж байгаа шүү дээ. Варшаваас дугуугаараа ирж байгаа. Copenhagen руу.
In Copenhagen for PGL CS2 major semifinals. I'm your host Richard Lewis. I didn't have to go as far. I just walked from the green room, but I wouldn't have missed this for the world. Okay, right. Let's talk a little bit about Na'Vi. Because I think they were a bit of an unknown quantity coming in. We know that they've maybe
First donation vodka гэсэн мэн. За маш их баярлалаа. Vodka-гийн нэрээр бангийн гаргаад ирчих юмсан заа бүхий. Бандуулсан vodka-лашников.
He's possibly the second best AWP here at the tournament.
Варшаваас ирсэн. Хөөе нарт нь явж байгаа аян сонстоо таяс.
And I think what we also saw
Stranger Things шиг.
Yes, that rating looks terrible up there, but he got some entry frags. He had some high impact. JL clutch rounds. I mean, you couldn't have asked for more.
No, it's getting better.
You couldn't, it's a semi-final for Na'Vi. You look at
Stranger
the
Things үзтгүү таад. Би Stranger Things дурташ. Season-д нь гараад ирэнгүүт шинжэнгөө сууж үзтэн шүү дээ. Hey, it's been great 6 years watching you. Thank you so much. 200 мянга.
When you look back in history for Na'Vi, it's always been about simple. It's always been about, the CS.
6 жилийн турш хамт ирсэн үзэж та бүхэнд маш их баярлалаа. Thank you. Бүр ядарсан юм шүү дээ. Харин ч би амар унтж байгаас ирж байна хөөе. Би хараа өглөө хэдүүлээ чинь тоглолтоо хэд гэж дууслаа? 7 гэж дууслаа. Жохон зөвлөж. Өглөө хэдүүлээ тоглолтоо 7 гэж дууссан. Тэгээд манай офис дээр хамтарч ажилладаг нэг залуу ирээд уулзах шаардлагатай болоод ирсэн. Дашка, thanks bro гэсэн маш баярлалаа Дашка. Тэгээд бид хоёр юм яриад баг 2 цаг шахуу юм ярьсан байхаа. 24 оны ажлын төлөвлөгөө ер нь юу их вэ яах вэ гэхэд хамаг юмнуудаа ярьсан. Тэгээд баг 8 бид хоёр ч баг 9 мэс хүртэл суусан байхаа манай ажил дээр. Тэгээд би гэртээ ороод баг 9:30 гэж унтаад 4 үзэрсэн. 3 үзэрлөө. Тэгсэн байхаа. Тэгээс ирчээд юм идчихэд жоохон зурагт харж агаад мэдээж явах эргүүлж агаад буцаж унтаад 6-гийн үе дахиж унтаад 9 цагс ирээд орой. Пиким яаж яах гинэ? Миний пикимийг аврах багч юм шүү дээ ой. Жито. Always grateful K яхаа гинэ. Маш баярлалаа. Одоо өнөөдөр шөнийн 3 цагийн тоглолтын дээр G2-гийнхэн Na'Vi-г хожчих юм бол ер нь бол хожино. Тэгээд миний gold болно, coin. Хідүүлээч юу яах вэ? Яг та хэд надтай санал нийлэхгүй байж болно л доо. Би бол энэ тэмцээн дээр би G2 бүр амар дэмжиж байгаа. Тэрийгээ ч гэсэн нуулгүй хэлж байгаа. Тэ? Одоо эхний тоглолт Vitality Face Clan хинж оцсон яах вэ? Гэхдээ би Face-ийг хожуулмаар байгаа. Face G2 гэдэг гранд финал үзмээр байна. Бро хэдэн дүр тавьсан бэ? Үгүй би bet meter юусоо хийдгүй шүү мойлоо. Match bet meter би юусоо хийдгүй шүү. Одоо Face хожоод 3 цагийн тоглолтын дээр G2 хожоод маргаашийн гранд финалийн тоглолт Face G2 гэдэг гранд финал гарч ирэх юм бол вау. Хөөе, шөнийн 3 цагийн тоглолт байна шүү дээ. G2 Na'Vi-гийн тоглолт бас их гоё тоглолт шүү дээ. Major дээр таарч байгаа. Stockholm-ийн PGL-ийн Stockholm-ийн Major-ийн гранд финалыг санаж байна уу манайхаа? Nuke-ийн тоглолт. Nico Heaven руу гарч ирж байгаад шарын дээр үйж байгаа Simple-ийн араас 3 диглэлийн сум гаргаад алдчихдаг. Simple эргэж харангуудаа буудаад тэрийг авсан бол 15, 16 дахь раунд аваад Nico тэрийг унгаацсан болов шууд best of 3 сурал 1-1-ээр тэнцэх байсан. Тэр бол бас iconic штэ. Амар. Тэгэхээр өнөө шин Nico хожих хэрэгтэй Na'Vi-г. Always in my heart гэнэ. Нэг би үзэл байгаа шүү гинэ. Хүү нэг энэ манай овсын боб юм уу?
Copenhagen, are you ready?
Хөөе миний энэ ингэж орилж байгаа тэр юуг нөгөө CS community дээр оруулсан байдаг шүү дээ. Тэ. Spirit-ийн тоглолтод юуны тоглолт вэ? Дэмжиж гинүү гэсэн чи би нэг орилоо гэсэн чи тэрийг клипийг оруулсан байлаа.
This is what we're going to serve up to you as a reward for being so wonderful. Vitality versus FaZe Clan. I'm just so I can't even put it into words.
Where do you want to start?
Yeah, where do you begin? Because this is a rivalry. It's a one-sided
За,
rivalry.
Vitality-гийн хөгжим дэмжснэр бол амар их байлаа шүү дээ. Тэ. Vitality-гийн хөгжим дэмжигчид бол амар их байлаа. Бөмбөртэйгөө хүрээд ирсэн. Дуугаа дуулаад дэмжээл. FaZe Vitality past encounters гэнэ. Vitality илүү байгаа юм байна. 3 удаа best of 3 тоглосон. 2 дээр нь Vitality хожсон.
There is, and we said the exact same thing when it came to FaZe versus Spirit. We saw
За юу ахаад цом үргийг нэ. Not this time, man. Not this time. Blast TV Paris Major was easy AF. Blast TV Paris Major-ийн тоглолт чи яг үүндээ Grand Final нь юу вэ? Grand Final ямар сонирхолтой юм болоод дууссан шүү дээ яг үүндээ. Тэнцтэй. Таад надад санал нийлнэ үстэй. Paris Major Grand Final, Gamer Legion, Vitality хоёр хоорондоо таарсан. Тэгээд Grand Final-ын тоглолт 2-0-оор дууссан. 16-4, 16-13. Always in my heart, love takes me. За маш их баярлаа. You were always in my mind. Өнөөдөр Grand Final юм уу?
We know they're famous for comebacks, and that game versus Spirit is only going to aggravate this situation for Vitality to put down FaZe.
And look, obviously we talked about how Nico
Сүүлийн тэр Gamer Legion-тэй финалддаг тэр юу болвол нэг тийм гоё болоогүй. Тэгээ дээрэс нь бас Paris Major болж байгаа Vitality нутагтаа Major аавна гээл тэгэл ер нь л тэгэл бодцсон байсан.
His current level right now, and we can talk about health or whatever it is. I'm hopeful that he's feeling at 100% on a personal level. Now we're comparing a couple of numbers, right? Left hand side, his numbers at majors in general.
Case задлаач нэ юу ч юм бэ? No.
But here of course,
Тэгж мөнгө шатаагаад яах вэ?
1.15, Zaiwu 1.15.
Predict юу вэ? Алаа.
How can he be 1.15? Now my problem is his mindset going into this matchup.
Major stats versus Copenhagen stats гэнэ. Оо сайж нэмсэн шүү.
How do you articulate this idea when you're Zaiwu and you know I'm the best player in the world. I haven't done my part.
За өнөө шин дахиад шүнжэнгөө суугаа хэдүүлээ. Миний нэр нүдний доотлол ингээд хатцсан шаардлага байна.
Yeah, if anything, I'm not worried at all, because the team have shown that they're able to step up.
Оо. Бүтлгүй штэ мамаа. Амар хүлээж хилээж байгаараас чинь iPad-а унтраацсан байна үстэй.
Now feeling fresh, he's had time to recover. I think what he did in the quarterfinal, that was enough, that was fine. He was stepping it up. For my money, if there's ever a time to trust inside.
Хэдээс эхлэх вэ? 12-аас эхэлнэ шүү дээ. Эхний тоглолт.
He showed it against FaZe Clan 2 times in a row. I like what you're saying, Jacob. Of course, it's music to my ears, but the reality is it took him about 18 rounds to have an impact against Cloud9. That's the Glock round. That turns everything around. Into the flick with the and suddenly he catches on fire. But there's 17 rounds prior where he is looking for his rhythm, missing a couple of shots.
Өчигдөр үзэж байгаад нам унтсан байлээ. Одоо л цуг шимжэнгөө үзье гэнэ. Чи хэдүүлээ 3 дахь өдрөө явж шүү дээ. Нойрмоор солигдсон байлээ яг энэ бол. Өдөржингөө унтчих шүү дээ. Би нэг уух юм авчих гэж байгаа юм шиг байна.
But I mean, I've been very surprised because a lot of people at the start of CS2, everyone's pointing at Rob saying he's the best player in the game.
That's kind of cool.
Oh, that's nice.
That's pretty sick.
That's nice.
Well, that's true, and Rob's are currently, I wouldn't say struggling, but he's not at the same level he was 4 months
G2
ago.
төрүүлэл юу хийх вэ гэнэ?
Talk about, right? 4 months ago, we were inside this arena. It was FaZe Clan taking on Vitality in a grand final at the Blast Fall finals as well. And we were labeling and we were hyping up the game, saying Rob's may very well be the best rider CS2 so far.
Дөрвөн баг үлдсэн юм уу? Өнөөдөр финал мөн бидтэй. Дөрвөн баг үлдсэн. Өнөөдөр шүгээн дөрвөн тоглолт явах гэж байна. Маргааш шүн финал.
But now we're back to normality. Robs is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. Don't get me wrong, but he's currently not the best in the game with the rifle.
Закрын гол дунчлаа гинэ. Valkyrie Gold гээд $150 мал болсон юм. Ака дээр Никогийн стикер наа. Нэр авраг авсан багийн чемпион стикер гарна шүү дээ.
Discovering new ways to play the roles. And you mentioned Rops versus Spinks now for the fans at home. This in itself is going to be one of the most key matchups in this semifinal. Why? Because it's the famous
Энэ гэхдээ бас ер нь хаашаач авчиж магадгүй тоглолт л доо. Яг үндэ бол хэцүү. Энэ нь илүү, тэр нь илүү гэсэн. Тэгээд надад яг энэ хоёрын нэгийг дэмжиж авах юмч шаардлага бол алга. Плей-офф пик 0-4 болсон. Хүмүүсийн пик юм ер нь нэлийн зөрсөн байхаа. Өчигдөр Кро яасан гэлээ. Маус шүгэн дөрөөрөө гарах юм бол coin and gold боллоо гэж хэлсэн чинь Маус ажигдсан. Одоо жижигэрсэн байхаа. Сайн тайлбарладаг шүү гэсэн мэн маш их баярлаа.
And I've been critical of him. I think he's one of those players who he posts monster numbers, but he makes elementary
Silver coin дээр гаццөө. За зүгээр.
But I haven't seen many of those mistakes.
Тэ гоё сонирхолтой байгаа үстэй. Яг хуу coin-ыг цааш нь ахиулаад gold болгож чадаагүй, diamond болгож чадаагүй ч гэсэн энэ чинь ингээд нэг үзэх нэг юм гоё шалтгаантай болгоод байгаа үстэй тий. Өөрөө ингээд pick em хийчээд энэ bet яриаггүй шүү манайхаа. Энэ зарим хүмүүс мэдэхгүй байгаа шиг байлаа. Bet энтер бол ерөөсөө яриаггүй шүү. Pick em ярьж байгаа шүү. Pick em гэдэг нь tower гэсэн үг. Тоглоомын дотроо энэндээ тоглоод энэ нь энийгээ хожно гэдэг тийм tower дэвшүүлээд зөв таах юм бол тоглоомын доторх зоосоо ингээд гой сайжруулж аваад байгаа. Тийм зүйл ярьж байгаа шүү. Ахыг малгайгүй хараагүй удсан байх шүү гэнэ. Боловчтой. Сүүлийн 2 өдөр л малгай өмслөө шүү дээ. Тэрний өмнөх геймплей стрим дээр бүгдээр нь малгайгүй л. Freeze time дээр ч гэсэн малгайгүй байсан. Хүлээ сүүлийн freeze time малгайтай суучлаа.
It's got a little bit of that vibe, right? When he's in the zone, like his combat style, like his AWP in the first, let's say, 5 meters is deadly. And that was used against Spirit a couple times where he
Таныг маш их дэмждэг шүү гэсэн маш баярлаа.
he wouldn't go into the peak, he would just wait patiently. And it's tricky as an opper because you have a model that basically Ferrari peaks you, but he's ready for it. He's got perfect crosser placement. He knows where he's got to set it up. And
Дэлхийн авраг хизээвэ гинэ. Энд чинь дэлхийн авраг шүү дээ. Major. Энд чинь дэлхийн авраг. Дэлхийн аврагын гранд финалийн аврагын төлөв тоглолт маргааш шин.
Exactly, something like that. You saw it against Spirit and Nuke. He was constantly pushing inside hot. Whenever they were doing executes, he was playing it like, did he have a shotgun in his hand?
That was a shotgun.
Exactly, that's what he's doing.
Coin gold болгоцсон байгаа. Одоо diamond зүтгэж л явна да гэх юм мундаг.
He needs to go in there, take charge of the game, and at least put up a fight against Cyber.
And just quickly, because we are getting close to when the players can get on stage.
Ах one expect-тэй болж болдгүй юм уу? Монголд 20-той байгаа сайт штэ. Яг тийм 20-той мөрөтэй гэдэг тийм бол арай бас юу баг шүү. Өрөөсгөл арай буруу ойлголт байж магадгүй. Гэтэ яагаад хамтардаг вэ гэдгийг би зөндөө олоод ярьжсэн. Энэ дээр би дахиж нэг ярмааргүй байна. Сүүлийн мейжер тэмцээн Монголын хамгийн сүүлийн тоглолтын видеог үзээрэй заяа. Шууд амжуултыг. Тэрэн дээр би яагаад мета 1xbet-тэй хамтарч байгаа вэ гэдэг талаар би сайн ярьж өгсөн байгаа. Монголын хамгийн сүүлийн тоглолт. Бид нар чинь энэ суугчин өөрөө e-спортын сууг шүү дээ. Тэр талаас нь бас харах гээд үзээрэй. Энэ чинь e-спортын сууг. Одоо та хэд харж байгаа бол энэ PGL явж штэ Copenhagen-ийн мейжер. Энэ чинь өөрөө 1xbet-тэй хамтарсан ийм тэмцээн. Би гаргаагүй байлаач гэсэн энэ цаанаа 1xbet гарч байгаа. Би реклам гаргахгүй байгаа ч гэсэн цаанаа гарч байгаа. Чинь бүр өөрөө энэ экосистемд нь орцсон ийм зүйл байхгүй юу?
All right, guys, we'll get back to talking about it, but now I have to throw you over to the stage where you will see the host with the most.
За багууд гарч ирж байна. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Richard. Royal Arena, you
Өдөр болгон костюмээс болох юм уу найз?
incredible. How are you all doing? It's semi-final.
Яа, Vitality-ийн фэнүүд гоё байна. Тэ.
Who has a chance of lifting this trophy? But I want to see if you guys are ready with me here. Follow with me. Guys over here in the left, make some noise. Straight down the middle. And over to the right. All right, let's do this again. Left. Middle.
Respect Steam Net болоо идэх үхээ. Баярлалаа. Донэт явсан маш баярлалаа.
Let me hear you.
Good luck. 10 trade гэсэн маш баярлалаа. Кэх Шанхай мейжер явах уу гинэ. Явъя гэж бодоод байгаа. Гэтэ яасан мэдэхгүй нэ. За илүү хэдүүлээ санал асуулга явуулнаа. Одоо стример үзэж байгаа хэдүүлээ те. Team Vitality байна уу? Та цаа өрсөлдөө дөнгөө. Зүгт нарсан. Team Face байна уу? Чи та гэдэгтэй суц. Ундаа мандаа. Бана. Нойр нүрц. Бана. Бана. Өдөр ямар ууртай гарч ирж байна хөөе. Эний хөр баясал байна уу? Vitality. Phase Clan. Team Vitality.
And their opponent is the Dragon Slayers, and a team who is looking to push it further and get revenge once again. That is what's on the cards for these guys. But can they do it? It's FaZe!
Би бол баг зэрэг FaZe-ийн талд байна. Энэ тоглолтын дээр бол ягаад гэвэл би FaZe G2 Grand Final үзмээр байна. Тэр Grand Final бол үнэхээр гоё финал. Robin Cool. Гоё штэ. Тэгэхээр FaZe-ийг харалтаа ийм гоё эмоцтой. За Carry-гийн жоох өөрийгөө дарна шүү. Өнгөрсөн тэр тоглолтын дээр их савсгаж байгаа сүүл рүү хожигдунгаа алдсан шүү. Өнөөдөр нэг жоох өөрийгөө дараад байна.
Well, our teams are now on the stage and it's time for them to get ready for battle. Carrigan, get on over here. Mezzi, come join me.
Энэ зүгээр аахгүй те. Ядаргаатай.
The furthest you've been in a major.
Carrigan.
Things are looking great on Vitality. But what do you think of all this?
Би нэг уух юм аа дээр за.
It's crazy. I think it's first time for me, but loving the support, whether it's against us or for us. I'm just enjoying it and excited to play.
And when we talk about you being excited to play, I know Apex has been very clear on how he wants you to play, right? Do you feel like you're getting there? Do you feel like you're doing what he's asking you to do and it's coming together?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely confident in my role in the team and what I need to bring. And yeah, like I say, just excited to play and confident in what I need to do.
And in terms of confidence, you should be very confident against FaZe because you took them down twice already where you lifted your trophies with this exact lineup. So, business as usual?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're definitely confident going up against
Үгүй юу гэсэн бэ? OBS дээр эвгүй бичсэн бэ? OBS дээр стрим аудио засаж чаддаггүй.
That's what we like to hear.
Яасан юм болоо?
Carrigan.
Yeah. Гоё штэ. Гоё шүү. Энэ штэ манайхаа.
Should we try this again? Let me just say, Carrigan!
OBS дээр стрим аудио засаж чаддаггүй ахаа. Бичлэг оруулж туслаа шинэ. Ямар бичлэг юм бол?
Never. This is just awesome and experience this in a major semi-final against a great team. I can't wait to put a show on, guys.
No, you're definitely the hero for this here, right, in this arena. But you're also the hero as a team taking down Spirit and making this major wide open.
Ингээд watch party үзсэн чинь хамт байгаа юм шиг санагдаад гоё байна шүү гинэ. Мөнхөд хөргсөн дотор нэг юу яатсан. Шаарсан дахиад тавьсан байгаа аваад ирээч.
Vitality and they are as great as Spirit. So we just need to focus on what's ahead of us. That's Vitality. Whatever happens, I all know I can always be proud of my guys and I can be proud of having a crowd like this.
Yeah, definitely. We are proud to see you guys. This is incredible. But I have to ask, you have obviously taken these very hard losses against Vitality. Do you feel like you figured it out this time? Do you feel like this is where you can get it done?
I mean, we lost 5 maps on road to Spirit. We found a way. And what I've told the guys, it doesn't matter how we win, but we need to find solution. And we need to do this today. And most of all, have fun. That's why we all play video games in the beginning. So I just want to have fun and I want to enjoy this energy so much.
That's what it's all about. This energy.
That's what it's all about, man.
Good luck, have fun for both of our teams up in here. Now I want to find out, Royal Arena, who do
Major
you
Bayram
think is going to win this game? Is it a Vitality? I see you, Golden Hornets. And what about FaZe?
Yeah!
Vitality? FaZe?
Yeah!
Well, what about this? Counter-Strike! Richard.
Vitality-ийн фэнүүд гоё юу вэ? Тэ синхрон.
Get it on. Thanks a lot, James. No doubt about who the home crowd is rooting for. As great as the Golden Hornets are, lots of love for Carrigan, lots of love for FaZe, and so nice to see him get that kind of reception because he's just a legend in the game.
Халиг энэ чинь ерөнхийдөө FaZe-ийн тал руу.
He's been in here many times before. He's had a heartbreak loss in a couple of finals, one against Heroic, against Danish countrymen, where for him it must feel tough. So for Carrigan to stand in a semi-final inside a
Ой тэр түшээ яга спандад байна.
100% of their support, apart from the wonderful Golden Hornets, must be nice for Carrigan.
And it is the same setup as the fall final. That's what we're talking about. This 2-0 Vitality.
Love you, үжин FaZe
The
Axe.
same crowd, but the same arena. And I mean, Vitality, they know how to deal with it. I think a guy like Apex, his profile, that fuels him.
Энэ хүү Vitality ямар ууртай байгаад байна. Apex нэг амар ууртай харагдаад байна. Зодгож байгаа юм шиг юм.
He's going to turn it around. So for Vitality, they're not going to be scared.
Well, I was going to quickly ask you any insight into why we've got Messi out there, the forgotten man of Vitality.
So listen,
not Apex. What's that about?
I'm just going to talk on my ass. That's what I do, General. Right? I think
That's
it's a way of doing,
shit.
hey, listen, man, you need to do your part. You need to do more than your part. Don't think you can just hide. You cannot hide at the end of the table. You cannot hide behind Spinks or Zaiwu or Mike Coles. Little buddy, we're going to need you. And you're going to step in, and you're going to step in even in the interview. Go out there, put your presence on the map. When it comes to this game, I think mentally you need to realize that you're Messi, that you have to make plays, that you have to make the difference. Do not be satisfied with the average. That's what you do when you put him on the spot. You make him answer the questions.
Messi is part of Vitality, and Vitality is part of Messi. A lot of people are pointing towards Messi perhaps being the weak link. I think he's done okay for himself. We saw him in Royal Arena have one of his better tournaments in there as well. His very first tournament with Vitality on the roster was a tournament win where he got to lift the trophy inside this arena as well. So if you're Messi, of course you're now adopted into the Vitality camp. You can go out there, you can be the guy doing the interview because you are part of
Манай үзэгчдэр яаж байгаа юм? 67% нь FaZe. 33% Vitality.
I mean, the start was incredible.
Team
but then he tapered
Vitality.
off a little bit, and we were left wondering, where is the average? Where is the default? What are we reliably get from this guy? And I do believe that his performance has had an
Rob,
uptick
watching
in Copenhagen. Mostly on the CT side, he's been able to do what was needed from him to be reliable on the CT, to not be an easy kill, to not be an entry frag, and that is much better. On the T side, he's still struggling to find his
FaZe
rhythm.
G2 хоёр
But I
хожим
would
бис
say
тэл
he's in
стаг
the
инээс.
safest
Яа
position.
баймаар
But yeah, I think he still has to fight for his position.
Yeah, they've got to go all the way to the final, I'd say. But anyway, let's talk about that. What is their route? What's going to happen in this veto here? Carrigan obviously has already put on a masterclass of vetoing, as he always does. What have Apex and Xtaz got cooking in the kitchen?
I mean, there's a couple of questions we need to answer, right? We saw Vitality. We know their map pool. We kind of
Phoenix
have an idea
аягүй
where
шивс
they wanna
хэлгүүлээ гэж
go. Of course, the big
боддог
question for me is whether or not Vertigo is going to be floated from FaZe clan.
Ихтэй яриад. Манай ихтэй тэгэхээр нэг өөдөөс яана. Би амхад ингээл дотроо намайг ингээл тэгж хэлэхээр манай ихтер яах гээд байгаа маах гээд байгаа ингээл дургуутсан гэж бодоод байдаг байхгүй.
Vertigo will be floated. It changes the dynamic of this veto.
Манай хүүхдүүд гараагүй байсан шүү дээ. Бид хоёр чинь залуухан байжээ. Тэгэл би шивээс яриад. Харин би шивээс хэлчих юм. Гар мар дээр би зэв юм байна. Би тэнгүүд өөрөө дотроо шигээ нач. За яа мэдээ доо. Яах гэж юм бата юм ярваа.
We'll have the video coming up because I had a lot of bullets ready in Chem for that one.
And look, and just on that point, there's a lot of kind of misinformation, as we said in the pre-show going around. They said they didn't prepare. Frozen said they didn't prepare. Then they said they did prepare. I saw Neo in the hotel.
FaZe үнэхээр Vitality-г хожиж байгаагүй байх шүү. Юу гэж байгаа юм бэ юу? Сая тоглолтын өмнө сүүлийн best of 3-ын юуг харуулсан шүү дээ. Статистик. Арын дуу нэмэх үг нэ. Тоглолтын нь
but they got over the line.
Not a question. It's not a question at all. Knowing Carrigan,
They can play the
knowing how he's running his team, they can
map.
definitely play the map. They've been preparing the map. They've been practicing the map. Now, are they ready to play it in a major semi-final against Vitality? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm very curious to see whether or not it's going to be floated because you're right. If you're Vitality, there are a lot of different avenues you can go with this veto.
Trading Mongolia дээр тийм байл.
Teams share a common love. You're talking about your Inferno.
Синкулод сэтгэлийн үг хэлээч гинэ. Синкуло. Ахын жамаг харж явдаг шүү.
And that is the float. That is the float from FaZe immediately. Removing
Hemslik ju
Anubis,
näste.
saying to Apex, hey Lil, you want to go on Vertigo? But you sure you want to go
Zink.
on Vertigo? You're going to have
Harcı
to make that
atışlar.
choice. Ban from Vitality comes clear. Now if you're FaZe, you have two routes, Richard. I think you either go Mirage or
Bir
you
ara
go
çengere
Nuke.
taşı
They have
bence.
to go to
Şunu
Nuke.
ara oyunu kuşçu
That,
atacağım.
I will label it possibly as a mistake. I think Vitality have been trial and tested on the map, and they have definitely a blueprint. And here comes the Vertigo pick.
Absolutely love it from
За
Vitality.
Nuke
Absolutely love
гараад
it from
ирсэн
Kerrigan as
байна.
well.
Vertigo
Nuke is a
гараад
comfort
ирсэн
pick.
байна.
Nuke is
За Kerrigan тэгээд
This Vertigo pick from
сахсахгүй
Vitality.
жоохон байж юм.
So there we go.
Йогийн
You
мейжер дээр
scoreline,
яалаа.
you set it yourself,
Batman-ы
maybe
баг зүгт
Nuke
зүгээр
is a
тайзан
bit
дээр
of a
гарч
mistake
ирсэн.
if you're
Чиглэл
FaZe
тэгээд
fan,
шууд
or maybe Vertigo is a bit of a mistake if you're Vitality.
Исхрүү
I think if you're
явчихсан
FaZe
байна.
right now, you got a map that you know you're comfortable on, and then you got that Joker within Vertigo. that
Амар
could
сүртэй
lean and
Batman-ы
screw
баг
this
мөн
matchup
зүгээр
into a 2-0 scenario.
сацсан
Inferno, a
надад.
map they both play, a map
Тайзан
they
дээр
both
гарсан
have to go
хамгийн сүүлийн
into.
тоглолт нь байсан
The
даа.
first two maps are super interesting. I like this video from Kerrigan, once again showing that of course they have prepared Vertigo coming into this.
Right, we've got about 90 seconds. So guys, tell me,
TRDN.
what are the key battles on Nuke? What can we expect? What do we need to look for?
Well, first of all, if you want to talk about Zaiwu, I think it is one of the maps
Нэртэйгээ
where he
танилцсан
always
түүх
shines.
явсан.
Look back at the
Манай
record.
ихнэр тохиолж
This
шахаад
last two
зүгт
best of
болчихсон
season, he had stellar performances, and he can do it with the rifle. He can do it with the AWP. I want to see movement from Zaiwu. I want to see positions changing time and time again. One-time secret behind the red. I want to see the synergy with Apex as well to get a couple of
From
flashes outside.
mid-day.
He is going to be
From
my
mid-day,
player,
John.
and I know
That's
it might not be a very exotic choice, but I think for Nuke, it's all indicated. He is the one that has to dictate the win for Vitality.
Actually, you're spot on. His average rating on Nuke is 1.57
Ah,
over
yeah,
the
yeah.
course of
Beach
6
can
maps.
have
He's always
a big
owning it
show,
on
yeah.
Nuke. The counterpart on FaZe Clan is Brokey. We saw him against Team Spirit play aggressive Counter-Strike, play with the AWP as was he a shotgun, as was he a rifle. I want to see Brokey disturb the way Vitality is playing Counter-Strike. I want to see Brokey in Yard trying to shut down the Yard presence. I want to see Brokey inside hot with an AWP. I want to see Brokey in ramp. I want to see him be mobile, proactive, all over the map, trying to stop Vitality from the rhythm. The Brokey versus Saivu matchup is interesting. Not because they're going head-to-head on the server. I don't think you're going to see too many duels between the two, but Brokey versus the rifles of Vitality and Saivu versus the rifles of FaZe Clan. That duel is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I want to see a vintage Rain performance. That'd be nice. Remember when he got that?
Hasn't come quite yet.
Bit Nuke. So anyway, guys, it's been great chopping it up with you on the desk. I really am
Go
so
Vitality,
excited
how
for
nice.
this game, especially because we've got
you
two
sure?
of the finest storytellers Counter-Strike has ever produced.
Нэг
Suited
жоохон
and
жангаж
booted
цаа
in
гинэ.
Scrawny and Launders.
За одоо тоолтолч юм дөө.
Thank you so much, Rich. And if you've been watching, you saw that 2 days ago, FaZe Clan gave us an instant classic versus Team Spirit, showing that past results don't matter. You better believe that we might be in for round two.
That's right. From the rafters to the floor seats, I look out and see a sea of people here for the right reasons. For headshots, clutches, for FaZe, Vitality,
Go
for
FaZe.
Counter-Strike!
Анхны үнсэлт сэтгэл
Oh yeah, that's the energy we love.
марцсан байна. Хизээч бас.
Here to start the game off on Nuke.
Үнсэлт гэж
We've
юм
got
уу?
an amazing Veto coming up.
За.
Something special maybe on Vertigo
Энд
as
яг
well.
үндэ надад амар дэмжиж байгаа тийм
Looking for what might be a turnkey solution for FaZe Clan versus new opponents that he couldn't beat before in Vertigo.
G2
But
Vitality
this is a map
гэдэг
where legends are made. And legendary stories are told.
за
Oh man, it's fast already. Huh? Quick test out. 2 kills in. Spinks responds. Single frag. All that defense going to be able to put up. Bomb down quick. And so FaZe Clan set the pace. Rapidly out from Hut.
арын дуу жоохон нэмья гэсэн чинь яг доор нь арын дуугаа жоохон суулгахгүй бол мик айгуу сул байна.
Denied any kind of a retake attempt unless the fence was to be the key and
Огийн
not
уянгаа
this
гэсэн
time.
байна. Өчигдрийн юунаас
Talk about
вирус
tempo.
өөрчлөөгүй шүү дээ. Аудио.
That is a stage
Яг болж байгаа
setter
үстэй манайхаа.
right here with this
Та
instant
яг
pop,
хэлдэ
set the tempo.
арын дуу болж гин үү? Яаж юм? Миний
At a
дуу
low
яаж
level,
юм?
Counter-Strike is about crosshair placement,
Өчигдрөөс
about
би янз бүрийн юм
utility,
өөрчлөөгүй.
map knowledge,
Яг
things
болж
like
байгаа.
that, teamwork. At a high level, it can be about
Hold on.
Яг
momentum
байна.
calls. And no, not enough time for Messi to tap this. Maybe to scare a T into coming closer,
Яг
but
гоё
that's
байна.
just
Яга
about it.
зүгээр байна шүү дээ. Дуу яг болж байна.
Commiserations
Зүгээр
to
байна.
Messi.
Болж гинөө.
FaZe Clan to start off
Яг байна. Окей.
fiery hot.
Болно зүгээр байна. Саунд гоё байна уу?
But at the
Өөртөө
high level,
сонсож чангалаад.
it's about those more vague concepts of momentum, tempo. And you see a call
Таны
like
микс бол
this,
байна. Гейм
sets the
саунд амар
mood.
чанга байна гэсэн.
So straight from the mind of
Өөрийн
Kerrigan
чинь яриа арай
to the
зөөлөн
mind of
байна.
Apex, telling him
Арын дуу
what
жаахан
you should be
чанга
ready
байна.
to expect.
За. За арын дуу чанга гэдэг
You might get 3 or 4 upper
Арай
pops in one
их
half
орж
if you're
ирсэн
lucky. He's going to play them well.
Starts with one and immediately back into a quick cross outside. Ooh, hold on. Okay. P2000 through the smoke, a little Khalil Pepper.
Хөөе. Та хэд шүү дээ те. За шүний тоглолтоос бол G2 гарч ирэх нь бол ойлгомжтой заяа. Амжилт brother дэмждэг шүү from Боргил гэсэн. Маш баярлаа Боргил.
At least you've got Robs out from Squeaky.
Thank you Боргил.
You got protocols, you got layers here, and that jumping Mac 10 will kick him down. He had the Zeus, didn't get a chance to shoot it.
Let's go халзан броуки.
And that really
туслыг хураавал далай болд юм аа.
Chances and which chances you get to stamp your name in the history books. Phase and vitality in a major playoffs.
That's right. And what have we learned so far? That past results normally matter unless you're playing.
Өнөөдөр нэрээ нэг гай хурж ирснэ. Navi юу G2 юу гэсэн гинэ. Хөөе. Манайхаа та хэд шүү дээ те. Grand Finale-ийн тоглолт ямар тоглолт үзмээр вэ? Vitality versus G2 эсвэл Phase versus G2. Энд Navi гэдэг сонголт байхгүй заяа. Энд Navi гэдэг сонголт байхгүй. G2 гээл багта финалд болмаар байна. G2 Phase, G2 Phase. G2 Phase гоё үстэй яг үндэ те.
What's one kill in the grand scheme of a hot start?
And you can even feel the fans are nervous, right? Seeing if the conversion takes place, seeing what kind of game we're going to get, because we've seen the teams that got nervous so far in the quarter.
Энэ Vitality-ийн хөгжинд дэмжсэн юу гэж ярьлаад байгаа юм бэ? Veto гэдэг юм уу те? Ийм гоё ажил хийдэг хүн Монголд байгаад баяртай байна. Маш баярлалаа. Thank you. Veto.
Gets Zaiwu crouched back. You know, fools to write him off, huh? Slow start in top 16, they said.
Meta гинэ.
In some ways, this might be one of the most important matches of Zaiwu's career.
Ooh, Spinks, nice timing. Always good if you can catch Rock. Zaiwu will fall empty-handed. Double entry.
Oh yeah, Broky.
Follow through from Broky. Him and Rain making the most of
the
kills.
Хүрээнд үйлдэж байлцсан мөртөө Broky чинь бас 48 HP-тэй болсон. Янз явж байгаа юм байна да.
Slack left by Robs. You lose a player in
Flames.
All good though. A second
round
added to this equation for FaZe, and so now we're talking pistol round, clean conversion, and the first rifle all the way of the T side.
They stepped on the trap wire as soon as one kill went down. They crossed outside. Simple call for FaZe Clan. Took full advantage. Zaiwu could have stopped them with a full-on spray. Someone in mini could have stopped them and got a 2K on the two players who were near.
Надад зүгээр гуруулаа хөтөлж яваад 3-1-ыг унагачлаа.
Flamesy turns to save.
Та нар Broky-ийг мэднэ үстэй. Манайхаа.
But his journey might not be finished, as he has a foe waiting for him at the next impasse.
Broky.
Hello. And farewell, Flamesy.
Yeah, they'll clean the dinner plate. 5 players down
Broky.
for vitality. And an incredible start here for FaZe Clan on Nuke.
Yes, sir. And Flamesy is somebody who impressed me going back to the Anubis performances that we've had from him back to back.
That's what I was thinking when this Veto went down.
Sure.
No Anubis, no Flamesy.
That extra X factor that he's been able to bring to the table. Not a part of this one.
За Nuke.
Vertigo instead.
Vertigo instead.
A guarantee to boot.
And so it must be said, we've seen some amazing stuff so far here at the major on Vertigo.
It's a couple frag grenades for the CT side. Deagles alongside it. At a defense that is
Vertigo байна 4 сугмын үзэж байна уу? За нөгөө амар хоорондын чатууд яваад байна үгүй манайхаа.
Talent in the server for this matchup.
It's incredible. I mean, you have Frozen who's coming.
Жижи харж явдаг шүү гэсэн нөөч баярлаа.
Big shoes, but Frozen comes in as the best player on every map.
За энэ тоглолтыг бол хэдүүлээ зүгээр ингэ сайхан чийл маягтай үзээд G2 дээр л би хүчээ гаргая да. G2-д миний хүч хөдөлмөр хэрэгтэй байгаа. За хүч хөдөлмөрч явах. Миний тусламж G2-д хэрэг болно. Өнөөдөр Хүүкси өчигдрийг шиг тоглолцвол тэгэл болно доо. Хүүкси өчигдөр сайн тоглосон.
But it's the consistency that's in question.
It's not about lifting trophies. We've already seen
that.
It's about lifting a major trophy.
And to do it like the analyst said, at the forefront of this formula. We don't want Mezzi on a back seat. We know what he can do. Speaking of which, Zaiwu
2023 оны HLTV 1-2 финалд бол бас гоёо гинэ. 23 оны HLTV.
Turn this one back around, and what's left of Vitality here is playing in the dark. For all they know, they've already gone down ramp to B.
24-тэй залуу одоо про явбал амжилт байгаа юу гинэ. Нас оройтно гэж байхгүй хөө. Хөө энэ ямар юугаар авах гэж байна. Sphinx. Tax баярлаа. Хүй. Юу вэ?
He will find you. One up the ladder, one in squeaky, and the target selection is beautiful.
You could have left. You could have ran. But instead, Sphinx pieces this together, and the third player coming up, you know he's just on recovery. You know Rain needs to make sure that this one doesn't go down. But if he gives him time,
Tax гэж уушаал нэг харсан чи ерөөсөө шууд раунд авсан байдаг нэ зөө.
Huge moment for Vitality to steal one early on.
One they may have needed. FaZe came in looking like the bully.
За сэргэлт авсаа саяны раунд.
Kickstart here for Vitality now. What a reminder of what they can do.
Хөө энэ Ventний ч нэг хүн байсан биз дээ.
FaZe clan to the A site. Sphinx is able to get around through the smoke. He'll be found out by Rain, who lingers outer. Then a missed chance from Apex. It's only damage and not enough.
За зөрүүлээд та шууд нухчаа ирчлээ штэ. FaZe-ийн Агийн тоглолт бол амар байна өө.
For FaZe clan instantly again with the momentum call. High tempo into the upper site like the pistol. It's a statement. We look at Zywoo 1 and 4.
24-тэй залуу одоо про явбал амжилт байгаа юу? Үнэхээр сайн байгаа бол яагаад болохгүй гэж байж болно шүү дээ. 32 настай тоглогч чинь тоглоод байна шүү дээ. Мейжрийн шүгэн дөрүүдээр гараад ирсэн.
We're waiting to see when he gets back into form. He can thank his team.
Монголын контр өдий зэрэгтэй байгаа таны ач шүү гинэ. За жоохон дэнтчихлээ. Тэ баярлалаа. Монголын ач шүү дээ. Mongoлийн pro тоглогч нарын ач шүү дээ.
They're going to sprinkle in maybe 3-4 of these upper A hits, and it's all about carrying
Yeah, үзээ сууж байгаа хүн.
Off of the back of that 1v3 slams back in. That is
Оо найз алтан бицэк өмсө дахиад ирсэн байна.
crumble Vitality's economy.
Өдрөө.
Maybe shake the confidence of the A play. This is a warning sign for the CT side early on.
The perfect time to get a timeout going. Now not with Zonic, now with Xtaz. And of course, he is somebody who's also seen success.
Carrigan.
And I want to say on the smaller stages, it was still massive matches, and it was also versus FaZe clan. But there's something about major playoffs where the pressure is unparalleled. There was no good sparring partner for this stage. For a crowd this large and international.
Юу, өнөөдөр нэр тайзны хамгаалтыг илүү сайжруулсан гэсэн шүү дээ.
You have to go a little bit deeper. In a way, in something you can only find out about
Саруус тэнцүү хайр гинэ. Миний таньдаг саруул гэдэг үг эрэхтэй гэдэг шүү дээ. Тэгэхээр ч юу гэсэн үг вэ?
Buyback on the cards. A murmur of outer presence, and it's going to be a fast one from Flames trying to change up this outer setup. We already saw in the round prior Rain do a good job of just cheesing along the side of smoke, catching that main success right. Sphinx thinking he can fall away from sight with a frag and keep on going. No.
Үшээ, ингэж гарч ирэхгүй.
Bear fruit for Vitality.
It was almost as if he was surprised to see
Баг-багаар шалгаж ирж гарч ирдгүй юм уу энэ ч одоо тэр чигээрээ шууд.
Apex, who has improved playing outside in the last couple of years. This has become an important position for him.
Тэр чигээр ингэж шууд гараад ирэх юм уу?
Missed chance, but he will still capitalize. Apex gets a back. That line held by Nuke the entire time. Sight line from bottom silo.
I don't have to be the one to say it. It's getting a little bit sloppy already.
Flash just doesn't matter. Frozen capitalizing. Rain in with the headshot. FaZe in with the 5-1 lead.
They came to play. They came to play.
Илүү байна.
And that's Kerrigan talking to his partially home crowd. You know, Vitality have tons of support here in the audience. But there's something special about Finn in the Royal Arena.
Yeah, the beauty of this one, it's not just Finn in the Royal Arena with the all-Danish crowd. This is a crowd that has come from across the world. Whether you flew across an ocean or live just down the road, majors are special for that reason. International celebration of Counter-Strike. And so if he is to finally do it, this is the crowd he wants it in front of.
Яагаад FaZe G2 хоёрыг финалд болох гэдэг бас нэг гоё шалтгаан байгаа шүү дээ, тий. Манайхаа.
Pistols back in the hands of Vitality.
Carrigan Hooks 2, Dan IGL. Энэ тэмцээн чинь өөрөө Дайн улсын Copenhagen хотод болж байгаа. Нутгийнхаа тэмцээн дээр 2 Danish IGL гарч ирээд тоглол гоё. Тэгээ баг нь өөрөө бас гоё. FaZe G2.
So let's see what Vitality do have in store for a round like this. I was going to say
Монголын ч одоо Азийн Денмарк гэдэг байгаа шүү дээ.
It needs to be Apex. We finished 2023 with this conversation of Apex being the greatest current in-game leader. Who else to be his counterpart than Kerrigan?
За Орсныг мэдгүй байхад амар Carrigan.
Apparently
Vertigo, Vitality, Bat 2, Map 3 үзнэ гинэ. Яг ингэж тоглож ивэл нөө. Яг ийм тоглолт гарч иж ивэл нөө.
Anything they want. They're getting all flavors.
Шүрээ тайртай шүү булгагаас гэсэн биш шүү. Цаатлах нь мөн бицтэй.
Cuisine though, you guys make, by the way.
Юун саруул маруул хажууд нь К ухаан саруул.
This is not what you could expect. And you want to believe that this game isn't over, but we're talking about 6 rounds.
Райм дээр яваад байна уу юу?
To kick it off.
Instant util pressure yet again. Yet to see a forward outer play from Vitality. You know, looking to run that risk is dangerous.
Бас Nico хамааралтай те FaZe G2. Yes, of course G2. Юу нь л яриад байгаа шүү дээ те.
Brokey on the tightrope just
Nico гавраг авахулмаар байна гэж.
Cautious of this possibility. Think about Flamesy already getting caught from that secret stairs attack. So Spinks knows he needs to be cautious. Ooh, and Apex almost puts his head on a silver platter. Unbeknownst to Rain, getting closer with the flags, which are thrown both ways.
Халтсан луулцсан байна.
It's a guessing game. And a firefight that hinges on millimeters.
Зарим хүмүүс үсэндээ түүртэж тэнцээ халдсан болж байхад би энэ ч өөрөө өсөхгүй болж халзарч. За даруулсан тас.
We're talking Vitality 5v4.
They're asking for Spinks to move a little faster, do a little more.
Flamesy wasn't able, he picks up the mantle. And we've been talking about Spinks picking up ZywOo's slack all
long.
Here we are again.
We see the rotation, the call out here.
Boom, flash, цан. Роп зөөрөө зарчлаа. Яа, Carrigan ямар амар орж ирээд байна өө. За тэр хүй. Шарын ухаана.
Frozen dead. Spinks is the key again.
He's got more. He's got more, and they need it, man. I want to be grateful to Vitality that they get to play with Spinks, that he's showing us at least these rounds, because now the 2 rounds they've got have been all about him. But I think he's more worried about the fact that he is the guy at the top, leading every single step of the way. Here's a round where ZywOo gets flashed and killed, and I know that sounds so silly because everyone gets flashed and killed, but ZywOo
Q guess. Q.
He got destroyed. 1 in 7. And that's once
Appreciate your work. Go Mongols. Намка гэсэн. Баярлалаа намка. Хүшээ юу болоод байна? Жохо ирчээ алдаад байна уу юу?
Second frag. We're waiting for ZywOo to get online. Flames was right down there with him. So is Mezzy. Spinks has posted multi-frags in the 2 rounds Vitality pick up. Both of them on that A floor. This time, though, it's an intended target down. Spinks is nowhere to be found, so if Vitality are to get a third, it has to be from someone else. Flames exposed to the double doors.
Армараас нь тэр чигээрээ дайрсан. Гадаагаа зэвэрлсэн. Хоос. Ер нь бол бэгийн тоглолт болж байгаа гэдгийг баг мэдчихлээ шүү дээ. За, ротейтууд явсаа.
There's the trigger. Uh-oh. First defender's down. It is a fast flank around Secret, but it's also going to be Frozen, punching in the digits with no...
Yeah, there's цаанаа Secret-с 2 хүн ороод ирлээ. Spinks Apex 2.
The 4v4 is pressured from the backside of control. Instant headshot from Brokey. Spinks is in the mix yet again. Has to be a part of the solution. ZywOo's there to do his part. Rain hanging on. Spinks dead. And FaZe keep on winning.
Yeah, that's right.
Team bait.
Robs and Rain. Kills all around the lower site. Why did Flamesy stay there? Frozen in place. Halfway to clock. He didn't get to the best spot he could go to. He knew it was
Hey,
going to be a lower
дэмжиж
state execution.
байгаа
He was worried
баг
about that
гинэ.
door opening, and he took a hard fight in
Мэлаа.
the control window.
Surely back rafters is better.
It's exactly. It's moments like that that you wonder how afraid they are. Vitality back on pistols. This is a nightmare situation for Apex, who has to call egos every other round.
Hoi.
Okay. Yep. Uh-huh.
Sure.
Zero. D get to the trophy room.
Монголын CS үзэгчтэй байдсан дагуулсан гээ. За манайхны магтаал нарай жоох нэг битэрчих гээд байна уу? Хүүшээ юу гэж байгаа юм бэ?
Looking for another Apex. Chiseled down somewhat. Now Flames is going to get boosted. This is a good activation for the AK. Nice angle, but misses its chance to strike down the Opper plus the bomb, which would have then recalled the two players who were able to move forward. Now it's, only one. And Flames' AK does connect. Things are getting problematic.
Ингээд 5-3
Yeah, that
болчих юм уу?
stolen gun gets more. 3v5.
A nice transition yet again from Vitality, down into the base of the ramp. Not only the AK, but the Deagle in Zywoo's hands to boot.
I think they might have heard two pairs of footsteps going down.
I think so too. Maybe that's why
35 секунд.
this tidbit of timidness directs them instead into hell, potentially heaven, potentially into the hands of Apex, who just waits. And the longer he waits, the further they get. He sees them go, but he can't stop them.
Can't stop them.
Spread wings. They soar down from the heavens.
And FaZe is flying.
Into the back of the site they'll go. Pistols won't
Hui,
find
hui,
much.
hui.
It is Rain with the double entry. The
Арай шигтсэг юм
headshots
гарч
yet
байгаа
again.
гэж байна.
And FaZe just get through with the
Хайкен форс үеийн өмнөөс гинэ. Баярлаа.
Staggered, and they become obvious.
За байж байгаа 29-2.
out of Apex. A 3v5
Боолоод
with
авчлаа.
another rifle obtained, offered over to who
Ники
other
бядники
than
хайртай
Zywoo
шүү
to
гэн.
poke
Баярлаа.
his impact.
Үй нүний инфо байхгүй байгаа шүү дээ. За юу? Frozen.
Frozen is a fatality that Vitality can't handle.
They can't handle, man. They got that to a 5v3, and when two
За амар байна.
ran the rotation down to lower, that was to get in front of the exec in the ramp. The idea was right,
Хөөрхөн
the timing
зогссон
was
юм.
slightly off. And that's speaking to how quickly FaZe are making decisions. The fact that they were there,
Хой,
obviously
FaZe
caught by
амар
off guard. They knew there's a sinking feeling. Both of us just ran full speed through Turnpike, dropped down lower, and we're going to commit to the rotations. On this map, okay, as in
Оо
native,
хиний төрсөн өдөр юм аа? Алекс Бигийн.
hard to come up. That's a situation where they know you've got to leave it to Apex, who's sitting outside of Hell, his teammates who are upper, and meanwhile FaZe, using that audible, suddenly slow it down. Walking into Turnpike themselves, going up into heaven. Apex was even lucky to catch a timing, shooting someone in the leg on ladder. But what do we see here? Even though it's a 5v3, it's a 3v2
Рейни
with range
боолт модл бас.
on the A site.
Now you give Brokey that long line. See this clean rifle control out of Rain.
Frozen-ий боолт модл бас.
Jubilation for Kerrigan. Because that could have been another hiccup. The difference between a close first half and a chance for Vitality's T side and a whooping. Finally, we get the forward presence, right? We haven't seen anybody over here.
За, Zywoo-г тоглолтын арга барилаа жоохон өөрчлөх гэж үзээд байна да.
And with it, an
Zywoo.
opening kill. We've seen Flames try. We've seen
Бүр ингээд ороод иж байгаа юм уу Kerrigan? Арай үгүй л
not
үдэж
gonna get
байна.
away with his presence downstairs, and so finally 11 rounds into this half, arguably too late, and arguably still too
За
little.
хүн амар 2-9-5.
Vitality have
Яа,
figured out
Brokey
a
үүднээсээ
third.
унах гэдэг энэ да.
But Rain and Brokey will work regardless. Missed shot out of the upper. Rain
За, Rain.
did not miss his chance.
Oh, we've got FaZe so strong now,
Boom.
they might be
Boom.
trying to hunt
Wah!
damage.
Hold on.
Rain
Яа,
somehow
спорт.
will eventually get neutralized. A third
This
round,
there.
very legitimate 1-1 on a rifle. That's what you want to see for Vitality. The question is it too late?
Again, right? Another variation of some kind of outer play. Throw in Zywoo at the mix.
За юу рафт.
Not today. Not right now, anyways.
It's been a game of cat and mouse outside.
Yeah.
It really has. But Secret has been where they've popped up from, and Secret has been where they usually fall.
When Mac 10 coming in
За,
from
Soro.
Frozen.
Let's go.
Last round of the half.
Yeah, if that's your limitation, so be it. You have done a wonderful job of kicking off this semifinal fiercely.
Yeah. Vitality are going to try to turn crumbs into croutons here.
Түрүүн би юу ярьж байлаа? Юу юуг нэмсэн гээд хамгаалтаа нэмсэн гээд Robs Carrigan Frozen 3 mouse teammate байсан билүү гэнэ. Mouse дээр
It's time for it. Well, 12 and 8 doing what he does outside on Nuke. Apex spotted out. Takes away half of Rain's health, and they just hope that Zywoo goes unchecked.
Phase up Carrigan op 2 дахь major аваа гэнэ.
And again, working with half of
Одоо
the
Nicoгийн
HP,
time.
Carrigan's gonna test this. And
Одоо Nicoгийн
Spinks is
time
ready to
штэ.
deal with the barrel of the A4. Spam comes back from red. Drawing Spinks'
За, дөрвөөс
attention,
гурав.
which then opens up the spam from Rock. Rain is continuing to tear apart this outer yard. And as Frozen gets his
Бом
feet on
доошоо
his
орцсон.
A4,
За
he's
Frozen ч
scored
унсан
no
байхаа да.
here just yet.
Оо амьдрчлаа үе хамгийн амар нь. За удлаарс.
Landed down on beat. Excellent distraction from
Чи яагаад ийм зөв хүн юм бэ
limitation
Кэг?
of a man. Leave it to Rain to sit and wait. And if he
За нэг хүний унж байгаа чимээг сонссоо. Rain явна байгаа.
crawl behind you soon enough.
Who,
Meanwhile,
Rain?
Brokey, he's gonna have to maybe do this on his own. Two players coming at it. Oh, and he misses his
Бадарсан.
chance. Now the pressure's on. But the question is, do they think that
Бомбо
they
яаж
can
плант
hit?
хийсэн бол
Do
найз.
they do
Хоёр
it
киттэй хүн.
before Rain gets here? The stone
Fix.
golem creeping round as they tap it once. The door will swing.
GG.
No cover. And sure enough, from outside to the depths, from the start to the finish, 9-3. Go FaZe.
Oh, for Vitality, it is a bad day for Rain. When Brokey died, you thought maybe there's a chance here. Rain is quite far away. He's probably hoping one kill comes down. They did a good job of dropping one,
Амар өнөө.
but not the second player, so he couldn't be sure just yet that it was both of them.
Амар.
And this play is incredible, honestly.
Амтхаа,
The way
love
that
you,
Phase approaches
cutie.
calling out every single position, and you can see by the way they're walking out of smokes, they know exactly where to look.
Янзын цэвэрхэн.
As if those smokes don't
Янзын
exist.
цэвэрхэн.
This hasn't been a map where they have broken those smokes open and tried to find an unfair fight. Instead, they've worked through them perfectly to try to punish. I mean, Spinks is here at the top.
Хөө энэ
has done an
одоо хуучин Virtus Pro-гийн Push 3
two full rounds, 3Ks on both.
It's all him.
Yeah, that's
бүгдээрээ Copenhagen бүгдээрээ жоо 3 Copenhagen ирсэн байгаад байна шүү дээ, тэ. Таз G2-гийн коуч нь Neo одоо FaZe-ийг ард зогсож байна. Pasha сая цом гаргаж ирж байна. Яа, энэ 3 бүр нэг яг нэг утгаа олоод байна, тэ. Арга юу олоод байна, тэ.
Will certainly dictate the conversation of how Nuke goes down. We saw
Тэмцээний
the
гоё
fast
болгоод байна.
hit from FaZe. We see the Molotovs disrupt Frozen. Then they try to barrel through. Flamesy makes the most of it.
Wah.
Oh, nice tap. Rain finishing off what was left.
Задзаар онгоолоо Brokey тэгэлгүй яах вэ?
Looking good for the defense, but instead it is Vitality. The three last frags from who else? It's Mezzi and Apex.
Snacks Gamer Legends-ээс орсон, тийм. Яг нь юунаас Elimination Stage-ээс гарч таагүй.
Yeah, and he's the kind of player who needs that confidence. He needs to feel like it's going to be his day. The hit those shots in the pistol, splitting pistols is great for the story right now. Again, it almost feels impossible that they come back into this map. But because it's Vitality and FaZe, because they know each other so well, because Vitality have recent head-to-head over FaZe, they know that they can say just come back, even if it means...
Кэ яагаад Никог дэмждэг юм тайлбарлаач гинэ. Надтай жоохон царин төстэй болохоор.
It feels like this is the kind of game
Хүмүүс
where
надтай их адилхан
team
гэдэг.
guaranteed, not for Vitality. They use the same upper pop FaZe used on them to open up. Taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, really just 5-6 seconds later, that's all. Nope.
За майнд руу явчихж байгаа харагдан да.
It's all calm.
Well done.
Again, when we talk about something like choking or getting nervous, we're talking about retraining yourself to do things you already know how to do. Taking too long to go for that.
За 2000-аад гарсан шүү дээ.
That won you championships in the past. When Spirit faltered versus FaZe, we saw that on Vertigo. A breakdown of doing things you already knew how to do, but then doing them slower with less confidence. Vitality can move slowly, but with conviction, as long as they have time.
Энэ Vitality-гийн фэнүүд нь гоё байна. Зохион байгуулалттай гоё байна.
And ultimately, not be too afraid of FaZe, because they shouldn't be.
No, absolutely not. I mean,
they have the players and the weapons.
Ямар map pick хийсэн бол гинэ. Зүүн дээр харагдаж байна. Nuke, Vertigo.
Both these teams hoist trophies. So what does that say?
We could have said that Spirit wins this entire playoffs if that wasn't the case. know, that's the hardest part about this all is the pressure. That's been the story of quarters. You can argue that almost everyone in quarters had a problem with it, except for the known ones that have more experience. That feels like here. The first CS2 major. And it is great to see that you can teach old dogs new tricks.
Монголын фэнүүд ингэж цуглах болов National Championship дээр гинэ.
Little money to be made for Flamesy if he wants it.
National Championship. ESN юу?
Down he goes. 5th round for Vitality, but this was an easy one. This was no force buy from FaZe.
And now this is Apex tapestry. He can decide what kind of half he wants
Tats versus
here on T side.
Neo.
I think Kerrigan showed us a brave face by going out with a very high tempo calls to kick things off.
Тэштэй те нэрэ G2 FaZe хоёрыг финалд болох бүр нэр амар олон шалтгаан байна манайхаа. Үзэгчтэй. G2 FaZe хоёрыг финалд болох амар олон шалтгаан байна. Эхнийх нь багийн бүрэлдэхүүнүүд мэдээж айгүй гоё. Spot.
And there is no doubt that over time the faith in Zywu has grown. But Copenhagen has not been his event. And this map
FaZe G2 багууд нь өөрсдөө айгүй гоё заяа. За тэнгууд хоёр дахь шалтгаан нь Kerrigan Hooks-ий хоёр дайна IGL-тэй заяа. Гурав дахь шалтгаан нь Tats Neo багийн хоёр коуч нь хуучин Virtus Pro-гийн домгууд. Тэ? FaZe G2 финалдах хэрэгтэй байна.
The pressure from Flamesy as he does drop off of main. Mezzy, he collects the opening kill. Fights to be had outer. Nice flash from Apex. And Flamesy's pressure from main to hell has opened this up. First guns from Vitality. And it won't do a damn thing for FaZe.
Yeah, you want to be able to follow right away. Kerrigan does something interesting.
Frozen мэдх юм уу?
And talking about interesting, we've got one more in a cute spot here.
За тэр сайт орцсон хүн шалгалаа л да. За инфо ирсэн. Bomb secret дээр яваад Бэрүү явчихж байгаа юм байна. Ziwu.
And so Bomb will do its best to avoid him, but that's Zywu operating on his own. Lower Spinks vision towards this vent. But
За харцсан дасаа.
Wait, he has to decide if he's going to plant or not.
He's going to swing it. Bomb's down. Zywu instant execution. His frag's not numerous, but impactful in this one because if not, Frozen's on that bomb real quick.
Хэдэн төгрөгөнд подолохгүй каст хийх вэ гинэ. Подолохтойгоо сууж юу. Бүр нэг амар эвгүй бие мийхтэй тийм 30 үлчтэй байсан болов тэгэл нэг худлаа унаа. Тэг мэг нэг ярих байсан бэл. Гүй ингээл 6-9. Ингээл 6-9.
Big matches when they need him.
Eco round. Rob цайгаад мөнгөө шохчоо.
It's not like Frozen was taking any risks.
Oh my god, the game within 3.
It's a flashbang picked up off the dead body. Kerrigan chucks it out to just keep these lobby players preoccupied. And that buys time for a little bit of movement.
Алин дэмжин бог яах гинэ. Ер нь бол FaZe тал руу хандаад байна л да.
SMP9 could be the golden moment for Robs.
Подолкын тайлуулъё.
If we want to talk about shortcomings at the major uncharacteristically, yeah, Zyu's on one side, but Robs, this was not his event as it got started.
Рамадан Мубарак. Өнөөдөр Рамадан сар эхэлсэн байгаа юу те.
They've also stepped past the T's beyond him. Rain is on high alert. Robs will come up.
Нэгэн зулгаах
That's the
байсан.
biggest threat, right? Felt like they were
Нэгэн зулгаах
very
байсан
aware of the
удаасаа.
possibility of a lower attack.
It could have also
still eyes behind to hold lobby.
Even a kill like that can slow you down, so it gets scary.
Could have allowed for the other pistol players to come over. Could have gotten Brokey into a chance to
ганцаар
trade.
болчихлоо.
But instead this back and forth keeps
Одоо тэгээ дараагийн раундын дээр
and Vitality will take
Robs
that
яах вэ?
forward towards the A site. This lead has been cut down to 2.
This game gets closer and we get into another rifle and it keeps going the way of Vitality. This will be a reference map for Spinks, who felt very low in the first half. Did more than his job.
Ингээ хоёр раундын зүрхд болчихлоо.
To bring Vitality a chance to stop FaZe from getting to double. The legend in the crowd. always great to see you, Penny S.
God bless.
Гоё штэ. Face-it verify хийж чадахгүй байна. Мэдхүү гинэ. Юу яадаг штэ. Мэдээллүүдэл явуулдаг штэ. Пассворд юм уу гэдэг л яадаг лээ. Тэ.
Ooh, Brokey given a chance. Risky business jumping over boxes.
Genius.
Still rather rapid on the approach. Wall of smoke goes up.
Nice, eh?
And Apex's presence, unbeknownst to FaZe, he crosses over, just keeping himself just ahead of what Kerrigan could see. Now that follow-up smoke really indicates something's going on out here, but for the time being, CTs don't seem too concerned. Brokey has fallen from heaven down to sight. Yeah. And if Apex finds the timing correctly, then all of a sudden, he has compromised the back line of the A play.
A vacant yard entirely. Apex can't believe his eyes.
Nobody's watching. Frozen turns around, but he's missed his
Cool.
timing. Oh, but he's
Yeah.
Frozen on a swivel. Also then shuts down the hunt. This one is
There's no way. 5 alive because Frozen, Mr. Reliable, checked his flank communication. Perfect. Rain calls a timing there. How many times in the last week or so have we said communication is broken down? They are not calling the smallest timings. Frozen, aware, because Rain definitely corroborates this information. You've got to check on this. Yes, I am in lower right now. I am watching hell. I have the ladder, but maybe they could have snuck here. Literally, him turning around is the difference between a round 1 for FaZe, 10 rounds, or an 8 for Vitality. Nope. Apex would have definitely converted that situation.
Now we got a duel queued up here for Mezzi. We've seen Frozen fall through the smoke fights, but he's got a set of helping hands in from main already. Jumps over towards Ven, takes a bit of damage.
Нэг орж гарна байгаа гинэ. What? Үзмээ.
FaZe 3 away. From inside lobby to the rooftops, utility to be queued up. Apex kicking himself for maybe not taking that shot, for thinking that he could get away with more.
You know, he had to wait for people to get in place.
За тэгэлгүй яг шараа ороод ирдэ Brokey.
His hand, all he needs, flames through the fire.
Kerrigan.
Teammate coming through as well. But then Spinks hits the brakes, waits for the flash of Mezzi. Now 2 Ts have gone beyond that hut smoke, and Rain
Keeping them sectioned off. Kerrigan унгаалгүй яах вэ? Apex газараа үлдсэн. Info ирсэн. Азар сүүлийн азар.
Yeah, thought they were in a calm place.
Вент.
In purgatory, Apex.
Вент унж болно шүү. Вент унж болно. Бомбтойгоо өөрөө байгаа.
Make this a meal.
Rops is here already.
Rops шийдэх юм байхгүй.
Won't stop plant. Bomb goes down. Rops gets close.
Юу.
Halfway through this 1v4.
Бэцэрөө.
Trying to keep the hopes of Vitality alive. Molotov for the bomb, but a smoke on top. He has Kerrigan forcing his hand, drawing him in. And stepping face.
Типинг мэш холбож чаддаггүй яах вэ гинэ.
They made that as hard as possible.
Апричнийг холбожсэн санагдаад байна да. Заавар нь байгаад байдаг да. Компьютер руу холбож байгаа. Лангийн уцаар нь компьютер руу холбож байгаа. Тэгээл яагаад гэдэг шүү дээ. Тохироонууд дээр. Наа чин таны сувг дээр хамгийн хүчтэй видео байна шүү дээ. Бараг тийм байгаа хаа.
Essentially waiting to die in FaZe's eyes. They're watching this with 2 players on rifles.
Sometimes we talk about Zywoo as perfection, but in this case he's peaking squeaky with a molly.
Genius гоё юу вэ? Залуу байлаа. Амьдрал дээр ч гэсэн. Халзан толгой 2 соёо Brokey. Намжаа хайртай шүү. Genius дээр очиод Players Lab хийх гээл би ингээд Монголоос явж байгаамаа. Тэгээд ийм контент хийх гэсэн юм аа. Та ингээд өөрийнхөө энэ сетапуудыг ингээд танилцуулдаг ийм контент хийж болох уу гэсэн чинь Genius. Окей. Шууд. Let's do it гэл. Айгуу гоё.
FaZe fans know never to get comfortable. It's always going to be an exciting finish with them. One of those teams that makes every matchup worth watching. Even on a bad day, these guys know each other so well. It has less to do with aim, more to do with reads. But of course, form is a question too here for Vitality.
Ер нь амар жиг тоолж байгаа юм шиг гэсэн. За, range нь 18 килл явж байгаа юм шиг. Ямар тэмцээн байсан бэ? WESG, Alibaba Sports-ын WESG гэдэг тэмцээн чонгчинд болж байсан. Тэрэн дээр ирчихсэн. Ант хөөрхөн тайлбарлах шүү гинэ. Баярлалаа анда. Яагаад хамгаалтаа сайжруулсан бол өчигдрийн асуудлаас болоод өчигдөр чинь үзэгчдээс нь хүмүүс тайз руу гараад босдог гаргаад би Instagram дээр ер нь мэдээллүүдийг оруулсан шүү. Яагаад юу болов? Энэ учир шалтгаан нь юу байв? гэдэг талаар бичсэн байгаа. Хөөе, манайхаа нэрээ лайкаа дарцгаагаад subscribe хийж амжаагүй байгаа бол subscribe хийцгээгээрэй.
So they walk away. Spinks heard that one defender on A early on, frozen silent.
Хэдүүлээ чинь 135,000 subscriberтай болох гэдэг байна шүү. Ойрхон байв. Бараг болцсон уу юу? 135,000 болцсон байж магадгүй.
But no utility to deal with that. Frozen has to sprint out.
За шар гарч ирлээ хөөе. Яа, Frozen бүр амар байна.
There it is again. That tethering. For a second there's a gap. For a second.
130 болчих гинэ. Nice. За, phase ихний map авсан. Жи end fast. End fast.
He doesn't have a smoke to use. He ends up in a cone fire with Robs. They can both peek off each other. Look how they work together. It only strengthens their setup.
Саяхтай нэг хэсэг жоохон юу байсан? Robs Heaven дээр байхгүй байгаад байсан шүү дээ. Frozen тэр шараас ихтэй гарч ирж байгаа үнийг бол өөрөө аюу гоё унгаалаа.
Look what they have. Rounds. All they've got. Tech9's a Deeg, Scout, Galil. Times are tough for Vitality because that first half sure as hell set a precedent. Throwing caution to the wind is already down secret. Looking to just change up timing desperately, looking to frazzle phase.
За, азар 3 хүн. Smoke арилаад Frozen-ийг 3 хүнийг зүгээр instant headshot. 3 2 1 бодлоо ярьсан. Дахиад smoke сэргээчлээ.
But Frozen is given yet another chance to thrive close smoke and the calmness of this sea.
Ахныг tectonic dance хийгээч гинэ. Tectonic чи яадаг вүлээ?
But Apex is the X factor.
Яа, Vent гарч ирлээ. 1 2
He's got himself the double. Sure, Apex flies up from Vent, joins the other rifle. Kerrigan gets off sight. This could be his chance, his moment. Brokey looking outer sees nothing. Numbers known inside of the A site. Kerrigan comes back.
За. Байцаараа гэсэн чи тийч Zaiwu Brokey-г унгашлаа. 2-9-2 50 секунд хугацаа. За, Rob цаавна бат штэ. Robin cool. Robin cool. Том болоод К ахшигээ хүн болно гинэ. Оо, яг. Хүл наргац. Яа, Zaiwu мэдх юм болоо Zaiwu 76. Зүүн тишгээл амар бодох хэрэгтэй энэ да. Boom.
Rob's falling silent, gets ever closer. Zaiwu.
He makes the calculation, and he's correct once again.
Tectonic бүчч яадаг вүлээ? Тэгдэг вүлээ. Мөн билүү?
It's about time we get one like this from FaZe. Always better on the big stage.
За 1-0. 1-0. За ерөнхий шүү гинэ.
I'm flashing outside, lining up second, Hovey. I'm ready. Go. Smoking. Looking down. Holding secret still. Only warehouse. Yeah. Going into blue. Yeah. Can you give him all Brokey? Here blue, here config away. Behind you, warehouse dead. Nice. I'm taking space with Hovey. Yeah. Here main walk out now. I'm pulling main walk out. I'm flashing main now. Yeah, dude. I'm gonna peek it from garage. I'm marked over again. Hold secret. Dead main. Nice. Come in. Yeah. That should be
Nice.
Fucking sick boys. Come on. But it's all sound.
Ёо, юу ярьлаа гэж. Хөөе, би map оруулаагүй юм уу? Ха? Nuke, Vertigo, Inferno. The world is changing. Nuke, Vertigo,
Level up your gaming space with metal
Inferno.
posters from Displates. Paint your displates in seconds. Swap them
Nuke,
whenever you like. Get
Phase,
official art from
Vertigo,
your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal
Vitality.
canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is shop now at displate.com.
За сонсоо. 15 минутын дараа уулзъя гинэ. Бараг тэгж байгаа байх шүү, те. За цагийн дараатай дараагийн map идэв гэж байна. Next map. Тийм биш үү? 1 цаг 3 минутанд юм биш үү дараагийн map. 1 цаг 3 минутанд.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good. And they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
За, Instagram дээр нэг хүн мессеж бичсэн байна. Hi bro. Өчигдрийн тоглолтын дундуур үзэгчдээс тайз руу гардаг явдлын талаар хаана бичсэн бэ гэх. Story байгаа штэ. Story нэрлэлсэн үү? Байж л шүү. Wow. Маха шарсан дахиад идэг нэ.
Yeah, welcome back. We're about to break it down on the desk. First blood phase, and I'm with a very frustrated maniac. Less so pimp. Look, I keep it real as
well. Анхаарлын нэмдэг IG гэж бичих юм бол гараад ирнэ. K доогоор зураас мэлтаа гэж байдаг баха.
We talked about Zero all tournament. When was he going to
Ашгэл хөгшрөн доо.
Things have got worse. In this game, he shit the bed so bad.
Ахны интро явуулаач. Оо, интро надад хаана байна? Face DSN болж байгаа юм болоо тоглох гэхээр болохгүй байсан. Юутай байгаа гэсэн шүү дээ. Засвартай. Next match хэдэн минут вэ? 1 цаг 3 минутаас гэсэн шүү. Юу бэн кейдүү буяахан байна гинэ. Оо, сайн уу буяах. Сайн байна уу та? G2 Navi тусуулна K харж байгаарэ гинэ. Map 2 Vertigo. Map 2 Veto явуулмаар байна. Giveaway ялгчаа яаж шалгаруулах вэ гинэ. Нөгөө юуны утганы юу? Тэрний giveaway ихний тодруулалт чи маргааш явах хэрэгтэй шүү. 30 мэдтэй маргааш чаа. Биш 31. 31-нд ихнийх нь явуул. 31 тэгээд 4 сарын 2 гэж лөө. 3 гэж лөө. Маргааш явах юм болоо яах юм бол. Эсвэл нэмсэн 4 сарын 2-нд бүх ялгч нараа тодруулах юм болоо. За тэрийг Mobicom-тай бас шалгах хэрэгтэй байх. Та 18-ыг төгссөн үү гинэ. Тийм шүү дээ. IG юу вэ? Тэр постыг олддгүй. Пост биш шүү. Story шүү. Өчигдрийн тэр болсон асуудал дээр би юу хийсэн шүү. Пост хийсэн шүү. Биш story хийсэн шүү. K мазаалаад тоглож байлуу гинэ. Үр жоохон доош тий. 6 мурдгаар ингэ юм болов. 6 7 дугаар ингэж байхад би Улаанбаатарын мазаалаад тоглож байсан шүү дээ.
My blood tension is going down a little bit. Let's give some praises to FaZe Clan. Clinical performance from them.
Ахын пикэм худалцсан уу гинэ. Ер нь бол амьд байгаа. G2-гийнх өнөөдөр очиж юм бол миний зоос алт болох гээд байна. Gold. Ах сүүлийн үед ажил дээр идэвхтэй гоё байна гинэ. Харин тийм. Би ер нь бол мэдээнүүд надад тэгж стори дээр оруулаад ахаар их зүгээр юм байлээ. Тийм байхаа боги гээд мөнтэй гинэ. Боги гэж хүмүүс бэ нөө мөн. Бро хөргөчөнд байсан бээр яатсан бэ? Ууц юм уу? За би лав уухгүй шүү. Зургатаар гарч байгаа үжиж биер мэр уугаа суугаад гарч бас үгүй шүү дээ. Тоглодог байхдаа ямар амжилт гаргаж байсан бэ гинэ. Хөлбөмбөө. Өө би тийм амар удаан тоглоогүй. Нэг л тэмцээнд орж исэн баг. Улаанбаатарын мазаалаад байж ах чинь би чинь юунд байлаа. Сумьягийн нэрэмжтгээд нэг тим тэмцээн болж исэн юм да. Тэр тэмцээн дээр 2 дугаар байранд орж илоо. Жүжигчдэн Дэмэдбатрын төрсөн дүү юу гэнэ. Нөө зүгээр л адилхан.
Well, listen, extremely versatile on the T side, and they won the few rounds that I think were instrumental, pivotal. Round 5 is we can dive into this. There's the Sphinx scenario with the
Сантита хамаатна уу гэнэ. Нөө зүгээр адилхан. Ах чи тоо авраг авчвал та яах уу гэнэ. За би одоо яах.
With a little bit of hell on top, hides in the smoke, completely sells his teammate. By the way, I don't know if you're looking at Amazon Prime because Messi's already out. Sphinx dies in the smoke, and you definitely close the.
За story үзчихлээ. Олоогүй бол өглөө унтаж чадахгүй байсан.
This was right after Vitality caught on fire. We saw the reaction after the clutch from Sphinx. Everybody stands up there.
Шанхай мейжер тасалбараа эртнээс авахгүй бол олддоггүй гэсэн гэнэ. Тэр баг үнэн баха. Хэцүү гэж магадгүй шүү нэрэ те. Чи одоо бас тэр бумгаар хүн юмтай.
Face struggling, find himself in a 4v5 right here, losing another player in yard, making it a 3v5 at that point. Again, a smoke kill, may get a little bit lucky. Sometimes you need a bit of luck to get back into the game. Here's the issue though. FaZe Clan walks out ramps, they hear the two players rotate.
Таныг харахаар нэг тийм сайн мундаг эр хүн шиг санагддээ штэ гээд саяхан найзтайгаа ярьж байлаа. Нэг л тийм сэтгэл дотн ах шүү. Манай Мэги ах гинэ. Мэги. Who is Мэги? Ах ирээдүйд юу хийн гэж бодож байна? Кастал хийх үү гинэ. Оо яг болвол каст гэдэг чинь яг мета дээр хийж байгаа хэдэн ажлуудынхан зөвхөн нэг нь. Контентуудаа бол хийдгээрээ хийгээд явна. За тэмцээний шууд амжуулалтууд бол явдгаараа явах. Кофе уух нэр идэх үү? Кофе чонд юм уу явж нэрээ? Нэрээ мундаг шүү манай. Сая кофе уух гэж хэн битсэн бэ? Атилла. Өстой мундаг. За би нэр кофе чанаа дөө. Зөөрсөн сайн. Ах 40 хурж байгаа гэхэд залуухан харагдаж байна штэ гинэ. Би харин ч амар овртой гэдэг ш намайг. Одоо жишээ нь фантастикийн тамира амар продакшны баачка бид 3 нэг анги чацуу гэхэд бид тэр хоёроос хамаагүй өгшин харагдаж байна уу? Та нар яг үнэн л дээ. I'ma clutch this shit like Sinzo. Юу гэдэг нь пала. Ах нь юм шиг гинэ. Тийм хөгшин харагдаж байна. Гэхдээ зүгээрээ баярлаа. Баярлаа. Гэхдээ эрт ингээд яачаар хүй гетрайт хараад ирсэн мэн үү? Тийм шүү дээ. Эрт ингээд хөшөрч штэ. Тэнгүүт ер нь ингээд нэг 50% руугаа ороод ирэхээр жоохон ингээд яачтай юм шүү. Гайгүй болчтой юм шүү.
final question, Christopher. Final words even. I'm going to leave them with you. Anything that you'd like to say.
Ticket аль сайтаас авдаг вэ? Шангагийн мэж рүү Stomtic.
I'll take it for once again. Hi everyone, once again, I'm here. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Finally, we have CS2 around the corner. We have finals. We have Richard Lewis back on the desk. Hi buddy, much love for everyone who's doing in the scene, etc. And it's just amazing to be back and see you filling up the arena. Because Counter-Strike is the best game out there, right? And that's why we're here. We love the game, we love the people, we love all the teams and players and so on. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing. Because you guys are the best. Have a lovely time here in the Royal Arena.
Oh yeah,
Richard, in the desk, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Paula. Yeah, good to see another legend on the stage. Much love to Get Right. Gave so much to the game. And what Vitality wouldn't do for a player like him right now as we head into this map brought to you by our sponsor, Displate. Now, just to show you, these are super easy to mount. I'll show you the back. The magician shouldn't reveal his tricks, but these are like magic. They just use magnets and super easy. You don't need a tool to mount them. And they've been sponsoring the major, and they've even increased the discount that you can get. If you get one or two, you get 30% off, and if you get 3 or more, 36% off. And you go to display.com/PGL. Make sure you use the code, and you can choose from all the officially licensed Counter-Strike artwork, and even up 200 different types of licensed artwork. But you will notice this time I chose a specific Displate, guys.
Yeah. Right.
And it's got Vertigo.
I have massive respect for Displate making Vertigo look so sexy. I'm not gonna lie, it actually looks like a decent map from the out perspective right here.
Listen, I might actually just leave that there.
I mean, we can do analysis on the display right here. You know, if we're talking about Vertigo,
please.
You know, we can talk about a little bit about the B side, maybe the Messi presence over here. We can talk about what if I can find Zaiwu around A here in an AWP. Wasn't he really on the first map? This could be something. So I'm actually going to try and put my glasses on, see if I find.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where are you, buddy? Where are you at? Wait,
listen,
maybe over here.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. Vertigo coming up. This has been the wild card of the major for FaZe. And you said when you put it out there, they're going to float it. We saw with that Anubis ban at the start of the Veto. And Carrigan was just, he was doing this. I'm all ears.
Sure.
We can play this map. We can beat Vitality on this map. What do you guys think?
I'm curious to see whether or not FaZe can replicate the performance we saw against Team Spirit. One thing is going in, you know, when the map is brand new, you got nothing to show for, and obviously Team Spirit were a little bit surprised. Now there's material on FaZe Clan. If you're Vitality, you would have prepared for Vertigo. You knew it was an opportunity. You even picked it in towards FaZe Clan. So you have a little bit to look into. One of the main issues for me is whenever I watch Vitality play Vertigo, it all comes down to Zaiwu. I hate that we have to rediscover this whole conversation once more. His T-side rating on Vertigo is 1.6 on average. He's the guy and the only guy in a plus rating on average from Vitality when it comes to the map of Vertigo. If he's not going to show up tonight, there's absolutely no chance whatsoever Vitality is winning, despite it being their own map pick.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, listen, I'll bring you back to Stockholm and the first 2 games of Legend Stage and the famous Apex quote who said to Zaiwu, if you don't start playing now, buddy, it's over.
Yeah.
Probably a similar conversation happening in batch stage, but I will say the issue that you have if you're Vitality is that it doesn't really matter how deep the playbook for FaZe is right now. They are in a prime position to play FU Counter-Strike. In your face, CS. We're going to throw the rulebook out the window. We're going to cross smokes. We're going to abuse timings. We're going to play very punchy Counter-Strike. We know they can. They have the weapons for it. We had a couple of highlights from Rain, just stretching his legs outside, finding kills. This map can offer some of these solutions. Talking about the A side, you give a money advantage to FaZe. As soon as they're up there, they're finding you. So I don't think they're expert at the map, but I also don't think it matters. I think they're in the perfect position right now to strike, and my heart bleeds, but the 2-0 is right around the corner.
One of the things that I was the most impressive about coming in and watching FaZe Clan play this map of Vertigo was the way Carrigan was playing on the A-bomb side. Him and Apex are playing the same role, trying to dictate the pace on the A-ramp. Carrigan was finding multiple multi-kills within that position. He was playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike individually Carrigan has played in quite some time. My issue is that we know Apex is going to be aggressive towards ramp. We even heard Carrigan say it himself up here on the desk that the A-ramp control is what we're looking for, right? That's the fight we want to take. So it's going to be Carrigan facing off versus Apex Apex in the exact same position. And I've seen Kerrigan play more Counter-Strike and better Counter-Strike at this tournament than I have in a while. You laugh. I wouldn't be comfortable
you're right.
if I were Apex in that position.
No. Well, while you're talking about that, G2 want to get involved in the desk action. They've got their own analysis, and you can see there we've been there.
That's fair. That's a good throwback.
Yeah,
really
not
is.
a bad throwback
and
at all.
That's so unfortunate because, of course, if you're Apex at this time, you think you have them exactly where you want to, but the problem is you could see by the movement of FaZe that they were aware of that risk. So I'm not even faulting him. Listen, he went for the multi-kill, he tried, and obviously now he's ended up being a little bit of a Nico camouflage. And Nico camo, that's what happened over there.
It happens. Look, so quickly, just before we get back into the action, is there a danger here that by FaZe floating Vertigo, you know, I know X-Taz and Apex, I know how hard they work, that will have seen the spirit.
За юу эхэлж гинөө? 1 минут 55 секунд дараа тийм шүү дээ.
You know, lock this map in. And I do have to say that while FaZe won that map and they look better than we expected.
Vitality чи Vertigo дээр үгүй гэсэн мэн. Сүүлийн статистикуудыг харчих л да. Vertigo Vitality 6 удаа тоглосон, 3 хожсон, 3 хожигдсон гэсэн бай. Сүүл Complexity-д хожигдсон юм шүү дээ. Elimination stage дээр үү? 13 долоогоор Complexity-д хожигдсон юм шүү дээ. NC-г хожсон. FaZe-ийн Vertigo гэсэн чинь Spirit-ийг хожсон. 16-14 overtime гаргаж.
Yeah, final thoughts, Jacob.
Yeah, you're not surprised if you're Vitality, and you're obviously not surprised if you're Apex. You knew what you were walking into, what in this video as well. One thing I will say is that
How to donate гинэ. Анхаарлын нэмдэг данс гэж бичвэл данс гараад. За би кофе баярлалаа.
Let's not forget that Counter-Strike does come down to the nitty-gritty. They've only had one game on Vertigo. They almost threw their way against Spirit after having a fantastic start. They were riding on the momentum. Maybe the same momentum they could use to apply pressure to Vitality right now. But one thing is for certain. When you're playing a new map on a stage like this, when you haven't really used it in any tournament for 4 or 5 months, your plan A, if that's not working, you don't have a plan B. You don't have a plan C. You don't have a plan D. How are you going to find solutions on a map that you never really played the past 4 months? So if Vitality can withstand the first, let's say, wave of pressure, wave of momentum, then they can win this map nice and easily. But if they go into the fight where Vitality is getting scared once more and playing bad Counter-Strike, well, we couldn't look at it too.
All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. So it's time to take you back to our commentators for some hate maxing, some fraud watching.
Go Vitality.
It's Scrawny and Lauders.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Desk. That's right. Map up our FaZe, but the beauty of this match is both teams championship quality.
That's right. We've got the reigning major
champs
in FaZe Clan playing for the first time before you today in playoffs at a major. So Royal Arena, on your feet. Let's make history!
Pistol round queued up. Vertigo queued up. A question mark queued up.
За 20,000 төгрөгийн donation Go FaZe Yuko гэсэн юм биш. Бид яагаад юм? Rocket Bay
that they now have this in their fancy
FaZe 13-10 гинэ.
That is the big question.
Тамиг төвшүүлж байгаа юм тий.
Vertigo feels like the decider these days, especially when FaZe are involved. We are teed up potentially for a 2-0.
1999 онд контр тоглож байлаа. Одоо 45 хүрсэмж хоббигоо тавихгүй юм. Гоё штий юм чи өөрөө шинэ гоё байхгүй юу? Юу шинэ гэж би балаа юм ярьж шүү. Sorry. Шинэ ахаа.
And that conversation back of Nuke of like sometimes hesitating, not moving forward, it could very well come back to haunt Vitality right now. Those flanks are getting closer. Frozen activates, catches Apex. Now no more option to fall back. Zywoo early on, one and done. Bomb down, Flames along the smoke with Mezzi will take man advantage. So your flanks all fine and dandy, but now it's a retake.
Yeah, тэр зэрэг тэглэж араас. Амар гарч ирж байгаа.
Vitality are ready to go right back into that fight.
I wish I could get to be a. I wish I could have heard the halftime or the break speech from.
Vitality-гийн энэ фэнүүд нь аюу гоё байна.
Because this is a level of fired up that I feel like we were missing a little bit on Nuke. That was perfect amounts of aggression here. And there was a hiccup, okay? When Zywoo doesn't get his, in this moment, the best pistoling player of 2023, best player with every single gun in 2023, you'd think, all right, they've got a problem. Flanks coming in, they're going to lose multiple guys. Up front, at Generator, to create more space.
Би ч гэсэн G2-гийн тоглолтыг л хүлээж байна. G2 үдээс 3 цаг гэсэн шүү дээ.
On Tetris. Rain leans back.
За force хийсэн байна.
Anchor on Vertigo. Makes sense to me.
Rain-ийг л ямар гоё яргаж байна.
Gotta prove the entity.
За, Digley-ийн ярьжсэн чинь зүгээр саваач.
Very quickly. Just gonna charge him down. Mac 10, money made, bomb plant, all good.
That's clean. It's a much better start.
What do you make of this idea that FaZe can suddenly start floating Vertigo
in
in
the
best of three?
The thing is, I mean, they built confidence. They probably put in a lot of prep into the map. It's definitely to say though.
Ахимаар кофе ууж болж байгаа юм. Шинжэнгөөс
авчих байгаа. Maybe ran dry a little bit when it came to T side. Spirit were able to just slowly climb back. Donk still had a great game versus them, so they didn't get everything that they were looking for.
Сонирхолтой тоглолтоо дандаа өрөө болох юм аа гэн.
We don't know what happens when FaZe are in the gym, workshopping new ideas, fixing what they learned in that very tough game that went on a long time. And I think it's in the overtime rounds that you get the most growth.
Stewie 2K complexity-д орж байгаа байна шүү дээ. Legacy-д орж шүү дээ Stewie 2K. Туршилтаар орж ирж байна. Тэгээ болж бүтээд байх юм бол цаашаа Colzerg орно Legacy-д орж байна. Эхнэр нь ойлгодгүй ажлыг нь манай эхнэр маш сайн ойлгож шүү дээ.
We're definitely capable of closing it out, but that can be said for any match. Again, this one's about pressure.
As the panel mentioned, rounds away from seeing Spirit in this head-to-head instead.
Obviously, Kerrigan's known for having the best vetoes in history. And we've seen teams take risks, right? We've seen IGL try to do things by picking a cool map, but sometimes that blows back in their face. They don't win, right? You're not a genius. Well, Kerrigan can pick the map that he barely plays.
And sometimes
perfect moment and win in an important game.
That's when it works wonderfully. And that was that beautiful comparison post-match versus Spirit, where it's like this is kind of, you know, Glabe's Vertigo versus Liquid in Berlin type beat. Brings it forward here.
Nico hidon phased байсан юм бэ.
And what we've got is a forward-facing Rain. A wonderful flash comes out to support him, but not able to really capitalize.
17-8 онд байсан уу?
Poor Robs thinking maybe he could trick them, take the place of the corpse. In reality, burned back.
Тэгээд ковид юм бол гарч байгаа. Ковид ч 21 он гэдэг чинь 20 онд гарсан шүү.
But also takes damage. So there's a little bit to work with. If Brokey were to just rail a Deagle shot, that'd be one thing. But Mezzi seems to have gotten out of dodge. Fake plants once. Zywoo chews through smoke, and with it, a 4v2 comfortable conversion. So it seemed Frozen winning a fight in the middle just adds another layer, an extra gun, something more for FaZe to work with as they whittle away the money of Vitality on their 3-0 start.
I mean, the gut-wrenching thing would have been to see
2019 онд G2-д орсон шүү дээ.
Vitality, they can do well in this map. They've still got to close out on map 3 if we get there.
За үзчихэл та.
That could be Inferno, excuse me. The great decider. Still potential problems ahead in this one. Again, they're going to be wondering how have FaZe evolved, and I think the scariest part about playing a team that doesn't play a map much is not knowing how they've evolved, not knowing what mistakes they've learned from. Thing is, this is a match where Vitality can just simply play to their own strengths and know they have a strong Vertigo. They just have to not.
Nico 17 оны 2 сарын 19-нд орж исэн юм байна. Mausas FaZe руу 17 оны 2 сард орсон юм байна. 17 оны 2 сард ороод
Kingslayer here in playoffs, a team that of course they won Antwerp. That was also the last time they got to playoffs. Vitality won the last major. Spirit were the
20 оны 10 сард гарсан юм байна.
Number 1 team expected to clear
20 оны 10 сард
on the hard side of the bracket. FaZe have already taken their scalp. And now looking for the reigning major champions.
17 онд ороод 20 онд гарчихжээ.
We had such a momentum-based start to the first map. See if they can follow through here.
За одоо раунд авъя.
Rain has just been pummeled, bullied over and over. Luckily, it's Rops. Frozen gets an edge over man. Advantage B site has been taken, but there's no bomb currently in possession for Vitality. So what do? They're going to go hunting. Rops doesn't see it coming. Shot to the spine. Bomb needs to be procured. It will be grabbed by Messi. He needs to come back, but he's so cautious of that looming threat of a potential FaZe player down in the depths. That is not the case. They've doubled up. Trying to tether nicely. Flames moving forward here, right? All the space he can take forward is all the room Messi will have to maybe put that bomb down and possibly clutch it if he has to. Catching Brokey in the open, Flames doesn't bite. Smoke to the right side to keep him locked in. They see that glimpse, that glance over top of construction. Frozen's position is known. He tries to take the first, get the first.
That's right, perfect. In time from the young guns here on Vitality. Safe hands as they swat away.
Америкт байгаа Монгол G3-гээд ямар баг байна?
I'm going to give the FaZe most of the time because even though they've got some young players, they've got players who have built chemistry.
Whether it's been on this roster or the last time together, Frozen and Rops. Гиудэд тоглож байсан хин юм лээ. Тэр эднийг Америкт очсон баг гэсэн юм гэдсэн.
That was probably the best trio in mid-round situations that we've ever seen in this game. Rivaling Astralis, rivaling Fnatic. And so it's great to see this come together for Flamesy and Mezzy.
4-0, 5-0. Shit, 4-0.
You could see Vitality latch onto the moment.
Can't blame them after what was Nuke. 13-7 loss. Never had footing. Never slowed it down. The first half banked on 2 pop-offs from Spinks. That's it. And then not to mention losing the 2v1. allowing Rops to close out that game to go up map 1. Nah. Vitality have to grasp this chance. This start.
Construction harцсан талч ямар гоё яваад орч байна. Хин бэ? Frozen нэг хүн амар 4-1 унгаагаач. Frozen, we need you right now.
But there is still a piece in
Юу
place.
ийгээд smoke-нд амьдраа зогсчихоо.
There he is.
Нанийг унгаарсан. Яа тэр араас нэг гараад ирцээ. Apex унгаарсан баха.
But also given room to work as he comes up. Apex is going to catch him. Nicely done. Tucking him down beneath tarp, waiting for the step up, waiting for Vitality to follow through. So what if you have a spanner in the works?
Та хэдийн хувьд нэг гадаад энэ Америк каструудаас Америк жоох одоо англи хэлний official каструудаас хин хиний дуу хамгийн гоё. Одоо яг энэ каст хийж байгаа чинь Scrawny Launders, Machine Sponge, Hugo,
He is not just an unlikely IGL, someone who started as an
Moses.
entry fragger who had the level of stats that some top 20 players had back in 2018. One of the most unlikely players to transition to this role that we've ever seen in history to make it work.
Henry G.
To be crowned best IGL of 2023.
But I'll say on top of that, even when things started to get a
Henry G.
little
Anders
last year, we started to see Apex rule with a bit of an iron fist. Harsh words about his teammates. Clearly distraught in game, mid-round.
Би бинийгээ олцсон дуу кастууд ер нь айгуу гоё л.
And that's what makes him a leader.
And you would be a joker, you know, you would be some kind of fool if you
Machine Sponge 2 гоё. Гэхдээ сүүлийн үед бол энэ Saunders хийдэр энэ хоёр бол айгуу гоё болоод байна.
Another timing here on the B side that has just got
Scrawny
against the wall.
Нэг хэсэг Henry G. Sadokist хоёр айгуу гоё дуу хийдэг байсан. Sadokist өөрөө болж утгуугээсээ болоод хөгцсөндөө өрх.
That's what FaZe did to them at the beginning of Nuke. That's the edge that they need to get back.
Ер нь альва нэг юмн дээр нэг хоёр юм байна. Одоо ингээд бизнес хийсэн ч бай, ямар нэгэн зүйлийг хийгээд ингээд амьдралаа болгох гэдэг нэг явж байгаа. Нэг нь хамгийн ихнийх нь тууштай байдал. Хамгийн ихнийх нь тууштай байдал. Хоёр дахь нь сахилга байна.
We've seen almost the same run here from FaZe except
За тэгээ гурав дахь нь бас байж байна. Тэр нь бол байнга өөрийгөө сайжруулад
I'll chalk that up to the thought of winning the first CS2 major. for Kerrigan to be competing in 3 versions of this game at a
Зарап
top level.
цуглаа.
Felt like
Үгүй
Spinks was
раунд
always
авч
nervous about
чадахгүй.
the possibility of the top ladder control. Good thing he kept his guard up. And it is with a swift shot that Robs goes down.
За одоо хампиглээ штэ.
They will find him,
Rain.
but still he's done his job. Getting active, finding 2, and allowing for the B site to be compromised. Flames again is looking to flex.
Kerrigan тэнцэн зэндийн ойтой ямар ч үсэн Flames-ийг унгаач гэсэн Mazay Apex. За хэдүүлж хараа 3 дахь map үзэх гэдэг юм байна. Тэгээ Vertigo спецгүүлдэ.
To keep up pressure, to keep up this 6-0 lead.
Yeah, they're ready for it. They're ready for it 100%.
Oh my god, inhuman reaction гэдэг ахал гинэ. Андерсон. Inhuman reaction.
And they vetoed out a map that has been very kind to Flamesy.
Hikoгийн.
But he's showing a little bit of range right now.
180 гэж байна.
Happy to jump
Easy
on the
13
construction
na
site
yun
that is Vertigo.
Another fast one. Brain's got a chance at a multi. Scott Robs with him. That's the edge for FaZe. Man advantage, but at what cost?
They're using aggressive openings to get to very difficult, chaotic mid-round situations where you
За энэ раунд чинь юу нэр нь?
but that's actually a good sign of Vitality
Фейз
believing in
рууч
themselves. They're not
боломжтой
looking for the slow
шүү.
5v5 to get one kill. They know they're way
Муухай
better in the
нэгэн
default. They want to rock FaZe.
За Robs-ны туслах хэрэгтэй байна.
Game plan.
Broke-ийг голоо авч байгаа.
I mean, it's really the tempo that FaZe Clan set on the T side of their own map pick. Came out of the gate swinging at that A site.
The opening of the round is where FaZe have put most of their work in.
Screaming one tap дээр тэгдэггүй л.
The mid round is where the creativity blossoms.
Hikoгийн
Team
blocking
has more
board.
experience can come up with
Last
more
playing.
ideas.
Double
This is what
door дээр.
Vitality want to foster.
Ooh, Robs, man. Half a dozen frag grenades throughout this half have hit
Мөнгө
Tetris.
дээ.
Finally,
Hikoгийн
one
бодлоо
softens him up. So much so that a Molly's a guaranteed death. Had to swing, no other choice. Brokey without a frag thus far, map 2. Trying to work alongside Kerrigan, but these flashes are disruptive. Oh, hold on. Zaiwu almost snapping away too soon. It's a fake plant.
Базар 20-өөс 30 секунд хугацаа. Broke ганцаар амдраад байна.
To get frozen
Сос.
into position. Flames' presence close green. No to him. And that rumbling
За араас нь ирж байгаа шүү дээ. Энэ ихтэй удчихлаа.
Zaiwu give it a chance to clutch. Brokey doesn't go through smoke
Zaiwu.
just yet. Gun back up, and he's able to get off site.
Ай. За.
In an instant. Wow.
Last year дээр Hiko мөн P2000-аар. P2000 байдаг үү те.
Cheats his way to the podium. That's nice.
Let's talk about him. Long has he waited for a chance to rejoin Kerrigan because he was always in Finn's ear saying if a spot opens up, it's mine for the taking. And it felt like an inevitability.
Grand final
Eventually,
таван
Frozen would
best
step
for-
forward on FaZe.
You know, when it came to the quality of player that you get and the experience of playing with Kerrigan, there's no question that Frozen is an unbelievable guy. You know, when he played on Mouse, he went above and beyond and he carried on every single match.
Ер нь бол
When it came to
best of
replacing
5
specifically,
форматыг би надад
you would
их
think
таалагддаг.
you kind of can see it in the same way you could see Frozen going
Бараал
down.
гоё.
But there are some role changes that need to take place. But Kerrigan said we're done integrating him now. Now it's time for results. FaZe
За,
FC
Rain.
finals. Now they want trophies.
Үзэх гээд байгаа юм уу? Наа дараас чинь boost гарлаа штэ найзаа.
Rain again trying to find his groove here, but once more, a lot of players on the other side of this wooden wall. And behind his Molotov, they will start to
Гараад
clamber
ирсэн
over.
Messi энэ ойрхон smoke гараад байгааг мэдсэн дээ яг
Right
гинэ.
there, catches him off. Slight jiggle out of Rain, and it's a casualty again that can't be sustained inside this B site. Rotators trying to get over, but there is no rush from Vitality. They've got FaZe where they want them. Wounded, worried, down by 5 rounds.
Юу ийгээд яваад байна Kerrigan.
Stretch out for the M4, good upgrade.
Ямартай ч нэг юм
Ends
унгасан
the
ш.
kill. As Vitality now look like
За
they do
өсөлтөд
want
энэ
to
хайрцаг
follow
яраа.
through. We got a glimpse of what Brokey could do in the last round, but this time they do get by. Missed shots again, one kill to his name. And a B-bomb site that seems to belong to Vitality round after round.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of nades do they have to even get back into this retake? They've got to hope for a terrible mistake here from the
Тэр гарын цуугаад байна хараа
side,
Broke-ийн.
excuse me.
A smoke.
It's
Messi харц.
looks like it's not coming.
Shoulder
За
shots,
Robs
what was
гоё
feeling like a
шүү.
save queued up, but now with that kill towards mid,
3-3.
at least they've won the fight on one front. We're looking at
Smoke
Robs
there.
with the kit and the smoke, but we've got
Kit
Flames
there.
pressed in. Vitality have to hold. Here it comes. Good
Ой,
clean
ой,
headshot
ой.
out of Messi. Still the CT's
За
pressed.
тулцсан байж байгаа нэг унгаа хөгсөн. Robs нэг эсрэг.
Able to get the trade back to the CT's favor, and it's Flamesy in the pocket, burning setting up a bomb site as Vitality show no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, perfect trade game between him and Messi. The ember of Vitality burning. They're fanning him. They're getting him more comfortable in these situations, and he is delivering. The lad who came from endpoints through OG to get his chance on Vitality.
Шанхай мейжер очиж үзэх монголчууд байна уу? Цуг орилё л доо.
Massive shoes to fill.
За Шанхайгийн мейжер руу эхлээд манай залуучууд шалгараг те.
As for Vitality,
хоёр монгол баг дээр орчих юм бол яас. Гоё доо.
But in trying to buy more years, you sacrifice a veteran.
And it felt like that sacrifice was
Бүр ядарсан байх шүү дээ. Миний нүүдэл тэгж харагдаж байна. Ер нь бол би гайгүй.
back on his OG days was his inability to perform on the big stage. Right, they would tear up groups, put in the playoffs, and OG disappear.
100%.
You get signed for Vitality, you are no longer afforded that.
So
this 3K
шилдэг
round
бол идчихсэн чинь зүгээр л тэр цаан сууж исэн хоёр сохтуу залуу зүгээр л мөрөөл явчихжээ.
Wild to me that his interview as this tournament was going on is I need to win a major so I can see it on my HLTV profile. Like that's the trophy, his big claim.
But knowing Flamesy like that makes perfect sense.
He means it.
When you go DM against him, he wants you to know.
Эркаст X Greyhound coach хэвээрээ байгаа юу байгаа. Одоо тэр чинь хойд Америкийн юутай болсон шүү дээ. Байгууллага орсон Fly Quest гэдэг.
Kerrigan having to call all these pistoling situations.
Ooh, I was going to say no pressure, but maybe that's the beauty of an unoccupied bomb site. Half a sleep into the Desert Eagle.
Right into the crouch transition. Some more establishing grenades as they go to take over the site.
And what is always this inevitable Spinks mid-play. When he first came into Vitality, let's talk about that. I would say the Lurks top mid Vertigo left so much to be desired.
That underpass on Mirage. He was playing it too slowly. He was so obsessed with keeping his DPR low that he failed to have a real impact. And that is the game that all Lurkers have gone through. Even Robs on FaZe Clan has evolved so much in his time.
They're going to take a little glance at the site. Make Vitality nervous.
Messi
Flawless as they hold off on the site.
Yeah, you see them
24 онд 2 мейжер болох уу? Yes.
It's all good signs.
Эхний мейжер Copenhagen, хоёрт мейжер Шанхай мейжер. Ивэл хөөрхөн шүү. Үлзий хулан 2 бол маа.
And if he's going to put forward a great performance, just not in the kills department, but peaks out mid.
Монголын best caster шүү андаа гэнэ. Маш баярлалаа.
With the threat of a top mid lurk is so critical, and it's something he does now so well.
I mean, I thought Spinks was a generational talent when he came from Ents. Then when he played on Vitality, to me, I thought I was wrong. I thought he was too inconsistent to be that. But his evolution in the past 2 years has been remarkable. And for me, he was the lurk of the year last year. Him and Robs, even being toe-to-toe is an amazing thing to think about.
Good one here from Frozen. Ooh. They're looking, they're starting to run more risks. Now they're spamming smokes, looking to get up in Vitality's face to try and turn it down a notch, but it costs him.
Yeah. And you know how much Vitality game plan towards the left side of A ramp to punish those short peaks. That's literally what they do all the time.
Хоёр хүн ороод шүү дээ.
Feel like I've seen Apex die doing that a million times.
Sandbag руу явсангүй. Уул нь бол тэнд гоё юм бэлтжээд байдаг.
Or pray that Zaiwu has 2 bad maps.
За B дээр бүр баларсан. Рейний бол энэ Б-гийн сайтанд
whether it's frags or fire, the util here for Vitality on B is enough to unravel the defense.
Чөдрийг шиг.
And so they are starting to realize the cost of floating Vertigo in this series. It's one thing to catch Spirit off guard with it. To go back and forth in a close affair, he needed to divide the two, but now Vitality simply cut from a different cloth. 9-1 on this T side.
Unreal to see. Unreal to see after what we watched on Nuke.
Өдөр хэд хүртэл унтаа окей.
Amazing setup for what could happen in this matchup.
19 цагаас 10 цагаас байна уу? 10 тунтаа 4
All the greatest roads lead to Inferno.
We thought for a minute that it was just in CSGO, but we've seen some unbelievable Inferno finishes recently too. Suddenly, people have started playing it more.
За дайрчлаа. Kerrigan хөө дэлгэцэн хараарай.
Just looking to hang on to the M4 will still be challenged.
But he's gone.
As long as Zaiwu doesn't come hunting. All's good. 3 weapons held on to here by FaZe as they are looking for 3 rounds of a CT side.
Yeah, 3 rounds. There's going to be some egg on the face of Kerrigan if he
Амар
can't get more
бачканыг
out of
байсан
this
гэсэн
map.
үү?
Win or
Yes.
lose, again, it's his quote that says, if you're going to lose a map, make it close at least. They'll have trouble trying to do that, but it does start still in this half. Amazing how many fast tactics have worked here for Vitality consistently. Almost all rounds have ended B.
Ooh, nice nade.
Yeah.
Soften up the mid-play.
Ooh, hit nade. 3 nade.
Artillery strike back
Унсангүй
with
шүү.
sandbags, but honestly, Kerrigan hangs on. Funnily enough, it's him and Apex softened up early by the util. Rob's looking for the mid-peak, and the timing could have been T.
And that's with the nade that landed on Apex. He survives that. Perfect accuracy.
Long distance relationship бүтгэв I love her. Бүтгэв
And Spinks is making so much noise because he can. Because Vitality seemingly do no wrong.
Man, they found the gap right there. Was Rob's coming out of connector, and for a second he did have
За,
a back,
11 болчихлоо
right, but
тий.
it was still being watched. Vitality wanted to come in
3 матч одоо Inferno шүү дээ.
and just say, let's see if we can get up to heaven and get that lurk frag to the guy who's playing in the back of default. And the connection was almost made for FaZe Clan, but just a little too late.
GG end fast.
They're going to give them nothing.
Яа,
No
дээрлэж
chance at a
байна.
recovery.
Wow.
No rounds to work with in the second half. A very quick and swift reminder to the reality that is the major
Өөрийнхөө
stage.
микээ чангалчаач бро, гейм саунда бас гэнэ. Аль алийг чангалчих гэж үү? Аль алийг чангалчих гэж байгаа бол баг Орой сайхан өөрийнхөө компьютер дээр ч юм уу, утсан дээр чангалчих юм уу?
Almost feels like that's a little revenge for when he gets caught by Frozen back on Nuke. Instead, this time he snaps over to Elevator and gets his. So 2 MP9s in the mix for FaZe, lackluster nades, a continuous issue that is this B ramp, and Mezzi just saw feet crossing, so he is on high alert.
Oh, you know, Mezzi loves a foot or two.
Энэ хэний пиксэн байна тий? Юу
Down
байтал.
goes one, and that continuous stream of bullets indicating he knows there's somebody else, but he eats his teammate's flash, tries to
энэ
push
амир хөө.
through, and that's when Brokey and Rob's actually tether excellently, still almost taking everybody out, but Spinks, 11 health, hangs on. 2v2 to close it.
Oh.
Йоо, энд юу болоод байна? Frozen.
Frozen. A danger zone medicine. Kerrigan makes sound as he drops down the ladder, but he's got a bomb.
За 75 HP-тэй заяа. 73 HP-тэй Kerrigan. Нэг нь 19 сумтай, нөгөөх нь 24 сумтай.
Because this second round is everything.
Яа, яг нэг ханны наа
занаа. Zaiwu comes to the fight. And he wins it.
And a pop off because that is a
Зайлшин л өөртөө бидэн дээр хэлээд байна.
And a reminder to FaZe that when it comes to Vertigo, you ain't it. You're not those guys.
You're not those guys, pal. My God.
Maybe you
this
can
is really,
you know,
setting up this match. My goodness.
Maybe you can scrape the barrel and get it past a bunch of kids, but when it comes to the reigning major champions, no chance.
It's a perfect contrast between those two teams, right? It's the heroes of today versus the guys who were the heroes in Paris, who's supposed to be the best player in the world, of course. After the last map, their question is if he's going to be the best player in the servers. Two different sort of standards. When you talk about
тайзны тоглолтын дээр тэгэл хэцүү шүү дээ. Шилэн хоргол байхгүй бол. Яагаад гэхдээ шилэн хоргол хийхээ болчихсон юм бол. Сэмцэнүүд дээр ч юу нь бол байнгын л ингээл тэр тусмаа мейжер дээр шилэн хоргол хийдэг бол амар хоргол байсан. Одоо ерөөс байхгүй.
Give this pistol your all. And whether it goes south or not, you just bank on the fact that Inferno awaits us in the wings.
11 гэж.
FaZe and comebacks, hand in hand. But my God, this one's desperate.
And
as the desk said, it's when you start to bank on all the experience in tough spots like this.
Okay.
There is no experience on Vertigo, but there is a 4v2 post plant to at least try to kick off this T side with. Mezzi and Spinks, nothing to lose. Go for it.
Just looking for the kills at this point. They cannot fight their way back out of this. Spinks alone, V4. Normally this
Honestly,
happens,
хүн амар
not
comeback
today,
байна.
but for Vitality, how could they screw this up?
Don't ask that question.
How could they screw this up?
They are playing FaZe.
What are the odds that FaZe come back into this
Ma
game?
crash манин bro гэд байх юм. What should I do гинэ.
If we were watching any other team, there would have been
Хэцүү байна ч
FaZe Clan, maybe. We'll see.
Хэдийн zone moon руу орсон юм шүү.
We'll go by the round. They can start a tap. We know they're good for it.
Бараг өөр юм бодох юм шүү.
Step by step, they'll build.
За харбуунууд.
Yeah, he's got it. Every once in a while, huh? Kerrigan just, he's got it. Dealing with these unarmored CTs swiftly. Nice USP kill out of Spinks. Gotta give it to him. But that's it, just one. Kerrigan leads the charge up short. No sweat, no stress.
Easy as you'd expect. And it might seem like a small hurdle, but it's an important first step.
Well, you know, there's a lot of teams that try to personify Kerrigan's own words. The score at the end of the map, win or loss, matters. He knows it better than anybody else. And so he will try his damnedest to lead this one back.
And that's a man that hangs on to every threat and pulls as hard as he can. Looking to make magic happen once again. It's MR12 and Vitality are close to winning, but that also means it's an easier comeback here for FaZe. If they want to show up to work today in a suit. Because we saw in that
Facebook Messenger message хийж байна та. Зөвхөн cast яриа орж ирээд буудалт идэр сонсогдохгүй байна. Дараагийнх дээр янзлаад Team sound танд сонсогдож байгаа үстэй.
And his support system's missing shots. Luckily he's here to hold it. It's a kill apiece. It's enough. Oh, hold on. Frozen double. Oh, frozen triple.
Okay.
With that sight opened. Utility thrown forward. He's got himself a fourth. Blink and you miss it. It's a flash freeze inside of the site and a hope. A lifeline for FaZe by the newcomer. Nonetheless.
That's right. Versus the newcomers on Vitality. Beautiful there for Frozen. It was a little bit of Vitality on those entries. The same way that they won those rounds. Frozen in the front.
And this is what you're going to need, because this is what you have to bring to the table if you are going to be a member of the FaZe clan. You need X factor. You need pistol prowess. You need talent. You need composure.
My crush.
He's never had a fan base like
Тэгээд
this.
царайлаг ахыг дагаад
As a
алгасан.
13-year-old talent, getting Reddit posts made about him as some kind of upcoming prodigy. Very few realize that potential and get to a position like this, on a team like this. 2 series away from winning a major championship. But that comes with a maximum amount of pressure.
Yeah, he knows it.
Yeah, and again.
When you think about how long he has waited as well, I mean, I think he's content with his time back on Mouse. I think he's happy to have had Shuhei to work with. But he wanted back in on Kerrigan's camp. Now this round kicks off with 1 M4.
That was good use of the one gun that they've got.
Expect nothing less from Vitality.
Yeah, and this will be FaZe concerned about exactly how many more are on the map. They also have to play the game of camping the one weapon that's been dropped or getting rid of it if they can safely. And they do go over top.
Broky Big site-ийг онгоолгоод өгчих юм бол бас наашаа цаашаа хүн
Broky emerges from the B site trenches. Mezzi laying smoke ahead of him. But that smoke gives a pocket to the T's to play behind. Honestly, that gives a great chance for them to climb over.
За одоо бол хамаагүй go FaZe. Торонто Такигийн pick and put.
Spinks is now going to add himself to the defenders. Rain will win his duel, catching the flank, which raises the alarm of the possibility of this stacked B site.
За байцаар зайвуу энтэй ирж шүү.
They've reclaimed the man advantage, and more importantly, they've got a good idea
for
the
яг зүг газар л бол явчлаа да Vitality. Энэ раунд ивгүй шүү. Бурхан минь. Бурхан минь. 30 секунд. Дархлаагаа дэмжээрээ. Нүднээс гарсан байх шүү. Окей. За 30 секунд. Go.
To try and reclaim B. 25 seconds, but they've got bomb and two rifles. And positions aside one another. Rob's looking for another clutch. Looking for another chance, and you know damn well that when given these chances, he can thrive. Spinks on the other side, dodges shots. Bombs in hand, plant is good.
Yo, be not like
and denies. Vitality take their 12.
Yeah, they got 12. Genuinely wondered how much FaZe could do. But if there's one man that can stand as the last on the round versus Vitality, you'd think it was going to be Rob's. But his counterpart, Spinks, takes this one. Again, another good setup to get ZywOo that opening kill to scare FaZe and to bring them forward and influence their decision. Around with one gun.
Oh, wow. Okay, again, we've seen flashes of this from Apex. Now he finds what looks like the perfect timing. Frozen turns, not this time. Close smoke, recovers. Inside, ZywOo throws for only a moment because Rain hot on the heels of the short push. With CTs amidst them, it is still FaZe to churn through this defense, to get bombed down, and to continue this claim at a comeback.
Inferno үзүүлээд байгаа юм байна л да.
What a scrappy round out of FaZe to come forward with that play. We've seen Apex make this smoke. This is a 2021 play that you don't see.
K-Pro хэдийг алдчихва FaZe дээр гинэ алдаагүй яа.
We see some teams favor playing back.
Амьдралаас арай их юм хүсээд байна шүү guys.
Smoke's broken so that they can fight forward as much as possible, but of course, Apex likes to get his hands dirty. Comes down in between the two smokes, finds his timing.
Энэ хэдийн дунд FaZe-ийн jersey өмсөд орчилтэй. FaZe-ийн би нэр jersey-г харсан. Яг одоо энэ өмсөж байгаа. Биш ээ. Буруу ярьж G2. G2-гийн jersey. Яг одоо энэ сүүлд гараад ирсэн өмсөд байгаа хар өнгөтэй. Тэр нь зарагдаад дууссан юм байл шүү дээ. Sold out.
And that has really done the most for Vitality. So match point music will play from every round out. And when FaZe were in their peak, during Sydney in the winter, almost every game they won was actually a comeback, right? People wonder how many tournaments are they going to close out, but mostly because they were so damn resilient. Didn't matter if you could get a good start versus
Jersey FaZe in like
FaZe were never concerned by the score at the top. They were finishing matches.
Багасаа үзэж өслөө. Гоё ах шүү. Сак гэнэ. Сак гэдэг нэр нь юм уу?
Not only reclaiming rounds now, but getting the first
Veto.
time Vitality too.
Veto.
Apex has in Apex's ear. Why's not perfect?
FaZe-ийн jersey яаж болох вэ? Сайт руу л орно доо. FaZe-ийн өөрийнх нь.
Yeah, they're hedging here. So there's an investment very scary for FaZe to go up against. They should consistently win a round like this, but there are certainly no guarantees. We saw what Vitality did with one gun. And this is where the playbook from Vitality love to play Vertigo.
Flames ZywOo expand-дэг тоглолт байна уу? Юу бэ K2 буяа ах нь байна. Гэрийнхэн сайн уу? Оо, сайн уу буяа ах? Гэрийнхэн сайн. Лагер дээр байгаа. Хүүхдүүдийн сургууль амарцсан.
And even run it back one round, right? When the fight started to happen along Crane, it was Rain.
Хүчтэй major дуусгаад нэг хүүхдүүд дээр очиё.
Exact position, so ZywOo high alert and ready. He's got options to hold for ramp as well.
Broke гардгүй. Юу Broke дараа ичлээ.
Nasty dig it must have been from Flamesy.
On to Messi.
Numbers here for FaZe. Trying to just climb into the B site before
arrives.
With map 2 on the line, this retake is already getting queued up. Kerrigan will waste no time. And it's going to cost them.
Ямар муухай нээдвэ.
And in goes the tease, the lineup potential frozen, nothing.
Kerrigan.
All the way through. And so map 2 queued up.
End fast.
We go Inferno. FaZe may be better on the big stage. But we're talking about the returning major champions. And Inferno decides which of these two legends goes on.
Хамт тоглоод одоо үздэг боллоо гинэ. Как. Сак сайн уу? Ах би сая donation хийсэн. Нэр нь юм байна шүү дээ Сак. Баярлалаа.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now.
Major-ийн спонсороор ийм газар орж ирнэ гэдэг бас сонирхолтой байна те. Display. Одоо эн чинь major тэмцээн дээр спонсороор орно гэдэг чинь бас нэлээд их мөнгө зарцуулж байгаа байлгүй дээ. Тэ? Спонсор хийх төр пакэж дээр нь бол нэлээд л үдэ байж таарна. Тэгж яхад ийм дисплей тэгээд иймэрхүү бизнес орж ирж байгаа гэдэг бол бас сонирхолтой л байна. Их мөнгө хайж байна. Зои. Бро HLTV-д каст нь байдгүй. Оо яах зүгээр зүгээр. Кей уншаад гайхаж байна шүү гинэ. Юг? 540-гээс хэзээ орж ирэх вэ? Бараг 6 сараас орж ирэх юм болоо. 5-6 сараас. Тэрийг PC мол мэдэн дээ. Хэзээ оруулах уу гэдгийг. За, next map хийзээ. Next map уу? 58 гинэ манайха. 158-д. Next map 158. Юу вэ? Нөгөө G3 гэдэг баг юм.
Yeah, welcome back. We're at 1-1 in this series and a question for you panel. How does Carrigan's float taste today? We saw a difference really between the Spirit game. This is kind of the difference between, okay, we'll give it a chance, we'll roll the dice, and you're going up against masters on the map. Vitality absolutely right to pick this and call FaZe's bluff.
Definitely, and I think we should start by giving a couple of praises, not only to Apex, but probably also the coaching staff for Vitality, because we've seen a complete 180 in behavior and attitude on the server. I have no idea where the composure from Vitality came from. They were just off the back of an extremely heartbreaking first map, and they showed on Vertigo as if nothing had happened, as if this was the first map of the series. They went through the motions that they needed. They were very much on the money with the early stacks. We see some of the exchanges that happened. I think Apex had great reads on where the fight would happen, how many players do you need. They played with time accurately. Mezzi was stellar. We'll touch on him as well. This is an incredible reaction from Vitality, but I'm right there with you. One day you're a genius with the float, and the other day you're a clown, and this is what happened in this map.
I think it's only fair that we replicate that conversation, right? Because once you open the door into Vertigo, and once you rightfully give Carrigan and FaZe Clan credit for doing that against Team Spirit at such a pivotal moment, you also got to look at how they played against Vitality today. You said, how do they come out and look so composed, look so good? I think FaZe Clan made it incredible easy for them. I don't want to take anything away from Vitality, because I agree with you. The players stepped up. You had Messi showing up. You had great calls coming out from Apex. Composure looked good for Vitality, but FaZe Clan looked like a team who couldn't find their footing whatsoever on Vertigo. A lot of the duels that they were taking, you could just see they were uncomfortable. You see Rain constantly trying to force the issue. Of course, he's the entry frag of the team. He's the guy trying to create the space for the rest of the teammates, but there was no one to follow it up. There was no second guy in. There was no trade frag potential. It looked like a disjointed FaZe Clan. So as much
as I want to give credit to Vitality for looking super solid right here, I was very disappointed in FaZe Clan. I think they played bad Counter-Strike.
And it's got to be said as well, a little bit of a bounce back for ZWoo. I mean, the ADR is the important stat, really, but not classic, not 100%.
This was better. I would say this was better, and it is encouraging if you're a Vitality fan. If you're thinking that there is a trajectory that's sort of being designated here, you might have hopes for the third map. Some would say what a test it's going to be. I don't really think he was the architect of that. I think he stepped up towards the end. He had a couple of stabilizing situations, but this one, Messi is the one that is deserving of the most praises. If we're gonna give him flowers to Apex for the orchestrating of the strategies, when he sent Messi to open the site, and I'm mostly talking about the B side, his time to kill was absolutely stellar. The fact that he was so clear on the jiggles, clear on the peaks, he also at some point abused Brokey a couple times. We saw misses. That is something that we have to talk about. But Messi was clear. He was brilliant on this map. That's a couple of examples. Exactly what I'm talking about. He gave us a bunch of these.
It's one of the maps where Messi really come into play, I'd say. I think we've seen it before from Vitality. Not a map they play an awful lot, but whenever they do, it does feel like Messi is showing up to it. It's also one of the maps where we thought that they were going to miss Magix the most, right? The position that he was playing in, the anchor roles, etc. I think Messi have been able to come in and replicate some of that consistency in those roles as well, especially on the T side with the opening department towards the B bomb side. Again, as much as I want to give Messi a lot of credit, again, I feel like it was just disjointed.
Don't worry, I'll give the credit, you give the credit. It's all right.
We'll work it out. It was almost too easy for Vitality. I'm left with a feeling right now, and I hate to say it out here, but it's been a bit of a ball.
Greyhound шинэ организационтай болсныг мэдсэн үү? Мэдсэн.
None of the two teams have showed up at the same time, and hopefully we get that on map 3.
Well, we can talk about map 3 now. It's a good little segue there. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate it. Obviously, Inferno.
K-Pro major болгоны бүх тоглолтуудыг каст хийвэл яг алах гээд байна. Зөвхөн Монгол бага гэхээр бусад багуудыг үздэг залуус зөндөө байгаа.
Teams at the highest level have put Inferno in the back of the drawer, you know, where you put your sweaters that you think you're going to use once upon a time in 5 years. A lot of teams did that, not by
K-football тоглож байгаа юу?
With Inferno, I think that's a map that they've trialed and tested a couple of times. If we talk about Messi, I don't think he's a state of grace quite yet. It is a little bit of a complicated situation.
Inferno.
There's a bunch of database, there's a bunch of
FaZe 3-0 гэж шүү дээ.
Vitality with 6 here, so
Vitality 4 хожил 2 хожигдолтой.
They have them on that Inferno. FaZe haven't played the map since Katowice.
No, but when they play the map, or when they did play the map during Katowice, they were dominating the opposition. Not against the very best teams in the world, and then again, you look at a team FaZe Clan who are yet to lose on the map the past 3 months and prior to that as well. So they come in with a bit of confidence, but that's a great point that I want to bring up right here. You're in a semi-final, one major so far, you've been there for a couple of weeks, and now it's the first time you pull out Inferno.
I know.
If anything, Vitality have a bit of experience, even a humbling experience against Eternal Fire, where they ended up losing Inferno in a close game where I would argue Major outcalled Apex, so there was a lot to be learned from that one as well. Maybe Kerrigan have been in looking at that, you know, trying to replicate some of the same things that they could expose in regards to the Vitality performance in that one. For my money though, if you're FaZe Clan, you're bringing in a new map that you haven't played at this major at all, it's a big game.
Okay, well, I want to talk about that gamble because obviously we have no idea where Kerrigan has, you know, done the prep work, right?
K-ха эркаст яасан гэсэн үг вэ? Дагаж орж байгаа мó эсвэл гарсан юм уу гэнэ? Дагаж орж байгаа. Энэ яг одоо энэ асуугаад байгаа ихэнх нөгөө асуултуудын тэр талаар мэдээллүүд орцсон байдгийг шүү. Намайг Instagram дээр дагах юм бол бүх мэдээллүүдийг харж болно шүү. Instagram-ийн story дээр ер нь бол баг өдөр болгон яг Монгол болон гадаадын CS-ийн ертөнцийн юу болж ир бүх мэдээллүүдийг би оруулаад байгаа. Story-гоор. Тэрэн дээр одоо жишээ нь Greyhound-ийн мэдээлэл, RK яаж байгаа үеж байгаа бүгд байна. Ахын Instagram юу юм бэ? Анхаарлын тэмдэг IG гэж бичих юм бол гараад ирнэ. K доогуур зураас мета гэдээ байгаа.
It's like none of them have a break anymore. They're not breaking. They're just deadpanning it, and we're gonna have a collision right in banana.
Yeah. Well,
Story дээр нь байгаа шүү. За, story шүү.
I'm just saying. I obviously remember all the different iterations of Inferno. Yeah, exactly. I am old. You have noticed that. And obviously, you know, right now it just feels like it's more important than it ever has been. Whoever wins there wins the map.
it's always been a big, a big place within the map. It's always been a place on the map that dictates the pace of the game as well. There is something you can do to avoid it too much, and you can just not attest banana in the beginning of the rounds. I see a lot of teams spending an awful lot of utility in the beginning of the rounds in order to take control over banana, and they used to
Navi versus Vitality гэсэн финал орж ирж байна даахаг. За яг уу Vitality байж болно. Гэхдээ G2 гэж би бол бодож шүү. Дараагийн тоглолт гоё байна те. 3 цагийн тоглолт гоё байна.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you start playing the slow style, then this is where the chess mastermind comes into play, and this is where we really have a
Стрим болгоныг үздэг шүү. Сая зүгээр саналаа хэллээ. Тайлбар бүр чинь best гинэ. Нөгөө major болгоныг гаргая гэдгөө.
On the CT side are going to make or break Vitality. When you talk about Monesi, you talk about his movement. He's the one trend setting on Inferno. Saibu has to have these kind of movements.
За 7 минутын дараа.
With game sense, when being in the flow, so you're hoping
7 минутын дараа.
he can stay activated. We pitched a Rops versus Spinks matchup at the beginning of the pre-show. And ladies and gents, this is all that's happened. This is the UFC, that's the octagon right there. In apps, this is where you're going to have a bunch of these Rops versus Spinks fights happening. Rops is a master at trying to eat map control away. When he's on the CT side, he dares. Sometimes he exaggerates a little bit, overstays his welcome. Whoever gets the best of it, or the other, is going to create such massive space for his team to use that space. That is going to be a marquee matchup right there on Inferno.
If anything, they lurks on the T side as well.
Өөрөө чинь компьютер үзүүлэлт үү? Анхаарлын тэндэг сетап нэрээ компьютер зарах шүү манайхаа. Лого хийхгүй мөг нэ. Логийг яваад бол хийхгүй байгаа. Alienware-ийн Aurora R15 гэдэг компьютер зарах шүү. Анхаарлын тэндэг сетап гэж бичгээр гарч иж байгаа компьютерийг зарах шүү. Alienware Aurora R15 i9 13900 RTX 4090 64 GB DDR5 RAM.
I mean, he used to be excellent, and when CS2 came out, I think again he was the one that was sort of paving the way on how to play these positions in that game.
16 сая.
Today, I think the conversation against Spinks is one.
16 сая. Үнэ бич гинэ.
Spinks overtook him a little bit in that role. The production has been higher, so maybe just maybe the master has become the teacher.
Бараг л машины үн байна лээ дээ. Үнэ.
But this is where I think Spinks might have actually Rob's number figured out in that position.
AMD авах нь байхгүй нэ. Үгүй. PC мол 540 Hz монитор ирсэн юм болоо одоогор ирэг бай. Яагаад зарж байгаа юм гинэ? Надад шинэ нэр хий.
Obviously coming in for twists, I think he's had lots of impact, and seeing him getting involved with the interviews.
Гэтэ болоогүй л дээ. 6 сар мараас байна уу?
And I think he's had some, monster performances. When they picked him up,
5-6 сараас юм болоо. Мэдгүй.
that's the one. Obviously Carrick can work with him all the way.
Кэх ямар ажил хийдэг вэ ер нь? Ер нь бол энэ мета дээр орж байгаа бүх юмыг л хийдэг дээ. Бартер байгаа юм. Бартер байхгүй. Дүч 90 30 60 сайн нь үнэн болов гинэ. Гэхдээ ер нь бол тэгэл дээшгээ яваал Generation ихсэл энэ маниак яагаад байна? Пимпиг ярихаар л ингээл нэг жоохон ёжилж байгаа юм шиг царай гаргаал байгаадах юм. Нүүр царай ам нэг сонирн болоод PC суглаа хийн гэж явах уу гинэ. Тим дэмээ явах уу? Зүгээр л авах сонирхолтой үнэн амар байгаа үнэн. Яг энэ юу вэ штэ те? Миний компьютерийн сетап яг ийм үзүүлэлттэй компьютерийг угсрах юм бол 15 сая 400 14 сая 500 орчим болж илээ. Шинээр нь угсруул гэсэн. Гэхдээ миний Alienware-ийн компьютер бол Dell Alienware pre-built цаанаасаа бүх юм ингээд тохируулаад угсарсан тийм сетап. Бүх юмыг нь Dell Alienware өөрсдөө угсарсан. Монголын CS2 All-Star-ын талаар юу гэж бодож ин бро жоохон юм ярьчаач дээ. Хэд асууч байгаа гинэ. Наад яг тэрэн дээр бодож байгаа юм алгаа guys.
been as harsh on him as I have on Zai. Well, that's fair. I don't have the same connection, but he was missing on the map too. That's also a fact.
He was missing. I think the key difference is, Brokey's showing up. I mean, this might be depending on how this series goes and how the tournament goes. This might be one of his career highlights.
Veto.
Coming into today, he was the third highest ranked player at the tournament. Right up there, rubbing shoulders with Donk, who obviously isn't here anymore. Hasn't been a great tournament for Phenoms.
Окей, комо зарах юм уу, зарахгүй юм уу? Гялс хариу өгөөч. Зарна гэсэн штэ. 16 саяар зарнаа. Компьютер худалдаж авах хэрэгтэй байгаа бол Facebook эсвэл Instagram эдрээр бичиж болно. K гэсэн пэйж дээр мэдээлэл нь орсон байгаа. K гэсэн пэйж дээр мэдээлэл нь орсон байгаа. Зар тавьсан байгаа. Ахаа өмнө нь K гэдэг channel байдаг билүү? Влог оруулдаг байсан байгаа. Контент орохгүй байгаа. 15 шууд авъя. Ок бичиж гинэ. Instagram-аар бичээрэй. Хүмүүс ер нь бол асуугаад бичиж л байлаа л дээ. Айжгаа хэлчих бро. K давуур зураас мета. Кэх ком өгсөрдөг контент болчихсон юм уу гинэ. Одоогоор ер нь бол жоохон завсарлсан л байна шүү дээ. Эднэрийг амар компаниуд ивент гэх юм аа. Тэгэлгүй яхаа үзэж байгаа хүмүүс нь амар. Энэ зах зээл чи өөрөө бас амар болсон учраас. PC-гээ зарж байгаа юм уу? Yes. Бро, Blitzтэй beefтэй байд юм уу гинэ. Үгүй. Лизингээр full stack өгдөг билүү мета гинэ. Манайх яг тийм нөгөө худалдааны бизнес эдгээр эрхэлдэг шүү. Би зүгээр л надад байж байгаа компьютерийг л би зарах талаар л ярьж байгаа. Зарим хүмүүс нөгөө манайхыг контент хийгээд байдаг болохоор компьютер зардаг гэж бодоод байдаг. Тэдэн дөрөвний стап нь байгаа юу, энэ нь байгаа юу гэж асуугаад байдаг. Тэр чинь зүгээр нөгөө хамтарсан контентууд орж ирдэг болохоос биш. Яг бид нар өөрсдөө тэгээ зараад байгаа зүйл бол байхгүй. However, you're coming into Inferno, as I said, a map you haven't lost the past 3 months, a map that you feel relatively comfortable on, and you're going up against Vitality, a team that you played 2 grand finals against in recent. Зургатаар үзчихсэн чинь манай дүү санти юм уу л гэж байна. Kerrigan showed me against Team Spirit that despite everything pointing in the direction of Team Spirit, having won 5 maps in a row, having won a couple of series in a row, took them down at IM Katowice without even putting up a fight, Kerrigan and FaZe Clan have found a new level. 24 гэрчтэй монитор та хэрнээ FPS хүрэхгүй хасах фреквенси 240 гэж бичээд ахын нэг доноо шүү ах G2 major авраг аваасаа гинэ. Баярлалаа. 240 гэж бичээд ордог шүү. Setup-аас гадна settings. Кэбро хэдэн хүүхэдтэй вэ? 2 хүүхэдтэй. За хэлж гинөө. 1 минут. Meta versus UB comedy, Meta versus Amber гээд үзээч бро гинэ. За Inferno Decider map гарч иж энэ манайхаа. Энд ч одоо шүгээн дөрвийн тоглолт шүү дээ. Хин нь Grand Final шалгарх уу гэдгийг үзэх гээд байна. Vitality phase. Ганцхан map. Inferno хожсон Grand Final гарлаа. Та US таана байсан бэ? Kansas. Халиг нь дэмжиж байна. Phase. Inferno дээр аль нь илүү вэ? Мэдгүй.
It's great working with you guys. You make it easy. Now we have to go to other people that make it look easy. The excellent Scrawny and London.
Thanks so much, boys. And that's it. The stage is set. 2 championship level teams on the best decider map in history, Inferno.
Yeah, damn right. Things get
Өөснийг тандгүй бро. Тэн штэ.
2 great teams, both that could compete in grand finals, but only a spot for one of the 2. And that's where things get a little scary because we have to say farewell to one of them. Inevitably, somebody falls here on Inferno at the end of this road.
That's right. We don't know what's going
Аудио жоох нэмчих. За тэгээ.
But we do know it's going to be big. So come on, Copenhagen. Give it all you've got.
3 дахь тоноо шүү. Сак нэ. Маш их баярлаа, Сак.
So many storied series end on this map. Now in CS2, we'll see if there's continuity.
За шууд вегэнд олд оруулж байгаа юм байна да. Вегийн хамгаалалтын дээр 3 болоод ороод ирлээ.
A little warning. Presence here, nice shot. Clean one from Mezzi, kicks it off. Pressure's hot though.
Энэ P2000 айгүй. Оо.
It's a full house.
Амар юм боллоо хөөе.
Stacked to the brim with talent. Mezzi and Zaiwu shut it down quick.
And they shut it down sharp, man. That was real nice from Mezzi.
P2000-аар зүгээр.
Very important moment.
Гүү
Here are those
ажиглаа.
shots again. Let's relive it. P2K coming in, 180 flick on a dime. Beautiful with Zaiwu. Vitality start off strong. Hot start on Nuke for FaZe Clan. Hot start from Vitality on Vertigo. And now 12 rounds away. Vitality. That's
Oh, shoot force him all.
Get the anti-ego. Get the machine going.
Huh? Deagle take 9.
Thing is, I feel like I have more questions about the players on Vitality than I do the players on FaZe. Yes, we saw
Vitality Inferno бат гинэ.
but I don't want to see Mezzi and Flamesy carrying even Spinks over top of Zaiwu. It would feel wrong if somehow they were able to pull this series out without him.
If he wants to contest with the greats, it's a hell of a map to do it.
За явах уу.
The time is nigh. Zaiwu.
Boom.
Here's them rumbling forward.
Bomb
That's all
болсон.
good. Bomb dropped at his
За байж
feet.
байгаа.
Clean response from Rain. It's bomb reacquired. MP9 picked up. And a little bit of map control for FaZe to just keep Vitality on their toes. The threat of an instant short hit, well, that could have been enough to keep Mezzi back, but instead he's going to get curious. Oh, he's going to get frisky. Closer, he will go to the Tech 9s that all sit in place. A sea of FaZe's players ready to respond. And that picked up MP9 could be the golden ticket to just overwhelm this site. We have Apex on a P2000. What has happened to his gun? Oh. Spinks comes through.
Өө тэгсэн чи юу гар бутын хүн гацчих.
We'll get the back of the head turn, but I mean they've got such an
юу болоод байна Broky.
The assistance comes out from Flamesy. A deagle in the hands of Broky. It's a reload needed in a high octane spot. Apex, what is that?
I have no idea.
Apex
I don't think he cares anymore. He's happy he got an upgrade. They can move on. A P2K inside a pit.
Өөс бүр ингэ гарч юм уу?
A moment like that wouldn't be scary in a pug, a scrim, matchmaking game, even a group stage game, whatever. We're here in major semifinals.
Дөрөвдөх donation шүү. Сак.
Yeah, like every mistake will be amplified. These are all these rounds obviously will be remembered more than any others that happened in this series, but they survive.
Not only all that context, but with FaZe barreling towards your A bomb site, picking up guns as they come running in, swinging with the M4s. It's nice to see a rifle in the hands of the Capitan and a nade that goes down deep. It's an easy second.
Vitality.
Making sure to keep FaZe at a good distance. Little peek out from Boiler, gets Robson opening. Zaiwu dead, but that's fine. There's layers here for Vitality.
Oh, Mezzi's attacking on 3 prongs right now. He's got balcony. He'll be rotating around through Arch. He's been very fluid. He was over in the B site. Kerrigan alone.
Айл хийдийн эмүүд гараад ирсэн. За дараагийн раундын дээр ч одоо Аканод. Брокигийн оф жоохон сул байгаа даа. За одоо тэгээд нөгөө стит руугаа ороод хамгаалаад ирэхээр Брокигийн оф амар хэрэгтэй байна.
CT side, of course, it's more surprising. T side, you almost never see it. So there's actually some comfort there, I think, for someone like him who it feels like is trying to shed that skin in CS2. I can't remember what it was. You know, whether he meant with the op or without it, he has looked for them.
One thing we have yet to mention all series long, the head-to-head between Vitality and FaZe is so incredibly skewed. And within that, as of late, the grand finals they have played against each other in the past, long-sided to Vitality's favor.
he does get it.
When FaZe put forth a new flavor back on Nuke, we think to ourselves, here we go, the curse is broken. It's on home turf that Kerrigan will get past this hurdle that is Apex.
За одоо бай раунд. Одоо авах штэ. Frozen. Let's go.
This 3-round T-side start, and after a 5v4 has been queued up in the first gun round.
Гой тоглолт үзээрэй. Бай унтлаа. Сайхан.
The question remains if FaZe and if Kerrigan can truly get one over.
Сая одоо юу юм те хамгийн бүүстэн дээр гарсан хүн рүү нээд явуулж байгаа
Apex
юм.
loses his primary soldier here to take over banana control. It'll get used against him. FaZe know what to do with the space. We still have
Эй, Sphinx гоё нээд орж штэ. 50 HP дээ. Дахиад нэг нээд байвал унлаа да. Бэг хаяад явчих тийм аа. Vitality.
But as you can see, conversation of tees now.
Ситигээс авчиж байгаа юм байна. Бэй.
Okay, Rain.
Oh, at 40.
За гол харчлаа, гол цэвэрчлээ байхгүй. Одоо өртөд үссэн. Sphinx сая голын үнийг унгаагуудаа шууд голоо шалгачлаа.
Apex dodging the flash.
Boom 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 boom. Яа, идүүн үнийг унгаах гэдэг юм бэ Apex. Юу тэгсэн чинь Frozen broke яа зүйл.
Trading places and reopening the
Самэсээ
possibility
ганцаараа
of a
100 HP дээ. Broke улаан.
collapse.
Frozen 38-тай. Сити байхгүй гэдгийг мэдсэн. За бананаас ирж байгааг бол бомбо нэгний ард плант хийж байгаа юм уу?
Tree is occupied. Frozen makes the play. And that's what they're looking
Яа,
for.
сая Apex тэр smoke нундаас ороод.
Absolutely. That is the kind of
Will
play
you
you would
marry
get
me,
from
my
Twist in a
boy?
spot like that. Nowhere to go, everywhere to aim, and locking down 3 kills. Frozen with the perfect spray transfer.
Яах гэдэг юм бэ?
On top of the opener and the closer in this round.
G2. Энд хараа.
All to deny this perfect
Амар
flash
болцсон.
transposition from Zywoo to Apex.
Frozen smoke-оор зөрөөд гарсан. Хоёр хүн smoke-оор бие биен рүүгээ зөрөөд гарсан юм байна шүү дээ.
And Apex nearly getting that third. Player close on smoke takes a ton of damage.
Таны каст үнэхээр гоё шүү. Амжилт гэсэн байна. Маш
Frozen
баярлалаа.
up ends it in FaZe. That's what we want, right? For the sake of this head-to-head.
Yeah.
For the glory and the greatness.
They used Zywoo's play on Banana with Frozen as the tip of the spear
Хөө
this
тэрний
time.
асуулт гараад ирлээ.
Pairing with a perfect flash, taking out Flamesy, and they need to deal with his confidence because he will be coming forward on Banana constantly.
Аль баг дээр ямар асуудал гарч ив?
One thing we really have yet to see in this series is a strong back and forth.
Сам Discord дээр бол юм алга.
Slowly but surely, the makings of an excellent map 3. Thank goodness Inferno makes a little comeback. Even at the start of the major, we weren't talking about this map.
You know, a match like this quells any questions I have personally
Уншаад
about Messi
байдгийн
and
бэ
pressure
хахад
situations. I
хэлдэг
mean,
байна.
of course, lifting trophies, but still,
Оо
if
тэгэл
you're watching
судлаа.
every single game, you do
Эсвэл
see
багийн
moments
судлаа.
where you could use a
Эсвэл
little
тэгээд
bit more.
өөрсдийнх нь бэлдсэн
And
тактикууд,
of course, the big games are what it's all
стратегиуд.
about when you're playing for a team like Vitality, but here on this big stage, the way he started out this map,
Шанхай
the
мейжер
way
очиж
that he
үзэх
looked on
бодолтой
Vertigo,
байгаа
I
юу
mean,
гэнэ. Юу нь
you
бол
were just seeing
байгаа.
him grow and prosper. And he was somebody who, when Henry had picked him up to join Cloud9, had the best reviews you could ask for. Somebody who knew every nade, who was great to play with, who brought no ego to the team, and was incredibly valuable. And at that level, could be a star player. Coming into Vitality, he knows he's not going to be, he still needs to fit in and be a star in his role.
I like Maniac's take back on the desk before the game went live, saying that Apex is maybe putting him in a position where he has to take up responsibilities, do interviews, step forth, not just taking a backseat at the table.
Apex has dealt with so many soldiers in his life. He played with Masuda, who he said was somebody who was very good at sort of following instruction, but never would take the liberties and have the autonomy to make plays happen for himself and for the team. And that's sort of what he wants. You know, when he talks, we hear Apex talk about one of his. In case you were wondering.
I haven't seen this strat before.
Yeah, this is new. The highest level Counter-Strike only comes out here on the major stage.
Дансанд 20 ко байсан 0 болсон. За тэгээд гоё.
It's always been in that context of how much can they do for us and how much can we set them up to do that or feel like they can take those risks. And I think in the past sometimes he's been let down or at least feels that way.
Хүшин юу болчих вэ нэрэ?
even being as honest to say to Zywoo, you know, during a tough major, and I can't remember which one it was, but to say, without you, we can't do this. Simply put, you are the player we need. And whether or not it was that line that worked perfectly,
Hurricane's secret IGL formula.
Vitality obviously made a run off of that. Attack pause here for Vitality.
Fitness hol биш ойрхон баймаар байна.
Zywoo will be offing. And again, you're not always going to see this. So
early
on the half buying it for himself, not even taking it from his opponents, because you're not going to see that as often from the T side, even if it's FaZe. That's what you want to see from Zywoo, man. You want to see him on the op as much as possible. He's cursed with a gift of greatness. You need to give him the best gun and needs to deliver with it.
He'll try it right here, right now, but met by pressure.
За бэдэр чинь ямар амар damage орж иж байна. Frozen.
Not this time frozen.
It was a handoff. Zywoo with a warning shot.
Ton of damage though. God damn, the HP for the 3.
He got both.
What kind of snap did that have to be? Cue it up. Stick it on the highlight reel because that looked like it had to have been a teammate.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker. Wow. That was nice. Off the porch.
12 сар ямар 12 сар юм уу та мембер байгаад мод гравн гэж байх үү.
Zywoo gets in a much better spot if he doesn't get that second kill. It has to be to the dome instantly from Brokey on his off weapon.
Foot in the door, folks. FaZe convert. Extended pause, fast pace, right in. And that's with, remember, man disadvantage. And it's not as though they took over the players who had low health. That was just barreling towards brackets, swarming into the A site. And I'm sure we're about to see it. Something phenomenal from Brokey.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, that's something that where Vitality have a great round otherwise. It looks perfect. They have the exact reaction to FaZe going quickly up bracket after taking space on Banana.
So what was it?
That's what FaZe needed. We could definitely get to the end of this game. 24 rounds, overtime, second overtime. It's Inferno.
Яг 2 раунд авч яана л да дөнгөж.
Every clutch is going to add up. Every spray transfer too.
They're going to keep things active.
Yeah, голын smoke boost арлаа. Flames-ний чөлөөтэй тариг нь унсан.
That's what we need, right? If you're working with lesser pieces, get them active.
Нөгөө сэлсэн бонус ч бүр.
He was in the clouds for that one.
It's Flamesy on one half, Zywoo on the other, and instant transition onto Arch side as well. But at the same time that he departs, in those mere seconds that there are not eyes on mid, Rain has slipped forward. Now he hears that departure.
He
heard them ran, and Mezzi's just got the pistol. He slips into the A site with perfect timing. And that is audio offered by Zywoo.
За одоо дахиад унгаашлаа.
Grenade bounces on Moto. They're going to emphasize a fast short hit. And
Zywoo хөлтчлөө.
Brokey's AK looking sharp. Spinks. It's just a pistol. What can you really ask of it? And he's not going to be
Flames баларсан.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of magic coming out of FaZe. That's a lot of X factor. A lot of options there, a lot of moments where Vitality could have won. Any one extra kill in that situation, you don't want to overanalyze that spot. That comes down to the frags. Rain should have died 3 times over. And Zywoo did damage through the box, but no kill.
Ангуугаар мейжерийг төсөөлөхөд байх амжилт хүсье
reaction time out of Rain.
Oh yeah.
Good fake from Brokey, gets hands on gun.
Expect Mongolia pass.
Secures that third one for this FaZe T side. But that was, again, lesser weapons.
The last time it felt like FaZe could not beat Vitality in a grand final. They played on Inferno. It was Kerrigan to go for what looked like haphazard arch wraps over and over again. He was pushing through smokes to try to catch Zywoo. Zywoo was obviously in perfect form and even though he got a couple of rounds that way, Vitality ended up winning the game and learning from their mistakes quickly. We are still seeing moments like that now with this drop back control, with Rain trying to peek into Arch on early timings. That's something that's special that FaZe do on this map versus Vitality exclusively.
За Carrigan kill оруулсан уу? Оруулаагүй байна те.
Again, we get the triple bracket set up. Again, we're going to get the B-site players leaning back. Those early smokes took control of Banana with ease, right? We've seen fights queued up. We've seen Frozen fall in fire. This time,
За Бэгийн сэчүүд орсон. Сэтигийн smoke.
for control of Banana. An essential piece of this map to go barreling into the B
гол
play.
дайрчлаа. Бананаас араас нь 2 хүн ирэндээ. За Бэрг ордоо авахгүй. Go, let's go, guys.
Now they've been relegated into the back of the site. The crossfire is denied, but the flank is fast. The trade is quick. The box is occupied and it catches the
Төрөсгөө цагчи яваад байна манайхаа юу болоод байна бурхан минь. За Рейн мундаг шүү. Бананаас урж байгаа нэг унаагаад. Meze. What you gonna do?
A flash attempt denied.
За
It's
Рейн
going to take
шидсэн.
more than that. A nade destined for Brokey to soften him up, and half his health is gone. He's got a smoke still to play with.
Brokey Carrigan хоёрын
At the
стring
moment,
бомб
he's got
хаана
those
юм
two
бэ?
T's
Хойно.
sectioned off. Does he use his smoke to block Carrigan
За
like
Brokey
Colton
охийг
was
нь
just
бол
a
харсан байгаа
steward?
шүү дээ.
Or he decides to go forward, but he steps into the
Үгүй
water.
шүү дээ охийг нь
Audio
хараагүй юм
lead.
байна.
He gets caught. It's a nice
Бэцэрэ
flick
киттэй юу?
headshot.
10 секундэд диффьюз оруулсан. Оо кит.
Carrigan goes out.
Carrigan.
Runs away. Messi. Oh, it's
Е зөлөг гэж 10 секунд залгаас ёо. Китгүй байсан тул таас нэрээс. За юм бахан донетор ороод.
Another unbelievable moment that leans the way of FaZe.
Юу болоод байгаа юм бэ? Go FaZe гэсэн байна. Trader Forum 2024 дээрээ Kailas гэсэн байна. Маш баярлалаа. Жага хайртай шүү. Кэ яг өнөөдөр баяцсан гинэ.
It was a great attempt. But now it's FaZe in the lead.
Ёо сая юу болов?
If you could explain how FaZe did this, you could explain their whole careers. That's the
Okay,
deal. You go
Hydro
up against
game.
FaZe, you
Basic
gotta be ready for this
last,
these kinds of rounds.
Oh, okay. Apex is.
Maybe bring some of your own.
Keeps it clean with the P250.
FaZe-ийг гранд финал руу гаргачмаар байна. Тэгэл G2-тэй хамт.
Props with helping hands in apps, but they do forego control of it.
This is one of the most terrifying and unnerving
Шүний
situations
2 цаг
for a
болж
T
байгаа.
team.
4860
Go down
аруулаа
5v4
үзчихсэн.
versus pistols on a map
Боёо.
where you could win 5v5. Picking the site can be picking the site blind. They don't even have the ability to scout safely. They don't know what crevices the CTs have
За энэ
shoved themselves into,
апсэд
where they're
дайраад
finding
явсан. Тэнгүүд
evidence
бэргүү 3
of the
дахь
attack
гараад
coming
ирлээ.
forward. But still the time bleeds down and a decision must
За
be
бүр 4
made.
болчлоо. Мези ороод ирсэн.
That
Sphinx
decision could lead them
Infinite.
into some
Араас
choppy
нь.
waters. Zywoo with a scout. We want that X factor. We demand it of him.
За ер нь жоохон эвгүй болцсон.
Big conversations with his name in it all the time.
Шийдэх юм байгаа мó?
And yet on the big
3
stage,
смоктэй, молитой,
it just
лачтай.
feels off. And right now they're going to have to maybe press in through smoke with pistols
Юу
again in the
болов?
right positions. Can they support
За нур гаруулаа гараад ирсэн байж байгаа. За унгаас Carrigan.
made easy? Desert Eagle here from Flamesy. Just off
За
the mark.
мисэг ой.
But only
Яа
Carrigan left.
тэгнэ.
Not enough. Pistols in all possible pockets.
Wow, they locked off the back exit, came
Гол
down to 40
цэвэрлээд
seconds,
явцсан.
knew he
Тэгээд
was coming into the
хүмүүс
B
нь
site,
тийчгээрээ.
put everyone in a good position. And even though FaZe thought they were getting out of another tight spot, more Vitality players showed up and they realized what they were doing was obvious. Vitality knew the whole time, and they show us an X Factor round back to keep this game as competitive as possible. Winner of this map goes to grand finals. And that thought creeps into your mind more when you're in the lead than when you're losing.
Нико одоо хэдтэй вүлээ? 27 мөн байна уу? 27 найтай байна.
All starts with the P250. Inside of the site now, Apex dies with no second kill. It's this Flamesy Desert Eagle. Boom! Just like that, Kerrigan, it's a gut punch that just knocks it over. And playing on the skinny pillar, ZywOo nicely done from backside with the scout, also throws one in the mix.
And Flamesy shows a lot of confidence playing B. He's played it his whole career.
Зоог гараад ирсэн Броки. Броки ер нь жоохон чинийг үлээгээд байгаа. Одоо яа, за энэ чинь нөгөө ZywOo-гийн тоглолт шүү дээ өөрөөр
хэлбэл. Vitality show us a flash of FaZe winning in the force in the round prior, but Brokey comes right at it. Apex from P250 entry into what was Mantis advantage.
Nuke knows all the nuances. Flamesy brings this back a little bit. What we've seen in these moments is immediately FaZe seeking out different map control, going for top brackets quickly. And they're looking to elicit a reaction here.
Boom, boom, boom.
But we've got Messi on his trusted balcony.
Boom, boom.
Usual spots from both squads.
It's a dangerous game right now on the B site.
Oh, is there a gap that Kerrigan can push line with the way that Flamesy rotates? That's the question I think he's asking himself.
I dare you. Oh! Through the smoke with no bomb, but no problem. It's going to go sprinting down middle. Robs is here to keep the rotation off the heels of Brokey with the bomb.
You can see him in his mind's eye. Punish the fallback.
Who other than Kerrigan to take it into his own hands, to slip forward into what was a great recovery out of Flamesy just seconds sooner. And with that, he queues up the 5v4 lead.
He never fails to impress in moments like that. He could have lost, but FaZe could have lost a round if he didn't make a move like that.
I just think Kerrigan is so good at understanding risk. Yes, you could have walked through that smoke. Yes, you could have died straight up to Flamesy. But the rest of the team has abs control, the bomb in possession, and is ready to hit A.
Absolutely. And when it comes to nerves, Kerrigan proved at Antwerp in the grand finals on Inferno, where he quashed them completely, you know, where he showed he could play his best till the very end. And he started off this game slow, but he's back to it. I think it was 0-4, now 6-6.
Миний нэг жоохон үлдсэн ус байжсэн дээр байна. Контент жоохон өсмөстэй байхгүй бол.
There's no denying Kerrigan plays games.
He was winking directly at me. That's how we all feel.
Brokey, super quick entry, already with a smoke on the fallback too. The same smoke Frozen gets caught out in, but that's the kill that reopens the round.
Yeah.
There's no way around it. Kerrigan killing Flamesy puts FaZe in the lead.
Yeah, that was both teams disguising their intentions. Flamesy finding a piece, but Kerrigan getting the last word.
Одоо бусад буцаж урах баталгаа байгаа юу?
You can make 10 right moves in a row. One mistake and the round is over.
Amina тулгаа унтия бууж ийн аав нэгнэ.
Spix just going for a nibble. Doesn't want to take the chance, and that doesn't just pull him back, but the second apartment's players too. So even just any presence inside apps seems like Vitality don't want to run the risk.
They have been extremely timid here. Now we can see the conditioning coming in on the map. Vitality have done a good job of not actually responding to it. They are sticking to their guns on these setups.
Good. Oh, no, never mind. Goes deeper. So Spinks can hang on for now. ZywOo's got eyes from above. Dodging flashes. First kills to the CT's Can't recover both. Support here for the defense. Both sides of brackets.
But it activates the attack. Flamesy up to the plate.
Again, he will be tested. Again, he could hold his nerve, or he could be the reason this B site falls to the feet of FaZe. That Opper's coming hunting. And Frozen comes out from smoke. Flamesy gets the grab. Frozen gets the headshot. Nice spam out of the smoke. Brokey, there's the warning shot, but it's also an invitation. Apex over top. Stuffs them back inside the coffins, and we go tied 5-all.
That's again, they tried to go for the backage control. I think it's Kerrigan expecting to get this space back at this point in the round. Trying to condition Vitality. Apex not responding. Playing aggressively in brackets. Perfect setup to deny any trades.
Get
back to their B side attack. Vitality were able to whiff punish in that setup. And even though it could have come close to the B site, they had so much material left over, they could take some risks, chasing down Broken inside the site, denying a plant. FaZe now left with no funds.
Again, they want this fight, huh?
За гэхдээ FaZe Clan тэр талаас Inferno ч гэдэг байж тээ. Яг тэр тал руугаа гэсэн юм бол бас харьцан.
Total forfeiture of banana this round out of FaZe.
Зарим багууд стэт талаас сайн, зарим багууд тэр талаас сайн.
Brackets control out of Vitality. So if you think getting funneled into this A site is going to be your solution, there could very well be problems ahead.
Yes, but when we see what's taking place.
Galil in the middle of the pack. Excellent flashbang. Zywoo's made finds him. Critical juncture. Spinks empty-handed falls. And they have to ask themselves, do we have enough to force this retake, or have FaZe done it again?
It's too much of an investment, the op, right? How can they even mobilize it in the situation? There's no molly for inside the site.
That's it?
They will leave.
That's all?
FaZe with a perfect call to meet a perfect setup from the last round of Vitality. That top bracket control on the rifle ground was spectacular, but met by FaZe, who find an opportunity to jump out halls when there's no pit players.
We've talked about Zywoo's absence and Flamesy being on at times, but he who picked up all the slack has been Spinks.
Yes, and Spinks was the player deciding to play retake on Arch. Had to get 2 frags, couldn't get a single one. They get a haul safely, and again, that comes down to the ball, right? They're anticipating a heavy brackets presence. If there's a heavy brackets presence, you don't have 6 players. You can't just be playing pit and brackets at the same time. So that's a good one from Kerrigan to answer back. It's definitely a battle of the minds right now, and it's hard to tell who's winning. Scoreline will dictate the narrative. A second timeout called here for Vitality. As we wade now into waters unknown, what is the next move?
So hard to get a read as to what will work or what won't, because it feels like both bomb sites have been successfully defended and taken over.
100%. We've seen it all.
And I think this really screams the depth that Inferno has for both these teams, in contrast to what we got back on Vertigo, where FaZe looked so lopsided.
And this flash, obviously, no chance to fight back for Mezzy.
And unfortunately, that's the crack in the A defense. That's Spinks showing shakiness as he sits 3-7 in a critical moment of this series, in the biggest moment of Vitality's major.
Yeah, it must be said. You can have a great map 1, but when you get to map 3, you got to be every bit as good.
Final round of a T side, you know FaZe can be proud of.
And this is one that anything can go. I don't know what's a bad idea in this situation. It's just going to come down to what gambles do they think that Apex took in terms of how they're stacking up. You know, they don't play vanilla setups where they play 1 on every choke point and hold.
This time it's an entirely absent Arch side. It's been a real consistency in having CTs on top of this porch.
But this can counter some of the default control because you can see over top of an Arch smoke in case there is going to be a lurk.
It's
like they go back to draw on some new grenades as we pass the minute mark. A slow burn on this round. FaZe trying to build the pressure.
Rain sensing this presence. If anybody knows Wallbang's lineups, it's gotta be Rain. King of the cave on Ancient. Here's that util pressure that's going to keep the CTs looking towards mid. Messy with the first one, but it's all about the setup. Empty-handed again.
The perfect pre-aim.
Apex at that. Clotheslines Rain on the approach. Second kill could be Oh, and sure enough, he does enough. 2 kills for him, 2 up for FaZe. And 2 stand on the other side. Flames and Zywoo demanded of them this retake.
They'll have to go for it, and they might need to win it.
Robson байж ил гарч ирээд зогссон байдаг. За Robson дэс орон нэгийг л унгаах хэрэгтэй байна да. Флеймсийг унгаагаар. Харсан унгаасан. За Зайвуу. Хоёрыг унгаачлаа.
We've got FaZe with no problem
Нахиа иминсан Баян Монгол 24-7
That's right. A wax stamp on the round here from Rops once again at the end of a half.
За болж шүү.
One of these teams going to grand finals.
Grand final.
And both proving they deserve to be there.
Podcast Pro coach болсон үнэн үү?
Shaping up to be as close as they can get. And thank you so much, Copenhagen, for being with us.
Clearing the top porch, very nicely done. You think maybe that Spinks setup is what gets him in with a kill, but back-to-back empty-handed moments there for Spinks.
Face fan-ийн хувьд сайхан
back-to-back feels like too much.
Oh, we got the gears turning here for Vitality. There have been some investments. We don't know how light phase go into this second pistol.
Okay, one expect-ийн ID хийдвэ, цэнэглэлт хийж өгөө. Оо, над тийм ID байхгүй.
Utility for Apex, smoke additionally. A lot of util here for this T side. Some kind of execute clearly getting set up in this one.
Big time. Let's see, they set up and there's almost no reason to not sort of spend at least some portion of the time looking for flanks because the map control is actually easy to come by time-wise. But it also allows for openings from the CTs who are getting frisky.
Again, this is such a committed position. He's not getting out of here now.
It can be all or nothing.
He is so committed. He is all in on
Харин шалахгүй за энд харин ятар флаш бүр амар орсон байгаа даа.
Oh, with the flashbang, it interrupts them. It puts
Frozen
in a spot to try and take another. No, smoke there, all is good. They've contained control of Banana with a double man advantage.
Хүний давтаа штэ, гоё штэ.
All that utility, all of that execute, everything Vitality wanted to throw in this pistol, and now it is down to a double molly, one flash. But isn't that the perfect solution for what this CT side is holding on to?
Down to where they land.
Quadi molly хийгээд орж ирнэ гэж байх уу? Хийцээ, сонсчлоо Apex. Болсон үү?
Apex may be off the
mark.
Quadi хийчихэж байгаа юм байна. But the second one lands on top of them. It gets them to move, but it also forces them into the fight.
Carrigan харагдахгүй төгсөөд нэг үгсэн. Гараад байсан Frozen Carrigan. Амар. Bomb plant хийж чадаагүй.
And a phase that shows no sign of slowing down.
What FaZe showed us in quarters was unbelievable. And again, they're here looking for round two. Vitality powered up after destroying Cloud9 in the most one-sided quarter that we've seen. And after Vertigo, you thought, okay, maybe they just had to shake the nerves off on map one. They're back to it, but look at FaZe in the lead.
It's a beautiful thing to see. Frozen and Kerrigan working in tandem after years of being apart. Waiting for his call up and being put in a bomb site with the leader he believes in more than anybody else. And that confidence is going to start to spill over as there is so little here for Vitality to offer.
Vitality.
Right now, there are no superheroes on Vitality. No one is wearing a cape. No one is doing what Spinks brought to Vitality on Nuke.
Okay, Nicoтай биш Kerriganтай л адилхан юм
шүү. Got kills, but it's not enough. It is not world class. It is not game defining.
За, Rain. Муслаач.
Rain, easy does it. Not going to get anything going here towards. It's a drive-by Glock frag, but it's all false hope here for Vitality.
Wow.
FaZe are simply 4 rounds from grand finals.
Yeah. The pieces are falling into place. They might be able to hit cruise control soon. That would be Vitality's worst nightmare. We've seen great players crumble on this stage in quarters already. It was surprising every time it happened, whether it was the Spirit players, the Cloud9 players, whoever. Vitality would be the most surprising after surviving that test initially. But at what point won't we be surprised? Don't let FaZe in playoffs.
MP9 FAMAS.
Guns up to try and make a difference, but Mezzi already shattered. 41 HP off of the frag. And a flashbang here to set up Kerrigan. Now he is feeling it. And he will take over control. And with that, decide what's next. Fast rush. We've got T's barreling up short side. A sudden test of the A defense from FaZe.
Ороод ирлээ.
No panic.
Smoke өрн зөрүүд гарлаа. Apex харчлаа.
That's why.
That's key.
Taking it into his own
За
hands.
бананаас дайрсан гэсэн Frozen намдаг хий. Одоо Apps-аар бомб орж ирж, тэрийг нь сонсцсон доо Broky. Саяхан дотор нэг хүн яваад Apps-ийн нэг хүн бүтсэн штэ бомб нуусан. За Sphinx ганцаараа юу гэж байна бэ?
He can hear him. The echo of the footsteps inside of Hall. Sphinx now needs this. 1-on-3. They know where he is.
He's lucky that bomb fell down on top of him. CT's calling themselves and then put it out. He sees the one slip, but he's flying. FaZe may lose their bomb site, but it doesn't feel like they're going to lose this semifinals.
Ингээд нэг жоохон савсантай л ихээр буурчихчих шүү. Хоччоод савсанж болно. 13 авчаад савсанж болно. CS тоглодоггүй ч үздэг болтол тайлбарсан K.
I like the tempo. I like the pace. It's a risk from Apex. He takes it into his own hands, but he did deliver. ZywOo had to get the opening to cross.
That was Apex's X-Factor kill. Where was ZywOo's? You know, where was it in that moment when he pre-aimed Brokey knowing that he would be held? Where's that first bullet headshot that you need from him? FaZe have got those in spades. Moments coming out of Apex, who is now at the top of the board.
Pro player байдгүй юм. Байгаа шүү дээ, refresh.
One last chance to talk. They're basically in a position to try to fend off overtime at best.
To be in that team speak right now?
Oh, it might be quiet.
With Apex? I don't think so.
True.
He's got to be fierce.
Та donation айлттай ямар платформ ашиглаж байгаа юм? Яг одоо ашиглаж байгаа TP.
We know what Sphinx is capable of, but right now we're getting nothing from him. 3 kills deep.
15 rounds
into map 3.
He's meant to be the electronic to ZywOo symbol.
We start to see more and more confident moves
coming
out of CT's pressure from FaZe as they have placed
үзүүлэлтийг нь хардаа. Хамгийн их киллтэй хүн нь 11 киллтэй. Хамгийн бага киллтэй хүн нь 9 киллтэй. Ийм байхад юу вэ? Ийм амар жиг тоглож байгаа.
And Rain running for the escape, but Sphinx will respond. Finally, it's something. There's also an opening. A chance to wrap around this A site quick pressure on Toronto. Able to get into the pit. Brokey caught. No support unless Kerrigan has to come in. Sweep.
Yeah, that's a full court punish here from Vitality. One they needed for alive as they win the full rifle.
It's an answer.
It is. And it's not small either. FaZe
Million trading hub in bullish trader.
And a parallel between the round prior with Apex getting aggressive on short. This was a fast transition from Vitality into that A hit.
Off the tack as well.
So tempo on A is now the red flag we raise for FaZe.
But you don't win a game on half the map, especially not on a comeback of this size. If they had to trip over the finish line and only needed 2 or 3 rounds, they could dress up this play differently and do it over and over again. But being this far away, Apex is going to show us a deep playbook or fail trying. There is no way he's going to be able to get away with that every single time.
Frozen.
This integration, and of course you want to give credit to Kerrigan
for
being able to do that, and you can thank their past experience for accelerating that process, and the fact that FaZe have found finals already with him has already been impressive, but being in finals and actually winning are 2 different games.
Энэ тоглолт дуусаад дараагийн тоглолт хийх юм дөө цагдаа тий. Гэтэ нөгөө юу жоохон яаж магадгүй шүү.
They're the ones that ended the FaZe era as close as they made it in the winter.
Honestly though, you do catch 2 CTs a little off guard, right? The apartments kill, Rain not thinking Sphinx would look over stairs. And then Flamesy getting the better of the rotating library as he had nades in hand. You put guns up for FaZe, they have been hitting.
Brokey.
And plenty of more guns where the previous ones came from. It's another buy out of FaZe, but it's all they've got on this one. Vitality win this back-to-back round, this game's back on.
That's true. I think
they know that G2 go.
And I think that calls for a slower pace round because even if they grind down 3 or more players for FaZe,
Nade гоё явах уу? Хөөе тэр смокнууд яа Nade ямар гоё орсон гэсэн. Frozen.
Big one.
За ялаа.
Whole pack of players ready to charge.
За флаш бүр амар орчлоо. Гэсэн өөрөө тэгээд тэр нэг улаан байгаад байна. Нэгэн дээр гараад байна.
Goes over top. But he didn't get a chance to gun him down, so it's just the one-man advantage, and that one man hangs on to 17 health.
We're talking about two players on the other side of the world.
The nades that were left here. Oh, he uses it one.
За одоо ирж штэ үү? Хоёроо ирэхгүй мó.
Surely they're going to try to join in.
Ирэхгүй юм байна.
Oh my god, they're not even going to think about it.
Бэн ганцаараа бүр үзцээд идэг.
I don't know, Rob's had a full kit of
Одоо жоо
utility.
оройтсон уу?
They just were having no thought
Одоо
of
жоо
going
оройтсон
to the
штэ.
situation. Vitality win a very important round. I think that FaZe know, though, if they lost every player on this round, that can be the save to follow. That can be the save after that. So it's an economical choice. Not the sexiest, not what you want to see in the situation.
Duke хайртай шүү, амжилт гээд хэлээд өгөөч.
Now, if they were closer
Duke
and you play that retake over and over again, there's definitely a world where FaZe win it.
Not just that. If ZywOo's not planting behind the fountain's pillar and that smoke gets popped open, I'm telling you, Rain's not shooting at the player by his side.
And that's the thing about planting Grill now, because you can break open those smokes. So people are actually planting there obviously quite often. So somehow a win for both teams. I mean, FaZe don't lose more than 3 players. They can sustain to buy again. Vitality get their round. And two straight to stabilize their own economy, build up a little bit of a nest egg on their side. 3-round game. And things get interesting once again. Look at Frozen. CZ in hand. Kerrigan, just a pistol.
Couple instances of real aggression from FaZe down Banana. Kerrigan's going to try again. But, I mean, what are you expecting?
Yeah.
Hoping that nobody's in that corner, that he can just slip into one of those spots on his own.
I gotta say, Vitality have done a really great job in this series so far of rounds like this, where they don't have that many guns to work with, of making it feel like a full rifle. Setting up ZywOo for an opening kill. They've won with one gun. Flamesy as well, they've done that too. FaZe Clan are setting a trap over on the A site. But it doesn't look like Vitality or they themselves going to run into it. Thought we were going to see more money to buy on everybody, but FaZe look perfectly happy to carry the guns forward again.
Of course, right? You keep that 3-player pack hurtled towards the A site. If the fight comes to you, you've got your best bet. But okay, a peek down middle, and you've now lost one of those weapons for good.
Yes, yes.
За тэр Rob-Train хоёр буугаас хэлсэн дээрээ. Дараа нь бол бай байгаа юм биш та.
A costly glimpse down middle.
Now, this is one of the situations where your KPR is alert.
Hey, that's Spinks hunt. Yeah. Let him go. That's 2 weapons now dropped out of Spinks. They're not round-winning kills, but they come with impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's...
За, 2 раунд энэ зүрх. Юу
it was 5-10 for a second.
Not to mention, you've set up this entire round. Kerrigan pushes down Banana with a P250. Why? Because you want to keep your 3 rifles for the follow-up, and you still end up losing them. They could have taken a chance. They could have ran a risk, and instead, that round looks so much flatter.
In terms of creativity on the low buys, you got to give it to Vitality. They have come up with some good ones and actually converted.
And they hunt them down.
And in a hurry, we are at a 2-round game. And because there's no op save, there will be no op bot here from FaZe Clan. Barely enough money to operate.
Apex just stares at the flames. The next wave spreads. No!
Йоо, Apex юу болж байна те? 2 HP-тэй. Модны хард байгааг нь мэдчихлээ шүү дээ. Нээж идчих яах юм өөрөө тэгээ сая.
Frozen's not going to let him get out of there.
Nice shot. Frozen.
Not this time.
Wow, the spray transfer from Frozen. Through the smoke. 3 down for Vitality. Not even at a minute.
This consistency in the banana pressure, right? From P250 on Kerrigan to 2 players applying it. A rebuy in the hands of FaZe, and it nets them 11. Worry not, Vitality. Tons of money still to play.
Yeah.
The nature of their round wins have given them that, a bank account to play with.
Yeah, they weren't just scraping by. It wasn't clutches that got them to this point of the 3-round streak.
And is it enough money to run the risk? No. Or is it?
Oh my God.
We've got Frozen and Kerrigan to deal with. Two players who have set up great defenses for this B-site. Now that Zywoo's solving, you think surely not.
Wait, he got a kill?
But it's technically comes in regardless. And it's Kerrigan waiting for their arrival.
Okay, I guess worried about trying to save on Banana. Thought their exit was blocked off. I don't know, but they lose an op and a rifle.
Get the hell out of here.
For one kill.
За энэ техникэл
Now,
тайм
of course,
аваад
there's still some money left for Vitality to make this interesting, but it's FaZe from a power position in the lead.
Оо сая Apex яажийнэ те. Онон дээр модны ард.
Boy, oh boy. What a treat we have in front of us. Vitality, FaZe.
This has been specifically Frozen's team right? In these finals going up against FaZe. And even though it's only the semi now, this is what's kept him out of
Game
his first trophy on FaZe Clan.
Speaking of first trophies,
Every
time he steps forward in the Royal Arena, the whole team talks about how much he wants it, how much it means to him. And this would be another chance to take it down in another grand finals, but it's been so elusive.
So elusive for almost all Danes, honestly. So the curse of support on it, maybe. It's the Danish teams who have stood up to the adversity of crowds around the world, but when they've come to play in front of their own, have definitely struggled.
That is very true, but it is also safe to say that I have not seen this many Danes in the Royal Arena. And as we get late into this third map, I ask you, the world is watching. Copenhagen, make some noise!
Yeah, let's turn it up.
Counter-Strike at its finest. FaZe rounds away. And Vitality, a great challenger. What's going to look different? What's going to be the pace? Because when we've seen those rapid hits towards A, those are the two things that ended up working for Vitality's B-side.
Happy birthday, Banda.
Quick switch.
Vitality have found some pretty good duels. It hasn't really been major mistakes. It's been a cascade of smaller ones that have cost them good positions. Getting B is huge for FaZe.
Great flash, but he doesn't clear. And then they get flash right back. It's a turnaround, but still the trade. Numbers here for FaZe nets them this 4v4 in an instantaneous
Had a window of opportunity right there.
Go FaZe
and look at the CT shuffle right now. As we cross the minute, they seem to be worried about something.
That fast A hit, that's what they're worried about, the quick transition. Anytime something goes poorly, it's usually moving into A, so Kerrigan puts pieces ahead of the hit.
It's a great read.
He's reading it wonderfully. But right there on the brim of mid, goes swinging right into Apex's crosshair.
But there's still more support.
They're back to back. It's Brokey and Robs holding on to short. A perfect dodge. They trickle down into the pit. The Omer only stops the one. Robs with the glance down mid. Trying to catch some kind of movement. He will. Again, it is Zywoo with nothing as he falls. Crossing out from Apex. Apex is dead. And flames with 2 kills ahead.
Robs and Porch name a better duo. Another major moment from
him.
Oh, amazing to see those plays. That is gut-wrenching for Vitality. A perfect setup, but the rotation call to go to the A site was beautiful from Finn. He was responsible, he was correct. And even though they came out of halls and there were no pit players, that's right, Kerrigan.
He knows.
He knows.
Back to the action, fast and with the pace. Kerrigan barreling forward, smoke indicates all he needs. Knives out, gonna cost him. Bodies lined up at the base of Banana.
And FaZe were never able to beat Vitality in these finals.
Yeah.
But with Frozen, maybe there is a little bit more clay.
This B site's been so solid. They've had to dig so deep. And with Kerrigan watching on from the wayside, the third major grand finals for him and Rain queued up. All you have to do is stop the French Foreign Legion.
Flames
Sphinx crawling back towards mid. And Brokey, who stood up in the round prior, cheered with all his heart, is here with Op, and still he remains patient. Map, match, and a grand finals point.
Frozen, Rain,
but with that hesitation over towards A comes this slow movement back. Two smokes to block things off, two flashes to get them in, no Molotov to disrupt these positionings. It is Frozen and Rain to anchor. It is Frozen and Rain to keep FaZe this close, to punch that ticket to grand finals. We get the climb over top and a clean headshot, but Rain always stoic. And if you let your guard down, if you do that, you'll fall. Look at it. Bask in the glory of the FaZe clan, the founding fathers of CS2. Sign Vitality's death certificate. They lost in grand finals.
За Carrigan одоо бол янз бүр болж байна. Одоо бол янз бүр болж байна ш.
Denying them a second chance to win a repeat
За ингээ Vitality хасагдсан.
FaZe in grand finals.
To dispatch of tournament favorites in the opening game, to be this continuous boogeyman that is the playoffs for all up-and-comers, and for Kerrigan to yet again get a chance in the Royal Arena. Another major on the line, and to do it in front of a crowd that chants his name, that cheers for his team.
Гарч гар бирж штэ. Epic яагаад вэ?
Has to be said. Great back and forth between Apex and Kerrigan throughout this third map. And we see a little weakness. It can't be understated. That Vertigo game was flat. FaZe are not perfection, but they are unarguably grand finalists.
Донеш нэрийн улсын юмнууд дутуу гараад байна. GCT COS хамт пив ууж буу халах юмсан гэсэн шүү. За. За гранд финалд гарч ирлээ дээ. Carrigan.
FaZe are your first team through to the grand finals. It's taken a couple more majors to get back to this spot, but you've done it again.
I mean, focus on next game. But listen to this. I never thought I would get
Amazon байна. Хүрээ лонж гэсэн байна. Ой, маш их баярлалаа хүрээ лонж.
Destroy everything, but here I am and whole Royal Arena is behind me. It's insane. Thank you guys.
Thank you хүрээ лонж.
Now Kerrigan, this game. Well, Nuke, you get it. Despite having struggled even against them before, right when you faced off against Vitality. So that's a positive. But then Vertigo, maybe not quite ready for that.
I think Rain saw a few B executes. So I think we could have adapted more, but I have to give credit to Vitality. They had a great game plan on that map, and they were one step ahead, and Apex outcalled me on that map. But I feel like Nuke and Inferno is really strong match for us, right? And we showcased that, and I'm super proud that we can play 7 maps. It is crazy.
Apex-ийг хартаа хөрхөнтэй.
Why are you now at least able to play, maybe not win all the time, but play 7 maps? What's the change?
We knew coming into this major, our biggest rivals on paper were Spirit and Vitality, and Navi and other teams. So why not play Vertigo? We will see. I don't know who we face in the final, but now you never know what map you're banning.
And that's it, right? You've got it in your wheelhouse now, and you're in other teams' heads for sure. But what does this feel like in the team? What is the vibe you're getting right now?
If you see how we're losing T-rounds on Nuke, we are just resetting. I think we lost against 2 Egos on the T side, and we lost 3 rounds. But nobody's upset, nobody is angry. We just keep focused on next game, next round, and that's why we are so far now. So we need to stay humble. Whoever we face in the final, I'm just looking forward to blow this roof off in Royal Arena tomorrow.
And I'm damn sure they will do that.
Айсгийн талаар шуум юм хүн байна уу гинэ.
On the first day before we got to playoffs.
Ямар ч үсэн контрын баг нь болвол бүртгүүн нь болвол сонгогдсон юм шиг байсан.
No, not at all. I think obviously Inferno, I feel very comfortable. When I kind of got a little back down on our CT side, I just tried to focus. I've been in so many games, so many finals. I know that once the thoughts come, it's just another wave like in the ocean. Just let it go and just keep focusing on what's next. And I have a lot of experience after all. I've played this game for 20 years, so I know that I need to focus on the positive, and that's what I'm doing for tomorrow.
And that's what it's all about, the positives, and you always find them. But how do you not overthink so many of these situations? Because you do have all these experience, you've gone through so many different situations.
I think overthinking is basically making sure that you are never in the zone. If you just think about the moment you're in, focus on the frag, focus on the flashbang for a teammate, you don't get a chance to overthink. I've been overthinking a lot of my career, but the last few years, it's all about enjoying what we're doing and what we are creating, and that's what I'm doing here all the time.
Well, you've done it. You've made yourself into the major grand final here in Copenhagen. Royal Arena, let me hear you make some noise for Carrigan and FaZe Clan!
За Carrigan ингээд гранд финал дээр гарлаа.
Yes, such amazing scenes. Carrigan has done it again, getting his flowers.
Нутгийн хөгжөөнд дэмжигчдийн үед гэх юм бол маш сайн мэдээлэл байна л да. Нутгийн хөгжөөнд дэмжигчдийн үед бол дайн дайн IGL-тэй баг гарч ирж байна. FaZe Clan PGL Major Antwerpen авраг авч ирсэн. Navi-тай финалдаад.
It's crazy what he was able to do on that map of Inferno. So many rounds on the knife's edge, so many decisions that made or broke situation. He had the right call, he had the moments, he had the vision, he had the nerves. This is a very hurtful loss for Vitality, and the other side of the coin is an incredible performance for FaZe.
If anything, I also want to give all the credit in the world to Carrigan. Obviously, you know, being inside this arena.
Кэ ах ирээрээ хүрээл оонж цалингаа гинэ. Юунд тасарч. За хүрээл оонжид маш баярлалаа.
FaZe Clan in this game showed up as a team. Not a single player went missing. Everyone showed up. Everyone had their moment. You can give as much credit you want to.
За би юу яа? Дараагийн тоглолт манайха 350 байсан юм байна. Болоогүй заяа. 350 гэж одоо цагийн дараа юм биш үү? Угаасаа нэг тийм л байгаад байсан л да. Ер нь бол 3 цагаас эхлэх хэрэгтэй байсан. Сая тэгээ 3 map гарчиж байгаа учраас тэгж байгаа юм байна. 350 цагийн дараа нэг юм мэдээд тэгээд хүрээд ирээ. Okay.
Yeah, well, look, we'll talk about the game in just a moment. We go back to the stage where Banks has Apex.
Thank you, Richard.
За Apex-ийг яриа сонсоод.
Give him a big round of applause for standing here and doing this. It's not easy, Dan, it never is. But you guys fought the whole way through. You fought through some crazy circumstances. I just want to first ask about this series against FaZe. Did it feel like you were looking so comfortable when you saw this Veto go down?
Well, yeah, I think at Inferno we had so many great moments that we should have converted, and we lost most of them. I think there were a lot of like miscommunication and I would say mislistening, and that was pretty rough. That's unfortunate, that's the way it is, that's high pressure moments. We needed to answer in a better way and we didn't, and they deserve the win anyway today.
And what do you make that come down to? What do you think that is the reason for these mistakes? Because we saw you guys on a better trajectory.
Well, you know, it's all about dealing with the pressure and in this moment listening to each other, because I think we had like really good reads, really good moments that we didn't convert at all. And yeah, that that killed us at the end. We tried to come back on T side, but yeah, we didn't win enough rounds and that was pretty rough.
And looking at this, right, okay, you were the previous major champions, you guys come in this, that playing against Cloud9 was very comfortable for you. Do you feel like that was maybe too comfortable for you guys?
No, not really. I think we were ready today. But yeah, once again, I think pressure hit us a little bit in some sense. And that's the way it is when you want to win big title in Counter-Strike. You have pressure, but you need to deal with it, and we didn't today. Not enough, at least.
And what do you want to say to all the fans? Look at this, your crowd here of the Golden Hornets. They've all got hearts up for you, man.
Well, I want to thank, of course, the Golden Hornets, all the French that came here, all the Vitality fans. Thank you very much. Sorry to disappoint you today. The next one will be ours.
That's what it's all about. Guys, a big round of applause and so much respect for Apex.
A
lot of respect for Apex. Obviously, someone I've known a long, long time. We came through Source together. I watched him develop through CS2, where he was one of the monster entry fraggers. You know, an impact player, part of that.
За guys. Би хоолоо идчихэд стримийн ингээд асаалтаа ингээд авчих. За одоо нөгөө завсалгааны янз бүрийн контент юмнууд норж ирэх байх. 1 цагийн дараа, 1 цаг ч юу вэ? 50 минутын дараа юм биш одоо. 3:50-аас гэсэн байна. Okay.
Nothing to be ashamed of, and as we'll talk about, he even did it without his
star
player really helping him out this tournament. So I would just say to Dan, you know, don't worry too much about this. I know you'll be back.
Of course, and listen, it is very understandable how he feels right now, and I do think he's on the money. I think he's right when he says they had so many situations on Inferno which on paper looked favorable to them. And this is where, as a leader, as a competitor, you are just incredibly frustrated to see things unravel because of miscommunications, because of a little bit of tension. We're not listening to each other. We're not reacting to the calls. When you rewatch that VOD, if you're Apex, you are going to eat your own fingers. It is going to hurt like the dickens. That's what's going to happen. And Counter-Strike sometimes is about it. Is about a miscom, a mistiming, a misdecisions. And from now, I have no words for him. I agree with you. The respect is here for him, what he's been able to accomplish, what he's developed into. But today, it hurts, and it should hurt. If you are a team that has as a goal to lift trophies continuously, that loss on Inferno is unfortunately unacceptable. You can lose, not this way. And as a leader with expectation, I understand that he's just disheartened.
No shame in losing to FaZe Clan with the way they're playing at this playoff. That being said, I agree with you. Vitality came into this tournament maybe a little bit shaky. We didn't know where to pinpoint them. Obviously, one of the predetermined favorites. You said it, Richard, getting within touching distance. They were, you know, Inferno was much closer than the scoreboard suggests, I would say. I agree with Matthew. I agree with Apex when he's saying that there was a couple of moments in that game that could have made sure that we were probably still playing the game right now. It was a close game of Counter-Strike. Unfortunately for Vitality, they faced a better team today. They faced a Frozen who stepped up. You called out his name. He had a fantastic series overall. And then FaZe Clan. 5 days ago, we went into the playoff thinking they were close not even qualifying for it. They were close not even making it out of the group stage. They were 1 and 2 in the elimination stage, and all of a sudden they play the best brand of Counter-Strike we've seen FaZe Clan play in 2024. The switch that they had to turn on coming into the playoff, it is mega impressive.
I mean, listen, you look at this scoreboard and it tells a story about FaZe Clan, a story of anyone from coast to coast capable of having that multi-kill that changes around. Frozen had moments, Carrigan had moments, Rain I don't even need to mention. There's so much quality in there, and when you match that to Vitality, yes, of course, people will be absolutely annoyed and they've had enough of me saying his name, but the best player in the world did not show up in this game, and it was not a great major for him.
In this major?
In the major. Look, we have to be, I don't really know how to handle this whole topic. I'm ready to give a little bit of a pass for the sickness and the disease early on in the major, and that's just fair, we're humans.
Of course.
But when it comes to the playoffs, this was a very pedestrian version of what is supposed to be the best player in the world, and criticism is warranted. And if you're a Vitality right now, you had moments where you needed someone to take over. You needed someone to make up for the mistakes, to close the rounds, and he didn't. I think Spinks as well had a really bad map on Inferno. He had a few moments where he could close.
Yep.
But we are right to be critical of Cyber. We should. That comes with the territory.
Yeah, and look, you highlighted how important the duel between, you know, Spinks and Rops was going to be, and Spinks definitely came out on the losing end. But I agree with you. I have sympathy. I think Spinks has been their best player at this event. We can talk about, you know, Flames, and, you know, he went above expectation, but Spinks is looking like, well, he looked like the star player of the team at this event, and unfortunately, there's no getting away from it. This is one that Ziwu's going to probably have nightmares about for a long, long time, this whole tournament.
It will be, you know, and as you said, we don't know exactly how sick he's been throughout the group stage. We don't know the physical condition of him right now, you know, but fact of the matter is that throughout this tournament, he didn't play as the best player in the world, and we can't stay away from the facts in that regard. However, it wasn't that bad, you know. It's also one of the things that I want to see out there. We keep him up to the highest of the highest standards out there. He's posting the highest rating in this game for his team. I know when you look with the eye test, there was a couple of rounds where he could have done more, you know. He could have entered the game in a different manner like he usually do, but it wasn't like he was having a stinker like we saw in the first map.
Well, the first map was terrifying.
The first map was terrifying, but it wouldn't have made a difference anyway, right? Vertigo was slightly better. Inferno, he tried with the AWP. He was assertive in the beginning. Just looking at round 6 right here, I think that's where it all broke, you know, in that regard. Again, FaZe Clan in a 3v5. They find a way to win the round. Vitality kind of crumble at this moment. As I said, if Vitality goes up 4-2 right here, FaZe Clan is straight into a save. We're looking at a 5-2 scoreline. Vitality on the CT side. There were so many moments in this game where Vitality could have taken control, where Cywu could have taken control. They just didn't capitalize on it.
No, it was a boxing fight, and there is beauty to it. Obviously today,
pugilist Counter-Strike.
That was exactly what it was. It was UFC right there. My heart goes to Vitality, of course, but I have to respect what FaZe were able to do. They were able to come on top. They had the mental resilience. They had the moves towards the end, and very deservedly now en route to the grand final.
Yeah, well, let's talk some more about FaZe then. Obviously, we've highlighted, you know, lots of different parts of the team. We've talked a lot about Carrigan. Obviously, that's the story. But I have to say, what impressed me in that series overall, you know, we can just forget about Vertigo for now, is that actually everybody seemed to have high impact rounds. I mean, Rops had that amazing clutch, which was just so important in terms of cementing the direction we were heading in.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? From top to bottom, everyone is showing up. Everyone is having their moment. One thing I always love when I'm watching FaZe play, I did it during the opening states in the basement, let's call it that. I did it inside the arena as well. The positive body language coming out from the players when they're winning, obviously great. Everyone can be happy when they're winning. But when they're losing rounds, when they're losing clutches, it's still a positive uphold body language. Carrigan is looking to his right, he's looking to his left, he's making sure everyone is on board, everyone is focused on the next round. And I've seen a lot of different teams struggle to have a positive body language whenever shit goes down. Carrigan is one of the best in-game leaders in the world to make sure that every single player within his team is super focused regardless of what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. There are no garbage rounds with FaZe. And it might sound like a blanket statement, but it's not. Not at the highest level of Counter-Strike. When you're talking about stakes so high, teams have a tendency to lose a stupid round that turns into 3 because the next round you're slightly less focused. Your communication drops a little bit. Maybe you make a bad decision. It feels like for FaZe that isn't the case. No round that you win against FaZe guarantees you the next because they're out of sorts, because they're unfocused or whatever, or frustrated. That's just not the case. So whether Carrigan has instilled this philosophy or whether it's the whole individuals out there who share this quality, I think it's a little bit of both, but it makes them such a hard team to put down. That Inferno was, again, a pugilist. That's what it was, just left, right, and they were just never giving Vitality an easy round to relax. Every round had to be a battle. We're never going to give it to you. You're going to take it from us.
And that's where I'll bring the Frozen discussion up because, you know, we highlighted him at the start. We hadn't really talked a lot about him on the desk, but remember, this is the new kid on the block. FaZe as a lineup have been together a long, long time. When Twists left, I think a lot of people were very, very sad about it. They were worried. You know, Twists obviously went back to Team Liquid, didn't make it to the major, and the question mark was, you know, were FaZe going to miss him? Well, I would say, you know, absolutely not. Frozen has done everything I had hoped he would do, maybe even a little bit more, and he had a huge game here.
We can't take anything away from Twist and the legacy he's had when he faced
Absolutely not.
A fantastic player, without a doubt. But Frozen were one of the few players, as we highlighted, that could replace him and could replace him straight off the bat. Sure, he's had a bit of time to ease into the roles within FaZe Clan. We even heard from Carrigan when he was first brought on that he's helping out with the secondary calling as well. So it's not only a change for Carrigan, it's also a change for Rain, Robs, Brokey for that matter. A new guy's coming into the team, a new second voice is coming into the team as well, and he's done tremendously well. Today he was the highest rated player on the server, but more so the impact he was able to find. At no point did he seem to be scared to make the right decision. You saw him be aggressive on towards Banana. You saw him be aggressive on the CT side in middle on Inferno. You saw him constantly fight, constantly take duels, and constantly try to impact the game. When you have a player who's sitting in a semi-final inside a full arena and he's not showing any signs of being scared at all, then you know you got the real deal.
You said we saw him fight because he was always ready to fight. And it is such a scarce quality to have for a player to never be caught off guard. Even in transition, even in movement, knowing this is the moment I have to slow down, that's the moment I have to focus on my crosshair, it's about to hit me. And that's a mix of course, mechanical skills, which we know he has, but also just keeping you calm and being connected to the game that's happening, being able to sense the hit will be here in 2 or 3 seconds, I need to be focused. He's never an easy frag. He's never just a guy that's lost in that rotation. These are qualities I would give to Robs usually, but Frozen is displaying this sort of ice-cold mentality, pun intended, and he displayed that again.
And oh my, does he deserve it, right? He was, I wouldn't say stuck within Mousesports for many years. It was a great place to be for his development. He was the star player of the team. He's joining FaZe Clan. He's been in a couple of finals already. He's been easing into it, and now he finds himself in a major final inside the Royal Arena taking place tomorrow. For Frozen to make that move, going from Mousesports into FaZe Clan, he is one of the few players where I can point towards him and be like, listen, dude, you've done so well for yourself for so many years in Mousesports. You fully deserve that move.
I mean, he had an incredible amount of pressure too.
Yeah.
Expectation.
Yeah.
We were all ready. We were sat watching, scrutinizing, waiting for you possibly to fail, for us to say, you're not Twist, you're not going to be able to have the same kind of success. You were having a good time in Mouse because you were the big dog and you could do whatever you want. And now you become in FaZe and suddenly you're a small fish in this gigantic pond. There was a lot of narrative around that, and I think he's answering the best of the best of way here at the Major. What else can you ask from him?
Biggest compliment is he looks like he belongs in that team.
100%.
So look, just super quick, last question about FaZe. Based on everything you've seen so far, and we know we've got another semi-final coming up, a FaZe win in the Major?
Yes, I think they are. I think they are. The only way I can see someone snatching it from them would be a G2 that enters into an absolute beast mode.
Sure.
And listen, you've been putting the idea out there. You manifested it.
Day
I
one,
hope you're
day
going
one.
to own the responsibility. But it's just what you're made of. Like these nerves of steel is a quality that I'm ready to give to G2 at times because they have displayed it in multiple high-level event, high-prestige event. And I feel like this is what you need to win FaZe, to beat FaZe right now. You can't just have the Counter-Strike. You need to be warriors, and I think G2 can do it.
I agree with you. You know, think about it. FaZe Clan have taken down Team Spirit, who were the main favorite coming into this
Everyone's
playoff.
favorites.
Everyone's favorite. They're now taking out the best player in the world, Saivu, and made him look, you know, a little bit silly on the server today. We discussed it. They've had a very hard way going into the final. There's one thing that makes me, you know, gibber a little bit in terms of saying that Kerrigan and FaZe Clan is going to win the Major. It is that we've seen Kerrigan inside this arena in a couple of finals, and he's yet to find the recipe to win it. Obviously, third times is a charm. Perhaps a Major final as well. It probably helps with the motivation, but against a well-playing G2 who maybe will take down Navi.
Hey, we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know.
We don't even know, but I'll say it like this. If FaZe Clan is facing Navi tomorrow, yes, I 100% believe they're going to win the Major. If it's going to be a FaZe T2, it's completely open.
Right. Well, look, guys, as always, great talking to you both. I think, you know, I didn't have any kind of like expectations of like where it was going to go. It's been emotional, particularly for you, Matthew.
It's been rough.
It's just been so good to watch it with you guys. So thanks so much for your thoughts. And that means now it's time for a break. I'm not going to be on the desk either. We're going to tag in the other team. It's going to be Shox, Moses, and Blair bringing you the second semi-final of the day. Na'Vi versus G2. You don't want to miss it.
Okay, we aggressive.
Yeah, we have mid.
What is runners or fingers?
Yeah, we take that, it's fine.
Keep playing all in, bro. Okay, sure. Who's mid? Alone.
Stop mid.
Okay. Pushing up. Be clear. Out up.
On top some more. One is holding you. One is holding you, somewhere. Maybe left side. One up side, one up. One side, one up.
Okay. He's up.
Other side, 20 seconds. We have 2 bomb.
I'm with you. I love you.
Man, you're rocking Robin, man. Insane, bro.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victory is
check.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate.
Энэ юу яагаад тах шиг байна?
Swap them whenever you
Гэрлэнүүд арай л хурц байгаа тах шиг байна. Зарим гэрлэнүүдээс унтраад юм уу? Нүд ингээд нэг жоо яагаад тах юм? Чилээд
Shop now at displate.com.
Хизээ эхлэх юм бол 350-аас өссөн шүү дээ.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series.
35 минутын дараа.
Both are using fast TN panels.
Гэрлэн унтраа бол тэгээд унтчих шүү дээ. Миний ингээ зүүн талын нүдл ингээд яг
Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines
Listen
quicker
about it.
during flashbang attacks.
For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response.
Хүрээ лонж сүхээ туулаа гэдэг донешныг орхисон байна шүү дээ. За хүрээ лонж бас ч дээ тэр чигээрээ зодож өгч байгаа юм байна да 100,000-аар. Amazon байна хүрээ лонж гэдэг донект орж ирсэн. Хүрээ лонж зочлоор байнга дэмждэг гэдэг донект орж ирсэн. К ях ирээрээ хүрээ лонж цалингаа гэдэг донект орж ирсэн. Хүрээ лонж сүхээ туулаа гэдэг донект орж ирлээ.
Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance.
Зэрлнүүдээс унтраавал энийг унтраачвал бүр
now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height.
За G2 Navi.
To evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Ахууч ямар багт байсан бэ гинэ.
Introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us any questions.
2007 онд 2007 онд Монголд байсан байна. UMZ United Mongols.
Asones spent all the money to make the headphones good. And they got no money left for the commercial.
Цаад саунд бүр таг байна гинэ. Би яатсан багсгацсан. Таны тоглож буй бичлэг хаанаас үзэх үү? Бичлэг ч гэж байхгүй. Тий. Уул нь демо, скриншот янз бүрийн юмуд байдаг байсан юм аа. Тухайн үед ингээд үр дүнгуудыг аплод хийдэг. Монголын тоглолт, United Mongols эдрийн UMZ-ийн тоглолтууд. Тэгэл тэр нэг аплод хийжсэн хост нь байхгүй болоод бүх юмнууд нь алга болсон. Таны 1.6 гимшлэг одоо олдно гэж байхгүй. Бараг байхгүй тий. Таны хүч Монголын номер 1 байсан үнэн хутлах. Би ямар юм аа.
Welcome back everyone to the PGL CS2 Major live from Copenhagen, Denmark in this beautiful arena that is packed to the absolute brim. My name is Shox and I'm joined by Bla and by
season 2 эхлэх юм бол.
Our second semi-final. One IGL held up his part of the bargain.
Vertigo always Mongols. Let's go.
Versus Navi. A wealth of things to talk
Цом хуг гээд байсан гайгүй юу гинэ. Дахиад шинэ цом авчиж байгаа юм шүү. Эсвэл тэгээ засцсан юм уу? Паша biceps өнөөдөр дахиад цомыг гаргаж ирж шүү. За Moses Play 2 гарч ирж байгаа юм байна. Өнөөдрийн хоёр дахь тоглолтын дээр.
Shades of Stockholm, very different lineups of course, but there are a couple of people from that particular matchup. We have Bit, he's been here, he's taken out Nico in the past, of course in the grand finals, but just the storylines, FPA, it just writes itself.
Well, so, I mean, I wanted to keep it for a bit later, but we can do it right now. Navi tweeted, of course, a picture of Nuke, and they changed the names of course, what happened back in PGL Stockholm. For the people that aren't familiar, there was a grand final of a major. Nico was in it, G2 was up versus...
Энэ хараа. Нөгөө түрүүний ярьжсэн юм гаргаж ирж шүү. Navi-ийн твит хийсэн байсан. Tomorrow гэсэн. Никогийн дийлэр алддаг. Amazon-кан байна хүрээ лонж гинэ. Өө заастаа хүрээ лонж бас ч юм бүр. Амар юм болж байна. Баярлалаа. Amazon-ка.
What the expectations were. Has Navi surprised you in terms of making the semi-final and the level that they have shown so far?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a kind of a motley crew just coming in here. You lose Simple, the great one in CS2. You get in Wonderful coming in. Massive shoes to fill. You had Imma, JL, the pickups they had, and there were a lot of questions about his lineup with LXCB. Lots of doubts being cast on his IGLing abilities, but he has managed to make this work, make it click. And despite the fact that they've faced some pretty strong opposition time and time again, they've surprised us. And hey, they are in the semifinals, so there's no doubt about the fact that they have made it work. That being said, for me, this is one of the big tests.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a piecemeal lineup. Like, despite the fact that coming into the major, there was like a positive feeling that this team was improving, the semifinals feels like a huge overreach. And part of the reason they've done it is Wonderful has been, spectacular. He's obviously been just an absolute revelation that we've seen that him hit this level right now. And JL, a huge step up in
Ахурэл онж search хийсэн сарин тий. Яг харж.
He's been doing it consistently.
Of course, he had a game versus
Spirit dropping 40 frags, but he's been really, really solid overall. And maybe let's talk a little bit more about the matchup in particular, starting at Wonderful. Starting in Na'Vi, where you start off with Simple breathing down your neck. Now you're breathing down everyone else's neck because you have been putting up a fantastic
Instagram-ийн хайг байт юм байна. Facebook page байт юм байна.
Crucial up versus Monacy.
Yeah, Wonderful's emergence in these playoffs and in this tournament has been incredible. Like to see
Park Place-ийн нэг давхарт гинэ.
Talented opera that's bursting onto the scene that's going to be around forever. And I mean, you see as well same qualities that we saw in Monacy when he first blew up on the scene as well. Really sharp, really fast, solid in clutches.
Open mic
He's a really good late round opera. He's got the whole package, this Wonderful kid. And I mean, we're going to see it again on the stage.
Yeah, listen, if Simple's coming back, he's not going to be picking up the op. I'll tell you that right now. But the really cool thing here for me is the baby goat, the Flash. Wonderful's only 19 as well.
Монгол байгаа мó? Энэ 3 сарын 8-ны юу юм бэ?
In Rio with that Spirit lineup, so the fact that he's able to play in different lineups, in the international lineup this time around, instead of under Chopper and still delivering to this level, this is the reason Na'Vi are here today in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and Monacy's the reason G2 is here as well. He's been a hard carry, but if you look at these two operas, the beautiful thing about it, you mentioned the ages, these guys are going to be around forever.
Yes.
And, while these two teams have gone head-to-head, 5 times leading into this major in previous matchups, having it happen on a major stage, this is the first line in a story about a rivalry that we could be watching in Counter-Strike for a decade. This could be another beautiful clash that we see over and over again for the next however long years.
Yeah, hopefully it's the first page in that book, of course. And it's interesting to me because you have had a big conversation about established teams and experienced teams versus new blood. Here in both teams, you actually have a mix. And as you say,
Shanghai major гараад хүмүүс очсон гинэ.
So we got to talk about the supporting cast. Of course, there's much more than that in many cases. So where do you want to start? We did him dirty with the Deagle.
Yeah, I mean, you can start with Nico, and here's the thing, I look at the core here, obviously there have been some few changes here and there, and finally we have Nexa back in this roster, there have been a few doubts about it as well, but end of the day, they are in the semi-finals. I'm looking at Hunter, I'm looking at Nico, I'm looking at Nexa, but for me, it is about Nico. I mean, the greatest rifler we've ever had in CSGO, and CS2 has not been kind to him. I'm heading into this matchup right now, and I'm going to say right now, in current form, JL has had way more impact with the rifle than any other player in the server today, which is shocking to say when you have someone like Nico there.
I mean, it's a testament to Nico, like the greatest of all-time rifler that we've ever had in Counter-Strike. But I mean, you say that it's not entirely inaccurate, but I think still going into the semi-final match, you pick Nico 10 out of 10 times in this head-to-head, especially with the way we saw him playing yesterday, especially the way we saw G2 playing yesterday. These guys are fired up, and I think Nico is going to come into this ready to party.
We didn't know if he was going to flip the switch. For now, it's switched. Let's talk a bit about Mouse went into that match as the favorite, but they did not show up. Worked as a cohesive, I think, for the first part, maybe even this tournament.
I think a lot of it mentality, and probably the first time we saw G2 really look like G2 was that quarterfinal match, and sucks for Mouse, I guess, in that sense. Yeah, you ran into a tough one. But even Nico in the post-game interview is just saying, our issues aren't inside the server. It's not with Counter-Strike, it's not with strategy, it's with our emotions, it's with our mental game approaching and how we kind of step into the game. And what we saw yesterday in that series was a G2 that wanted to influence the game, that wanted to be proactive, that wanted to set the tone, that wanted to be aggressive and in Mouse's face at all times. That's going to throw off Na'Vi. G2 comes in with that same kind of an attitude today, constantly pushing. Nico and Hunter doing work, getting impact kills. Navi's going to have a real tough time. Alexi's going to have a tough time.
I mean, these guys are big game players. So we can't really forget about that. And despite the fact that the form has dropped off a little bit, they have looked a little rough. Like yesterday against Mouse, who continued to struggle on the stage. You're looking at a Navi yesterday where players like Imma completely disappeared. Our bit was looking shaky. But Nico, Hunter, Nexa, even Monacy now, they've been
on stages like this, massive crowds in front of them, and have delivered time and time again. So you're talking about experience of being competent server, it is heavily favoring G2.
Are you not mentioning him on purpose? Hooksy did a great job yesterday.
He's been there just once.
Only once?
I mean, in a major playoffs.
Fair enough. We'll come back to it. I do hear that Paula's standing by on the floor, so let's see what he's got for us.
I am absolutely stood by on the floor right now, Shocks, for perhaps the final crowd check-in of the night. Copenhagen, how are we doing? I need you all with me now. Na'Vi, G2, they need you with them now. When I point and I say where you are, I need you to raise the roof. But first, quiet. Left! Right! Middle! And now, everyone together, blow this roof to smithereens! One more time! Everyone, it's time for our second semi-final of the first CS2 Major! Make some noise!
Paula, your voice!
I know, the poor guy.
He's full sending it. He's been full sending it for a couple of days
He
now.
has, and I can't do that, so I have a lot of respect for that indeed, and needs us to get warmed up into it. So we're going to dive more into specifics as we go on. I would also like to get maybe the map Veto a little bit earlier, not yet, but like not with 4 minutes left to spare, because I think perhaps it may be interesting. I heard a couple of rumblings, but let's talk about a couple of particulars as well. We brought up Hooksy, we started to have the conversation. Is it fair to say he's like a guy that people love to hate sometimes?
Yeah, very polarizing figure, I think, you know, among the community, both for his performance as a player, as an individual, although I don't think you can be too harsh on it at the moment. He had a solid quarterfinals as well, putting up some big numbers and having some impact for his team, called great games. And Alexi on the other side of it is also a guy like a strategic mind, but I think people are still confused exactly about how to place Alexi B in like the pantheon of in-game leaders, because we know the tactical prowess is there. He's had some tough times with some tough teams and unable to get things going, and I think honestly the biggest indictment, ironically, is his failure to make the G2 lineup work when he was the in-game leader.
Yes. I mean, absolutely. And the fact that, you know, it's Hooksy coming in, it is kind of interesting in a way. But if you're talking about, if you're going to be critical about Hooksy and his, you know, fragging ability, everyone's like, he's calling a good game, he's marshalling the troops, but he's not quite finding the impact in the server. Actually, he's doing much better than Lexi B, who has right now the lowest rated player in the tournament, which is kind of wild when you are in the semifinals. So for Hooksy, all the haters will be shutting their mouths up if he's able to pull this off, you know, put up a shut up.
It's a huge value to Alexi, though, that he can have that kind of a low number and still be able to get his team to this position, because if you look back, I mean, look, the best one to point at is the win they had in the group stage over G2. Came down from, what, 12-7? Na'Vi was down in that game, and Hooksy called an absolutely perfect end to the game to end up winning the map. And like that is a special game. Alexi, yes.
All right,
I know, it's confusing. Yeah, they're biased. What is it? I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, talking about Alexi, you said it there, kind of the indictment about that G2 roster, if that didn't work out. And I think it's the opposite, that people really want to love Alexi because of the promise and the fact that after that kind of Ent's initial glory, he hasn't been dealt the best cards around him in order to make it work. And this is by no means an easy project to get into, an international roster. A bit to his picking up the communication in English, that maybe also a factor as to why he hasn't been as active as before, but there's so many puzzle pieces at play here.
Yeah, and I think he's gotten very fortunate that some of these puzzle pieces have worked out really well, because this, you're right, this is not an easy job to step into when you transition into a new language. Pitt has been taking English lessons since this roster went international. It was a nightmare at the start of it. You had Wonderful, who had to kind of learn how to play the game. You had Ima, who was a huge gamble after his performance at the Paris Major. Him bringing in JL with his step up is a massive thing for Alexi to have next to him as well. So yeah, he's been able to marshal this team really well. You can't take any credit away from what he's been able to do with this team.
I like the semantics that you use there, because you use gamble for Ima, but not for JL, and that is results-based analysis.
Well, yeah, and also, like, you know, JL wasn't necessarily meant to be this player putting up these kinds of numbers. He wasn't a gamble in the same sense.
Yeah, and we're talking about like international lineups, the fact that, you know, it seems to be, you know, the era of national teams seems to have kind of died, so to speak, and I feel like Lexi B is a good champion of that, right? We just saw some of the lineups he's played in the past as well. We talked about Ent's lineup, then moving to international international lineup and whatnot. So for me, like, this could be his crowning moment. This could be his chance to really shut up a lot of people, especially as Jason just pointed out right now. It was a very tumultuous time when he came into the Na'Vi lineup, losing simple as well.
You can have the same kind of comparison over to Hooksy on the other side too, because he's probably warranted, and I think a lot of the criticism is fair when you consider this, how much skill is on this G2 team. Much like Alexi, he struggled
Listen,
to make
you
it
have
work.
Monacy and Nico, come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Cologne and Katowice. Those are huge events to win. Those are huge trophies to have, and they're wonderful. Obviously, a major would be another wonderful thing. But the fact that this G2 team hasn't been able to be consistent and establish, you know, I'm not going to say like they should have established an era or a dynasty, but the fact that you're not able to put up more trophies and win more events and look more like you're a team that's functional is probably the biggest criticism you can have on Hooksy.
It's very interesting because when you look at it, you know, blankly, and you look at kind of that blast victory at the end of 2022, then winning Katowice, then winning Cologne, a lot of teams would say, yes, I want to sign up for that, but I guess the criticism is keep that going with the people you have on that lineup at that point in time. And of course, the Rio Major not even making it, then in Paris not even making it to this biggest stage. Now, finally, it all has to come together, and that feeling of I absolutely have to prove it here, and on top of that, it's on my home soil.
Yeah, it is on his home soil, but for me, I think the narrative ties in with Nico.
Yeah.
We have to talk about Nico here, right? Obviously, one of the greatest rifles we've ever had, never to win a major. He's been in 2 grand finals right there. Just look at the legacy this guy has cemented. These are some incredible placings, playing through, you know, with G2, with FaZe, with Mouse, all the way back then. He's been playing for years right now. So many events, couple of grand finals, but he never got that major. So Hooksy having to get him, that's the thing. That's a big question here. Can they give him a major?
Yeah, there's 2 that stick out in that list, right, Moses?
Yeah.
Of course, Boston and
the
Stockholm.
heartbreak in Boston, as I call it, for Nico.
Well, it's not that much of a heartbreak to some people, but yeah, he did end up getting second place there in Stockholm. I think the biggest indictment here isn't those second places, it's the amount of times he's not made the playoffs as well. 13 majors, or what is that? And like 5 times he hasn't been able, 5 times he's been in the playoffs, which, like, for someone of his caliber and some of the teams he's been on, that's kind of mental to think that he's missed out on the playoffs that frequently.
I mean, Antwerp, like, he gets Monacy, and he misses out on Antwerp, he misses out on in Rio as well, and the Paris major. This isn't what you expect from Nico. Nico should be someone who should be in the semifinals, in the grand finals, chasing the championships. And sure, it's nice to win Kato, it's nice to win Cologne, these are great events, but a major is a bloody major. And Nico, he needs to get it.
Yeah, perhaps you could see it as a sign, right? The fact that it finally happened in Kato, the fact that it finally happened in Cologne. Will it be here? We don't know, but there's a couple of things that have been really, really strange about this G2 run. I mean, we were completely ready to write them off, send them home immediately. We all know what happened with Virtus Pro. We all know that it wasn't all smooth sailing yesterday either. What's going on with this team?
I don't even know. Like, it's crazy the way they've been able to bounce back, especially when you consider just to get to the playoffs, they had to win 2 best-of-3s in a row. Like, they had backs against the wall really early on in those series over Ecstatic and Virtus Pro. They got some gifts. And as we saw, like, they're going to take advantage of them, and you can't fault them for that. And this is a team with the mentality they have right now. I don't think they don't care at all either. They're just like, we're just going to keep moving forward, and we're just going to keep winning games however we get it.
I mean, Connor just literally called them yesterday after they beat Mouse, the soldiers of God, right, with the hand of God and everything. Well, might as well just march on then. Just don't let anyone stop you.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. On the other side then, you know, we have the tape of the best of 1 they played on Nuke, which was, to me, really a testament of Alexi B and Blade and the planning and changing on the fly in those last 2 rounds, figuring G2 out. They had started that map with a very dynamic T side, but we have to be honest, it was also a lot coming down to kind of personal outplays and clutches and a Zeus kill here and there, and not that much planning.
Honestly, G2 should have won this game. Honest to God, it should have been like 13-8 or something like that. But Na'Vi, I want to take not anything away from them. Alexi B, I think, called a fantastic sequence of rounds. Might be the best calling sequence I've seen so far at the major. There's 5 rounds to bring it back, winning at 13-11. But that being said, right, why were G2 playing so scared? Why were they in their own heads? Why were they playing so reactive?
Because it was group stage G2, wasn't playoff
You
G2.
think?
Yeah.
But may I pry? You say Alexi B called those rounds perfectly. What did he change and how did he kill them?
I mean, there was some clutches from Wonderful, but I think a lot of it came down with Alexi B's calling. A leader who's great at adaptation, and he figured out eventually there's a weakness outside. There's some gaps you can get to outside. Alexi was able to push a couple times, able to wrap towards heaven. That's something, if Nuke comes into this pool in this matchup, G2's going to have to be very cognizant of, and the way they lost that game, I guarantee they poured over that tape, frustrated. They'll have that in the back of their minds.
And if you're G2 coming into this as, for me, at the very least, favorites, you have the better players as well than someone like Nico and Monacy. If you're Hooksy, you're not trying to play super reactive. That's what they did. That's why they lost at Nuke game. They're just reacting to what Alexi Alexi was throwing at them. There was no early aggression. We were watching FaZe earlier today, the way they were playing the CT side, just in your face, not allowing your opposition to kind of dictate the pace, right? You shouldn't allow them to happen, because if that happens, that's when you can activate a JL or a Wonderful, and then things get a little grim. And that's what happened in that map.
It's what G2 did yesterday. It's exactly what G2 did yesterday. And that's why I think like this matchup, I think G2 can actually, there's a world in which G2 can just blow Na'Vi out of the water. I think they can be really aggressive and really solid. If they come out and playing like they did yesterday, Navi's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I see how you can say that if you look at kind of the individual skill that showed up to the server from G2 side yesterday. But is HooXi going to keep pushing through the smoke and getting 2 opening kills every 3 rounds? I don't think so, right? So there's going to have to be more planning, more strategizing going into it. So I hope it at least, because otherwise Na'Vi is just not showing up, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, they're going to show up. They're going to have some resistance to it. But Hunter and Nico, I mean, the nice thing if you're G2, you don't necessarily need HooXi to push through. That's like icing on the cake. That's like something you didn't expect to have happen. You're not planning for that, and he's giving you a little bit more. Kerrigan's doing the same thing with FaZe, which is pretty crazy.
Except Kerrigan's actually fragging out.
Yeah, it's an epidemic.
But you have Hunter who's going to be able to have those impact frags. That's the guy that you want set up, and him and Nico are playing at the same exact level right now. They have the same exact rating in this tournament. Individually, they are on par with each other, just going blow for impact kills they're providing to G2.
Kovac factor, it can be very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday, especially to see Hunter kind of back, kind of playing to the level we expect from him, that is absolutely going to be a win condition for G2. And this was a conversation coming into, when JKS got cut and Nexa came in, we were like, yo, this is supposed to activate Hunter. This is supposed to activate the duo to star riflers, but it never really happened. But if it's going to require an arena to wake it up, so be it.
Well, also, think of the tournaments they won. If you win, Cologne and Katowice, the strength of that was the trio of Modesty, Nico, and Hunter, and those guys, all 3 of those guys played excellently yesterday. All 3 of those guys were there. So, I mean, you have the main win condition is this core of G2 excelling in these stage games. And look, this is a different team than the group stage. It's a completely different, I almost write that Nuke off in a sense, just because the G2 we saw yesterday is vastly different than the G2 we saw in the elimination stage.
Even if we see it again?
Yes. Absolutely.
All right. For Na'Vi then, I know that we've had kind of question marks, right? Because we talk so much about JL, and oh my God, by the way, looking at the path that this guy has walked, right? Another semi-final after the one last year in Paris. Of course, the same goes for Emma, who then went on to play the final as well with Gamer Legion. But for JL to be the guy to rise up, and to me also be a little bit of the face publicly of this Na'Vi lineup in terms of kind of how he gets the people going, how he speaks to the fans, and also what he drops on the server. But in terms of a technical change in that team, what does that change then? Because Emma was supposed to be that guy.
I think it's an interesting tale when you look at Emma and the positions he plays. He's being set up to be the star player. He's having all the star player roles, and JL actually has a slightly rougher position, so to speak. The fact that he's able to still elevate himself, and also, as he pointed out, I'm looking at the body language and the comms when things are looking a little grim for the team. He seems to be the guy kind of rallying the troops, so to speak. So yes, absolutely, he's been fantastic, but we have to touch upon Emma. You look at his Paris performance just a year ago, 1.35 rating in the run he had. This is the reason he got picked up by Na'Vi. This is the reason his stocks went so high, and he's just been struggle city ever since then. And here at this event, in the semi-finals, he is the 6th worst rated player in the tournament. If he doesn't step up here, this is going to be a dunzo for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think he's getting bailed out a lot at the moment, or all of Na'Vi really, by the performance of Wonderful, by the performance of JL. That's really helping kind of shield it, but that's the biggest concern you have to have of Na'Vi coming into this match, is you do kind of look down that list and you see those underperformances, and it's so concerning. And Alexi B's been able to call well enough to hide some of those deficiencies on the T side. Wonderful's op and JL's playing has been able to hide some of that on the CT side as well. So they're getting some gifts in areas, but if any of those gifts get taken away, if any of those things fall a little bit flat, they're in a lot of trouble, You
can't always have a life game if you're JL or if you're Wonderful, right? But you got to hope that the rest of the team is going to step up as well. It is definitely possible. Emma also gave an interview. What did you think about the quote? He gave it to HLTV where he said, I don't care if I'm at the bottom of the scoreboard if we win the tournament.
Buddy, listen, if you're the bottom of the scoreboard, you're not winning the tournament. You're not winning the semifinals. It's not going to be happening. I mean, are we watching the same game here? Because I'm watching him play star positions on the CT side and completely capitulate. Yesterday, the game they had against Eternal Fire on that A bomb side, where he is the A rifler, such an important role to play as A rotate towards B and whatnot. He was completely flat, barely getting kills. It was wonderful just getting multi-kills after multi-kills every single round, which enabled him to have a little bit of a CT side. So, and I can just expand this into multiple maps as well. I'm looking looking at Mirage, for example, on the CT side.
Yeah.
T side, when he has momentum going, he's got plays to make. I feel like he feels more comfortable in the server.
Yeah.
But a CT side, man, you can't just disappear.
Well, I mean, as that quote, I think that's like that's what you kind of have to tell yourself to kind of keep yourself mentally in the game a little bit. But you also put a lot of pressure on winning the tournament so that no one cares. You're still quite a ways away from that. 2 series against 2 of the best teams in the world. So, yeah, he's putting some pressure on his shoulders in that one. But I think in reality, it's mostly just, I mean, that is kind of how you stay focused on the game mentally, is to adopt that kind of thinking. It's not true.
I mean, if LXCB said that, it's like if I'm bottom frag of a win, it's fine because he's actually calling. You can't have your star rifle to do that.
No, you can't. So we'll see if that's the case again.
There's still, like, look, I think too, like, I don't want to harp too much on his underperformance. I think it's a big factor, but you also still have an Opera playing out of his mind. You have JL playing out of his mind, and you have Vin who's also kind of struggled and been a little bit underwhelming, but performing still be a solid anchor. Not really going above and beyond in any case, but doing a good enough job. So you have some of the pieces still there working. It's just, again, when you get onto the stage in a major semifinal, in the major playoffs, you need all those pieces at some point to step up a notch and deliver something special.
And I guess people have been wondering, why haven't we hammered on Bit as hard as we have battered on Emma? Because Emma is newer to this position.
Yeah, and for Bit, like yesterday, we could see he was feeling very nervous. He was uncharacteristically missing a lot of frags, a lot of sprays, which is something you're going to expect from a major winner, the only major winner here in the server, right? He's been used to this sort of environment, one of the best debuts we've ever had. But yes, you can clearly see pressure will impact you. When the pressure's on and you realize that you, as kind of the veteran of this team, despite being so very young, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on you. He was struggling a bit, but as Jason said, when it mattered the most, he did deliver.
Yeah, and he's also doing a lot of, he's also very vocal in this team now.
Yeah.
We kind of touched on his English.
The English lessons are working out, I guess.
Yeah, we noticed in the elimination stage, he's talking during timeouts, he's calling plays for himself, he's being active, and he's making sure people know exactly what's going on and what he wants to happen in a round, which is a very cool thing to see out of Bit. So I mean, he's bringing a lot, he's bringing more to the table in that sense than we normally see on the outside.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the bigger expectations as we're getting closer to meeting the teams on stage, and then Banks talking to a few of them in terms of Navi, because you have an organization that is built to play in finals of majors, right? That always wants to get to that highest echelon of play. But you do have a team here that you can forgive something, I think, in terms of kind of the things that we touched on. International roster, trying to make it work, trying to level up as you go with the right stepstones, with people taking on different positions, with people speaking in different languages.
I think Navi losing here is going to be heartbreaking no matter what. But I think from the outside looking in, the expectations, I think they've gotten them already. I think like this semifinal is something they need to be super proud of.
Blade literally just said, you know, top 4 is what we're aiming for. Yeah. They've got it so far. At this point, just go for the extra little bit.
Yeah, that's the reason I want to set it up as such, because when you look on the other side, then we brought up the Boston context, for instance. We brought up the Stockholm context. You know, now you are a favorite. You weren't yesterday versus Mouse in most people's minds.
Yo.
You have showed as G2 and the level you have shown, now you are. And now it is time to put up or shut up.
It's trophy or bust for G2.
Yeah.
Brorsen, POчаг. No.
You have to get to that final. You have to win that trophy. You have to be able to
Grand final маргааш тий. Шөнийн 3 цагаас болоо. Маргааш чинь бас шоу матч энэ гэж байгаад байгаа юм шиг байна шүү дээ, тий.
They might not be thinking about it now, but that it is there behind this G2 team that if they don't win this trophy,
the match starts
it's a heavy burden to bear, and it's a lot of pressure, but someone who knows how to deal with the pressure and who knows how to give us a great show, it's James Banks, and he's standing by on stage.
Okay, bro, vote явуул да. Оо нэрээ. Хуучин vote ч явуул шүү дээ.
Are you still with us? Now yesterday it was
багийг дэмжиж байна бэ. Navi G2. Boom.
All right, let's do this again. I want to hear all of you make as much noise as possible. Let it roar! Well, let's start by getting our first team to the stage. Yesterday, it was wonderfully done by this team, but it's going to be a lot harder this time around. It may have been a 2-0, but it certainly wasn't clean. Now, they need to see if they can push that extra step further against a team that they have beaten over and over again.
Хэдэс вэ гинэ? 50-7 минут нар эхэллээ. Аудио юм уу? CPU орсон ч байдаг. Хаач ч юм. Ажил дээр биш үү? За би нэг уух юм аа. Халуун юм буцлах чинь. Халуун юм. За.
And their opponent, they've been through it all, but they've never given up. And they continue to show us that they can defy the odds and beat expectations. But those expectations have come just a bit higher, especially when the trio of stars they have is starting to perform. It's G2! Alexi, come join me. Hooksy, back over here. It's almost time for our next semi-final. Now, Alexi, birthday semi-final matchup. You must be feeling pretty good.
Ah, it feels good.
Guys, I want you to say happy birthday to Alexi for me. On 3, 2, 1. Now, yesterday's game, yes, you won, but it wasn't pretty at times. How do you feel about that?
Wasn't pretty at times, but the win is a win. That's the most important.
And in terms of a win being a win, you continue to win over G2, but you must expect it to be a much tougher game on the stage right now.
It's always been tough, as I said. Many games could have went both ways. Still managed to be, they managed not to beat us, yes. But we have a couple aces up our sleeve, and I hope we're going to continue the streak.
Ooh, a couple aces up your sleeve. Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head a bit?
Excuse me?
Do you feel like you're in Hooksy's head?
I don't know. I don't know Hooksy that well, but I don't think so.
Okay, okay. Respect is being shown. Hooksy. Well, it is still Copenhagen, and yesterday this crowd was really on your side. But, guys, is Copenhagen behind Hooksy? You are getting some love in there. But your team talk a lot about mentality, right? How is that mentality right now, where you said yesterday that it does feel like your best chance to lift this trophy?
The mentality is great right now. I think that we thrive when we're in front of such an amazing crowd, and for me at least the nerves are completely gone. I just enjoy it, and yeah, well, you cannot do anything else but enjoy this, so yeah.
The nerves are completely gone. Did your own individual performance help with that a bit? Did your own individual performance help with that a bit?
I don't know. If I won the first round, the pistol round, it would have been better, but yeah, it was acceptable.
And do you think that you've worked out how to take down Navi this time? Because you have struggled against him.
I don't know if I can say that since we lost the last 5 times, but Nico said it yesterday. I think that if we win today, it's even ground.
It's even ground. Well, let's see if it goes down that way. Shake hands, bump fists, whatever you want to do, and take your seats. Royal Arena!
Hui.
Are you excited for this one?
Let's
test this out. Who is going to win this match? Is it Navi? Is it G2? Navi? G2? Well, it looks like G2 win it. Let's see if they do in the server.
Let's see indeed, and thank you so much
Тийм
for
биш үү?
setting up a
Өнгөрсөн
very
юм биш үү?
important point
3
that
сарын
we are
30
yet
болт юм
to
шүү.
touch on after all
Яг
of
л өнөөдөр
that
юм байна л да.
being the match history between these two teams and the fact that Na'Vi is G2's kryptonite up until this point. So what does it come down to? What does Na'Vi always do, or is it always different, or does G2 always crumble? What's going on?
I think honestly, in my mind, it's been a lot of a diminished G2. It's been a G2 that hasn't been striking at full power. They haven't reaching their full potential. Integrating Nexa in, I think, obviously has been very shaky at times. Hasn't looked as good as they probably would have liked it to. And I mean, you have a team that's been on the other side on a rise. The question's always been, what can Na'Vi actually get to? What can they reach? But everything's been on a positive trend. While G2, it has looked extremely shaky since the addition of Nexa.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to have a little bit of context, right? They have lost, what, 5 series now, back to back to back to back to back. 4 of them have been group stages. 4 of them have been in studio. They only beat them in an arena in the World Finals, which is over a few months ago. That was when m0NESY was the only carry on this team. That was when Nika was struggling with CS2 coming in. That was when, as you pointed out right there, Nexa was having a little bit of a rough time trying to fit into this team. This is a different G2 coming into this matchup, FJ, even though history says otherwise.
But I mean, I think a big reason why they've been able to do it is this guy and the coach behind him, Blade, being able to set up amazing game plans to really just put these players in a great position to actually exploit this. I think the improvement in of JL, the improvement of Wonderful over time. Like, Wonderful's a guy who, when he came into this team, it was kind of like, what are we going to get? It wasn't quite the explosive introduction that we got from m0NESY when he joined G2 originally, but it's just been getting steadily and steadily better. And here at the Major, it's just eclipsed everything. It's been absolutely insane.
It has, and it looks like we're primed to see kind of, hopefully, a perfect semifinal in that we have an Alexi who's feeling good. You hear it there on stage. A HooXi who's saying, I'm not nervous anymore after yesterday, but we'll have to see. Let's start talking about the maps before we see the Veto. And where do you guys think this is going to go?
I mean, G2 are a team who try to, flex a 7-map pool, so to speak, but we're not going to be seeing Mirage coming out here. They're going to band it out, and obviously for Na'Vi, it's not going to be Vertigo. This could really go anywhere. I think they share a very, very common map pool, so to speak. Na'Vi, they have Nuke as an edge. I don't really expect anyone to go for Anubis pick, because an Anubis pick, if you ask me, it's too risky. It's just too risky as your pick. Maybe he's a decider. This could legit go anywhere if you ask me.
Yeah, they have a lot of maps that they both share that they're both going to be happy to play. So it's just kind of what sequence do you want them in? And that's going to be the interesting factor. I expect we're going to see Nuke somewhere in the pool. I think we're going to get a rematch from that elimination stage game as well. And we'll see. Because, again, this is going to be such a cool series in terms of the in-game leaders and how well they're putting them up. So there's the Mirage ban from G2. And you expected Vertigo to be banned as well?
Yeah, there we go.
And let's see what now pops up as the first map we're going to see. It's Anubis, Black.
Okay, all right. We saw this with Cloud9 where they allowed it through. That being said, FU, Cloud9, whole different team altogether. It's their best map after all, so maybe G2. They did look pretty good later on. Nuke pick coming in. This is Alexi B saying, HooXi, I'm in your head. I have your number on this one.
I don't know. That's a really dangerous pick, I think, from Na'Vi, considering the way G2 is actually looking dominant on that map in the elimination stage. The comeback that was required out of it, which is obviously going to be very well dissected by G2 heading up into this series, and we're going to be finishing over on Ancient.
Oh, baby. All right, listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it out there. I might have had my doubts about Anubis coming in from G2, but I feel Na'Vi should have just gone with Overpass. I feel Overpass is a map that, despite the fact they lost, they completely capitulated to Cloud9 earlier. They have otherwise looked very good on that map. It's a map that I don't think G2 played that much. It's their kind of second band, so to speak. I think that's a missed opportunity coming in here from Na'Vi.
I just like the first map of Anubis. I think it's going to be an amazing map to get this series started on. When you consider we've talked the praises of both of the in-game leaders, HooXi, how he's had this team mentally prepared and how well they're playing and how assertive they're playing versus a very strategic-minded Alexi who's got to move his pieces around perfectly. Anubis is a wonderful map for that. It gives a lot of strategic variety to it. You can play fast, you can play tactical, you can be explosive, you can be slow-paced, and we're going to see how well these in-game leaders can call around each other on the most T-side of the map.
Yeah, and what the approach is going to be, and if Wonderful is going to feel as comfortable, if m0NESY is now, he's never not done it when it's been on a big stage, right? We know him to be consistent, but Wonderful is going to have to match that and more. I'm not saying they're going to be up against each other directly, but as you say, in terms of the plans that the IGLs decide to field every single round.
Like, especially considering that these two players are the talismans of these two teams, right? Wonderful obviously being the MVP for Na'Vi. m0NESY, the highest rated player so far at the majors, still standing, mind you. He's going to try and beat everywhere, because once they lost to Cloud9, you look at the other games that G2 played on the Nuke, it was m0NESY just being in the right place at the right time. He said it in interviews as well. He's been given the freedom, and HooXi saying, yo, if you're feeling it, if you're intuition telling you to go towards B, go B. If you feel like it's A, just go for it. It's given free reign, and that's why they're winning on this map.
I think if we get a G2 that we saw yesterday, that same G2 hits the stage, and we'll probably be able to tell in the first 5 or 6 rounds of this opening map. I don't think Na'Vi have what it takes from top to bottom on that roster to withstand it. I think if we get that G2 from yesterday, this is going to be a nice blowout for the G2 fans.
I've heard if so many times, but maybe it won't matter today. I love that we have 2 historical organizations who had a rivalry in CS. They are now carrying it into CS2, and they have a chance to get their spot in the grand finals of the PGL Major tomorrow. And we, of course, have 2 fantastic maestros to lead us through it in Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, Efya. Here we are, chat. And here we go.
G2 versus Na'Vi in the playoffs of a PGL Major. We've been here before, but this time it's a Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble in the Royal Arena. The Major is always the pinnacle of competition. For over a decade, 20 installments of an ever-evolving competition. No one knows how this ends. Let's find out together, Copenhagen!
Wouldn't be Counter-Strike if we didn't start with a technical timeout, would it, Alex?
No, man, no, absolutely not. Because the first Major on the new engine. A playoffs bracket of the fandom's dreams. This is what we've been waiting for, dude. And this only happens once. Na'Vi versus G2. 2 legendary organizations in the new game about to lock in what I hope is all the
G2 өнөөдөр очих юм бол миний пик юм голд боллоо. Зоос. Бат. Монголын граффити.
Well, some confidence out the gate just in the Veto. G2 starting on Anubis, which condemns them to the CT side. I don't think there's anything more difficult in Counter-Strike right now. Might attest to a little bit of confidence. A slow start. Just feeling out any G2 aggressions, and that is half of the course on the T side. What are G2 going to throw their way round after round? This is the type of map where you need to make moves. You need to stay dynamic. The T's have a lot of advantages, and as we see, parked outside B2 coming through Canal, and the U-tilt hits the sky.
Hooksy.
We
know how important these pistols are. Nico with his signature flash. He throws it. It may be premature.
Flash
P250 finds Hooksy, and it's already problematic for G2.
Well, we know this retake's going to be difficult. Nexa and Monacy in combination. This is very tough now.
It's almost impossible, Jack. With 4 players breathing down your neck, holding the crossfire, and hitting your shots. The Brotherhood, Bit and Monacy, forced to turn on one another. And there's Imef for the cherry on top. Na'Vi off to the races on the T-side start on Anubis.
Yeah, that's perfect, right, for Na'Vi now. Just have to hold them at arm's length. The CT gun rounds, they're going to be the more difficult for G2. They would have been hoping, praying to pick that one, see if they could build a nice little nest of CT side rounds. We can probably start addressing, while we have this technical timeout again, just some of the head-to-head matchups that may come into play. He's going to be the A anchor, right? Bid is going to be the individual task with trying to take that territory off of him. So as we see those 2 lock horns, Nico will be the first responder from middle. You're going to have Hooksy and Hunter over towards that B site, and then Monacy, the loose piece, the AWPer. Right now, I would say the best AWPer of the Major. I don't think there's too much of an argument about that. But maybe something that could be a little bit more controversial is Wonderful's position in that conversation. Wonderful's definitely up in the conversation. So we might have, for argument's sake, the 2 best AWPers of the Major going toe-to-toe today. Wonderful taking on Monacy.
There's something about the way Monacy plays and approaches this game. It's so fluid. It's almost like he takes every single opportunity, every
Шүгэн дөрөнд бол хожсон гранд финал фейз эсрэг. Фейз гранд финал шалгарсан. Гранд финалийн тоглолт маргааш шөнө 3 цагаас.
Wonderful. Has he not been getting his flowers, or is this the run that ensures he no longer is mischaracterized?
I feel he's had to put in a few more carry-type performances within this roster. Obviously, a lengthy conversation regarding Emma.
Yeah. That one's been done to death, so we'll wait and see what the results show in the server today. You've had JL step up to kind of fill that firepower role. So for Wonderful needing to deliver on the AWP, and not just the AWP, he's been great in clutches throughout their campaign this year.
But Anubis as a first map in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I was touching on it just before. I think for G2, this is the opening map. If this was the second map, and okay, we're already warmed into things, you're coming in cold to a semi-final on a map that is heavily T-bias.
Right.
But G2 chose for this to happen. They knew exactly what would happen, which tells them their confidence in this map. But this is speaking of the... You wouldn't let... You could have gone in multiple different directions.
A lot of different ways.
So this is something that they obviously feel confident in. Now, you need to make sure that either you're happy to stand and back when the executes come your way, or you have a plethora of different CT aggressive maneuvers. Doesn't have to be out the gate, doesn't have to be immediate, but needs to come into the round at a certain point.
We know how it looks when a CT side doesn't act proactive.
It's claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's horrible.
They so-call you utility.
Force.
G2. Second round investment.
All right, well, G2 want to fight for the right of the economy right now.
За Forster 3 гол явж яах юм да. Smoke-ын дайраад байгаа юм шүү. Nico гэсэн ирж байгаа. Тийм юм флашн дээр.
What can they find?
Good flash. Alexi's going to be coming along.
Alexi
Nico. Yes, he can.
Ямаалсан хоёулаасаа бүрдсэн. За энэ дуучлаа. Бидний сайтын трайлд ороод бомб плант хийж байгаа. За Nexaгийн хил.
The rest swept under the rug. They put all of their pennies into it and get nothing.
Quite direct from Navi, not allowing G2 to play into the round. They're the ones setting the tone. We're not going to default. We're just going to go towards B, apply a lot of pressure. Alexi and JL in combination, dealing with the mid slip. And that's another head-to-head we're going to be seeing on the mid defaults. Alexi taking on Nico.
Right.
За Smoke диглээс хэлсэн дээр. JL-ийг хүсэж байгаа юм шиг.
Next.
He's not going to be able to find Wonderful. Wonderful's corpse covered by the bomb.
And this is the thing, we talk about G2 and some of their individuals as big game players. Hunter especially has been having a bit of a wonky time. But if he can show up in a match like this, he needs to be given opportunities to do so. So if you're Na'Vi, you want to make sure you keep things tight. Don't give away a free AK. Don't over-peak the mark. Like, keep the comms as clean as possible and play some by-the-book Counter-Strike to hold G2 at arm's length. Now, this will likely spell full eco from G2. I think they're not even that crazy.
Yeah, but right now, in terms of game plan, in terms of how they visualize this going, for Na'Vi, this is perfect. Smooth sailing, dealing with the force by an economical shipwreck and a 3-0 stun. Now that's the cheeky smoke. We'll be seeing that a lot. Deep into dark.
And force a player down there to be the player in front of it. Also completely respected. And Emma, another kill from him. This is very positive signs. And more just aggression over towards B. As I touched on earlier, this will be Hunter and Hooksy's side.
Monacy's joined the party, but he's quickly removed. Hang on, in there. It's going to do a lot for his confidence. You know, we always say it, and people assume in jest, but some players, they need the early frags to get the juices flowing.
Yeah, even if it's just on the pistol or against the Eagles, just on the pistol with such an influential round, but for sure. And if
he's ялгаагүй чийлэл байгаа юм да. Хүчээ гаргана гээгүй юм.
Those risks, right? They can be classified as a mistake if it doesn't work, or could look like an absolute genius. But this is quite a spotless 3-0 start from Na'Vi. Bomb down again. Cash going to be flowing. Plenty of residual for the majority of the members. And we are about to get into that first gun round, which will be a tone setter. Did G2 go aggressive? That's the big question for Na'Vi. And in these first few, especially against the force buy and now the lighter investment, it has been very direct towards this B bomb site. So we have to see what Alexi, who said he doesn't think he's in the head of Hooksy, but he's definitely got him in the pocket.
Bye.
Yeah, the record speaks for itself.
He doesn't have to say anything in that interview. Yeah, does all of it for us. And there is Romanian presence in the arena. I'm seeing the flags. Ima representing an entire nation. And there's a lot of Counter-Strike fans from there who everyone has traveled a great distance to be here today. Some just down the road, sure, but majority, it's a plane, it's a boat. And here we go.
All out for Monacy.
That's going to be an important trend. Monacy on the AWP, keeping it dynamic. He tells them where he's going.
Mercs went towards B quite immediately. You just saw that get deployed. So question marks for this B defense where Nexus starting traditionally the A anchor.
Yo, за энэ хараа флаш дээр гарч иж пиклэх үү дээ Монис.
Rude shot for Bit if he pokes his nose into trouble.
Нэг хүн гасан Andri
His opening contribution for G2 in this semi-final.
But if it sends them, oh look at this aggression from Hooksy. So they're playing on both extremities right now. G2 Hooksy is he going to overstage? Welcome.
Oh, the angle, the crosshair placement, it was perfect from Hooksy. Immer, he has his skull rattled. And just 4 HP, hanging on by a strand. He lives on, and the man advantage, which could have been 2.
They've almost corralled them towards Canal and middle. Like the fact that they've shown the AWP towards main, they've been aggressive out B as well. It really leaves Na'Vi only a few choices.
I'm intrigued to see how Nico's mid fight goes. And this is his first test. It's wonderful with a Galil. Oh dear.
That's the bait and switch setup. Nex is meant to swing and mop up the mess.
Yeah, but Alexi was ready. He was so ready. And now that man advantage, it's squandered, it's gone, it's lost. Monacy under so much scrutiny. Players left and right. One back from Hooksy. Monacy alive with 2 bullets in the mag. If he can connect, he can connect, because Wonderful's got his number right now. And a 1 versus 3 for G2's IGL. Oh, damage. Significant damage. That's the same as when he found Immer. He still hasn't found the lethality he would hope for. Solid crossfire, JL strafes out, and you got another.
Going for that retake is quite audacious as well.
Even
with a number advantage on the CT side, you're going to have a tough time breaking in towards that A side.
Was Monacy going to get out though? I mean, that was a lost AWP regardless.
No, I just mean there from Hooksy.
Yeah,
could have been saving the M4, could have put something through. This is in middle where it's all gone wrong, so the flash is good. Nico looks away. Next up, on the swing, gets caught by Alexi. That's fantastic coverage from Alexi there. Really set them up, and him getting fired up as well.
Голын дээрээс Алекси би флаш хийж өгч байгаа. Тэгээд өөрөө яг голын цаатлыг нь харчлаа да.
On this CT side, they will be happy with that.
Next өчтөр ирж байгаа юм байна.
Going through the paces, but pistol, clean conversions. The gun round looked worrying, and they bailed themselves out of a number of disadvantaged scenarios. So far, just green lights for Na'Vi.
I mean, this was what G2 knew was a possibility with the Anubis pick.
The problem is they played that round very well.
Right.
And they still weren't able to convert it. Missed smoke there, just highlighted by the Ops team, but no real worries.
Wonderful.
He got dealt with by an AWP on his first A main control gambit, right? You want to try and apply pressure towards Nexa, who's going to be there, but wasn't. So we'll have to see if these games are moving these CT pieces around will continue. You need to stay dynamic. You need to stay fluid on the CT side. Keep your opponent guessing. But so far, Na'Vi, this is a stroll on the mark.
Interesting flash. It's just to clear out A main close. So Bit will hear that. That Molly caused him a lot of strife. Has he got the nade with Nico's number on it? It's not far off the mark from Alexi. Searching A is Bit. No one this time, he knows that for sure. And it's maybe there's more to be said here. The pressure in mid, Nico trying to provide support, but smoked off for the moment. And 30 seconds, the pressure is on that bomb carrier. Wonderful. What's the go?
Biggest
decision? Alexi. Oh, he's supposed to be put in the strings. Now he's swinging with the fishes. Him and back, 2-on-2, Wonderful on the bomb, into the open A side. And Hunter yet to frag. Heading the wrong way.
Honestly did an awful lot there to make that round competitive, but just getting caught between the extremity and having to deal with middle. So far, he's the only one to put up what's felt like resistance in these rounds. No, we've only had 5 players. Wow, AWP, potential difference makers. Nice. But look at that scavenge. Hunter, ever resourceful. We'll be able to hold on to quite the prized possession going into the next round of play. So far, the Romanian on a bit of a rampage. 9-1 from Immer.
Can you speak to the form he found in Paris? I mean, everyone talks about it like it's this mythological beast.
Well, that's why he's on the mythological beast of Na'Vi.
Right.
That's why they spent so much money to pick him up. Same with JL, the prospects of the Paris major.
But just sky high.
And look, they took the gamble on them, and apparently it's paid off. Tactical timeout called. An opportunity for us to
tactical timeout орж ирсэн. За ямар ч job сэлсэн байгаа. Сэтгэлээс чидүүгийнхэн 5 раунд авчихлаа. Тэгэл болоо шүү дээ. 7-5-оор сэлж байна. Тэгэл террор руугаа ороод.
Contribution going to be Or is this just to
илүү
allow the
тоглож
team to
байна.
have a bit of
Багуудыг
freedom?
хараад байхад
5
Anubis
rounds,
дээр бол
they
тэрээр
have been the
талаасаа илүү
quickest of rounds,
олон
but it
раунд
feels
авч
like it's
байгаа
gone in the
гэдэг.
blink of an eye if you're G2. You haven't really been able to contend thus far.
Энд чи одоо тэгээ G2-гийн пик нь байж байгаа.
The first gun round, it started fantastically, but fell apart with poor trading in middle.
G2-гийн пик дээр Navi-гийн давуугаа авчихсан бол өөртөө тэрээр талаасаа эхэлчихжээ.
Like it was a really
Ерөн
good
багууд
sign of
бол
life out of
энэ дээр
G2.
яг
Everything was working. Hoopsy had the space. Monacy got
Anubis
the
дээр
opener. The smoke landed. Hoopsy get the dink on
тэрээр
him.
талаасаа давуугаа авчихсан.
Okay, yeah, it was a 3v5 if he hits that, and it's awkward. It's awkward for the remaining three.
This is an aggressive maneuver highlighted here. Hunter with an aggressive smoke towards T-stairs. So let's see if they push off the back of this.
Always smoke and mirrors. Let's find out. Flash as well from the dark position. The smoke lands. You can see their options are limited. Do you cross through it? Wonderful. Thinking about it. Bit occupies rugs. A nade on the smoke. Forward of this deep dark smoke. So Monacy, he's forced to commit to this.
Connector smoke ямар connector-гийн шатны smoke ямар
evolutionary
вэ?
smokes.
Сурч байгаа.
Looking for that opener.
Оо, smoke өрн гараад ирж байна бас юу. Жээл. За Monacy гоё шүү. Monacy гоё байна. Monacy гоё эхлэж байна. За 10 ч дарамт орж ирээд байгаа шүү дээ.
Holding on to the A side, the repel the invaders, and in the same breath, take
гол анзаарч байгаа юм байхгүй гадаг шүү дээ. Яана.
Keep moving, keep finding the space, and finding frags. There you go. Hooksy will get the better of it this time round.
Би тулаан.
Alexi's in a power position, Chad.
За Alexi бигийн байршил чинь бас эвгүй хөөе. Аль дийш ороод ирсэн гэдэг. Нико шалах уу? Шалгасан. Nexa.
Kalashnikov on Alexi. Has he got another? Nexa denies. That's important for the 2v4. Will G2 convert this one?
шүү.
Again, staying proactive. They keep moving, keep searching for info, never allowing Na'Vi just to stay stable and set up. Bit low.
CS2 санаж нөө bro.
Bit versus Monacy. And he's taking it down. The head-to-head right now favors Bit between the two of them.
And no Nexus around.
This can't go wrong, can it? Wonderful. Dead to Nexa. That's the round. Surely Bit with no HP.
За улаан шүү дээ, улаан.
And no health. G2 are on the board, folks.
Энэ аль талдаа давуу маяг. Тэр талдаа.
That one's going to feel good. Danish representation in both semi-finals.
I'm
sure the crowd would love to see Hooksy and Carrigan locking horns in a grand final. But that's essentially a round that's attested to everything we've been discussing with this CT side and what's necessary from G2. I think Monacy is given the green light to play. He is an absolute monster. Right? If he overpeaks and dies, so be it. But he is the difference maker in a lot of their rounds. So the fact that he stays stubborn and is able to find that opening pick, you're going to need plenty more of that.
Different smoke.
Yeah, different variation.
Хаан банк сүнсний donation ах гинэ. Үүрийн 4-5 цагт яг ингэдийн өмнөх 9 donate-уудыг дахиад
yet to get off the mark. 0 and 6. Monacy, I said he's that loose piece. He's the flair. He gets to be wherever he wants. Can call his own picks, can call his own fights.
Got that flash support set up. Deters Bit's progress on A. Alexi cooking
Be under pressure in a moment.
Банкны өндөрлөгөө гинэ.
Monacy's out the look, trying to catch the right window of opportunity. Turns the flash. Will subside shortly. He peeks into this. Wonderful should have his number in the AWP head-to-head. Both of these players, both of these AWPers are a spectacle to behold. And they both seem to come alive on the stage. Down goes Wonderful. Nico builds upon it. It's a massacre in mid.
Well, that's more like it. That's what they were hoping to get out of that setup earlier in the piece. This time, Monacy and Nico, the star power of G2 in combination. Snuff Na'Vi out to post what should be a second round, and the first time they can post consecutive. There it is. Nico on the march. 5-2, a 3-round difference as they whittle down the finances of Na'Vi now.
Does it feel to you, Chad Birchall, that Nico's starting to get a bit more comfortable in this CS2?
Well, his tweet the other day didn't fill me with too much confidence, but I think when you're on the stage in a match like this, you forget about some of the issues that you've been caused, and you can just go for fights. Take the jewels, use that aim.
Widely regarded as the most proficient master of the crosshair.
Take a look at this. Na'Vi have been able to buy back in, but a few omissions in the firepower. Alexi and Bit having to stomach something a little bit lighter. Not keeping it direct either.
Oh, hello. Hunter's giving it a look here. It's JL, spots him out, and he's seen enough. A lot of early pressure, though.
Well, they need to continue with these jarring CT aggressions. You see this time doing it. Molly jiggle combo over towards B main. Monacy also starting to edge over for a pick, so they're looking for info.
Will Immer
be ready for this? He's holding that sliver gap. He's just fallen off. That's a hard shot to go for. Wasn't too far off. It whistles past the nose of Imet.
They know where the AWP is now. Do they try and respond to put pressure on towards this A site? They're regrouping. They have baskets control.
Okay, next, big test ahead of you here. And he's got Nico in support. You can see a lot of communication for G2.
And Hooksy's not too far away. Hooksy even has a HE, a flash, and a molly.
Nade forward. And a forward stance from the defense. Ahead of any flashbacks. The nade on the smoke.
Yeah, гоё шүү. Next. За next эйс аа. Чи байлд шүү дээ. Эйс авчих. За өнөөдөр яг л ийм тоглолт хэрэгтэй шүү next-аас.
Right now, a bit sheepish at Navi. They're being herded around the map by G2. All these little aggressions, they're making it uncomfortable. You can never just get the control you're looking for. And I wonder if this flicks a switch. I wonder if we see a Navi timeout before the next gun round and they try and just go with tempo, with pace. As it is just wonderful to try and retain this AWP.
Oh my God, they're hunting
it.
The fact that they're doing it together. Yeah, the Bloodhounds partner up. Nose to the ground. Looking to take him down. Hoopsy. He will be a victim to the AWP. Has wonderful run away with it. He just rounds the corner. The whole squad are hot on his trail. And he
Damn,
gets away with it. That could be a difference maker. Another round for G2 though, Jack.
Well, you want to try and set up. We'll check this one out again. Beautiful stuff, right? The two of them, again, just staying active, getting in the face, not allowing the execute to play behind it. They're the ones making sure that they're ready to take those jewels.
Don't you feel a fool when you clear the smoke and you're the one that gets owned?
Just these eyes with big guns staring straight at you. Don't even look in the right way. Well, you've got to say, oh, run boost.
Go on. Oh, we might go dark peak. This could be spicy. Wonderful. Looking for a quick pace change.
So wonderful hero AWP.
Smoke obscures his view. He'll have to think of another plan. A tut of his tongue as he backs away. Hunter with a early spray, doesn't connect.
Hunter need is чому? За хоёр опын дуэл.
Strong angle, wonderful.
Nice Monesi.
It's Monesi in the field. Muted. Progression. Hoopsy, aggressive. This
Янзын flash.
God, next victim for Hoopsy. I say that, maybe he doesn't. He calls upon Hunter. 5 alive.
Тэр опыг л хурааж авах байсан. За яах вэ? Хурааж авах гэдэг хаар Monesi өөрөө оптойгоо өгчлөх гэдэг юм л та. Аль хэдийн өдөс болчих. Monesi.
Late to pick that up and Monesi getting fired up now. This is starting to look like a very, very tight CT half. And the fact it's consecutive. Remember, the way we got here was off the back of a timeout. And speaking of timeouts, now we'll see one from Blade. As discussed, when the guns come back out, do we see a pace change, more direct play from Na'Vi? These defaults are being forced, being pushed. So if you were hoping to play out the map, bait out utility, Hooksy has an awful
phase
lot of
G2-гийн
answers.
grand final.
G2 certainly do. And we see Blade on the mic. Blade and Bit.
Blade.
The only remnants of the Na'Vi of Stockholm. And the timeout called, the first for them.
Time хэзээ За энэ бол сая ярьж байгаа байна юм шиг байна.
Yeah, haven't got an empty cabinet.
Definitely helping Nico etch his name in the history books.
Yeah, but the elusive Major, Chad.
Oh, well, you'd love a third crack at it, wouldn't you? This time against Carrigan and Rain.
Oh, come on.
All right. Well, the weapons are out. Harvey took the timeout. What is going to be the change?
Monesi 8 гэлтэй Nexa 9 гэлтэй Nexa түрүүнд эйс оруулсан гарсан. За шууд үүдээс нь пиклэр гараад ирдэм байна. Хөөе тулчлаа. Хоёр хүн дайрцаа баруунаа шалгасангүй. Хоёулаа руу гаруулаа явц. Жиж.
Blade's call takes a slice out of the G2 defense.
Баруунаа шалгасангүй.
It's got to be curtains for this round unless
За Nexa. Яа, за Nexa өнөдөр ямар гоё байна. Nexa ямар гоё байна.
Monesi needs to get activated somehow.
Big anchor.
There's so many question marks right now for G2 in
Өчигдрийн
this round.
тоглолт үүлэгдээдээс өнөдөр бол
Yeah, there it is. So Alexi will sweep through middle. clear out that problem. But where's m0NESY gotten off to? That's the next question for Na'Vi.
He's in so much trouble, but m0NESY's having a look.
За тэр голын хүн таймингийн тааруулаад орж ирэх гээд байна да m0NESY руу.
Scope hurt, I'm sure.
He's a dead man. Yeah, the late lurk out of him seals the deal. Na'Vi off the back of the timeout return to their winning ways. It was a run from G2 and Alexi.
Smoke нүндураа шууд гараад ирэх юм аа. Gamble хийх гээл. Тэр хоёр хүн унчиж байгаа учраас тоглолт нь бэрүүгээ явна гэж бодчихлоо л да сая Nexa. Тэгээд m0NESY туслах гээд явж байгаа. Үйлдэл. Гэхдээ тэгж голоороо биш heaven-ээрээ явсан бол гэж бодох. Пассыг нь зөвлөж өгөх гэсэн юм байна. Хоёр дахь такс гоё тоглолт үзүүлж байгаад баярлалаа гэсэн. Маш баярлалаа.
Decisive rounds on either side. It hasn't been a tussle. There hasn't been any crazy clutches needing to come into play. No huge heroics just yet.
Yeah, the Nexa double did get me a little excited.
Сая бол нэг амар арайдын дуу агро тоглолт хийж чад өөрсдөө тэрэндээ орогчлоо.
A lot of the most
m0NESY-гийн
rifles in the world love to play this role. And he's got the Inferno.
Sure.
Onto wonderful.
Wonderful.
Nico, electric from Alexi. Loses his head, and now, m0NESY eats the flash, the quick panic from the rotation. You can see 3 players just magnetized to mid off of Alexi's find.
You have to push extremities now. You can't just bunker down on towards the sites. Losing middle puts so much pressure on the CTs. G2, you just hope to block with the U2. You've actually held onto a decent bag, couple smokes, couple mollies.
Гэхдээ Anubis-ийн голыг хамгаална гэж бас л юм жоох ядаргаатай л юм да. Гурав дахь гэсэн юм баярлаа.
Yeah. Let's see what m0NESY can cook up here.
Гол хамгаална. Оо, хоёр тоо хөлдөчлөө m0NESY. За тэргүй камер ороод ирлээ m0NESY унсан бат.
Just handing out haircuts to G2.
The entire round is actually on his shoulders right there, and he's going to be kicking himself. The fact that Wonderful and JL are both walking a little bit funny. The problem is they're still walking.
Yeah, their hearts are beating, and for G2, you might have to just put the fishing rod in the water.
This is what they like to do in a lot of these retake rounds. They hang around, they try and be a little bit of a nuisance. If somebody from Na'Vi will make a mistake, then they could justify a retake. If you lose all these rifles, it will spell trouble for the remainder of this half. And well, speaking of remainder, there'll just be 1 round left.
He heard the dismount there. Alexi's communicating, and he wants to try and twist the knife. He's being baited in by bit spam, plays the fade, and now Hunter looks away. They are coming for these rifles. They want to take it all away from G2. They want to make this
K-cast гоё шүү. Cool гэсэн.
Well, there's a trajectory that implies beach is occupied. They all get away. G2 preserved 3 rifles, but it's a 7th round for Na'Vi's T side.
Yeah, okay.
City талаас 5 раунд авчих бол хангалттай хөө. Бэрээс үлээ.
Plenty of cash for everybody to get out what's required. Is there enough to get the AWP in the hands of m0NESY? I'd say so.
Nico-г тоглохгүй юм те.
The Death discussed.
Энд юу болоод байна? Юу амар шалаанг
not being great. Being pretty miserable. Well, I think it's a good time for the in-game leader to have a good game on his birthday, no less.
There tends to be volatility in an IGL, right? Yes. You know all about that.
That's for sure. There's no question mark. But Alexi could definitely have pop-off games. I think that previous gun round where Immer able to get behind them is new to the CT aggression.
Таксаар хийгээд үзээрэй залуусаа гэсэн.
Nico doesn't shy away from a spam.
Юуны аяг шүү. Юуны аягийг нийлүүлсэн байгаа юм уу те?
We'll see. This time he's in the right place. Will he find lethality? These leg shots were insufficient.
Wonderful одоо дахиад унгаан даа гэсэн. Яа. Wonderful. Хүнс бүр амар гоо. За сайт дотор гэж байгаа Hunter.
Click of his mouse. Only Hunter. And JL ready for it. Comfortable on the
Wonderful болоо. Тэр сайн байлээ. Eternal Fire-ийн тоглолтын дээр бол харагдаж байсан шүү дээ.
I say that as I still see Nico edging closer.
Oh, they have to.
He's given it a go.
Final round of the half.
But there's nothing here for you. There is absolutely nothing here for you but misery and another death in the column. A nade to the face puts him down. 4 frags in this half from Nico. He makes it 5. Time ticks.
Цаг яваад байна. Киктэй хоёулаа киктэй. Смоктэй.
Alexi B has locked it in for the 8th, and there we have it.
Wonderful.
Sensational.
Мондагда.
That shot that he hit on
За
Modesty
зүгээр
must have been
зүгээр.
something. Modesty shot first.
8-4 тий.
The wall headshot follows up with the second.
Одоо тэр
and
болсон
essentially
шүү.
secures it. But the people of the Royal Arena have been hard at work as well, apparently.
Тэрэ.
Having fun on their Saturday evening.
Yeah, I don't think any Counter-Strike fan can think of a better
Айгуу
way to
тань
spend a
үлдсэн
Saturday.
юм.
A Counter-Strike 2's first major in a sold-out stadium watching Counter-Strike like this.
What did Bank say? 16,000?
16,000, dude.
Take a moment to pause. 8-4 on the half. G2 can pick up the pistol. They can work with the 4.
Энийг үзэж байгаа мод шүний минь би зүнээс гэсэн.
Just working with the legs.
Oi.
And quick into the second on Hooksy, a fantastic trade. JL, we didn't have to say his name an awful lot, but he's been having a great tournament, and I guess that is a very positive sign for Na'Vi.
Яа, Wonderful-ийн тэр хоёр бодолт. Мониси төрүүлж уулна харсан. Тэгээд
This is a through util
арай
for
л
Nexa. Jewel
Зөв
Berettas
жоохон
in the hands of
зайтай
Imma with a
барьсан.
smoke, and they're going quick towards middle. JL.
Oh, drop.
За.
Hear this.
Nice.
His head.
But it's a fake, it's a fake. The bomb's still middle.
JL.
The bomb's still going to middle.
Үгүй чи яг үндэ тоглосон.
This Alexi.
Я бомб нь баритаад байдаг. Үгүй юу болоод байна. Юу JL.
A double kill onto the G2 star.
Oh, this gets awkward now for G2.
За
Do you
тэр
go A or B?
эймээ.
Hunters
Эйлонгийн
in.
хүн.
He'll be getting the bomb down. Smoke towards A main. Maybe Wonderful.
За Нико энэ дуэлийг заавал
No
гаргасан
one's
шүү.
looking. He's already through.
Wonderful ороод ирлээ. За Нико гаргасан. Хантер Никоний инфо авсан байгаа гэдэг.
Now only Nico. A 1 versus 2.
Бүү.
To set the tone.
Яа, энэ залуу уурс.
A double kill to give Na'Vi the edge in the first map of the semi-final.
Well, the Des discussed the head-to-head. Wonderful. Monacy, 2 names for the future, playing on the major stage now.
Na'Vi бүр азтай байна шүү. Ахгүй шүү.
With impact.
Баярлаа.
From the tail end of the half now into the pistol round, 9-4. The bomb goes down. So for G2, the round salvaged. We'll check this out again. That was a great shot from Alexi because the bomb gets tossed forward immediately.
Oh, and
JO
Wonderful.
with some bangers, and Wonderful just with the icing on top of the cake. JO getting fired up about that one.
Сая яаж яхаа тэр Бэйрүү орчихсон хоёр хүн
As mentioned, the bomb went down. Hunters secured that. We know that means rifles.
Бүү тэр юу
In
гэсэн
case of
бэ?
Khalil's a
За
Mac 10 and
хаа.
Deagle in the hands of Nexa and some util to work with.
Ronzi Mangar from Doak гэсэн.
But this is T-side
Яагаад
Anubis.
ингэж
This is
яагаад вэ?
G2.
Бод гаргаад байна.
But this is an all-in shove. If you don't make this one work, it's going to be 10 to Na'Vi. You don't keep it close, you don't get another plant. Likely 11 before we see G2 buy again.
What are you doing here, Hooksy? He's going for a bit of a crazy one. Through the
За.
smoke into EMF. One hell of a frag. Alexi claws it back, keeps it level. Pressure applied,
flash
nades in the
шууд авах юм уу?
sky. Wonderful's here. Has he got another?
Оо, ямар
He
амар
spots them
өсөж
over the
ирж
smoke, so do they. Limited vision.
Мониси
versus
харцсан да.
Wonderful. Does it
Унгаас нь дахиад
continue?
юм.
It's Monacy's turn.
Alexi биг бариад авчлаа штэ. За байж байгаа бомб плант тэгээд.
It's found its footing. They're into the site.
Оо,
Hunting
nice,
through the
nice,
flames is Hunter. That's his second frag, Chad, but it's sealed
За
the
тэр
round.
халас руугаа орж байгаа буу авчмаар байна. Ака.
Yeah.
Series and only 2
За эм болоод авцаа цаантар эм болчихлоо.
A bit likely to try and retain this M4, but that's exactly what we were discussing. If G2 weren't able to break through, the half was going to get dire. Now there's a real chance to start the conversation. They just have to deal with this save and whatever
За
they'll be
ёстой.
able to invest into the
Дараагийн
next.
раунд дээр Na'Vi-ийн яах вэ?
Well, yeah, he knew he had to take a bit of a risk,
Force
right? Coming
him
through the smoke, catches them on enough timing, breaks the way in towards B, opens the door, and then his team comes through and follows through. So 9-5, a 4-round gap.
Copenhagen одоо хэдэн цаг болж байна? 16 цаг гэдэг чинь 7.
What's available to come around this A1S?
За force явсан.
Just going to be the pistol upgrade, so nothing
Beating aim
crazy.
дээр
Deagle for JL.
357-тэй нэг дигэлтэй.
These can be some of the most
Hit
scary
байхгүй.
rounds though, Chad.
Wow, with the smokes in play,
Таван
it
smoke
depends on how quickly G2 want to
Na'Vi.
operate within this round. Na'Vi are going to try and block them and push them in towards the stacks. Lick of nade damage on top. JL will have to back
Boost
away a
touch,
bit
yeah.
on top of the boost. See if we can catch them. Well, he's seen enough of that.
This is where you do, as you said,
G2-гээс баг
have to
10
try and keep track of those smoke grenades. If you run down the
явуулах
clock a little too much, if you're a little too cautious, time can get away from you. Proactivity and a double molly.
Standard protocols to clear out these close corners. Mid completely secure. Hooksy leading the charge again with the MAC-10 in hand. It could be the difference
За
maker.
энэ юу бэгийн сплит хийх гэдэг.
Nexa, that's a fumble. He's lost out on the opening duel.
They can't really react off the back of it either. Look where the bomb is.
Look how much space he's got. He hears Alexi here.
Might have been spotted on the jump.
It's possible through the glass. Yeah,
За
Alexi's
smoke
holding his
дунд
line.
орж.
If you try the smoke, you're going to be on a two-man disadvantage. This is really uncomfortable now. Hooksy, how good's you clear, bro?
180 degrees. You never want to push through a position like that. We're going to reassess within this mid-round. Player down, so many unknowns, 40 seconds time against you.
And the rifle was
7 секунд. Гол нь битийн эм бэдэр байгаа
call
дээ.
is made. 30 seconds. Hooksy to learn.
За Hooksy явсан. Alexi биг унгаагаад
And down goes
зүйтэй.
Alexi. That's a big find. He went looking for answers and
За
he
20
just gets
секунд.
bullets.
Оо аим шуманиси.
Efficiency from Monesi. Wonderful back.
За гой.
Hooksy
Connector
flanking.
хийлээ.
Imez gone and G2 with 14
Бомбс дэрүүгээ плант
seconds
хийсэн.
to spare.
За хоёр rifle аваад
In a row
хийлээ
where
шүү дээ.
Hooksy has been able to find
Wonderful
impact short.
jail.
Not the craziest of kills.
Монис ямар гоё дарчваа.
The way that they changed the shape of what could have unfolded. Great job from the Danish in-game leader.
Monesi.
Keeps G2's head afloat because that was worrisome. The clock was ticking. If they didn't have to worry about the mid to B split, right? The rotation from Alexi could have been there. Bit and Immer could have kept their attention
Bogey
towards
Bosch
Dark
from
as well as
Duke.
B main.
So just by virtue of not pushing into
Thanks,
temple,
Duke.
Hooksy gave them
Одоо
something
тэгсэн
to
чинь
work
гарч иж байгаа. Түрүүний донет нь яагаад гарч
Well,
ирсэн.
2 rifles to be retained as JL. And wonderful. Well, they've been able to pick up some prized possessions. G2, Claw.
За шинийн 4 цаг 30 минут болж байна.
3-round game now, working back into things.
3500 үзэж байгаа. Манайхан лайк дарцгаагаад subscribe хийж амжаагүй байгаа бол channel дээр subscribe хийгээд үзээрэй. 4 сарын 2-нд нөгөөдөр хэдүүлээ Yon Shop-ийн close qualifier үзэх юм биш үү? ESL Challenger Yon Shop-ийн Монгол баг явж чадахгүй юу гэдгийг тодруулна. Fin Vision байгаа, Монгол байгаа, Atox байгаа, LYG гэж Орос баг байгаа. Энэ дөрвөөс нэг нь дэлхийн аваад цаашаа. Энд Монис гоё дарсан.
Navi will be feeling quite happy that they still have a chance.
За хоёр rifleтай тэгээд 3 гар буу. Бэ дээрээ дахиад 3 авсан байгаа гэдэг. Энэ хагас агрессив дээрээд байгаа тулд чигээр битийг орлож байгаа. Айлтлаасаа нэг smoke хагаа ийцэн. Дунд нэг хоосоо орон зай гараад ирчихэ. Тийшээ хинэн зөрөгтэй шийдэлж болд юм байна.
Understand where the finish could be likely.
Метагаас каст байгаа юм уу? Yon Shop-ийн дээр үү? Гаргана штэ. Каст байгаа. За гоё шүү. Яг л гоё газар руу явлаа да.
Incorrectly. Full exec. Look at this. Everything single spot. A smoke. A Molotov. It's
Амар execute. За buy round-ing ийм execute бол гоё юм байна да.
It's definitely Counter-Strike, and it's going to lead to a full
G2-гээс.
cleared site 5v5.
Well, the conversation changes. Damage on the agenda for Navi now. How many of these rifles can they take
G2-гээс
away?
бол заавал бууг нь хурааж гадах шаардлага байхгүй. Угаасаа Navi дараагийн раунд дээр чинь бүтэн баятай орно. Өөрөөсөө 5 rifle байгаа үед бол баг буугаа сэвлээд. Харин хаашаа явах уу гэдэг сонирм байна да. Monisi ихний үнийг унгаасан JL M-тэй тоглож ойлгон байгаа да. За голоос нэг хүн урагшлаад байна. Амар Monisi гоё байна. Янзын 14 гилтэй Monisi.
He's not scared. He's not shy. Takes down some of the rifles they hope to bring through to the net.
Тасархаа.
I could have used a couple of those really.
I smell OT
The
нэ.
loss bonus coming into this one. We'll have to see how they make the buy work now, V, and how that's going to limit their options on this CT
Naviгийн
side.
пик
But
юм уу?
Monesi
Энэ юу нэг
continuing to show that fantastic
G2-гийн
form.
пик.
Get fired up. This is what his dreams were all those years ago, but now he's on the big stage, on the major stage. You know what it takes to lift a big trophy, but not a major trophy, and he'd love to get himself in that grand final.
You know, for him as well, just a trophy in the game.
Well, take a look there. There's Kenny S in the crowd. He made a tweet before this game went live, agreeing with the desk. The head-to-head, this wonderful Monesi matchup could be a deciding factor.
Vitality-ийн тэгээ хожигдчихлоо доо тэгээ хөрхий. Kenny
Picks up this series.
нутгийн байгаа дэмжиж ирсэн.
Well, he knows very well about orbs and head-to-heads. Likely large inspiration to some of the Orpus of today.
Alexi taking the benefit of the Famas. The rest are going to get some time.
Wonderful op таарсан. Wonderful-ийн op хэрэг жоохон судал тарчих гээд байгаа шүү дээ. Оо, ямар амар агрессив тоглолт. Үгси. За шууд ингүүд одоо бэр үгээ яваад орчих юм байна. Смокер нь алхаад орцсон. Wonderful трийг нь мэдх юм болов гэсэн. Энэ залуу буудалтай алдахгүй маа ямар хэцүү юм бэ. Next хоёрыг нь гарсан. За нээд орцсон. Хүй, за гараад ирсэн. Юу, Монис Next хоёр бүрст алж ийн үгүй. 3-1-ээр нь бариад авцсан. 2-1 ийм ээ.
The impact we've seen from G2's newest edition here in the semi-final is already
impressive. Хайгаад байна.
He's had a strong game so far.
Ус цэвэрлээд явцсан. Монис бүр цаашаа тэр коннектороор гараад яваад байх юм. За бомб плант хийхгүй чимэг болсон байгаа учраас ийм ээ буцах гээд ах шиг байна да.
Another one takes its place this time on main.
Йоо, хүү амар.
Hoping to be overlooked.
Next Monisi.
Hoping for a misstep from these two.
За харцсан байна да. Хин Nexa бол яг л харцсан байх шиг байгаа байна. Орхыг нь янзи. За Nexa-гийн quad kill. Энэ яг энэ шүү Nexa. Яг л ийм шатн дээр ингэж л гарч ирж шүү Nexa. Мундаг. 2-ын эсрэг 5 зүгчтэй. Хүн байна уу? Шатн дээр хүн байна уу? Яа тийч үччихгүй байна. 2-ын эсрэг 5 гэж.
Because it was just deathmatch. Well, this is where you want to put him. Nexa and Monesi in a bit of deathmatch to pull out a 2v5, a massive round to win.
Unbelievable work.
And that's a tempo setter. That's Na'Vi trying to dictate the pace of the first gun round. We were talking about the CT aggressions, G2 doing the same thing. But look, we've had both of these teams in first gun rounds have number advantage situations, but that was a 2v5 that was nowhere near the same as what G2 were dealing with. There's an opening pick and a deep, that's all they had off their aggressions. That's huge in this as well.
За тэнгүүт нөгөө ганцхан байсан райфл нь
It's about how you finish.
They should be able to tie things up 9-9, no question about that. Just going to be some pistols they have to get past.
Yeah, and understandably, now you want to just hedge their bets, right? You want to put these pistols together, strength in numbers.
G2 on a bit of a roll right now.
I mean, who is going to be invigorated when you see multiple enough plays like that? He didn't even bother to reload. He knew there was an AWPer in a smoke, panicking. And he ran at it with a Glock, a nade from his teammate. It was a beautiful sequence from G2.
Oh, how quick it was. They were the ones under pressure, and they're the ones applying pressure.
There's something for Alexi to work with, and the bomb is maneuvering towards him, but he has no...
За Alexi би ч харин авчихъя. Энэ коннектор бол хараастай юм. Яг л эм барьж авсан коннекторын тоглож байна.
This is going to be a 9-9 game. This T side is flying for G2.
JL. So,
difficult for Jao to overstay his welcome there again. Lost bonus built now. Na'Vi, of course, getting into a buy into the next. It's been a damage, saving weapons, but I feel like G2 are now in control of the game. This is going to be a 5-round streak with Monesi and Nexa. You mentioned the newest edition. Let's call him the newest old edition. The Vulcan Brotherhood reunited on the march to another major final.
Yeah, they've been there before.
Yeah, against Na'Vi.
No less.
Back in Stockholm. That's where they... that loss, the 2-0, Na'Vi, a completely different roster, and Blade, the only two that reside.
Na'Vi G2-гийн тоглолт Nuke дээр өдрөн стрим хийж байхад ярьжсэн.
Clean in house, just JL. G2 tying things up.
Friends turned enemies.
Look at the smile on his face.
He was built for stages like these.
That's the infectious joy of a kid who gets to play on Counter-Strike's biggest stages, just having fun.
Both of them, both of them.
Hunter 2 киллтэй нэрээд юм шүү дээ.
Right now is undoubted
we still haven't had any crazy tussles of rounds. I would say that is probably one of the first, really, that looked like it was going one way and then ended up the other. Real back and forth. The 2v5 is now the buy again. Having to operate with a FAMAS after that hero M4 in the previous. Couldn't make a dent with it whatsoever, and here he comes again. The King of Canal. Oh, why the hell not?
He's got an Imez number.
За флаштад гарах гэдэг юм уу?
Yeah, he's wise to this. Look at his crosshair placement.
Flash
He's
орсон.
ready for the hoopsie.
August
spray, full white screen. Imez gets away with 10.
Хүүе 11-ийн HP амьдраад
Could go
байна.
down here. They fumble it. It's actually the name
Амар ч нээлгэл болов. Wonderful offside дарсан болов.
B-side. Outside B main, they catch him on the retreat. So it makes it a 4-on-4. Wonderful searching. Doesn't want to overstep the line, doesn't want to step into the line of fire of Monacy. He's not there. It's Nexa in a safe spot for now.
Well, they're hitting the pause. They're waiting for
Бэгийн гаднаас тоглолт оруулах гэдэг. Бид нар хамгаалж ирсэн Алекс би буцаад явцсан Wonderful open ганцаараа үлдчихлээ шүү дээ. Зогоо энэ давал нь бол юм одоо.
And there's a little bit of a gallivant from the CT. Starting to take a look towards middle.
За Nexa Wonderful-ыг нэг чинь болоод унгаарчулсан JL яг Nexa-гийн толгой дээрээс нь унах юм байна да.
Well, that's an intimidating set of smokes. A wall erect
За
on
одоо
B.
тайминг нь гой тааруулаад байгаа. Яг тийдий штэ.
Nexa, he will convert. Dispatches of Wonderful, bomb to be planted, bits rotation about to be.
Ёо, сумггүй юм та.
Maybe there's something to be said here. G2
Одоо BTB please.
The cousins at arms, it's Nico and Hunter.
За хоёр connectors бигсэн. Унгаас дахиад нэг тоглож явах юм байгаад байдаг. Дараа дунгаасан Hunter 2 киллтэй гэдэг лөө. Энэ раунд нэр 3 килл хийж чинь. Nico инфого авцсан. Hunter санаас нарсан байгаад байдаг. За бомб дээр хоёулаа зэрэг пиклэндээ. Бомб салгаагүй мэдв. Nico салгаагүй мэдв гэж юу.
Knows it's planted for him. Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle bait. LXDB has done enough. He disrupts the cousins and takes the 10.
Yeah.
How have they let that one slip?
I'm pretty sure he shot before the commit from Hunter.
Ямар сонин раунд алдчихваа энэ
Getting the better of him, and the birthday boy picks up a big one.
It's planted for Dark.
Next up, a great round from him. You think he even had the third.
Бомб салгаагүй үүдээс нь ийм шүршээд байхад чинь гарч байлдаад байгаа юм. Одоо энэ Hunter-аараа.
Shots and then Hunter with the commit. Thought he could get the better of him, just had to play the clock. A bit of a fumble there from G2 with the number advantage.
They just go straight back in,
за саяны раунд тогтоох
around their skull as we play on.
Is that the lifeline for Navi to get back into things?
Үүдээс нь буудаад байхад чинь гарч ирж байлдаад байгаа юм. Бомб
Likely gun round. G2, they've been marching through this half. More than enough money to get themselves out of full buy. They win this one, they put Navi back in a hole. Those type of mistakes now as well. Those echoes, those regrets. See if it comes back to bite them. Default spread from G2. AWP being called back off the line. Hooksy moving his pieces around. On a seat, scooping up that bomb. Outside B, Hunter again. Next up. Looks like a similar round in terms of the individuals.
We
see the smoke and mirrors being blown open. JL.
байхгүй. Араас нь Wonderful opt-д болоод ороод ирсэн. Тэр A-Long-оос ер нь бол map control авлаа. Жохоо утга юм.
Ooh, you're right. It's only Emma here. It's going to start searching, but is it a little too late? They're held up there. Good smoke.
They can nade it open and go.
Цаараа л байгаа юм да. За орсон гэсэн. Nico. За Nico нэг бурхан бингэр жоохон. Ёо яадаг флаш вэ? Бурхан минь юу ийгээд байгаа юм бэ?
They have the man advantage here and the Monacy plant is important. Extends clock.
За шид хэмнүүд юу вэ? Араас ирж байгаа Alex B дээр Hooksel kill оруулна та гэсэн. Hooksel бол яа. Амар шүү.
Great headshot. It is the 3-on-3. Monacy as well can work some magic.
За Monacy толгойд ороод ирлээ. Хартсан. Хамгаалж байгаа хүн бэ нүгсэн байсан юм шүү дээ. Next. Дахиад. Нуугдчих юм биш үү дээ Next.
Ben will steal another away and G2 now surely on the verge of collapse.
Back-to-back clutches. Those are the difference makers. Navi. They brawl their way into that. Immer A mammoth task.
Нэг
He was
унгаалаа.
the only defender of that B bomb site. Hooks
Цуглаа
the kill onto
гэдэг
Alexi.
байхгүй.
Think about his space. The spam through. Nico goes down. The tip of the spear. The follow through. The fact he knows he needs to make a play. Brilliance. And then bit into the AWP for the trade. Immediate. And Alexi's happy with that one.
I'm no body language expert, but that was almost surprise on Alexi's face. They pulled it off. And
За 11-2 раунд энэ.
CT side rounds on Anubis, they come at a premium.
Boom.
And here comes Monacy.
Boom.
Lightning fast from Monacy.
As quick as a flash, he takes down 2. The
Ямар ч
round's
амар
only just
хурцтай
begun, but
бидлээд байгаа.
already Na'Vi in jeopardy at the hands of Monacy.
Well, how do they get back into this one? A minute and 25 seconds to find out.
Just when you think G2 are out, it's
Monacy
Monacy just pulling them right back in.
You want to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the kid. He's quick. We talk about it. And after the hard work of the 1v1s, that means the finances haven't been able to build for Na'Vi. This is an important round if they decide to go for it.
Well, Wonderful's going to be
Энэ
tested
залуугийн
here.
офтон дээр ч одоо тэгээд флаштай орох хэрэгтэй
Sure,
байх та
Monacy,
Heaven-ээс
he's fast. He's
цаас
impressive.
төгсч байна.
Can Wonderful match his output? It's one.
Нэг цаг
It's
орсон.
not
Дахиад
easy.
моли өдр ёо за орох бол ороод орохгүй бол
And
байлаа.
2 will do. Enough to get the plant for G2. There's no way back in. You can't surely give
Бэлчидхүү
this a
хантар
go.
бэлчидхүү зүгээр орж ирэхээр нь байлтжээ.
Chad's talked about the finances. They're looking at the abacus and they're realizing that it's just not enough.
Ой дараагийн раунд мөнгө. Энэ бууг нь хурааж авах гэдэг тоглох байх уу? Нико гүүчээч. Хамтч юм уу?
Well, that's all Monacy.
За энэ раунд ерөөсөө Monacy авч ирлээ шүү.
Did fantastic. He had a double of his own, but it's just too much. G2 didn't overpush the issue. They took
Энэ
their
хоёр
time.
бууг хураагаад авчих юм бол тэгээд
Somewhat
мөнгөгүй байна
efficiently.
да.
See his corpse there laid on the side. They'll even be able to throw that AWP away. Don't want to allow it to blow over into the hands of Na'Vi.
Oh man, I was convinced G2 were in the bin. And then Monacy hits him with that. We're going to see that one again in the replay. This is just poetry in motion. Charging down the canals, thinking you've got the edge, and then Monacy's up. Quick as that. Converted now by G2. We've got a one-round game, folks. Bang! Smoke, flash, doesn't matter.
Boom, яа, quick
Imet
scope.
leaping out the window. Wonderful gave it a good
Айл
go.
талын
One
оф
more would have
стаалж
done
байна
it,
те.
or at least had them interested, but the nade, it sealed his fate.
За скаут гараад ирсэн хөөе. 2 Mтэй. JL ийм 2.
They haven't gone all in here. Wonderful's actually
За
brought out a
арбатай
scout.
юм
We'll see
байна.
if he can get
2000
it done
үлдээс 2750
with the
үлдээс.
lighter option. Gonna need to be tagged or headshot
Yo,
because
Monacy.
Monacy can just hit the body.
Damn.
Alexi in the dirt B. Under fire.
Ой юм бэ.
It's a main push. Next under pressure.
This is
Яагаас таарчлаа. Некс харж байгаа үстэй гэсэн бэдвээ.
Converts an important frag.
За армаар
Level,
орно.
that's another from Imet.
That's just shrunk for G2. They're in a box. This would be one way for Na'Vi to get 12. It was a brutal and broken buy. It wasn't a full investment.
Half of them don't even have Kev.
Just
Imet's
safe
done that
guns and a
without.
scout.
How is this falling apart? Monacy.
Юу яа дуусгүй.
The shot.
Ёо.
Only one left. JL with the triple.
Юу вэ?
A couple of pistols, a rifle or
Хагас
two.
баа штэ. 2 гар буу гарч ирсэн тоглолт штэ.
With 2 opportunities to take the first map of this semi-final.
The type of rounds they've been able to win on their CT side, those are the ones you can't bank on. You can't bank on winning back-to-back clutches. You can't bank on getting it done with a couple of saved rifles and a scout upgrade. Went from hero to losing a frag to hero again.
Yeah, the B site so far is Im's domain.
And that was with the Monacy opener.
Yeah.
So that push from Bit onto Nexa, as I said, it shrunk the map. So much pressure, and they were just condemned, and it's Nico and Hunter, the final 2 remaining. And those 2 have been having the toughest time for G2. Those 2 are the players that you should be able to turn towards the value out of bigger
Энд
problems.
яагаад түүгси тайминг л таараагүй юм байна л да. Смокны. Өнөөдөр сонсож байгаа өөрөө хараагүй явцсан байна. Тайминг л
Last time he
судлаач.
tried the aggression, they ran into Monacy.
Тэрнээс биш тэгж сайтнд дийлвэж байгаа юм бол харахгүй тэгж авах гэж байхгүй юм
Looked to
байна.
be the case early out the gates. Monacy again posting up with the AWP. 3-player B start from now.
За overtime.
Smoke aim main deep. That forces a decision out a bit immediately.
I smell overtime boys.
Nico cooking early. Look at this side by side.
Гол
Ahead of the
явсан.
smoke.
JL.
That might catch JL off with the timing. They're already through the doors. Nico, an opener for you.
За map control бол нэлээд гоё зүйл таваад ирлээ. Одоо Агийн split хийгээд орчих юм бол гоё юм да. Өө бүр энэ хүртэл хараа. Харахгүй одоо би тунлаагүй. Ээ золиг гэж JL юу ийчвдээ. Монси. JL юу ийчвэ.
Back into save territory for Na'Vi, but Hunter, the namesake, already up close, already ready to rip this out of their
Communication
hands.
алдаа гарсан.
And Alexi, white knuckle grip right now.
To find a gap like that.
Yeah, that is wild.
They
took the timeout and they just walked two players. It was Nico and Hunter straight through middle. They literally just power walk through middle.
За Hunter ч ингээ хаант хийгээч.
And they're respecting it.
Yeah, they're worried about mid. They're worried about A main rather. Well, the hunt is on.
Another tag from Monacy's AWP.
Юу мөнгө байхгүй шүү дээ. Хэрэггүй хаа Monacy.
With an upgrade into an AK. Wonder if we should be able to retain this AWP.
За 12-11.
One more round and we go to overtime. This is how you want to kick off a semi-final.
За сая бол шок үзтэй гэхдээ бит.
Feels like we've been given the
Long-аар анзаарч ирсэн чинь голоос хүн орж ирээд унагаарсан.
The first major on the new source
Хэрүүлээдтэй.
and it feels like these games they just deliver, they pack a punch, they consistently surpass expectations.
Занавигийн
This
тайм.
can still end in regulation, chat.
Well played. He's taken the 30 seconds, the last tactical timeout, and seeing right now with my very eyes pacing back and forth.
Guys, EDPI, зүгээр DPI ялгааны EDPI гэж game sensitivity DPI-аар үржүүлсэн гэж байгаа. DPI гэдэг бол зүгээр маш DPI. Жишээ нь game sensitivity 1.2, DPI 800 байх юм бол EDPI чинь 1.2-ыг 800-аар үржүүлээд 960.
Everything both teams require. G2 win this, we go to overtime. Na'Vi pick it up 13-11. Heartbreak on G2's map choice as we turn to Nuke, map number 2.
Up tempi näitä.
1 minute 55, anything can happen. Every decision further towards victory or defeat. Monacy on the scope.
They're really going to tussle with Emma. He's had impact over towards this side of the map. Sure, he's been pantsed a few times. Needs to harass. Not going to hit the mark.
Бергүй явах юм байна да. Бергүй бол орчод байгаа гэхдээ тэгээд нэг сонин раунд алдсан шүү дээ.
They could overlook this. He's playing for this exact angle. They run straight past it.
Alexi big шалгадгүй. Дээ. За гоё шүү.
He's looking to secure overtime. And wonderful.
Нийштэй. Execute ерөөсөө л энэ л байсан байна. Alexi би яг хоо жоохон том буутай байсан бол аюул тарж магадгүй байсан баг сайн смок хөрөөр гэж байна.
Kid, util, everything you could hope for, but four ferocious individuals wanting to push this to OT.
See, amor.
No fun.
Amor тэлсээс өөр танилцж юм гэж. За одоо болоороо бомба түрээд ирээ.
He wants to get in to the head. And it's going to be Nico to put it down. Overtime secure. This semi-final needs more rounds. Map 1.
За нэг байн IGL нь одоо гранд финал гарсан. Одоо Хукси хэрэгтэй байгаа даа шүү дээ. Carrigan тэнд гарсан байгаа.
This is high octane counter strike through and through. Im has arrived to this semi-final. He held down that B bomb site.
The ball's on Monacy, right? I understand they have such a number advantage.
Let's get it going.
За одоо харин G2-гийн террорлоос 2 раунд. Багтаа 2 раунд.
Making sure they can't push, they can't set the tone, but Nexa he
Flash
investigates off the back of a flash. Bit finds the opener.
That's very impressive find from Bit as the A anchor to play such a forward stance and risk a gap. And he's the one to profit despite the flash. Nexa gone, forced to watch as this 4v5 transpires.
When you think about this Anubis match between these two teams, we've been talking about all the proactive nature of the CTs. It's like a chessboard with the back and forth movements that both of these teams are opting for. They have this space, we can go here. This is the gamble. We want to try and pressure this side of the map. Both of them have been throwing in the aggressions where necessary. G2 responding with a number disadvantage. Pressure towards the B side.
I think they missed the smoke, Chad. I think they missed the smoke. Honestly, they'll use a Molotov instead. Posted on the angle. They're swinging through. Gliding into the side, disrupted by PGL. One back from Nico. A clear from the smoke. Manassi was posted, hold on. It's Alexi be cleared, big from Hooksy.
28 секунд явуулсан. За бомблаа чит хим юу болоо манайхан. Бомб ингэ яваад штэ монис бомб плант хийх үү. Тэгвэл хар мараас нь дайлыг дээр хөтлөж болж байдаг. Бомб шидэж өгөө дараа харсан. Хээ монис тайминг нь ямар амар тарт. Яа тэр харыг уу дутга хийлээ вэ. Бит. Тэр. За Hooksy Nico.
Smoke. Maybe not a kill. I have to find one. Good damage, Nico. Trying to back himself. It's been onto Nico. Hooksy can't do anything, and Na'Vi take round one.
Starting with the opener on a CT round on Anubis. They'll be happy to close that one out. Wonderful delivery. Monesi the same.
Yeah.
Nico starting to activate the later this game goes. And maybe Hunter can find his form. 2 more rounds in this first half of OT. Here's the opener. So flashed in bit, not worried whatsoever. JL as well able to disrupt on the way in, but Monesi not ready for the big flank of bit. So impact from him.
Хөдөлгөөн дээр нь барьж авах гэж байгаа л тоглолт юм байна л да. Никогийн тоглолт бол Пиклэг уу яг ингээ хөдөлгөөнд орж ирээд бомб сайд руу орж байгаа яг тэр акшн дээр хөдөлгөөн дээр нь бариад авъя гэдэг. Игэлчих шиг боллоо.
Claustrophobic on the side. Again, this early B pressure, just really wanting to harass. This time, Hunter the point man will be molly back, so exchange on either side of the server. Really just harassing. They want to bait out as much utility as possible.
За Монис энэ удаа Элонг руу.
Want to see Molotov back. Spot out from Nico. They know where the AWP is. A smoke exchange.
Been a lot of that in this round already, and there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, so pressure felt everywhere.
Nico, he tried his luck and he's left wanting. 10 HP on Nico.
Even though he doesn't have the space, Na'Vi think he does. He applied so much pressure that they have to come back for a re-clear.
За дахиад бигийн тоглолт орсон хөөе. Гол 2 хүн тулна. Hooksy
and JL can now start to posture forward and clear out.
За Hooksy бол connector руу өөрөө ороод тоглож байгаа. Харин тэр энэ голоор унах хүмүүсийг Nexal барьж амаар байна да. Агасаа. Flash the counter flash дээр гарлаа. Alexi B.
Flashed into the fight. Monesi on the AK. Nico gave it to him.
Yeah.
And instead it's Bit and Immer. Look how fast this is. JL, he's got Nico's number. Hunter feeling the pressure if he can try and get away.
27 секунд хугацаанд энэ хэцүүдээ смокер нь алхах гээд байна шүү дээ. Headshot нэг хүн байгаад байгаа гэсэн. Nexal барьж хандраад
Way out of this one. JL secures it and Na'Vi defending a second round already.
This is impressive from both teams, but obviously right now as we put the microscope under Na'Vi,
as
they lose space, they've taken something back. And it's not allowing Hooksy and the boys to execute freely because Na'Vi know it's coming. And they're also trying to play ahead of the play or have more than enough numbers available to deal with it. These flanks, these kills through the smoke, Immer again just being an absolute nuisance. Smoke fades, Wonderful's there, next to goes down. 60 degrees, there's no way out of that, and G2 need a round going into the second half of OT.
Yeah, and this is when those couple of fumbles, those flubs from regulation may haunt you, as well as the knowledge that Alexi B, he calls a good game. Up against his ex-team, it's a one and done. AL, he'll find one as well, so call it 4. Yeah, wonderful. This is very aggressive. Despite the flash, he's going to play with some sheer aggression, calculated aggression, mind you.
Энэ smoke даваад алхаад ороод ирсэн гэж.
Meaningless in the AWP head-to-head.
За флаштад орчуулж болно гоё л байна да. Яа, Monesi урдаа гараад биглээд ороод ирлээ, буруутсан.
And Monesi down is a big find. Wonderful, trying to keep the sheet clean on this CT side. Do you really want to peek into me again, he says.
Энэ хүний тоглолт нь орсон. Wonderful-ийн 19 гэлт ийм байгаад байна. Одоо уурч зүглэхгүй л байгаа юм л да өдөөс нь. Опи хамгаалтан дээр.
G2 yet to post a T round. Their
За тэр
last
Б-гээс
chance to do so.
цэвэрлээ. Ийм ээ. Б-гийн гаднахаа цэвэрлээ. Одоо хүмүүсээ татандаа.
Smoke achieves nothing in the early stages. They're not ready for wonderful. He racks up another. Damage inflicted. A little nade could do the job.
Wonderful.
Hunter's nade finds one. The 1v3. Alexi B. Enter the smoke. Seals the deal. One more, says JL.
That's the hard work done. That is the hard work done right there, and the Na'Vi fans absolutely love it. 3 rounds on the CT side of Anubis in overtime where the pressure gets turned up a notch. The big game players.
За одоо зөрүүлж 3 раунд авч ийж.
You're hoping to get the difference makers to be your hunters, to win out your clutches, your Nico, to obliterate with a multi-kill round. Well, Monacy and Nexa are the ones who won the 2v5.
Yeah.
And now to look down the road, have the discussion with your team and say, boys, we need 3 rounds on one of the hardest sides of Counter-Strike just to push things to double overtime.
The outlook is bleak. G2 fans, they look like they've still got some morale.
Wonderful
and incredible round.
You could tell it was desperate there. In fact, Hooksy's running back, throwing the heaven smoke, and then entering with the AWP. Nobody wanted to make the move, and Hooksy's like, well, I guess I'll do it.
Well, that's the power of a good AWPer, right? You just see genuine fear in the movements, in the plays. Once he got one, the rest were almost
За Na'Vi-ийн ганц раунд авах ажиллаа. G2 3 раунд авчиж овертайм.
Na'Vi will be one up in the best of 3.
За Б-гээс дайрсан.
Himmer blinded. Space lost. Well, there's info. 2 have pushed B, says Himmer.
This is how they opened up the CT side with the first gun round. Monacy got the AWP pick over towards main, on towards Bit. They pushed out B main. Hooksy got the dink. It's a very, very similar setup.
Na'Vi-гаас оф гаргаагүй юм шүү. Wonderful off гараагүй. Ерөөсө 5 rifle
No overreaction from Na'Vi with losing B main. Sure, long control. The remit of G2 for now. We know this is on a bit of a time. I'm more than happy just to hit pause and now rifle through their util.
Boost
is going to take Nico out of the play.
Yeah, and we saw mid
Олон хөө энэ тэгээд Nico-д тийш авчаад голоо хайцсан байгаад байгаа юм биш үү? Гол дээр чинь жээл авчихсан.
Who's responsible for this?
Хоёр хүн E-long тулсан.
About A main.
Гол юусаа хайцсан байгаад
They have to address it from heaven. Next is giving it a look. Monacy and Nico, the start of this show.
За энэ stop энэ Nico гэхдээ flash гарахгүй байна.
Nothing right here for G2. Monacy, what have you got? Nico. Eat the flash. They're both blind.
6 за flash гаргацсан юм байна Nico 2-ыг унгасан. За Nexa одоо тэнгуү тараа E-long дээр 2 хүн тулсан байгаад байгаа штэ. Nico дахиад 3 тоо гачлаа.
No time for him here. And G2 they pass test number 1.
Монголын CS-ийн төлөө хийсэн бүхэнд баярлалаа гэнэ. Маш их баярлалаа. Сая яа дээр ингээ 3 тулсан, E-long 2 тулсан байгаа ч тийм. Тэнгүүд сайтанд дэвж байгаа Nexa төсөөлсөнгөө. Оп тулсан байсан, rifle тулсан байсан.
If it was a B split, it feels like it would have been Na'Vi's round every day of the week. The hedge from G2. Nico with that double looked like they were both going to be finding themselves in a whole lot of hot water over towards A main. It feels like both of these coaches have been finding success after the tactical timeouts. So will Na'Vi find their 16th? That's the question. I like the fact that they didn't rush things once G2 had taken information across the map and prodded them. They just sat, they waited, and they went later within the round. But this is it. This is the difference maker. 25 seconds on the clock as they come through main. The double, make it a triple, and Nexa does his job. Sets Monacy up just to take the simple shot of JL, who has to get a move on.
Дараагийн map Na'Vi-ийн Nuke гарч яа. Яг Nuke те.
This is great from our ops team, highlighting an aggressive smoke. That one's going to land up towards Rugs, I do believe.
Nico нэг жоохон өдөөд байна те.
Well, that's going to limit his options. Bit maneuvers forward. Hooksy
aggressive. Ямар амар aggressive тоглолт юм. Монголооч дараад ирсэн.
What a find.
Straight through the smoke.
Nexa буцуу.
Expecting another. That flash.
Nexa буцуу.
Nexa's palms are sweaty.
Someone has to be the difference maker for G2 in this round.
Yeah, Nexa буцчихлаа да.
When the kills come their way, G2 need to step up with multis.
Alexi B pushing forward. Nico needs to be careful here. An audible reload. The Finn maneuvers closer. Na'Vi 4 frags away from taking map.
Nicoгийн байшил ямар юм бэ вэ?
Knows this angle like the back of his hand. Intermittent uncrouching.
Харцаа имээ харцсан. Имээ харцлаа. За одоо Алексей байж байгаас нь гарч ирлээ. Тэр гол нэг зуугаад Nexa ямар ч үснийг унгаарсан. За одоо камераар тосно орж ирэхэд шийдэх нь юу юм бэ?
He repositions Nico tucking into the A side.
Гайгүй Nico тусламжаар ороод ирсэн. Одоо буцаад Big-ийн тоглолт орох юм уу?
Monacy posted with the AWP is going to have company.
Хоёр апын дуэл гарч ирлээ. Wonderful Monacy.
Is it Monacy?
Yeah.
Is it his turn? Is it his time?
Yeah.
Pulls away.
Timer on the main smoke. He had to back
Could have been. Well timed from Wonderful, taking the space. Map control.
25 again. It's going to be another late hit.
За харисгүй тоглолт шийдэх юм байгаа юу? Хантар шийдэх юм байгаа юу? Нийтдээ юм байна.
Is this Na'Vi's map or do we need another round? Monacy posted. Is he safe?
Boom, унгасан.
JL gone.
Yeah, Monacy. Cover авч идэг гэж дээ Wonderful.
Wonderful surely done enough now. Taken down Hunt to the nade. It finds just a little bit of damage. Wonderful lives on.
Яа, энэ Wonderful бүрстэй ямар зэв юм бэ?
24 frags on the semi-final stage.
24 гихтэй map авч өгч ин да Wonderful.
For him under the lights in front of 60,000 fans.
Wonderful
doing G2 dirty.
Wonderful ч бараг 4 кил авах юм шүү дээ.
He walks into the site. He finds the triple kill and he sends G2 down.
Амар байна Wonderful. Амар.
Na'Vi a map away from a major grand final.
Зангид хинэ баалтсан. Одоо Nuke.
Let's go. It's B. Please. Out B. I'm taking out this. One more. I'm not going. Please, one more. Coming CT, guys.
Yes, I'm playing close to temple.
Planting? I have got flash. You can come
default. Can you flash got flash? I'll pick
not right now.
Жиж уулан тэгээд хүүксээ гарч ирээд унгасан шүү дээ.
It's D-lobby one. Flashing, wait. I have flashing first here. Flashing got. Flashing.
Up side. Up side, default.
Default. I have.
You have HE.
Nice.
One peeking.
Энд хүүксийн нэгийг унгаачаал тэгээд цаашаа гарч пиклдэг. Унгаачаал төлхөн зур орж байгаа. Энэ дэр бол яач чадсангүй л дээ.
Good shit on B, bro. Good shit on B. Nice. But guys, this is fucking good. We are at least doing something. Let's go.
Түрүүний тэр Hunter Nico хоёр коннекторд үлддэг. Хоёрын эсрэг нэг үлдчихэд тэр раунд хэрүүлээ ичлаа л да. Бомбо салгаагүй хүн өөдөөс нь шүршээд байхад зүрж гарч иж буудаж тархитуулж унж. Тэрэн дээр л балаа юм болчихлоо.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
16 минутын дараа. Тав 21 гэсэн биш. Өөртөө. What a wonderful map гинэ. Тэглээ тэгэл. Стажинкэн wonderful map байл. Оо түрүүнийг донет орж ирсэн юм биш үү? Би анзаараагүй өнгөрүүлсэн юм байна. Баян үлгийгөөс минт гэсэн биш үү? Маш их баярлалаа. Хүй.
NE, yo, code PGL, €50 off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Na'Vi stealing away G2 Esports' map pick and 1 game away now from the grand final here at the PGL Major. And I just want to get into looking at some of the things Wonderful did straight off the bat, because what a menace he was. So proactive, so round-saving for his team at times.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hyped up this kind of comparison between Wonderful and Monacy, because these guys are absolutely insane, and Wonderful at this tournament has just come into his own. He bailed Na'Vi out so much, so frequently.
Пейжрээ 5 зээлэр харнээ. Уулын G2 очих юм бол миний coin гарт болох гэдэг.
I mean, it's gotta be heartbreak, right? But the way we set it up, and we tried to doing this so many times when it comes to 2-star players on the team, especially Opera, it's gotta be head-to-head. It was literally so many head-to-heads with the AWP, with Wonderful coming out on top, Monacy coming out on top. Listen, I have rarely seen someone peek into Monacy's crosshair with an AWP and rip his head off, right? So Wonderful rather, really coming into his own, and absolutely the reason that Na'Vi were able to sneak this map away.
This round's crazy. Like he's low HP, and without the time running out to win the round. But look at this head-to-head comparison as well. Just, I mean, it's crazy to see this. I think they ended with 25 kills total on Monacy, 24 on Wonderful. They were right there. Both these guys did everything, and unfortunately for Monacy, his goes to waste.
Yeah, it went to waste. I mean, we can get into it in a second, Bless. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, just that final round. I'm still reeling from that, right? Because Monacy, he was in the perfect place, the perfect time. He was the reason that it even went to overtime for the side of G2, right? He was the backbone, so to speak. In the final round, he is in the perfect position and just oversteps just goes a little too far, and the round just crumbles right there.
Yeah, tries to maybe do a little bit too much, but remember, he was basically hard carrying G2 throughout that map, and I think that's the kind of mindset you have to have if you're going to continue hard carrying. And I think, you know, he might not want to admit it to anyone, but I think in that moment he felt very much like if he didn't do something, they weren't going to win the round. That guy, Monacy, was 10-1 in opening duels on that map, involved in 11 of them for G2, and that's with Nico on the team, who was 2023's opener of the year. Like, Nico wasn't providing anything in terms of the opening kills. It was all Monacy everywhere on the map. Hard for Na'Vi to predict. And I mean, again, just it's got to be so brutal to put in that kind of an effort and lose the map.
Oh, it's frustrating for him, I'm very sure, but it's fantastic from Wonderful, and it's interesting because, correct me if I'm wrong, first when he came into Na'Vi, right, it's not that he was that proactive. He was a different player than Simple, obviously, but Blade could use him more as a chess piece, a bit more, you know, a waiting game, a little bit more. Now, he is evolving in front of our eyes, and he is able to do kind of a lot more things on the biggest stage, no less.
I mean, I believe Blade said in an interview himself, or was it Alexi B? He was like, we're giving way more freedom right now for this team to operate. It's been a while since this team's kind of coming together, where Alexi B had to orchestrate a lot of these moving pieces, so to speak. And sometimes, by the way, I go back to the Nuke game they had against G2. Alexi B does kind of move these pieces around, but in maps like this, when he knows he's got individuals like Wonderful to work with, you need to give him the freedom, and that's why he kind of showed here.
I mean, I think the Simple point's a good one. Because he was replacing Simple, he got to fly a little bit under the radar, right? Like, nobody expected anything kind of out of him. Even the first few months with him and the team, it was kind of like lukewarm. It was sort of like, we see the skills. The skills are there. Question is, how long will it take to develop? Well, this is his coming out party. This Copenhagen Major is him just like showing, I've got it. I can be the next Opera. And Na'Vi, they've got to be just jumping for joy. Not only did they get a sell Monacy, not only do they have Simple on the team, but they've replaced him with another beast.
It's crazy. I mean, and he was so calm every time you saw him on the cam. He got 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill, 4 kills. Doesn't matter. Let's just go to the next round, guys.
And I just love the fact he's just over-peaking. It's fine. He's re-peaking into it. He's so confident that, listen, I can out-kill everyone. Even though Monacy's there, I can out-kill.
OG, Team Spirit багуудын шиг амжилтанд хүрмээр байна уу? 1xBet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцоод оноо цуглуулж төрөл бүрийн шагналтай үе шатуудад ахиарай. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet өөрийн замыг эхлүүл. Бид OG, Team Spirit багуудыг олон улсын алдар нэр төрөх замдаа явааг харсан. Одоо харин таны ээлж ирлээ. 1xbet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцож, оноо цуглуулж, шинэ төвшингүүдэд хүрээд урамшуулал итлээрэй. OG Team Spirit 1xbet өөрийн замыг эхлүүл. Толон айлгдын бидний амьдралын нэг хэсэг болсон. Бастуул. Эхлээд биерүүгүй их, тэгээд тайхдах, тэгээд тоосыг нь гоох юм. E-спортын үйл явдлуудыг дагаж, таны таамаглал бодит мөнгөний үнцэнтэй гэдгийг батлаарай. Хариуцлагатай тоглож, энэ бол зүгээр л хөгжилдөх зорилготой гэдгийг санаарай. One click, one flag, 1xbet.
From Hunter, which should never happen.
2v1, by the way.
I hope he's out getting some fresh air. He needs to take a couple deep breaths of that clean Copenhagen air and come back into this refresh. He made some mistakes and had a really tough time finding impact in this
You
game.
said so much before we got into this. It should be G2. If I'm going to change one letter, and it's an M for the F. Emma. He, in the beginning of this game, he had so many question marks, but he was a big reason why I think Na'Vi started off feeling so comfortable.
We picked a couple of players on both these two teams. We're talking about Hunter on the side of Hunter and Nico on the side of G2. We're talking about Emma and Jail on the other side. And we're like, look, of all these players, Emma is the one who's been struggling so far. We compare his stats as well when it came to the Paris midget. This one, here he delivered so much from the get-go. In a pistol, just running up ahead, taking his duels, finding so many impact kills. He didn't necessarily top frag. He didn't have the most, crazy moments like Wonderful did. But he was just in their faces, just running at them and playing with so much more confidence. Even this one particular round, right, he gets a first kill, flashes his way through into the smoke, prevents the plant from taking place, and he's like, I'm probably going to die, but screw it, I'm going for it. And this is lovely to see from someone who's been, to be fair, I've been hating on him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give him props for this map. I think the key is getting him started, as you said, on the right foot, helping him get out to that 5-0 start. I think he shot up to 10 or 11 kills pretty quickly. Rest of the game wasn't anything too crazy, but like you said, he found his moments, and when he had the opportunity to make a play, he didn't back away from it. He didn't shy out and play a little bit scared. He actually went for his plays and had some good impact on the stretch, even if the volume fragging wasn't there.
And especially when you have someone like, Wonderful is kind of clutching out all his crazy rounds. He seems to be the guy who's being the tip of the spear, so to speak. And for a team like Na'Vi, I feel like you need that, right? When you have players like Bit maybe not feeling so comfortable, JL having a little bit of a quieter map, so to speak, someone like Emma stepping up to the plate, I think that's a great sign. And I feel it's going to be a win condition if Na'Vi are able to pull off this upset.
Yeah, it was obviously really close because it went to overtime. I think Na'Vi was head and shoulders above in that overtime, clearly, right? So you have to say this was relatively close. I don't feel that way, though, watching the game, because I had a lot more trust in Na'Vi's retakes. I had a lot more trust, similarly, in their T rounds. I don't know. It just feels like they were playing much viscerally and with more trust.
This is I think the problem of being a G2 fan and wanting to see G2 win is because this is another one of those maps where you're like, they should have won this. They broke the second round after losing the pistol. They won a 2v5 like 2 rounds later.
Монголд одоо яг Counter-Strike-ийн тэмцээн болоод одоо нөгөө зохион байгуулалт шууд амжилт дээр явах юм бол яг одоо чинь нэмэгтэй тайлантууд шиг гарч ирээд ингэж Counter-Strike яг ингэж мэдлэгтэйгээр ингэж ярих тийм хүн байна уу? Монголд нэмэгтэй өөрөө тоглодог, багуудаа мэддэг, багуудынхаа тоглолтыг үздэг. Тэгээд гол нь ингээд гоё чөлөөтэй ярьдаг. Гол нь ингээ ярьдаг.
On their map pick, no less. Very strong from Na'Vi, and Ala has a special guest, I hear.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home. Sometimes
Монгол байхгүй шүү. Нэг шар үстэй охин байгаад байдаг штэ. Байх нь байхаа. Гэхдээ ховор байхаа. Нэг стример байдаг үсттэй. Шар үстэй охин. Шар үстэй охин гэж ямар шар үстэй охин бэ?
And I'm going to say exactly what I said then. Forget Counter-Strike. Forget esports. He might be the greatest gamer of all time. It's simple.
Юу гэнэ? What the hell? Энэ юу хийж яваа бэ?
Simple. What are the vibes right now, mate? How is it for you to be standing on the stage?
I'm a bit nervous right now. Long time to see, guys. Long time to see.
Simple, Na'Vi 1-0 up in this series. Are they taking the whole thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think the map pool is really good for Na'Vi right now, and I don't know why G2 decided to pick Anubis, and I feel like it's going to be confident 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Simple. Final two questions. Firstly, are we going to see you on a stage, in a booth, playing again anytime soon?
I don't know.
Simple, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to this arena and our fans at home?
I love you guys. I love you.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in this arena and at home, give it up for one of the absolute GOATs. It's Simple!
We hope he comes back for sure. Before we get into the next map, which is Nuke, displayed, look at how beautiful it is. And of course, this is the newly launched Textra version of the display. As you can see, it's 3D holographic because of the special design that adds a lot of depth to it. You can also click the banner down below to see all available designs in this, but it's beautiful. Is it calming it down, or what is it doing?
It's firing me up. It's the Odin's Ravens right there.
Oh, I was trying to ask you what it was before. You knew?
I knew.
He always has an ace up his sleeve. But wonderful displays and wonderful on the server, not on purpose, of course.
And Alexi said he had aces up his sleeve for this game.
He did. Hey. I mean, one of his aces was apparently having Hooksy pick.
Үнэхээр simple юм да. Ярианы чадвар мэдлэг интерес ахуулаад их юм шаардагдана. CS мэдгүй юм уу? CS шарвстай охин гэж Аки хэлээд байгаа юм уу? Аки чи нэр шарвстай байлоо. Мартцсан шүү. Тийш үү? Аки байж болно. Тэ? Аки өөрөө контра мэддэг, үздэг, тоглодог. Бас юу? Кенцугигээд бас баг энтер цаад чинь өөрөө явуулж үзсэн. Ки бол байна. Нэг л арга байна. Та хүүсээ салих гинэ.
As we're trying to find positions inside the bomb site, that felt like a very scattered game. So I think right now it's just calming them down. And again, it's
Simple тоглохоо болсон биш. Falcons байгаа үстэй. Falcons зүгээр нэг сарын гэрээтэй л утсан. Гэрээн дууссан. Цааш дахиад сунгаагүй. Зээлэр утсан.
This has happened actually a few times, specifically at this major with G2, right? You know, remember the
NMN bench дээ гинэ. NMN гэхдээ яг контр тоглодгоо.
For instance, right, where it was also so close, yet so far we know what happened.
Контр тоглодог гэдэг нь бас юу заяа. Багтна. Тэмцээнүүд үздэг. Монгол багуудаа мэддэг.
I mean, he's literally hard carried them all the way over here. And sure, we hopped on the fact that the final round, the final kill, where he kind of overstepped his mark a little bit. But apart from that, he's been so far magnificent. But I'm looking at someone like Hunter and looking at someone Nico, who they're making so many uncharacteristic mistakes, not playing the level we know they can play at a stage like this.
Oh, if they come in with the level they did on Anubis, this is probably over. I mean, especially because you're not going to be able to rely.
За Nuke хожин гэж л гарч ирж байна да. 3 map үзчих юмсан тий. Одоо Nuke хожоод
Again, he took 11 on Anubis. He won 10 of them, which is just kind of mental. You need a Nico. You need a rifler who's going to be able to apply pressure outside and actually move in towards Big Garage. Move in and try and wrap towards Heaven. Move in towards Secret. The AWP can't do it all.
And the worst part is, like, just looking at the previous map, Nico, he was the one who's getting targeted towards outside, right? He was getting harassed with utility, with flashes, and he was just kind of forced to kind of isolate himself from what the rest of the players were doing. He was playing towards Secret, just being away, just reacting to what Navi were throwing their direction. So yeah, if Nico doesn't get activated and it's not in the midst of the action on the CT side, this is rough.
Yeah, also I'm wondering, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, and what a disaster it'd be if they're to get eliminated. You know, like you actually, we talked about Nico's records at the major, only making it to 5 playoffs in 13 attempts. He's been in 2 finals, but I mean, again, another great chance. Hooks even said it again in the interview today. This is their best chance to make it to a finals. What a nightmare. What a disaster.
What a nightmare it would be. It's all in their mind, but on the other side, you see there, Alexi's thinking about it too, and he must feel very, very confident. We also can't forget that's when they played the last time. And when it was T rounds, it was pretty gimmicky sometimes out of G2 with that Zeus from Monacy. I hope they pre-molly Hut, for instance, out of the side of Na'Vi this time around to make sure that doesn't happen. But what an absolute achievement it would be, Blair, for Alexi to lead his troops now across Nuke into a grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be such a testament what he's been able to do with this team, right? Because coming in, with Wonderful coming in, and a lot of us had our doubts, can he make this happen? Because he's failed at OG, he's failed with NIP and all those, weird lineups he had. And even this lineup was looking a little dysfunctional. Could Wonderful really grow into his own? He's grown into his own. Can Imma finally, shake off the he's had post Paris? He's shaking it off. Can Jail get activated? He's gotten activated. So it feels like everything's kind of coming into place here, and if he pulls it off, it's going to be the perfect storm.
This would be a statement game from obviously Na'Vi, but I think more importantly for Alexi, considering how he's had so many people doubt his abilities as an IGL over the years. I can't name a whole lot of IGLs, maybe one other one that could take this lineup to a major grand final this quickly, because it did come together very disjointed. And yeah, you've had the Wonderful step up, but this team playing tactically looks really sharp. And this would just be Alexi now, like giving the middle finger to the whole Counter-Strike.
And especially after losing the greatest player we've ever had and still making it happen.
It would be insane if they get it over the finish line. Alexi, he is absolutely honed in. Can he do it on Nuke? And will they kick G2 Esports out of the major? Let's find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out together. Copenhagen!
Copenhagen.
A decade of global offensive leads us here. The very first Counter-Strike 2 major, our second semi-final. Who meets FaZe? Let's find out!
За. Одоо энэ map-ыг авчи. Тэгээд дараа нь Ancient ороод ажиллаа авъя G2.
Just in the fact it was so close last time round in this very tournament. It leaves the door open for Ancient.
Let's go.
G2 are going to have to dig deep here. The CT side star, and you want to set the tone with this pistol round. Talking about Hunter going outside, having a deep breath. Big game player, now's the time to show it. High in for Na'Vi. HE towards door, of course. Molly towards main, constricts the movement to Monacy and flush towards Yarn for a fight. He's seen enough.
Yeah, spotted the bomb red. They're going to jump for him. Oh, the pressure. So many bodies. He's tracking them around. Bullets hitting heads. Monacy, how do you get away with two? It will put him in a grave, but the damage is done. It reverberates. A man advantage for G2. Hooksy, hamstrung. Nexa and Nico occupy secrets.
За Na'Vi-гийн өдөөс Nico-гийн Nuke гэдэг чинь бас л тэгээд
try and force their way around towards heaven. This is the next fight. Hunter has to hit the shot with the Julies and will. JL down. Lobby threat eliminated. Just Wonderful and bit to find.
Hooksy зүгээр амьдарч байгаарэ 15 HP
They gave him the P250. They backed Wonderful and his aim. But it was Monacy to find the double kill.
За гоё таймingтай гарч ирэх юм бол харцсан шүү. Nice. Wonderful.
He finds the one. Now just looking for Wonderful.
Bomb тоо юм байна.
They can deny the plant. This is massive from G2.
That would be very impressive if he can find his way towards the bomb site now. 40 seconds and no chance. Nexa will take two, and G2 take the pistol.
Yeah, ramifications of that. Just touching on the bomb not going down. Na'Vi unlikely to see a forced buy from them going into round number 2. No extra finances, no way to get your hands on those Galils. So there should be a clean one and beautiful work from the kid under pressure. That's what you want to see from Monacy. Sure, steps out again, offers himself up, looking for that third, but the fact that two of them jumping off a main and looking to get fired up, this is what it's all about for him.
Yeah, he doesn't want the semi-final to end. He just wants to keep putting his skill on display.
Yeah, the Des touched on it, right? Surely that over peak in the final round definitely cost him.
Nuke Na'Vi game peak.
But he was doing an awful lot. Some big rounds to keep them in it.
За энэ харин 25 сумтай фамас гарч ирсэн байгаа гэдэг. Өөдөөс нь хүмүүс орлоо. Туслах юм байна уу? Хоёр. За тэгнээ 25 сумтай боо яг ингэ.
Get them up and buck it out and
фамас авчиж Hooksy хаана
2-0 G2 start as they mean to go on Na'Vi's map choice. Desk were also just discussing outside how they felt like they were able to deal with Nico.
Энэ хүүхэдтэй нэг хэд хэдэн тоглогчийг зорж байгаа хөрхий. Тэгэл юу болгоныг харуулдаг. Зорсон болгоныг харуулдаг.
So trying to limit that if you're G2, or at least trying to dictate the tone so you can find those opening picks might be a bit of a difference maker. And the difference maker also being the start of sides. What's the first gun round for Na'Vi going to look like?
This is fast from Huxi, no fear. No way! JL will catch it, can't quite believe his luck, and now Nico's pushing up the ladder. G2, what is this? Immediately crunching into the lobby. Hunter, a nice descent.
Ahead of the
play. Monacy towards credit card. Looking to take a swipe at the 4 remaining Ts.
Сонссон шүү дээ. За одоо тэр эдгүүгийн тоглож унгаалаа да. Nexaгийн байшлаас гоё юм уу сулаан кентэр яриг хүмүүс гараад ирж байна да.
Certainly. That's scary. Yeah, he'll get out of there.
You can tell this was a biff round, right? Huxi just wanting to take the fight. The fact that he's pushed so deep in towards lobby, telling they were expecting so many members of Na'Vi to spread towards Yard.
Сайн Huxi тэр лобби руугаа дайрчаа тэгж амар бүр цаашгаа явах шаардлага байгаа юм. За эцэслээ тэнцэнэ тэгэл шифтлэл буцчиход бол бас тэрхүү зэ дарамжтай. Никогийн байшил ямар гоё юм бэ вэ?
He's got very low margin for Rera given the HP. Yet to frag, yet to die. Nexa cut down by Bid. Down goes Hunter in the fence. This is perfect for Na'Vi to get their first T round early. There's nothing here for Nika. The only slight positive is that they don't know where he is. But with no HP and no teammates.
Still having a look. They'll lose everything. Okay, he's going to back off, but even just holding on to this is going to be quite difficult. Flat start for G2 on the gun rounds. Na'Vi get their first on the board.
So they kind of took Yard and then relaxed.
Well, just with the number advantage that they were able to accrue there onto Monacy, right? He wasn't aware that a player had slipped in towards that warehouse position. That was the round-defining kill, because the rest was G2 just chasing ghosts. Nobody was home towards lobby. They expected them to take space towards lower, much quicker within the round as soon as the penny drops on Imma's position. They don't really have any power position.
За саяны раунд нэр Huxi-гийн үйлдэл бол арай илүү санагдлаа. Лобби эцэгтэйгээс дайрж байгаа нь бол гоё л байлаа л да. Гэхдээ тэгж эцэгцэн мөртлөө цаашаагаа бүрдүүлж T-base талмал руу орж орж өсөж байсан бол арай л илүү байв.
Going all in on lobby because you want to take the fight and you could rumble them if they were just doing a standard round.
Sure.
This could be the mind games from them playing earlier in the tournament on this very map.
JL couldn't believe his luck. He heard steps and a jumping SMG, a jumping MP9. We know how accurate that SMG is. Good bang for its buck, but not today. It's JL.
Well, interestingly enough, they haven't forced ball behind this. They've just kept the save M4.
За Никогийн хатаа гарч иж байгаа. Муу байхтыг үзээ. Алексий.
Oh, and that rifle is taken away, taken out of his hands. This is perfect from Na'Vi. All 4 frags, convincing, immediate.
I'm looking at the cams. Nico's laughing. Big smile on his face. I'm not sure if that's a positive sign or a negative, but the fact that they have just leaped it towards top side, just fast A. Because if you thought that they were going to force fight and you pulled a fast A, they're likely to have 5-7, MP9s.
Terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And Alexi's just gone straight in. But this is the thing we discussed at the start. He even had James, right? Are you in the head of Huxi? No, I don't think so. Well, the record says otherwise. His opening's beautiful. Speed Demon flashes himself out the door and a bit late on top of Silo, obliterates the save rifle of Nico. Clean and easy for Na'Vi.
Hui. Юу болж байна? Huh?
Ahead of Huxi? No, I don't think so. Well, the record says otherwise. His opening's beautiful. Speed Demon flashes himself out the door and a bit late on top of Silo, obliterates the save rifle of Nico. Clean and easy for Na'Vi.
Яачо? цаанаас аяа. Тийм шүү дээ. F. Damn. Stream санаас агцчихлаа. So there's the whole thing
biggest issue of that round is that AWP marooned outside and they can't get it back because, hey, after that one, you want to be feeding him the AWP whenever you can.
Юу болоод байна хөөе. Сая раунд авт. What? Гурван 2 болчлоо. G2 раунд авцсан байна.
Honestly, the miracle worker.
3-2. Санаас айж нөө.
So neither team operating with the sniper rifle into round number 6.
All the utility implies something quick. Molly top hut, bit catches flag. Good nade damage early. Smoke wall for Nico to peek and prod around.
In PGL stream манайха. Би YouTube дээр PGL stream үзэж байгаа.
Lucy on main. There is definitely a setup here, but what's the go? Smokes will fade. Another takes its place.
Саний энэ өмнөх раундн дээр Monis тайрсан байж байгаа 2-1 нөөсгөө
What's the move here? They're trying to keep attention drawn.
Нөөскопиг өгсөн. Тайрсан байж байгаа 2-1 нөөц.
Crawling, spotted. Nico hyper aware. A big headshot, but Ima through main. Nico needs this. It's Ima to take it away. Monacy levels us out.
Monacy зөрүүлээд ямар ч байсан.
3v3, 60 seconds. Hunter maneuvers back up the ladder. It's Ima wrapping around. They're so segregated, so separate.
Wonderful.
Wonderful on the clear.
Nice.
Deleted by Hunter. We say he's a big game player. Now is his chance to prove it. A map down. On the biggest of stages in front of a sold-out crowd. Alexi B calling the shots. Ima and him side by side to try and recover this round.
Open G2 overstepped the mark.
Hunter тийшээ орсон бол хөл дээр аль яа тайминг нь ямар гоё таарчаа тий.
That is beautiful work. They don't come easier than that.
Glorious.
Timing нь мөрс амар
Difficulty for Alexi. He doesn't have the time to do anything spectacular here. Monacy's going looking. Calls it clear. Could be misinformation. Alexi though, 15 seconds. He's not even going to give it a look in.
Yeah, understandably so. Going to take the save. Right under their very noses, Alexi.
Сейсим шиг байна. 6 секунд.
Has to give this
Super
one
Light
over, has no
Zoe
choice.
гих зэрэг мауснууд дээр яг адилхан DPI sense хийхэд зөрүүн хэр ялгаатай вэ? Хурдан удаан дээр бол нэг юм ялгаагүй. Гэхдээ тийм жижиг сажиг микро хөдөлгөөн гэдэг чинь бүр ингээд хэд хурдан хөдөлгөх юм уу? Эсвэл ингээд хэд удаан хөдөлгөх юм уу? Тэрэн дээр сенсорны ялгаа харагдаад байдаг. Ажиглагдаад надад л. Одоо чи 800 DPI-тай 1.2 sense-тэй байж хахад Super Light дээр тоглох. Тэгээд Zoe-ийн юу хоёр дээр тоглох хоёр бол ондоо байдаг. Хайлын дэмжиж байна G2.
As the first chapter of CS2
history.
history.
Technical time out
Before our very eyes. Na'Vi G2, our second semi-final of the day. The first bout equally entertaining.
Just a quick little technical issue on our hands here, everybody.
3 дахь map хараад үзэн үзтээ шүү дээ.
No, that doesn't sound like
it. Definitely sounds like it. Wow. So many different flags as well in the crowd. I see you. People have traveled far across the globe to be here.
Oh. Тэмцээн зохион байгуулж байгаа газар энэ заалан дотор нь интернетийн асуудалтай болсон юм биш үү? Нөгөө юу хатсан.
Romanian flag just in front.
Yep. Representing Ima, Ukraine in the house. I saw a dude with a Union Jack. Wow. Yeah. We exist. Scottish flag. Turkish flag, Swiss.
Everyone's very thirsty here, Alex.
They are, aren't they?
A little bit parched.
Old fans, new fans. We've got the players who've been here for a decade. We've got those that have only just started their career. And that blend, doing battle in CS2's first major, it's all you could ask for. France, Germany, Finland, everybody's here. So before I ask you, Chad, I'm going to ask the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, does this series need a third map? Let me hear you if it's a yes! Okay. They want this Saturday night to continue. Nuke could very well be the end of it. We could be locking in a grand final at the end of this map.
I'd love to get to an ancient.
Oh, I wouldn't mind, would you?
To get scrappy, to get out of
Twitch-ийн
control.
стримэнд тасарсан юм биш үү?
This game so far, a lot of these rounds, sure, there's been a couple of
Twitch-ийн
crunches,
стримэнд
right?
тасарсан
Spread
тэрийг
a few through.
зүгээр болготлоо.
But it hasn't been a biffy
Хэмжээнд
brawl
зохион
just
байгуулагч
yet.
зүгээс
Now Nuke still
тань
has plenty of time for us to get there.
Technical pause.
Only 6 rounds deep.
Яха энэ аль оронд болж байгаа тоглолт вэ гинэ. Дайн улсын Copenhagen.
I saw someone saying bring back Cobble. Chad, you were competing when Cobble was in the map.
It was a great map, Alex.
You like it?
Yeah, we get some more Dragon Lore drops back in the mix.
Oh, that's probably why.
They don't. I don't want the current version now. Bring back the old version.
Yeah.
The new one not so good.
Сая дагаж намайг дагаж
We can
өвшөөсөн
keep doing
хүмүүс
this
байна.
consensus. Guys, want to see Cobble back?
Та дасгалжуулагч хийж чадах уу?
What about, and this one's me, I'm being a bit selfish here. What about Train? You're hearing that?
Yeah, but you said it with more conviction.
You're hearing that?
That's not really fair,
Listen,
is it?
pay attention.
What about Cash?
Oh dear. And you just whispered that?
Yeah, I didn't want to let anyone hear my pronunciation.
Okay, okay. Damn. A community divided. Oh, more thirsty fans. Skål. Brazil flags, I've seen Portugal, France, Turkey. Man, I love it. So much of the world represented here and in support of Counter-Strike, in support of their favorite players playing their favorite game. Oh, and ladies and gentlemen, it looks like, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. 6, 5, I think it's true. I think it's time. Let's get this second map underway.
Well, thank you for bearing with us. A couple of extra moments for each team to collect themselves, take a look out into the crowd, and then set battle. A full once more, Na'Vi.
How many smokes? Just to get started on your T-side campaign.
That Alexi saved AK. They've still been able to get a pretty tidy looking buy. Some upgrades of pistols. And one of those rattling off through the door next up.
Next-аар орж ирэх гэдэг энэ дагуу радио
was tested. This time looks like they're coming with guns.
Oh, that's scary.
That
support, Moxie, combined with Nexa, repels the invaders of ramp. The Molly forces an isolate Nexa, and he's gone. Alexi steps up. He had the bomb. The round is over if he goes down. He chooses to take the fight.
Honestly, has to concede. Nico's down here again.
Nico.
He's already done work from this position.
Has he got it?
Nico.
Alexi loses his head. It's Nico.
Tap, tap, tap it in.
On form. Two-man advantage. Lucy, this is a little audacious. He is on the hunt for JL. That deagle he had at the start of the round. He wants to take it down. And from behind, he strikes. Hooksy takes down JL. It is only Imma. And Imma nails Nico. Bomb plant would be nice. Exchange of flame. Bomb plant. Run down. And Hooksy denies.
Oh, plenty чадсан шүү дээ.
Big picture, looking good. G2.
That's actually a huge denial. There could have been a conversation about a buy with Wolves or even something a little bit tastier with some Tech 9, some upgrades, and a decent amount of util to make around work, especially on a map like Nuke. There still can be some upgrades now, but I don't think it'll come anywhere near as juicy. So a great little finish here from G2. Just denying that extra cash injection, and you can see exactly what that's reflected. If the bomb went down, we could have seen some Tech 9s, some smokes. Now they're still messing about in spawn.
Cobblestone who can
finance this round that Alexi wants to roll forward with.
The Cobblestone
This is a fantastic look side so far. 3 to the good, 6 should be on the table. This is their round to eat up.
And as you discussed, it was Hopesy's proactivity there on the bomb. There is additional util there for Alexi, so you can see his primary objective is to get something out of this round. You've got Deagles on your stars.
Last time these two teams faced, Alex, the harder work was done from G2 within that first half. They managed 7 T-side rounds. It was the CT side where they struggled, and now they've already got 5.
Okay.
Done better than the best of 1 earlier in the tournament. This is great scenes if we're discussing a third map of Ancient just around the corner. Smokes deployed, but all a bit of a ruse. G2. 50 seconds left on the clock, just need to batten down the hatches. Door opens. You're not going to blow that off, right? It can just be closed in your face, so Hunter.
За майнд руу явах юм бэ нөө. Дахиад next summon
See, here's some rumblings. The util delays them. He's got an angle around that.
Boom.
And set for success. Monacy collects onto JL. They're starting to run him down. He chooses to repeat.
За Monacy ч ёо зэрэгтэй нөө. Monacy.
A showman as well.
Гоё яна. Өөртөө бүр амар ихтэй.
Great to see him flourish.
Хүмүүс бол тэгээд байлцсан. Аль хэдийн ингээд ороод ирж байгааг нь харсан үед бол тэгээд тэр чигээр хойшоо татаач шүү. Тэгээд чи USB-г гаргаж ирээд байж байгаа. Йоо тэгээд нэг нэг дарж шүү. One tap. 2 хүн дээр one tap.
He wasn't backing down from anything.
No, sorry.
He's fantastic in the openings yet again. 4-0 in the opening duels so far.
12 frags total. That certainly pads them up nicely, but still impact being felt. Monacy, he liked the way that felt. He likes clearing out, getting those early kills. Next is going to lose his head. And Monacy gets away. A good movement there as well.
Might have to continue to fight though. They need something back now, G2, a response necessary.
6
Just talking about his openings, well, 1 conceded against G2 this time round. JL trying to get himself out of lobby. Wary of all the angles, so great work from JL to avoid disaster, but it's all about Navi down secret. The bomb on the back of Alexi, starting to spread in towards the back halls. Decon an option, window being cleared, and Bit making sure there's no flank.
So they can't go down secret. They can come down ramp. And they will connect. Monacy equalizes. He assumes there's more. Where there's smoke, patience rewarded, taking down Nico. Hoopsy. He delivers back. They're trying to find it. They're going to pivot into Hunter. Has he got it?
Yo, Hunter, яаж
JL with 3. Impact felt.
Well, this is the worst position for Monacy to be in.
There's no way in. Right? No way in. Up the vent gets the first. Is Monacy capable?
За Hunter гэдэг залууник
And JL's got to get some credit there. It felt like Monacy's frag had thrown some disarray into the ranks. Their low site had to pivot up the vent.
Yeah, just when it looked like G2 had found the answers in that round. Alexi changes the question, up vent, in towards top. Reroute. Hunter, if he could have delivered something that may be a bit of an opportunity to get into that round, but the fact that Monacy is even able to get out of the vent, right, you're never expecting the AWP to pop up like this. Here's the opener, JL. Sean Monacy grabs one back, but Bit biding his time, saying that lurk towards Yard, able to catch Nico. Massive from him.
Yeah, great round. Great round. I mean, it still gets close thanks to some of the proficient aimers of G2.
Well, one more of those, and Navi will break the finances of G2. They are down to the bottom of the barrel. They've been able to get out another full buy with Nexa. To just an MP9, but he's the ramp holder, not the end of the world. They can still make a round like this work, but if they want to battle back and continue to get CT-sided rounds, they need to win this one out.
Хамгийн гоё jersey-тэй баг айлгүй таны бодлоор харин G2-гийн jersey надад аягүй таалагддаг шүү дээ.
They put together a buy, but a lot at stake.
За энэ smoke-ийг бол байнга маа.
Just see how much pressure Nico's under.
Явсан ч яваагүй ч энэ смокуудыг бол ерөөсөө банк.
Emma's just taking his time, not taking any damage whatsoever, and it has to be more lobby aggression.
Энэ удаа
We've seen this quite regularly, but if the beacon of hope is Monacy.
Spotted, that's huge from Nico. It was Immer
applying
pressure. Monacy will catch JL on the lobby. Look!
Ойдоо Nico ийм л тоглолттой шүү дээ Nico маань.
Can't spot wonderful.
And now with the combination with Alexi, they're saying game on.
They are saying this round is not done. Bomb was on the back of Alexi. Wonderful, just walking, welcoming any sort of engagement.
This is a tough decision for Nexa. There's not a lot he can do. It's just an MP9, so you can see he's aware that there's a chance. There's a, well, there was an open runway. Hooksy responding to the options. He needs to play for info. He shouldn't commit to a fight.
Alexi be wonderful.
That's an angle.
Wonderfully off.
He's committing. He needs to get one.
Let's see if Hooksy can do it. The Dane. Posted aim, tracks into Alexi.
Nice.
Wonderful in the clutch with 25.
Wonderful
Bomb under G2 rule. A smoke, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, G2. Well, they pulled together the last few crumbs, they get the buy out, and they take the round.
Yeah, impact from Nico. You see that little just change of pace from Na'Vi, trying to pop Immer in again through main. Really could have been problems if he got through. Multiple backs were turned as they were clearing out lobby, but in unison, Monacy and Nico light up the kill feed. We'll call that 7 for G2. On track right now to have these teams trading map picks. Important timing, right? That really could have gotten out of control. And Nico then course correcting onto Bit, who was the hero of the previous, and committing to that able to profit. Saved AWP, wonderful. He was exactly that on map number 1.
JL put a few more pennies into this one. He wants to support Wonderful. Thinks there's a shot at taking this round.
It's going to be hard for them regardless into the next. 2900 is the loss bonus.
За нөгөө save soft-тагаа тэгээ 4 гарбоо.
No fumbles here so far.
Cool.
And that's a nice start. Hunter just catches a whiff of JL's progression, takes him down.
Secret-с хүн smoke зөрөөд гараад ирж энэ open-араа. За бодлоо алдсан.
He had an opportunity there onto Nico. They slink down.
Nico-гийн толгой нь харагдаад байдаг.
Himself gets away, confirms the AWP, but doesn't know about the rest. They have descended Alexi, bomb on his back. It's Nexa first to receive. His smoke already up. On the face. They're just walking through. Oh, Nexa.
Yeah, Nexa.
Only the one. A rifle in play. Monacy missed his chance. Getting a little uncomfortable. Wonderful.
Oh. Bomb шууд дина хийчихэл харагдаж байна Hunter.
Yes, he can. Gets away with it. Immer, however, puts him down. Wonderful. Gets a leg shot onto Monacy. The shadow betrayed him. The bomb going down. No, it's not.
За гоё бомбтой тоглож байгаа нэг дээр орсон цаашгаа явж байгаа. Nico сонсон. Барай даун.
And it will be an 8 for
G2.
Yeah, moments that one could have got dicey, but G2 accounting for everything there. Next up, once he lost control of the AK, you think how much further can they get stretched towards this site? But Hunter, the harasser, denies the plan, causes chaos, opens the avenue for G2 to come down towards the site and respond.
G2-гийн бол лайлуулах л одоо 3 мөр.
Final round of the half, 9-3 available for G2. Na'Vi looking to salvage things with a fourth to their name.
Map 3 ancient.
Couple of Galils, AKs, door blown off.
Харцсан. За smoke оруулах байхаа гэсэн.
Hyper aggression is not going to work the second time.
Тэгвэл Veto гэж тухайгаар байна уу?
He's made the way down the vent, but responded to. Nico's already down here.
See you later, mate.
Nico.
JL's gone. Na'Vi left wanting. Oh, spotted on the clear. Vision, only for a moment. Monacy firing off pot shots now. Deception, the name of the game here, and a two-man discrepancy. Na'Vi, last round, got to give it everything they've got. Nico acknowledges the potential.
За Nico одоо тэр доор secret-ийг цэвэрлээд яг Hooks нэг дээр үг орчиж байгаа юм байна. Hooksy.
Took all that space, now they're dropping back.
Lobby 3.
3v5 situation, limited utility. Still plenty of time, but hard to break in. Another smoke over towards Squeaky Door limits the options to just waltz on out and hope you could aim map. It looks like it's forcing a reroute completely.
Mollyтэй.
Just hit the pause button, hit the brakes.
За тэгсэн mind би tramp руу цэвэрлээд явчихсан. Энд чи Nexa энэ байран дээр юусаа байнга юм аа. Шалгасангүй.
Nice work from Nexa, tucked in tight. Catches big.
2v5
situation. Will Wonderful find anything more? He's alone now. 1v5.
Скоро гоё шүү. За гоё.
Proud of that one.
Монсигийн kill бол цойлж штэ 15. Ядарч байна уу гинэ.
Definitely able to deal with the issues last time they faced Na'Vi, especially with the CT side. The Desperate raising questions about Yard, how are they going to deal with it? It's a lot of proactive plays towards lobby, and the opening jewels just going in their favor time and time again, stalling at any of the maneuvers that they were looking for. And I actually think because we had spotted Nico crossing secret early.
Арамаар дээр за мейжрээс гадна өөр тэмцээн гэхээр чинь Катовиц дээр ингэж суулаа тийм хэдүүлээ. Бараг гэсэн бахад. Катовицын тоглолт юм байна.
Pistol round, and we can call this one done and dusted. G2.
Хэдүүлэнгийн яг нэг юм.
Starting to come through. HE for the door, I'm sure. Next up with a molly.
Юу л байна та. Дурлж байгаа энэ нөгөө юм байна нөгөө. Тэмцээнүүд нь хаан зохиогч байгаа юмсаа хамаараад. Оо саваа хэлсэн би дунсан. За би гэхдээ хаантай бариад авчиж байна.
In the chaos, in the pandemonium, now MS spots the cross. He's getting pressure towards Al and loses his head. Hooksy, 2 bullets.
JL. За холын зайнаас бол энэ дуалаас бол байгаа юм. Энэ хизээ мэдгүй.
Unknown entity. Hard fight, big headshot found. He's looking for a double kill here. Disrupted their plans. With single door open and Nexa planting, the double doors won't find him. It's 10-3v3. G2 running out of health. Nexa certainly needs help. He's gone down. It's up to Hooksy. It's up to Monacy. They're going to have to call the first. Pressure applied. Deep smoke. Oh, no!
Унаараа тэгсби унаараа гэсэн чадсангүй бомцолгоо суучлаа тэнцээ. Оноо дэндаа уулна. Тагшуу гарч ирэл.
And Wonderful secures it.
A strong start for G2, but once they headed down towards lower and JL revealed himself towards window, it all got a little bit weird. Decon controlled sure, but they didn't really have the sign.
Холын зайнаас дуалаас айгаад байх юм байхгүй гэсэн чинь юу вэ? JL-ийн дуалаас ч юм уу.
Until it was too late.
Yeah. It was hard fights. It was a stressful endeavor.
PGL Malta дээр цагийн зуруу яах бол бас байгаа шүү.
Absolutely hung out to dry. And yeah, look, just hold him at the door with the knife in hand.
Биерэ блокчж гин хөөе.
Well, it's the CT side.
Quick pause from Taz immediately before things fly too far away, and it was a plant, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you discuss this because sure, you didn't win the pistol, but if you win the follow-up, you can still break those finances and then be running away towards that magic number of 13. So this is a great opportunity for them to just reset Na'Vi immediately. But with that knife kill, extra finances. So take a look at this. There's a couple of rifles in the mix, still plenty of MP9s, but the key for me is just the sheer amount of utility.
За bomb plant хийсэн Галилео
гараад stall out G2.
Монс юу авах гэдэг 2600. За Галилео. Дөрвөн Галилеотэй Nexa.
Patience might have to be name of the game right now for G2 as they move into this round.
За зүрхлээд авдаг штэ.
Maybe just maybe that's why Taz took the time out to discuss that option. Hey, they have some extra finances piped through thanks to that knife kill. I don't think pace would be the answer. So if they go for a smoke wall early and they just get blocked by multiple mollies, HEs to clear the smokes, they're in trouble.
Yeah, well, they're starting to send the Galils. Kovac's cousins sent to Yard with Galils to take aim jewels. Wonderful and Alexi going to be the partners for this one. Ahead of the smokes, crossing with them and not ready. He's in their head, as are his bullets. Perfect find. Monacy, can he stabilize? If he finds him, if he clears it out with the bomb on his back and 16 frags to his name, Monacy could save G2 here. Hooksy, deep as well. Gets away on 8.
The fact he lives is huge.
Monacy, this
Monacy бол тэнцээ мэдсэн. Monacy лобигоо эзэж гэдэг. Nexa-гийн диигэл.
Yeah, but still that damage from Monacy. Does work out. Not ready for the trade. A second.
Унгаач надад Nexa.
2 bullets though. He has to find the head. JL will convert. Interesting now. Interesting lay of the land with 40 seconds left. It's Hooksy and Monacy, this unusual duo.
За холын зайнаас байсан юм бол beating aim аюултай ч магадгүй.
30 seconds.
They're worried about
Veto
having
орчлоо
city glancing
юм
up, so
уу?
this is a big problem. Worried about the up and over, but it's actually the down and under. Squeaky flies open. They don't know if anybody's in the side, so double doors. The way to get the bomb down.
Монос юу гэсэн вэ? Амар раунд авчаач. Багийнхаа хоёр хамгийн өндөр фрагтай хоёр штэ.
Okay, there's a chance here. It's up to JL.
За Huxi унтчлаа.
But it's enough of a distraction. Huxi in trouble. Forced to Monacy. He can't get anything. G2 sent back to spawn empty-handed. Another plant short. A recovery of sorts. But Alexi's double finished off nicely by JL.
Yeah, beautiful work from Alexi there. The fact that he's just sitting, waiting, just gets the tips of the heads. They're so worried on the cross. He picks up both of those kills. Massive work for the in-game leader. Gets himself up to 9 frags in total. It's going to be a long way back. Just 4 rounds down to tie things up. I don't think they did enough damage to warrant another type of buy like that, right? They could go for a couple of AKs. You can see Monacy attacks up. Just as we watch back the highlight package, Nico was looking towards yard, not ready for a player in secret whatsoever. And then Huxi caught, kind of lured in by that little slither of information he got towards the van. And I said I didn't think they could justify it, but they have. They've gone in again, so it's Galil's and AKs. They would try and get full AKs out, or maybe even just try and get Monacy to AWP with how much of a devil he's been on that weapon, but no. Not wanting to allow things to get too far out of control might be exactly what happens.
Нико жоо харан гэлтэй гэж харагдаад байна л да. Гэтэ яг чухал тултууд дээр бол бас оруулж чадахгүй байгаа даа шүү. Смокууд орж ирсэн. Задрахаас өмнө яа Алекс ямар амар тайминг вэ? Нико гоё шүү. Сая Алекс бигийн тайминг амар таарлаа. Яг тахтай юм байсан жаа. Юу болоод байна? Өөрөө сухай. Драгийн сайд руу нэг хүн явсан. Nico Vent яваад байдаг. Харгууд орчлуулаад тийш гарчиж Monacy.
Monacy wants to find a way up.
Яа.
He needs to get a move on. He needs to get a move on. The longer he takes, slips away.
За мэдчихлээ. Бомб харин хаашаа плант хийх юм бол доо.
There is that lobby threat. Nico to provide cover for it.
За Vent-ийг өгслөө.
Emma considering the vents, every angle approach.
Nico-гийн байшлыг wonderful
of assault here on the retake. It's all about timing. It's all about synergy. And wonderful just takes the fight. It's up to Monacy in the clutch, and he can't do it again. Denied time after time as Na'Vi closed that gap.
It's the multi-kills from Na'Vi that are the difference makers. When these trades are coming through, sure, Nico able to isolate Alexi to start off the round, but Immer down towards lower, able to pick up a double kill. It just changes the tune of the round. G2 are able to find a gap. They're able to get the bomb down again, sure. But they're operating at a man's disadvantage. The way that Na'Vi are playing as a unit. See the flash coming from May, and allows the player to come up the bench. Sure, still gets caught by Monacy. But Wonderful doesn't overstep the mark either. He gets in a little slip position towards Hart. He's patrolling the site. Good team play from Na'Vi. But the bomb down, the lost bonus, and here it is again.
They're relentless.
I know it's T-side of Nuke and the AWP is not a necessity. But with how good Monacy's been, you would love to see him be able to wield it within his half. 17 kills in total. We're going to have to take another moment of pause before we see him get it, but maybe G2 can break through.
За одоо secret-тэй шалгаж гарч ирэх үйл үү дээ.
Windows of opportunity, but every time it's Na'Vi just slam.
Молотоо өнтер оруулаад бол зөвлөдөг дээ.
Was considered, maybe not. This is going to be a smoke ball, so they want to cross straight to Alexi again.
Surely they prepared for this. Surely they anticipated this time. It's good from Alexi. And Nico
controls the break. Secret руу орж байгаа юм шиг тоглож үзэнгүүтээ гэсэн хантер унгаагаараа цаад secret-ээс нэг гарч ирээд байна. Alexi би. Амар. Хамт байл Nico уулаа унчлаа.
Hitting shots, making it a 1v1. Here we go.
JL Monacy бомбтойгоо. JL-ийн инфо ирсэн. Тэр чигээр дайрч явсан юм. Сая бараг нэг цаг унгаас өмнө.
Back turn. JL gives them hell. Na'Vi close the gap further. A stunning first half from G2, but Na'Vi, they are tenacious.
As soon as he gets the kill, he knows Monacy's going to know where he was. Just got moving immediately, high tower, rerouted.
Хамаагүй илүү явж байгаа гэж бодсон
шүү. With his back turned. These trades back and forth that look great for G2, but the difference in a round like this, the ball doesn't go down. The lost bonus is there. G2 can justify another round with Galil's, but again, how many of these are you going to go for before you decide, hey, we need to get out that AWP?
You know the definition of insanity, Chad. It's the same thing, expecting a different result.
Сайтны ядаж байгаа нэг хэлсэн шүү дээ. Пүү, Predator ямар амар орж иж байна. Үүднээс гараад бич байгаа. Nexa-г хоёр амар. Сайн штэ Nexa. Ерөөсөө л юм. За гадуур явсан тоглолт ерөөсөө болохгүй байгаад байсан. Агийн тесрэлт хийх хэрэгтэй байсан юм байна л да. Агийн тесрэлт хэрэгтэй байсан юм байна. Эко, no eco. Бомбыг бол ерөөсөө байн плант хийгээд байгаа учраас. За одоо ч ингэ Navi-гийн мөнгөгүй болно шүү дээ. Дос бонус 1400 үстэй. Тэ? Би 2850 болох юм байна.
And G2, they're so stubborn with it.
That's Nexa. He had a fantastic first map on Anubis, and the team wasn't able to follow through and get the win. And Nexa's brought in as this more supportive element of the team. He had a banger of a game alongside a Monacy. Right there, that's impact. Right in front of our screens.
Nexa гоё орж
Huge work
ирлээ.
from Nexa.
Сайтроо.
It should be able to drop across an M4. They'll be able to cobble together something.
За force юм бэ шүү.
Either way, he's been able to buy up a rifle and get it into the hands.
Lost bonus мэх за энийг авчих. Дүүлгээд 12 боллоо.
Famous and A1S.
G2 энийг л авчих.
They lose this, they will have to take an eco. And G2 will be up to 12.
Yeah, but these are those rounds, Chad. These are those rounds where one misstep.
Энэ раундыг аваад 12-7.
One missed shot can make the difference. A jump spot combination with the nade. Alexi staying proactive. Disrupts them. They've got a decision. They're hanging in the open. They're in limbo right now. Alexi continues to try and disrupt their cross.
Мөкөр гарчих гэдэг нүггүй юу? Заавгүй мэн.
But a cross nonetheless.
Үүд орсон юм.
Undetected.
Look at them. So tight knit. So worried about any late information or pushes. Alexi's been down secret an awful lot.
They completely.
Navi-ийн лобби интер бол ерөөсөө цэвэрлээгүй байгаад байна. Майндын долгосрын тэр чигээр хойно
They've been able to get across without having to expend any extra utility. They have more than enough to be able to get towards this lower side with ease.
Гадуур орж байгаа хүмүүс яг бол харагдаагүй шүү дээ. Smoke, арилах, задрах акшнд бол нэг ч хүнийг харж чадаагүй. Тэгэхээр лоббигоо цэвэрлж чадахгүй л байгаа даа л да. Агоё. Явсан шүү дээ. Энэ бараг тэр чигээр сейв болох юм шүү. Navi.
Diligent utility and ahead of the spam from Bit. They're into the low side. Mission accomplished. It should be.
За ийм юм гарцсан. Хөөе тэр хажуугийн өмнө нэмийг нь өгмөргүй байна да.
Takes down the man with the Stockholm major trophy by his name.
Nico. Next
Where do you save?
Look what you're saving.
Next-аар 3 хүн гарлаа. Monacy тайминг нь яах нь? За одоо буцаад ихлүүл яг гоё гарч ирнэ.
Yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes EMF.
Гадаа хоёр хүн инфо авцсан. Дахиад хаццсан. Цаанаа юу дахиад? Тийм ш. Дахиад F stream. За энэ раундыг гэтээ авцсан. Бат. 11-7 болцсон байна. Бүгдийн нүн гацсан биш тхөө. Тийм байна. Буу сейвл чадаагүй юм байна. Алexi би энэ Nexa дунж байгаа юм байна заяа. Тэнгүүд Wonderful Hooks-ыг унгаасан чинь Hunter Wonderful-ыг унгаагаад бүгдийг унгаачих. Энэ нөгөө зохион байгуулалт болж байгаа газрын интернет нь унаад байна гэсэн. Энэ айгуул нөгөө CS2 Empire-ийн асуудал болоод байгаа юм шүү дээ. Тэр хэд нь
Look what you're saving.
But Lobby feels like the best option, but if they go towards Yard, there's going to be a bit of a blender. Monacy's going to get this first contact. If not, Nexa will.
Oh, yeah, he'll take down JL. Down goes EMF farming. They know they can overwhelm him. Monacy's already ready for this.
11-7-тэй. За баахан USB-нууд гараад ирсэн. Энэ 12 болох нь ойлгомжтой guys. 12-7. Яг л нөгөө түрүүний миний хэлсэн юу. Тоглолт. Ройтлоо. За clean feed-ээр орчлоо. Кастрин ч юм яа. Tactical time out орж ирж байгаа юм уу? За ингэхдээ юу яах вэ? PGL-ийн зүгээс time out оруулж ирэх юм болов уу гэсэн оруулсангүй. За 12-7. Монис яваатай. Монис 23 гэлтэй явж шин. Хантер 9 гэлтэй. За энэ мапыг авчих юм бол тэгээд эншинт гарч ирлээ дээ. Дуур авч байгаа хүмүүс нь Алекс би одоо энэ дүрснийхэн чанар амар муу болчихж байгааз. Тэгнэтэр. Энэ гаднах дуу смокийг бол ерөөсөө байн оруулаад байна. Алекс би secret test тоглож байсан бол арай хамаагүй гоё тоглох байсан. За одоо Nico Hunter 2 10 орж ирээд чинээс хацаараас бас орж ирэх гээд байгаа. Алекс би оруулаад авцсан. За Nico-гийн хөлийн чимээг бол сонсно. Одоо харин Hunter эндээс юу хийх үү гэдгийг сонирн байгаад энэ да credit card-ын тоглож байгаа. Nico-гийн амар дарлал ороод ирсэн. Хүүксийн нэг гэл Alex би credit card-ын тоглож унсан байж байгаа. 5-9-2 wonderful email. Бат 55 секунд явцуулсан email. За wonderful эндээс ramp шахаад орж ирнэ гэдэг тоглолт орж ирэх гэдэг. Манайхаа лобби харж байгаа юм байна гэсэн хүүксийн эргэж хараад 2 хүн руугаа харуулсан зүгт байгаа юм гэсэн хүүксийн шарыг шалгацсан байгаа гэдэг. За баг trigger discipline явах хэрэгтэй байсан болоо wonderful-ос. Шарын дэвтлийн нэг угаас сүүлийн тус G4 ирсэн байж байгаа. Wonderful унсан. 13-7. Best of 3 цоглоныг. За энэ шүмдээ энэ. Ерөөсөө л. Best of 3 цоглоныг өгсөн. Ой шүү. За одоо энэ шинт гарч ирнэ. Одоо энэ шинт аль багууд нь эсрэгдлийнхаа пикэн дээр ялдаг байвч.
They're outside. I'm going deco. Guys, I'm going secret behind them as well. They should talk about me. Planting.
They have up alive, okay?
D4 dead. Side one. Dark. Night and up alive. Guys, I play from office.
Office one.
Wait, I kill office.
Nation of one. The 2 versus 5.
Last one on side. He's turning. Go, Nico. Rush. Chill, Beacon. Nice. Potty was stuck in the corner.
Take a bow, Hooksy. You held your nerve. Overtime on map number 1, your choice goes down the drain. But map 2, you respond with some quality counter-strike. And the kid leading.
Potty was stuck in the corner.
Засгцсан байна. За гоё шүү. 1-1. 13-7. Anubis-ыг авцсан байсан бол одоо ингээ 2-0 боллоо шүү дээ. Anubis-ыг авцсан байсан бол 2-0 боллоо. За Ancient чинь ер нь хэр байгаа даа вэ? Ancient-ийн статистикийг хараад. Ancient дээр Navi-гийнх нь 7 удаа тоглосон 29% хожил гэж гарч ирж тгүй. Cloud9-д хожигдсон, Spirit-д хожигдсон, Virtus Pro-д хожигдсон. За Koi-г хожсон юм байна. Falcons-д хожигдсон, Apex-ыг хожсон, Spirit-д хожигдсон. Хүүшээ Navi-гийн Ancient ч бүр утаа саагж байгаа юм шүү. G2-гийн Ancient нь хэрэг. Phase-ийг хожсон, Phase-д хожигдсон. 2 сарын 15-нд Европын арамаар дээр Phase-ийг хоцсон юм байна G2. Тэр талаасаа сайн тоглодог Ancient дээр. Navi-гийн Ancient чинь зүгээр амар л улайцсан юм харагдаж байна да.
This is ASON's commercial, but ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo.
За ер нь бол сүүлийн 3 дахь map G2-гийн талд харагдчих шүү. За дараагийн map 6:26-д эхлэх юм байна. Пүү юу вэ? 6:26 гэж бараг 7-г дуусах юм шиг үлээ те. 7-г дуусгал юм шиг байна да. Кей зүгээрээ утаарч байгаа. Attacking миний coin-ыг silver руу татчих гал үзээд байдаг. Тинчээ гэсэн чинь G2 үзэлцээд байдаг. Донку Мониси юу гинэ? Миний хувьд бол Мониси. Ашгүүдээ ээлж дуусгах гинэ. Чимба яг 3 өдөр яг нэг гэстэй гоё тааршин те. Шинжэнгөө тоглолтуудаа үзэл, шиний ээлжээр ажиллаа хийгээл. If you know that G2 was on the back foot, so what got activated the best?
Of the CT side, right there. That's where they struggle with, and we preface that game, that map, saying, "Yo, listen, if you're G2, you need to start being a little bit more proactive. You need to start taking those fights outside. Don't allow Lexi B to set up. Manipulate your rotation. From the get-go, they win the pistol round. You see round number, I think it was round number 4, if I'm not mistaken. We just push outside. Monacy over here, little lucky with a collateral kill, but it is a statement that matters right there. Right, just pushing up ahead, getting the kill, and then we had a lot of.
So
yeah, whatever they needed to do on the CD side, they did it and they got it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, Monacy was going to be there. Presence outside, but the biggest thing that you're going to point at is Nico having a much better game, and not in terms of just taking over the game like we know he sometimes can, but just having him back outside, being able to slow those hits down. He was also 4-1 in opening fights, which was absent on Anubis on the first map. He was much better in those initial duels, and holding off outside. That was the recipe for success for Navi to get back into the game, back in the elimination stage. Was that outer yard period, and this time Nico's there to shut it down, opens up his ability to get down towards secret. You add in the fact that Hooksy had a great game in the lockdown defense, and the second half was like, I mean, nothing really strategic. It's an economic battle that once G2 win it, the game's just over.
Шанхай мейжрийн тикет хэдэн сараас зарагдаж эхлэх болоо. Үн багцаа хэр байдаг юм бол мэдээлэл өгөөч. Татрикстэй мэдэхгүй байна. За караоке явсан.
Like that too, because we saw way more lobby crunches, way more aggression in lobby in the mid round when there was then time to react, when things were quiet, when they made the assumption that Navi was attacking outside. We saw
dynamic accuracy ажилладаг. Миний камер дээр тийм биш.
And it wasn't just an individual making that play, right? It was
камер чирлцээдсэн.
And once again, the flash.
Monacy 23 гэлтэй 115.5 ADR.
You know, it was a sovereign win out of G2, so that's great. So then it actually doesn't matter how they're divided, but you're still think, okay, give him a little more support still, right, in some of those rounds, especially if he gets two opening
kills. I
mean, it's crazy actually what Monacy's doing. This is like an MVP level performance. The fact that he's putting it in is great. I think at this point you're just
Say wonderful бүрстэ алгуулчлаа те. Эхний map дээр цойлж гарч ирэл, хоёр дахь map дээр бол харагдсангүй шүү дээ.
To win the round and secure things behind the power that he's providing because he is on point today.
I mean, this particular round, right?
За одоо Ancient-ийн City талын оп гэдэг чинь бас сайн шүү дээ. Энэ юу хаанаас эхлэх гээд байгаа юм болоо? Navi-ийн City талаас эхлэх юм шүү дээ. Navi-ийн City талаас эхлэнэ. Одоо тэгэнгүүт Wonderful-ийн open хамгаалтан дээр дахиад тоглоод эхлэх юм бол эвгүй юм байна да. Юу нэр open kill гэдсэн чинь хөөе Monacy 23 killтэй Wonderful 8 kill юу гэж байгаа юм бэ? Тэ?
I was just going to say, if you look at the graphic, the one up kill on Wonderful, like he never had a chance.
Open kill 8, Wonderful 1 гэж шүү дээ. Wonderful open ганцхан гасан биш үү?
We're getting 3 kills in a bomb plant. Oh, we're getting 4 kills in a bomb plant. The longer we keep this up, eventually we break it, we run away with the map. But as long as we keep this up, Wonderful can't have an AWP. We don't have to worry about an op whatsoever anywhere on the map, and that's a beautiful.
And also when you have like a 9-3 lead heading the
За, G2 3 дахь map-ыг авчижээ. Миний coin тэгээд gold болсон. Маргааш шөнийн 3 цагаас хэдүүлээ. Phase G2 гэдэг Grand Finale-ыг үзэх нь бат болгоцсон баха. Carrigan versus Hooksy.
work, and it didn't work again. I don't know if round 17 is ready, but it did have to start working.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you keep doing it and it never works, it feels really awkward. But that's, eventually when you finally overcome the hump. And by the way, it was Na'Vi winning some clutches in these rounds as well to keep this kind of extending. But this is a beautiful change because up to this point, a lot of it was outside, walk behind those smoke walls. Alexi B had the perfect trap set up in secret twice, getting 3 or 4 kills across those 2 rounds. He did that. And then Hooksy's just like, all right, let's just blow it up and see what happens. And perfect utility to get them in.
I just want to give a shout out to Nexum, man. Like we've been talking about, you know, Nico, we talked about Hunter in the first match, even though it was a loss, he was so impactful in us even getting to overtime right there. And even over here, not the flashes of kills, so to speak, he's working with the pack, he's getting those kills, and just getting the job done, he's just getting everything done right there.
Blue collar frags in those grimy situations.
Yeah. I love the way you said that.
Хэдэс?
Yeah, that works.
That is a very good question.
Is there anything we can say
26.
about then
9 минутын дараа.
outside of the fact that obviously Alexi first, you know, he got in their heads a little bit in the beginning, and I thought it was actually going to be a repeat of the end we saw when they played that best of one, but I don't want to call it luck. That strategy ran out, obviously.
Well, this is why I thought this was kind of a little bit of a trap that Na'Vi stumbled into. It's always hard to beat a team in the same tournament twice on the same map, first of all. And even when you look back on that map where G2 was in such a strong position up by like 4 or 5 rounds at one point, is like they actually like outplayed you for the most of that game. And yeah, some miraculous calling to get you back into it and come back. But this time G2 just say, nope, we shut them down. They started on the CT side as well, which is where they lost that other
Хантер жоохон толмоор байна. Харин тийм ээ. Хантер Нико хэрэгтэй бас жоохон эвгүй л байгаа шүү. За Нико бол сая тэр сүүлийн хэдэн раундууд дээр бол гоё тоглолоо. Хантер л нэг жоохон суугаад байна да. Агийн сая DX-ийг тэр дайралт дээр бол Nexaгийн тоглолт маш гоё орж үзсэн шүү дээ. Бэгийн хамгаалтан дээр ч гэсэн бас тийм ч юм уу байгаагүй.
You won the last game. That's why it's so difficult, because you look at it
Хантрыг л жоохон тоглолмаар байна.
We won the game. And it's G2 who goes back and say, okay, like where's the extra 3% we can get? And this is Nico flanking down secret. This is like the build up to how effective he was outside. When you handle those outside attacks, it allows him to come down and be a force on a flank. Even if they find a way to the lower bomb site, you have the entire map available to you to work whichever way you want.
And I also love the fact that like on this outside this time around for Nico, he wasn't just playing towards garage, just being very static, playing towards secret, waiting for the play to come to him. Right there is a great example. A couple of times as well, just moving around with so much freedom, so much confidence, saying like, yo, even if I get caught off guard, I'm still going to get that kill. And in games like this, like these, in the semifinals of a major in front of a crowd, you can actually get away with plays like that.
Yeah, and if it works, it's beautiful, because we've been having this question about Nico and CS2 for so long, right? And he's shown us glimpses of, yeah, of course I can still do it. But when you come off an Anubis where, you know, the clutches don't go your way and finishing off the rounds don't go your way, this is so huge in terms of kind of going into the next map and now knowing, okay, I can at least trust in myself.
Yeah, Hunter had a better game as well, which is where I'd point most of that kind of emotion to. Like, I think Nico was always going to kind of have a bounce back game, but Hunter was one I was like, all right, let's see if he can get that back, because that was very uncharacteristic of Hunter, some of the mistakes he made on Anubis. So good to see him have a better map, and hopefully now they're all ready to go and on point for the third map for Ancient.
Let's hope so. I do think we still have a few rounds that we requested, Bla, or you don't want to talk about them?
I don't want to talk. I want to talk about
Ancient. This guy?
I mean, this guy was great. Like, honestly,
he was good.
I mean, considering what we saw in Anubis, this could have been a 2-0 for G2, right? Yeah. So that's always going to be the back of their minds. And now we're going to be coming to map number 3 here. And Ancient, listen, man, I don't know what you're going to be seeing on this map. It was G2 banning Inferno. We expected G2 to pick Inferno into this. I don't know why they haven't allowed it through. And Ancient is a map where G2 have just played 2 maps of Ancient this entire year. Both times against FaZe, one of which they won, one which they lost. And Na'Vi had a very rough time on it. They've won like, what, 2 out of 7 times.
You're looking at me like I know.
It's a pretty shitty map for both these 2 teams.
Yeah, but way to hype it up,
wow,
baby.
I'm so excited.
No, I think one cool thing about Ancient that I'm looking forward to is, again, like I've harped on this with G2 because I think it just felt like such a defining factor of the way they played in the quarterfinals yesterday, is the aggression on like CT sides. If you're going to push down like things like B ramp on Ancient, pushing down mid with riflers, having Monacy in support, Nico and Hunter getting aggressive, Hooksy kind of leading the way, you can make this map really small. You can take away a lot of options for Alexi, who likes to play the map and likes to kind of work around the map and go to plan B and take option. Like, we see what he's getting before he decides where to direct his troops. But if you start denying access to that as G2, if you're in that mood, man, like this map can feel very, very small.
It's really going to come down. I feel like, you know, you're looking at Hunter, who's going to be playing towards mid. On the CT side, you're going to be looking at Munisi with an AWP. Nexa early towards mid, just getting the B lane control early on, just kind of choking out the T side for Na'Vi.
The Munisi point's good in it because you can bring up Wonderful as well. This is another one of those maps where you should have the back and forth between the ops, the way we didn't get it on Nuke and the way that was so exciting on Anubis. We should have that on Ancient as well. Both sides going to have an Opper. Oppers can find impact on both sides of the map. It's going to be more fireworks from the star players.
What is it going to come down to for Alexi B in order to kind of activate what kind of a game plan and which roles will be the most important so that he can activate Wonderful, specifically on the fabric of Ancient?
Well, I mean, the most important thing is going to be forcing back any, I mean, the aggression down mid and the aggression in like the B lane needs to be negated. You need to be able to force it back. You need to be able to wait out the smoke and take it in the mid round, or you need to be able to stop it right out of the gate. If you don't have that control, far less options.
And you basically need to have a plan B and a plan C. You know, sometimes you have to throw caution to the winds and be like, yo, Imma's feeling it, right? He's running through smokes for you right now. Set him up, take those fights, be risky. Just don't play too safe. You play too safe, too textbook, it's going to fall apart.
Yeah, it will, and I think too, like the op of Wonderful. I think if you can find a way to get out mid, if you're Alexi B and Na'Vi, if you can find a way, maybe busting open the smokes early on and getting out aggressively, whether you take it in the mid round, if you can get Wonderful posted up with an op in middle, he's sharp. He doesn't miss many shots. He's going to be able to hold angles. He's a good fundamental opper, and all of a sudden that gives you some space to work towards.
He can actually rifle better than some of the players on the team, if you ask me, right?
Oh God.
За. Юу болж байна? 4 минут. Бараг 5 минут.
In a very healthy position, you don't have the AWP to work with. He can work with that back. He's able to really, you know, work that AK-47 as well. So he has that piece alongside JL and Imma to make.
Хэх ингээл орондоо ороод тэр чигтээ унтаад өгвөл бид нар мэдэхгүй юм биш.
He's plays it very, very smart as well.
I think one worrying thing if you're a G2, maybe not worrying, but I think one of the win conditions.
За нэг жоох нүдэн амраач гэсэн тэр чигээр унтцсан байв яа.
Get them into like the calmer, like late round situations, like 45 seconds on the clock, 3-on-3s, and G2's having to like move around the map and find smart positions. That, and I think sometimes on Anubis, I noticed it certainly. Nuke not so much, although a couple times. I think sometimes they don't really feel like they get in the greatest spots for like those sorts of like slower, cerebral situations to be able to kind of, you know, find information and stay alive. I think sometimes they get caught out when the round slows down late, and if Na'Vi can get as many of those as possible, I think that's where they'll find the biggest advantage.
Yeah, and in that regard, it will be the test because, you know, it was very convincing on Nuke, so he didn't really have to be put in those uncomfortable positions specifically. It's very interesting, specifically if you also take the step outward the way.
Маргааш гранд финал юм а тий. Шөнө 3 цагаас.
To a third map where you have all these storylines converging, right? How impressive.
Маргааш G2 байхгүй байсан ч финал үзэх үү бро гинэ. G2 байхгүй болоо. G2 байхгүй болол хэлж мэдэхгүй. Нэгд өдөр ер нь за G2 финал гараад ирэх юм бол үзнэ. G2-гээ дэмжинэ, Никогоо дэмжинэ. G2 гарч ирэхгүй бол би мэдэхгүй. Кэх сүнээрээ нээсэн юм уу гинэ. Opening stage-ийнхаа сүнээрээ нээсэн. Тэрнээс хойш бол ерөөсөө тэгж яг оноогоо зөвлөждөг байна шүү дээ. Elimination stage дээр 5-ыг зөв таахаас би 4-ыг л зөв таасан.
I just want to harken back to what you mentioned when it comes to pressure as well. I'm looking at the CT side especially on Ancient, and I'm looking at the IGL. And for Alexi B, he's actually had a pretty solid game so far, but he has struggled individually, so to speak. And on the B bomb side especially, you know, he's going to be playing towards that cave position primarily. He's going to have JL, which was a great anchor on the B bomb.
Phase төрүүлнэ штэ. Маргаан юу байна гинэ.
I'm looking at Munisi with the AWP, having a right spot, just running into cave, trying to take him down. So, you know, if there was
За 2 минут 26 секунд.
Step up a little bit more in the fragging department on the CT side, this could be the map here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think a lot of this map is going to come down to the impact.
За анциантай.
We know Monesi is going to be on point.
Манайхан сайхан байна оо. Манайхан сайхан байна. Манайхны уур амьсгал сайхан байна.
Get me in. I need you. But you need a good performance out of Nico again, especially with the rifle on the openings. I think
Na'Vi гаралтаа. Ямар ч инээдэн баясал хөөр юу ч байхгүй. Энэ багаас ер нь ганцхан инээдэг тоглогч нь JL юм шүү. Бусд нь ер нь инээд юм. Cold. Хүүтэн. Айгуу тийм хүүтэн хүндий.
comparison on a big stage. Is that what you're setting us up for?
In my mind, that's what I'm looking at.
Тийм байгаа старт. Навигаас.
I think this comes into maybe part of the reason why they made that change. He's not always going to be the guy like pushing and making some crazy proactive flank. But man, when he's
дандаа нэг юм хүүтэн хөндөй.
And Nexa's got to step up and live up to that hype.
And no other place than the final map, the semifinals of a major, right? Like to put up a shut up. But I think I've seen some pretty good signs from Nexa overall. It's just that I haven't seen enough on Ancient. It's such an unknown quantity for me. Just 2 maps over the course of the past 3 months. There's not enough data for me to work with. So it is a question mark, honestly.
Yeah, it definitely is as they go into
Navi хожигдвол ахиж CS тоглохгүй гинэ.
Nico with the head down, listening exactly to his coach. Maybe it is what you're saying, Moses. It is get that spirit in you, that the way that I used to play. Just get it done yourself. Kick the door down.
It's hype up the boys. It's don't think about the mistakes. Keep working forward. Keep communicating. Make sure you're taking every fight. Make sure you're swinging with confidence in every single battle.
Тац гоё байгаамаа.
Let's go get this grand final.
And it's so contrasting if you look at Blade, for example. It's much more cerebral, so to speak.
Тац бол гоё
This is the game plan. This is your stack of notes to work with. And on the other side, Taz like, listen, guys.
Оролцоотой, идэвхтэй, дуу шуутай.
But I mean, it's cool because you get to see that. You get to
Яг
see
энэ багийн коуч дээр.
Like Navi do want to play.
Яг фейс дээр манай Нио бол жоохон чимээгүй л баг шиг байгаа юм да. Эсвэл зүгээр гаднаасаа харагдах байдал нь тэгж харагдчихад дотроо шал эсэргээрээ байд юм болоо.
Indeed, and for the side of Alexi's squad, of course, Emma thinking, I made it to the final last year, and a lot is going to come down to me to see if I can hold my own, if I can bring myself there again, and my squad. Same for JL, who fell at the semifinals back in Paris, who wants to show that he's got more in the tank. There's so much between it, so I'm going to ask you to call it. Who takes it and why?
Oh, I think G2 takes this. I think that win they had a Nuke right there was so emphatic. It was so in-your-face Counter-Strike as well. And considering, and this is where I'm going to give a little bit of, I'm going to take away a little bit of doubt away from Huxi. Okay. The fact that they actually banned Inferno makes me want to believe that they have something stored for us here on Ancient. Because I don't think Navi was expecting this map to come out as a decider.
You're really reaching to
I'm reaching. Okay, I'll make it simpler. Want to see with the AWP, that's why they're going to win this.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm taking G2. I had him before the series. I'm not going away from him yet. I mean, Modesty is going to be here, and I'm ready to see some fireworks out of Nico as well.
You're sticking with your guns. Let's hope they do as well and give us an absolute show on Ancient for a chance to play FaZe tomorrow in the most beautiful arena I have ever seen. Will it be G2 or will it be Navi?
That's the question, Copenhagen. F, you just asked you a question. Will it be G2? Or will it be Navi? Okay. Well, let's get this party started. It's your Saturday night last game. Get it all your own. As Ancient begins, an expectation set by the desk. Birchall, we've got CT for Navi and the T for G2.
A bit wobbly for Navi. 3 losses on the trot. They're going to have to snap that. If Alexi wants to grace the grand final stage of Major, 2019 was a long time ago in Counter-Strike. We're out the gates with a B hit.
Yeah, this could be a direct approach. That util limits your options on the side. CT Smoke will hold him at bay, but that's not where they're going. They're coming for you, JL. The end of Smoke. He tries to hit shots, and he does. It's Modesty. Straight onto him. Modesty slaps another. One hell of a start. Modesty, he's got a goal in mind, and it starts tomorrow. Can he get there? Alexi retakes Smoke.
Nico тэрхтүүлж байна.
In this pistol.
Яна өрөө утсан байж байгаа гэж Никог унгачлаа.
Nico down to the 4 now 3.
Байцаараа фейксэн. Гээ юу болоод байна бурхан минь. Цагнэрээ тогч. Гит хүн.
Time on his side. Time is
Яа цогтайцсан.
Alexi had a chance. It's gone now. Modesty with just 2 bullets in the dual Berettas, but he knows he's done it now.
What? Яаж муудаад байна уу сая?
60 under the stars and lights. Huxi can't believe it. He's on his team.
180 ирчихсэн үү сая? 360 ирчихв.
Ancient as he means to go on.
He was playing with him there.
Яаж муудчих вэ?
Come on, a 360 one tap.
360 дараад.
He's having fun. He's having way.
Яа. 360 иргээд one tap дараа ичлаа. Хөөе.
That's a statement. The conversation's been all about Alexi.
having G2's number time and time again, but the difference today is Ancient a map that they haven't tussled on before. That could be the secret weapon for G2 to get past their old in-game leader.
Unknown territory. Unknown quantities. And look at Monacy. Molly. Oh, this is brutal.
Wow.
Who's done that? That's new to me, folks.
I can't quite
Well, that's one way to clear out tree. Well, yeah, in answer to the death questions, I think G2 have been cooking.
Bit of a forest fire.
Yeah, and you know what happens is those can spread. Those can burn quickly. G2, they got the pistol. The second round of formality. A foregone conclusion.
More flames at the feet of the pistols.
Clean from Monacy. Wonderful. Imme. The hitting shots, they will not retrieve. They will not pass go. They will not receive 200. It's 2-0 to start.
G2-гийн өөрсдөө дотроо айгуу гоё яваад байна.
Yeah, well, after Monacy putting on a full show, just to start us off, I'm sure that's definitely going to get the morale an all-time high.
Now, this is the type of map where Na'Vi would have had to put an awful lot of work into. They've had some wobbles on this in the past. They've been quite critical of their approach, especially on the CT side. They've been missing double mid mollies, missing spawn smokes. The util has never really been on point. Let's hope that they've been able to fix that, and well, there you go, out the gates immediately, and the deep elbow molly lands. So that's a great start as far as basic map control is concerned. Just was also discussing the coaching styles. Blade with the notebook, Taz.
JL дайрах гэдэг юм. За Nico JL бивнийг арчлаа. Флашн дээр фиксэн. Ёо Nico. Амар бууцсан дасаа яа. Битиг ямар амар халаач ба.
Alexi, the only one with a
Alexi
chance to contribute, a chance to win. Tips scales, but his barrel betrays him. Hooksy collects it. Takes his scalp and takes the round.
But take a look.
Бууга сейлэн гэж тэнцэнэ нуусан. Хантер яваад байгаа юм байна. Стож нэрэндээ тоглож байгаа юм байна.
Na'Vi are looking for a safe haven. They can't head towards
A. Ийм дээрээ байж ивэл энэ хоёр хүн бүр коннектор гаж ирэх гэдэг юм шүү. Хантер бүрэг шивчлээ.
There's no way they can contest a round like this with the bomb already so far gone. The Hunter's passed them. His rifles with the loss bonus.
Энэ хоёр хүн тэгээд aim руу явна гэж байна.
Hunter.
За нэг нь унгаа. Хантер одоо гэдэг юм байна да.
Now the position noted. You're going to run straight towards.
Email сонсцмоогүй юу?
He should have it.
He should have it. Imme though.
За aim save. За зүгээр.
He's kind of creating enough gap as the bomb blows up.
Тайминг маш гоё даах хэрэгтэй гэсэн. Энэ залууд тиймрээсээ тавьчмаар байх юм хантер.
Okay, well if they'd saved two, we could get a conversation going about drops, but now I think it's just going to be a couple of partial investments.
And how tumultuous of a time have they been having on Ancient? Is this...
Shout out to the cameraman, you're doing great.
Your recent affairs have not been going well. You realize a grand final is at stake on a map that you're already wobbly on.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? 3 losses on the trot, sure, to big names.
And
as I mentioned, it's a map that they have to have done an awful lot of work on. For G2, we've only seen them play it twice in recent history, and one of them was a win over FaZe as they ran through the RMRs as a 3-0.
Oh my goch, Imme, he's found safe haven.
Barely.
Yeah, it's cost him a great deal of his health, but at least he lives on, the only rifle in play here. So it really hinges on Imme, already losing majority of his health. This round going one way.
JL!
Or not! JL offers us another opportunity. This guy is such a playmaker. Back-to-back semi-finals on the major circuit. He wants to do one better. Hunter takes down Imme.
The gap.
JL! He's got another! This would be unbelievable! Ace out of JL! Gives Na'Vi a lifeline! And brings G2 their mental in the bin, just a deagle to the first, you think okay. The second is ridiculous, and the third is absurd. Finds the gap onto Hooksy. Oh, call a timeout. Referee, this is problematic.
Hooksy өрөөг харж байгаа. Rampig нь Hunter харж байгаа хэрэгтэй хүн байж.
JL, huge. That might have echoes of effect onto G2, whose buy is now extremely brittle. Khalil's Tech9
he's only gone and done the impossible.
This is where JL feels like he's made a bit of his name on a map like this. Once upon a time, donning that Apex jersey.
Yeah, he is the Apex Predator. Top of the food chain here on Ancient. Can G2 recover?
Late mid control. Alexi will get a chance to tussle with this.
Yeah, but covered with the full info that B's clear.
Well, they're past the LOS.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue now if Ime goes down early, but he's got bit in support. They're going to be bouncing around this corner. Free fire, good! He gets two!
За бүүсний тоглож явна хэрэгтэй дээ. Би нуурнаас бодсон.
A 3-on-3, nothing for the wonderful AWP. Vision obscured.
За шийдэх юм юу вэ?
Hunter a chance here to find more impact.
A
double kill, great. Alexi going round for the flank. This would disrupt Nexa's angle onto Temple. It's all about timing.
Wonderful-ийн оп Nexa дээр барьж гарч ирнэ гэж би бол бодохгүй
A little bit
байна.
ahead of Alexi's timing. Doesn't matter. He takes down Nexa. It really has to be Hunter. Side by side. Hoopsy, what have you got? JL spotting. Dipping around the site.
Аяахан үнийг
The
хүлээв.
CTs they need to get in. They're struggling. Frags are found. Maybe he's got it. Hoopsy, can he do it? No, he can't. Where's the kid? It's on Alexi. He's done it. He's got it. A second to spare. Na'Vi. They're in business now.
Felt like a bit of a nail biter, but that's how they were able
Ямар
to get
амжилт
business done.
За шууд tactical time out.
Retakes, right?
Let's
The fact
go.
that they were just able to take a bit of a breather, collect themselves.
Yeah. One stray bullet. It's a different story.
Great from Immer on the double, right? A multi-kill necessary.
Wonderful. Ийм юм
Got
байна.
cleared out for free. And then Hunter has no space, nowhere to go. It wasn't even the flank that dealt with Nexa, which is the concerning part. And JL finding fine form.
Seriously.
Has had a strong tournament.
The pride of Lithuania.
JL яах гэдэг вэ?
Unbelievable scenes. Round 6. What's in store for us here at Steagles is something that we know can do damage. A prime example.
За B дээр хамгаалаад байгаа JL-ыг манай Nico очиж нэг дарна да.
Can he set this arena on fire? No, sir. Not at the hands of JL.
He's found some confidence and plays a very important position on the map, right? There's going to be a lot of aim map duels. Nico's just going to want to play behind mollies, taking those taps. And if JL can stand up and deliver this type of performance, Luxie with the Glock, braving the fight. You're not going to get a lot of this one, are you, G2? Felt like that fourth should have been an absolute certainty. And then what would the discussion be? We're about to be tied up 3-3.
You talk about MR12, about those rounds. The same thing happening on Anubis at times. Certainly not in the same way. JL is coming to Ancient with a point to prove.
Нэг кил байна байсан бай. Ийм хэдэн гол.
All five staying alive, important to start putting it at bank on their CT side. So JL's heroics, now two more off the back of that. Five individuals against the light investment of G2.
Tactical timeout.
So you get a timeout from Taz, just to collect yourself if you're G2, because it started so well, so confidently. Things were looking fantastic. And then JL happened, but no, not yet. Taking their time on these 30-second pauses. Honestly, into the AWP, it's just been a conversation of this evening. It's been a wonderful locking horns. This is very A-centric, but with the AWP, it's not going to be fast. They're going to try and set him up for a pick.
Yeah, but what happens when you call B clear early?
Wonderful
already getting himself set up to provide early insight. Flash for that AWP line. Wonderful's going to be peeking now. And just Odyssey down. Wonderful takes him down early. AWP on AWP action. Oh no! Hoopsy loses his head. It's wonderful. That makes him dead.
Anubis wonderful ороод
The
ирлээ.
damage is done. Nico versus Alexi. He's flustered. He's fragged. And this is G2 left wanting. Empty-handed into the A site. Another for him.
Anubis wonderful ороод ирлээ.
Na'Vi full focus.
Tactical timeout.
Might see this timeout now.
Has to be. 4 in a row.
JL's inspired them back into this. It's a round he's not going to forget, especially if they pick up this map. Anubis, 16-13, Nuke, their map choice, falling against them 13-7. And there were 3 in the hole. And now they've taken the smallest of leads.
One man.
But that should grow. Oh, look at this. It's a triple nade purchase from G2. Heading
over
towards B. So I guess they're likely to lob this over towards long.
I think they're looking for JL.
Yeah, lob it towards long. See if you're able to get any damage done. Nobody home. Wasted.
За 3 нээд орж байгаа. B дээр ер нь бол олоолаа байна. Alexi Big
regularly.
Жоохон дээрлэх юм уу?
Limits the threats towards the cave.
Wonderful.
Well, wonderful. He spots out the search.
Veto ч одоо хийдэ 3-ны хамгаалт ороод ирж байгаа юм уу?
Significant damage from their nades.
Boom.
Honestly, pot shots. JL, he welcomes these engagements. Takes them in his stride. A multi-kill round for JL up to 10.
За Hooksy.
And they're right behind him.
Шалгасангүй.
Not gonna check a freebie for Alexi.
Oh, Nexa yet to get off the mark. He'd love to just grab one of these. Slow down. I was going to say slow down JL and get yourself on the board. But
За одоо хөөе
right
тактикл тайм аваач юу хийгээд байгаа юм бэ? Багчин сүрлээ. Санаа бүр шалаар нэг боллоо.
One of the things he regarded was just the way in which JL can ascend to another level in the big games. And he says he doesn't always see that. There's not every player has that capacity, but for JL, when the stakes are high, when the pressure is high, he has the capacity to ascend. A new level of focus, hyper focus. And he's in hot pursuit now.
Well, this is that G2 timeout we discussed earlier. It has come through. Before there's just another buy that sees m0NESY jumping into the jaws of Wonderful and an A-side execute that gets absolutely nothing done. No bomb going down. Nothing to take into the next round. G2 need to start establishing themselves as far as the rifle rounds are concerned. Everything they want and more in the buys.
Wow, yeah, you can see the success rate of m0NESY's opening
attempt there. A
little bit harder for the AWP to function.
Oni pixel.
Double mollies mid. They'll hit the mark. They have been in the lab with the basics. And it's very important, especially for somebody like Ima, to have confidence to be staunch and forward, ready to take those fights. If you can't land the util, then you can't contest mid, and if you can't contest mid, then your cave player is under so much pressure early. The two very connected. And right now, it's a three-player B start. You see the lurk smoke mid-site. Causes questions for Na'Vi, and that nade lands on the dome of Wonderful. Chipped on down to 71. Clear now, flash forward, AWP scopes up. Just parking the bus. Taking the pace out of things. See if he can find that little slither gap there is m0NESY.
Yeah, he's geeking it, but the first 55. Oh, there it is. Nico goes looking for answers. He just gets a bullet. And now JL, he seems like a guarantee every time we jump to his POV. He's gonna get something. Wonderful builds on top. Hunter fighting tooth and nail. Gets out the first nail into the G2 coffin.
They've got to stop jumping into this kid's scope mid-air. He's going to put the bullet right between the eyes. And taking a look, Alex, if we look at the last spree of rounds, what are we talking? Just one kill in the last 4 rounds?
Yeah, dude, this
is that it?
Wonderful.
One kill in the last 4 rounds?
They can't get going.
No, they have been absolutely stunted. Literally just one kill in 4 rounds of play.
Well, they're trying to get some pace into the mix, perhaps. The standard start. Smoke cave, smoke red, extinguished lane.
This is really tough for Hooksy to be able to call around because you're not doing any damage, you're not doing any dents. It's not that you're getting into the rounds, you're not getting the bomb down. Well, this has to change now.
Yeah, they've actually caught him off with a flash. It doesn't matter. Racks up a double. Hooksy trying to give his team something to work with, but JL still alive and fragging up a storm. Give him the deagle. m0NESY denies with his own, and Alexi's the one to sweep another under the rug.
But this is domination now. The conversation has completely changed. The way the game started, G2 looked like they were the ones in full control. The ace with the deagle happens, and then just the sheer lack of kills, the sheer lack of impact from anybody on G2 since.
GG fast.
Oh my goodness.
They've lost any momentum they were running with. It's 7 rounds already for Na'Vi. This is a map that they've struggled with in the past. They're on a 3-map losing streak. They've had issues with basic utility, and they're in the driver's seat.
Oh, they're driving all right. They're driving as fast as they can to the grand finals tomorrow. Championship Sunday. For the PGL Copenhagen major. Trying to be the hero. It's JL to rip off his red cape and says try again. This CT side already monstrous. Monacy, what can you do? Look at the protocols. Bit slips across with a well-placed flash. Monacy, no info on that one. That's a spot, catches the boosted player. Knows there's another. Hunter trying to do what Nico couldn't.
Nice. Yo, it's a Hunter. About the effing time.
Set for success, a compulsory conversion from G2. Molly late. Nexa gets the bomb down. Will he get a frag? Oh, just as his boots hit the ground, his bullet finds the head. And it is a fourth for G2.
Wonderful.
It's been a long while before we said that one.
Well, welcome to the semi-finals, Hunter. Impact's been few and far between, but that is a dialogue shifter again. 4 as well. The bullet straight through. Wonderful. Will eventually get taken out. But there's Hunter. That's what he needs to do. Nico, desperate, running through the smoke, thinks he's exploiting JL. Can't get anything done, but Hunter steps up. 4 is workable, 5 is great.
He has redeemed himself in a step in the right direction there. That is a beautiful sequence out of Hunter. He's given them something. Something just to stem the bleed. They were hemorrhaging rounds.
It was astonishing just to see those 4 rounds in a row where we're talking hardly any kills for G2.
Yeah, but that was just the echoes. You said the echoes would come of JL's ace. It took them this long to get back on their feet, dust themselves down, say, play on, 5 rounds still available here for G2's T side.
Гол эзлэх юм байна. Цагийн тоглолтын бол түрүүний бэлдээд оруулж ирсэн шүү дээ.
Up for debate.
Mid control.
Болсон байгаад энэ дээр хамт ахгүй байдгүй үүдээс флаш.
What is this? Alexi will take down Hunter, leaping through smokes.
Энэ бүтдэх тоглолт биш байна.
They've gone for late control, hoping that the flashes would be good enough. Himmer was ahead. Alexi wasn't blind. And Nico did
great.
6 feet
deep. This is pistol conversions and what should have been a certainty on the 4th.
Nico бүр шатаад байна одоо.
Who knows what could have become of this half? Let's see Nexa. Nexa, at least he's on the board, has a kill to his name.
Oh, wonderful. Tries to get the flick of the wrist. Falls back off the angle, audible to Alexi. Would have to hit the quick scope. Would have to clear him out. Misses his chance. Alexi collects, and it's only Nexa.
Nexa бүр нэг киллтэйгээл.
Imme converts.
12 раунд өнгөрч байхад нэг киллтэйгээл. 8-4. За таамаглаа штэ.
Both teams came into this final with 3 players. Been to the grand final of a major before. Na'Vi, the only ones with a player to win it. That was Bit. Imme with Gamer Legion falling.
Na'Vi эхний хэдэн раундууд айгүй гоё явсан. Тэгэл
last year and all those years ago.
бүр амар.
Alexi B's rise to fame with Ents.
It's been a long time.
2019. It's been a hot minute.
5 years chasing that same high.
And think about all the different rosters that he's done it with. He has been through the ringer.
Хамгаалал гарбууны раунд авсан байхад тэгэл 8-6
I don't think many people had Na'Vi at the tip of the tongue of hot prospects for a deep run in the playoffs.
Direct duel гэсэн 7-2
get through the clouds. I know Pain played some great Counter-Strike, but it wasn't like it was one of the top of the pop names. It did look shaky. Na'Vi just a handful of rounds away now from locking themselves in.
G2-ээс төгснөр step up
хиймээр байна. More important pistol for G2.
Flash at the ready from Bit.
За тэр aim-ийг хүн тулаад явчихж байгаа. Hunter-ын тоглолт бол гоё болж байна да.
Aggressive main push from Hunter. This is important. Does he contain or does he continue searching for info?
The balls to go for a push.
Jai Fox одоо тэр баатар үйж байгаа next яв.
Get your team some information. Looking to block Cave with a smoke in hand. Hooksy, this would be important to get it off at the right time.
За одоо Hunter гэхдээ өөрөө харагчуул бас айгүй юу штэ.
Info, yeah.
За инфог нөх Hunter-ын тоглолт янзын гоё шүү.
Hooksy aware, drops the
Тэр
smoke.
тоглож ирж гэдэг бол амар инфо өгсөн штэ.
Down and out.
Хоёр.
Off you got. It's
За
a
одоо
double
буцаа
on the
явчих болно.
Julies. Man advantage, bomb spotted. The jig is up.
Map control авсан байна. Одоо гэсэн чинь буцаад ааруугаа санаа зовоод эхэлсэн.
Still a bit of
Яг тэр
utility for
голыг
them to
яг харж
work
байгаа юм
with.
байхгүй байгаа юм л да.
And the fact it's so silent, G2 have to wonder, where have they gotten off to? A plant would be something to walk away with, but the round is still on. G2 have now poshed into a retake set up on the B side.
Smoke.
They're into K. It'll be JL's utility to get them out of it.
Оруулж авч байгаа юм байна.
Most definitely.
G2.
Hooksy and Nico congregated towards the long. Alexi, this fight means a whole lot. Is there
Flash
really a
амар
way
орсон
that
доо.
they can
Янз
take
бүр
this
шүү
round? It
дээ.
looks good. Hooksy double.
Hooksy.
Bomb goes down, but it's gotta be G2.
Юу.
Oh no, KL. He's a demon.
Once he got started, I didn't think anyone was going to stop him. Eventually, silence, the defuse comes through, but mission accomplished. Bomb goes down, and we all know what that means. Force buy on the T side available for Na'Vi.
JL, he's going to be in G2's nightmares tonight. Can they shake it off? That pistol means everything. It means the dialogue is still open. This is not a guarantee. Nothing in this life is.
Take a look, those kills have been able to guarantee him an AK-47.
G2-гийн
head armor behind it, he's actually going to drop that across to Imma, so putting faith in the Romanian. Tech 9, Mac 10, util, more than enough for Na'Vi to work with.
Early space available here, man. You talk about making these plays on the big stage. He's just got all that info. Real early doors for the T-side campaign. JL puts his name in the feed for the 21st time in our 14th round of play.
21 for 6. What a mammoth scoreline. He's had carry performances in this major so far, but this one might be the cream.
Болон дээр одоо аагаас хүмүүс rotate хийгээд явчлаа.
Bomb over towards A main, but they've rotated heavily. Modesty. The weight of the round is on your shoulders.
Заманы сүр орлоо доо.
He lives for. Spots 2. How does he react? He's going to get overwhelmed. A bullet finds his head. It's wonderful to make him dead. It's already looking over. Hunter scarpers to try and contribute. There's a gap. He unloads his mag. He's coming straight into Imma. Collects it. Spotless from Na'Vi. The pistol was theirs, but so short-lived is their success.
Ramifications of the CT economy dawning on them, and the fact that Hunter's gone for that, the fact he was on his own, the fact he gets isolated, that was an M4 that's given over for free. It's just 2 MP9s they have to retain. And now G2, it was already tough, now you have to do it on hard mode. Line for Na'Vi a lock, but how much more can they take with them? Segregated behind the doors, JL's going to try his luck. But that'll be that.
Force орохоор харагдаж байна да.
The goat steps down. And yet here they are. With G2 up against the ropes, battered and bruised. The third map, semi-final of the major. Nico once again finds himself tantalizingly close to major glory that has eluded him for his entire career. And Na'Vi, a name he won't soon forget.
Just
bit and blade completely reforged Na'Vi.
They've gone all in, they've shoved it.
Of course.
The only option.
Force орж ирж байгаа юм байна.
Everything at stake in this one.
You need to have the tug of war right now. You need to have the force by wars in full force. G2, there's a will, there's a way. You've got to get yourself into this round.
Oh, honestly, so dead. Booked by the flash of Bit. They will run down JL. They take down JL. That's something, but look at Bit. Forward stance, retrieves the bomb. They could have lost the bomb if it wasn't for him getting away.
Hooksy-гийн байршил.
Gonna go down.
Хоёр тудаага Hooksy
They
болчих.
look for space. Na'Vi, the kills come their way. Now they can regroup, they can hit this B bomb site. It's just Hunter here.
What have you got for us, Hunter? It has to be something rather absurd. A smoke cave. He's got an incendiary that could cost him his life. Gets it down. Buys himself some time. The pressure is coming. The util has arrived. And he is alone. Look at Imma though.
He's got the rotation. This is a powerful position from Imma. He can hear everything. If Nico runs, the same for Nexa. They'll give over so much info.
This is a difficult.
Imma escape from the wheel.
How has Nico done that? But he's expecting B. The call still works. Who's going to be there? It's only Nexa. 2 frags to his name. One of them in this round would have to do a whole lot more. Readies himself. No sound cues yet. Alexi B, diligent, starts the plan. Nexa, what's your reaction to
Гарч
this?
ирэх хэрэг байхгүй шүү дээ. Wonderful Lotus нь манад энэ да.
And Nexa, he's gone. There's nothing here for you here. It seems like the 10th round is a certainty now. Navi need just 3.
За Navi ер нь бол нэлээд гоё болчихлоо доо.
G2 coming apart of the seams, disjointed, not playing off of one of each other. It's going to be individuals that are going to get them back into this game because individuals who got the party started for Navi. And they have just been on quite the run since. Holding G2 at what, 2 out of the last 12 rounds of play. Bomb goes off, they want to take it all the way, Nico. And Hunter survives. Hunter gives away an AK. That was a rifle into the next, and now just the Galil for Nico.
You'd have loved to. You'd have absolutely loved to. Just slicing their hopes of a save in half. We saw players reflecting upon their careers, and the main sticking point, it's not the victories. They pass by. After a couple of days, you lose the feeling, but the losses, they stay. They stay forever in your mind, every detail of what went wrong, what you should have done. And for G2, that's likely going to be this ancient, that ace from JL. Deagles up the ramp, gets 3. Now, this one a formality, it's just pistols, Chad. Navi, a silver platter for an 11th. Hunter just a 5-7-2 his name. 1 is great. Imed trades. Nexa. Ooh, a chance on bit. Squandered. JL, he can take them both here. Nico, that Galil, how far is it going to get you?
So,
just the one to save onto the gun. Monacy caught by Imed, still racking up the frags. He's right there beside JL in the frag totals.
Nico. Major тэмцээн дээр Navi 2 тоо тэр PGL дээр нэг Stockholm дээр юм уу хоожигдсан. PGL-ийн одоо 2 дахь юм дээр ш гэсэн үг шүү дээ. 2 дарааллаад Navi тусалах гэдэг юм да. JL 22 гэлтэй.
A test of their metal ahead. A test of their mental, a test of their individual abilities. Lost it.
За одоо сүүлийн боломж доо.
It would have been nice, but it's certainly not compulsory. They will surely be able to defend their honor into this one. The last timeout, Chad.
They'll be able to buy, yeah, but they're going to be missing a lot of key utility. Monacy isn't going to have the AWP. They're in hot water. I don't know how you bring your way back into this. As I said, it's going to have to be individuals with heroic moments. The multi-kills on the CT side shutting them down. But right now, Alexi continues on the march of this streak against G2. For whatever reason, he's able to outbrain Hooksy and the boys time and time again. An ancient. That could be the difference maker. It started. And that's the way it looked, but right now, it's a completely different story.
I think so did G2. They thought this was it.
They're able to get this Monacy AW piece. That's been dropped across. Somewhat quiet so far, only 8 kills. Still time to activate, but the smallest of margins. You've won the CT pistol, you've lost the force and everything since.
G2 fans just trying to beat the traffic. They got their arms in their jackets. Is that individual brilliance available? That's one thing for Monacy.
Sticking around, he wanted more.
Denied for now.
За энэ
Still not done. JL.
Битүү дээрлэж байгаа шүү дээ Nico.
He smoked off and playing ahead.
These are those plays. Is Nico aware? Can JL get the better of him? Nico denies an important find. A 2-player advantage. Just to start the conversation. But this is not done. What is that? Pushes the smoke. Hooksy unprepared for it. Alexi slipping into a wide open bomb site. They're over-rotating off. He's making the calls.
Massive gap. Hunter's low. He took a big exchange of damage. They've completely given up to his side. They're going to be able to just waltz on in. But it's not just that. They have multiple Molotovs to constrict the rotation back. There's plenty of U2 once the bomb goes down.
And Bit, with that Stockholm trophy by his name, is the perfect lethal weapon. Realization sinks in. G2, all of that hard work, that double entry. JL and Imma taken out of the equation. But it could not matter. Bit hidden in plain sight, tucked in. They can't clear him. Their backs will be turned. Their backs could be broken.
Yo,
it's only the one. You need to get on the bomb. Time sensitive mission here. Alexi's got a Molotov. Nexa good for it. Takes it down the molly on the bomb though. We need a smoke. We need a defuse. Time is ticking. It could be enough, but G2, they live to tell the tale of the round they almost threw away.
Smoke дөрөвч байхгүй сая.
Take a deep breath. Collect yourself after that.
Smoke баг.
They're all going to be tough.
Good God.
Well, we were watching moments before disaster there. But Na'Vi, I think this is quite telling you of how well things have been going for them. First tactical timeout called. Hope and pray, bow to your gods. Do whatever you got to do if you're a G2 fan right now.
Шаранда гранд финал битгий кастлаарай гэх.
Directions from play.
Тийм муухай шаарддаг. Шаранда юу.
All it takes is one round. Another one of those from JL. This Lithuanian whirlwind.
All comes out, immediately responds. A big one there from Nico.
Yo,
great pivot again. So he can work his way in towards this game. No AWP available right now for at least on purchase. Na'Vi, AK's Galil, plenty of util. The back and forth exchange towards B lane. Imma exploiting the smoke, exploiting a kill. Hunter down next to trade. Important stuff.
Very important frag from next to. He's only got 4, but that one keeps them in the round.
He needs to be very careful in cave. He can't go down like he did before he did. He's an awful lot, but this B site is under so much pressure now. A, feeling the heat. Smoke lands towards CT. What does it mean? With a reroute, Bit grouping up with the remainder of his team. The defense is split in a 2-2. No block utility available for Huxi or Nika. All of the nades are on the other side of the map.
The whole squad's here.
Oh, giant smoke алдчих юм да би.
That's a high pressure scenario. Just bit overlook it. Flash from Morrissey. Nico, proactive. Nothing on the spray. Nate could be good, but it's cost him his life, and all on to Nexa. A quiet game from Nexa, but this clutch has so much at stake. They're both there. Rounds the corner. It's all about timings. They've heard him. They've heard him. A smoke and a kit. A smoke and a kit. Onto the bomb. Planted for long. Wrapping around. Back is turned. JL fights it. Ladies and gentlemen, one single round separates Na'Vi from the grand finals. FaZe's opponent soon to be determined. A single round of play could do it. There were some fumbles in there, some windows of opportunity. This swing from Nico, 2. On his screen, gets nothing but damage, and oh no, the face.
Felt like the flash was good. Felt like he should have been good for one. Huxi complete back turn, and this is it. Broken in the buy. G2 final round. MP9s, pistols, 1 and 4, and aggression in the mix.
You've got a caution to the wind. Everything at stake. Alexi V can do it. He can do it. It's Huxi through the smoke, spamming away, puts JL on notice. They take full lane control. EK for Nico.
Yeah,
12-6. 6 rounds. Consecutive fashion demanded of G2. Well, their major journey ends here on Saturday.
Энэ пик мхтэй айгүй хэцүү болчихжээ. Нөгөө сүүлд одоо шинжилж оруулж ирж байгаа. 3-0-ийн 2 баг, 3-0 дээр 2 баг оруулаад ирж байгаа. 0-3 дээр 2 баг оруулаад ирж байгаа. Тэгээд хамгийн гол нь өмнөдөр чинь бол одоо чинь 3-0-оор гарч байгаа багийг цаашаага зүгээр дэвшнэ гээд оруулаад тархитаагүй мэнэ. Дэвшнэ гээд оруулсан байхад авчдаг байсан байхгүй юу? Одоо бол 3-0-оор гарч байгаа баг бол 3-0 дээр орж иж л оноо.
He was ready, and it's only the one. Wonderful keeps the chances alive. Next are under scrutiny, has support. It's wonderful to swing in unison. It needed it to be one. It's another from Hunter, and it's a 7th for G2. They survive the night.
Going to be very serious faces from here on out. Walking on eggshells. 1900 lost into the next.
1400 1500 энэ баг force here round юм шүү Navi чинь.
How do they want to approach this round of play? Round number 20.
Сэлгээд авчихдаг шүү.
Could just go for a force buy. Looks like that's going to be the case. Even a little bit of residual cash from a few of their members, but Tech9, Steagall, C250, a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and over towards A they go. And it's fast.
За Monacy офтой хүнд очиж
No one home. Only Monacy needs one. Delivers onto Wonderful. Playing for the retake. Smoke arrives. Should facilitate a plant. Hunter chooses to push. Delivers the first. Down he goes. JL through the smoke. Monacy another. G2 seem to have held on, but it's JL. It's JL alive.
I know where he is.
They certainly do, Chad. And he's going round the world.
Буус хийлгээд бүчлээ. За сонсцсон шүү дээ Нико. За одоо бүтэн эко.
Another for G2.
A pressure moment. All in A with the pistols. Monacy gets the first, gets away. The response time is there. They deny the plan. They should be guaranteed another. How was the force buy? This will be the full eco. The lightest of investments. It's Eagle for Wonderful. Smoke for Bit. A flash for Alexi. Talking $1,200 worth of investment within this round. You don't get more skimp than this. G2 given the opportunity now to pick up their 9th round. Well, this just back to a 3-round game. And Navi are in no rush. Taking in the moment, understanding the situation. As Alexi, man on the screen right now, you can see the conversation. They can sit here, they can talk about the next gun round. Taking a look at Blade, he's reading his notes, pacing back and forth. 60 plus seconds to ready themselves for the next round of play. Him and Imma are having a big conversation now. Imma is the player to take the mid control. It's understandable. Right? How have they been taking mid? How do we want to try and take that space? The two of them needing to confer important. And it looks like that dialogue is continuing. They're still talking through the round and how they want to follow.
Just knowing you need one.
But this is the perfect use of a round like this. Bid's not saying anything. It's just been Imma and Alexi talking. So now, what can they get done? Can they do any damage? Can they get that bomb down? 30 seconds to find out.
Flash is good. Wow, he's been completely booked then. Eco stands his ground. So does Hunter. They'll find a little bit of damage. G2 post another. It was 12-6. G2 trying to prove that 12-6 is the new 15-11.
Well, let's see what results they come of that conversation, because Blade also wants to get in on the chit-chat. He wants to be part of the tactical fun. What have they got in store? What is the final blow? WP does not look available for Wonderful going into this T side. It's going to have to just be AKs across the board.
Закрын гол хамгийн үнэтэй байх шиг байна, тийм үү?
Lacking a few bits of utility. HEs, for example, to harass this mid control. They're only rocking one on Imma. And not only to harass as far as damage is concerned, but to clear the smoke. So it will limit a couple of their options available.
За энэ чангаранд орж ирж байна да, Navi-гийнхэн.
GQ2 can do this.
Бүлийн цохилтыг хийгээд 5 AK гаргаж ирлээ дээ.
Yeah, this is where superstars are made. If you can step up with Zero, Martin, Ferreira, it can all end in a flash.
За Hooks хаана яаж жахад өрөөний тоглогч.
The world is watching.
Зүгээр л би зүгээр Hooks-ийгээс айгаад байдаг нас. Навигаас айхгүй мөртлөө. Навиг санаа зовхгүй мөртлөө Hooks-ийгээс санаа зов.
Wonderful steps forward. Nico has a glance audible. Nade looks good. Chip damage.
Caves the worry.
Pressure point for Hooksy.
Side.
He's been losing his aim jewels, but there he is again in the feed for an opener. Pressure. Cave lost. Hooksy conceded in the open. Gets away with it.
Nico stranded.
He has got so much to do. Pressure from both sides. He needs support. He needs someone.
Hooksy's been how did he land?
Spam down Hunter. Now Nico needs one back. He's backhand. Monacy again. Hooksy combines. We need another. It has to be Monacy dancing around the site. Ilya Osipov popping off. Needs the last.
There was one.
Next зайлаад өгөөч.
He just had one shot to get that done. And he keeps him in it. He keeps G2's grand final dreams alive.
Oh, the superstar shining bright, Virgil.
He's peeking, he's dancing around that pillar, and he's getting it done. He bows them out again. Check this one out. The premonition, it was perfect. The response time. Take a look, one bullet left in the AWP.
Oh, it had to be. Takes down Alexi B. Two more, he says. Two more.
Back to pistols, pace this time.
It
could be the pressure point. Hooksy's susceptible. This B side seems weak.
They're coming for him.
Nico.
Oh no! Nico down. Overrun. Hunter holds his side. Into the back line. What is that? Drive by from Bit. It's a 3-on-3, but they're so low. It's so tantalizingly close. If only they could find one more. It's Hooksy good for it. Bit can't really get that bomb down. Braves the flame. Nade on his face. Combined with the bullet to Hooksy. G2 are going to take us the distance. Spotted out and executed. I can't quite believe we're here. It was 12-6, folks. 6 rounds in consecutive fashion demanded of G2, and that's 5.
I said it was going to be a Royal Rumble. Well, this is a Rumble in the bloody jungle. Ancient delivering.
And the Royal Arena awaits. Still, no answer as to who will meet FaZe. Who will do battle tomorrow?
Одоо мөнгө нэрүүлээ.
One more.
Унтчих юмсоо гинэ.
G2 started the conversation.
За канод гарч ирсэн дээ. Бүрэн зүсгэлцэн байж дээ. Бүрэн зүсгэлцэн байна. Жээл 26 килтэй ийм ээ. 20 кил. Би ч килтэй ирж.
For 5 rounds back to back.
Зайлал талаасаа бүрэн зүсгэлцэн. Яг нэг ийм бай раунд дээр чинь түрүүн G2-гээс Hooksy MP9 гарч ирээд байсан.
In the third map of this semi-final. Let's find out.
За энэ смокийг бол тэр чигээрээ шууд орж ирээд байгаа. Жээл. Аруу хүн байхгүй сарданда. За энэ Бэгийн тоглолт ирлээ. Ер нь бол энэ хин Nico Hooksy хоёр луг тоглохгүй дуусаарай байна.
Full focus.
Навигас.
Not messing about over towards A. There's no main control, but look at the call from G2. They're expecting something a little bit more A-centric. They just had 3 players on the site. Rotating back now. Better division of the forces.
За Monacy-г л ийшээ дуудмаар байна. Ирсэн үү? Ирсэн байна.
He's in the right place.
Голыг хайцсан юм байна. Гол тгсэн чинь улаан өрөөний утаа ороод яваад байдаг. За энд Hooksy Nico хоёр дайрсан. Бурхан байна.
We need a flash. Oh no, he goes ahead of it. Oh no, it's going to be JL and Bit. Monacy, what you got? Misses his first. It looks like G2's time here in Copenhagen is over. And JL racks up another 28 frags and counting. Hunter brought out. It's all on Nexa. Na'Vi pulled into the grand finals. One more kill. Wonderful gets it. Sometimes your opponent's just having a real
3 map гарч ирсэн. 3 дахь map 13.11-ээр дуслаа. За. Hooksy Nico.
2019, the last time he was in a major major grand final where he couldn't lift that trophy.
Монисигаас бусд нь болоод үндэ байсан. Сая сүүлийн раунд дээр Nico Huxer яаж байгаа юм бэ?
With face.
Unbelievable.
Уус ингэж тоглохоор чинь сүүлийн чухал тоглолтын дээр ингэж тоглохоор уусаа яаж тоглох?
What a game, what a performance from JL. The statement in the first half, the deagle, the ace, and Huxi, he can't quite believe it. Gutted. The Dane on home soil cannot get to the grand final, cannot push G2 to that opportunity. They will not play on Sunday. Na'Vi, they stop the comeback.
За Huxi утаа саксоо сакс. Huxi бол зүгээр шүү дээ. Сая бигийн сайтн дээр бол утаа сакл.
G2 eliminated in the semi-finals here of a Copenhagen major, the first for CS2 and Na'Vi. Surprise the world.
Сүүлийн хэдэн раунд бол зүгээр Huxi санаа зовсоор байгаа бол.
And it's Alexi B on his birthday no less.
Төрсөн өдрөөр ажиллаж шүү дээ. Alexi B.
One step away from the trophy.
За Na'Vi phase гэдэг grand final гарч ирж шүү.
One step away from the trophy, and it's been 5 years since you've been here. How does this feel?
The best birthday gift ever.
Now talk to me through this series though. First of all, when you saw the Veto, what did you think of that?
Can you repeat?
What did you think of the Veto?
We expected the Veto actually. We were expecting that we would play Inferno as third, but they seemed to switch the script and we went for Ancient. We practiced this map a lot, and the recent results we had on the map I don't think made it justice. So we still believed and ended up pulling it home.
And in terms of that, I've got to look at this Anubis, right? It has been a map where we saw you guys go back and forth. It kind of gave me the vibes back at World Final, if you remember all of that as well. What were you saying to the team when it was going into that overtime, when it was getting so crazy once again?
I don't know. I don't know. I think we were just vibing on Anubis, honestly. And once we won the first round on the first overtime, we felt like we could take it home because we were just so confident on the T rounds.
And in terms of this confidence, JL had huge confidence. Was it just about letting him do what he wanted?
Anubis дээр л очих байсан тий. Anubis дээр очоод Nuke очоод тэгэл гарах байсан.
The best B player I've ever had, and he just proved it.
He definitely just proved it. And what do you think about this crowd and how crazy and wild they've been this whole time?
Just an amazing crowd. My mom in the front, my family in the back. One more time, guys.
Нилээ оройтсон баха хүмүүс нь гараа явцсан байна 12 цаг болчихсон.
Say happy birthday Alexi in 3 2 1. And now we enter the major grand final.
Төрсөн өдрийг ингэж тэмдэглэх гэдэг чинь гоё үстэй тий. Төрсөн өдрийг ингэж тэмдэглэх гэдэг чинь гоё шүү дээ.
Indeed, and we got another special guest joining us as well. He's just going to put on his headset. JL, who made it to the major final when last year you fell right before that hurdle. Unbelievable.
За жил гараад ирсэн яриа мэрэ өгч байгаа юм байна да. За 2024 оны пикэм ингээд утаа сааглаа. Ёо, саяны сүүлийн тоглолтын дээр зүгээр. Nexa, Huxi. За. Маргааш phase. Маргааш phase юуны тоглолт гарч ирэх нь байна. G2. Ой, G2-гийн. Phase Na'Vi. Grand final. Шүн 3 цагаас нэг шоу матч байгаа харагдаад байсан шүнээрээ. Тэ? Нэг шоу матч байгаа харагдаад байсан. Ecstatic тэгээд Denmark гэж шоу матч гарч ирж байгаа юм биш үү? Ecstatic бүрэлдэхүүнээрээ тэнгууд Denmark гэдэг багт нь болохоор Cade нэднэр явж байгаа. KRB нэднэр. Явчих шүү дээ. За. Тусах өндөрлөх хэдүүлээ. Өглөөний 7:20 болж байна. Нико амар ууртайгаар тийрээд өгөж байгаа үз. Нико тэрсэн. Нико бол тэрсэн баг. За өнөөдөр ажилтнууд нь тэгээд одоо яаж тэсэл ажилдаа явцгаач те. Ажилгүй амарч байгаа хэдэн тэгэл одоо унтаж амарцгаач те. Шүн гранд финалийн тоглолт 3 цагаас нэг сайхан нойроо авч байгаа л тэгэл асаа да. Тэр юу шоу матч эдрийг бол үзээд авах шаардлага бол байхгүй бах уу. Тэгэхээр хэдүүлээ гранд финалынхаа тоглолтоо шүн үзье 3 цагаас. За маргааш нь тэгээд гол нь ажлын өдөр байгаа учраас манайхан ч бас нэг нэлээд хэцүү бах та тий. Нэгтгийн үүрийн 3 цаг штт. Чиний Нико хаана вэ? Миний Нико байсангүй үргэлт. Одоо Никоч тэг хэцүү болж байна дөө яг үнэндээ. Тий. 27 настай болоо одоо. Мейжер тэмцээн дээр гараад ирэхээр л бүтлгүүтээд Навид ингээд нухулчаад байна. Стокхолмын мейжер дээр бас нухулсан. Нико ер нь хэцүүлсэн. Одоо Кариг нь дахиад мейжрийн авраг болох юм бол бас л амар байна да. Алиу энэ хин Хүксийн имэрч энийг сонсгоо.
The run to end, and it was feeling and looking good there. Can you just talk me through the Veto and the confidence you had in it overall?
I think that Anubis, first of all, is a very good map for us, and I think we had a lot of chances to close it out where we are throwing away after plans left and right, which is, of course, our own mistake. We are losing to ourselves. Nuke, we showed, I think that we had the better plan. We were the better team on Nuke, and on Ancient, for me, everything fell apart on the T side. I think I had a really good plan, but we executed it horribly, and that's my biggest regret from this match.
And in terms of that being your biggest regret, I think a lot of us expect you to go for the tried and tested Inferno. Did you choose to leave that and ban out Inferno because you saw weakness that they might pick Ancient because of their recent results?
We have played them a lot of times now, and we have lost all the times, and we have always been playing to our strength, and this time we tried to play to their weakness, and I think it's a lot 50-50, like both for us, Ancient, and for them, Inferno. It's a better map for both of us, so we tried something new, and it should have worked out, and how I see it right now, maybe I will think otherwise when I watch it back.
And just overall, your journey here at the Major, yes, you've gone further than you ever personally have before, and you've come close. I know it hurts, but is there a lot of positives still you can take away?
Yeah, I think that we took a huddle after, and Victor Tass, our coach, said that if we overcome this thing of fighting ourselves so much, we will win every single tournament that we anticipate in or participate in, and I think that's true, and that's the only positive I can see right now. And I think we showed that we are worthy of playoffs besides what other people are saying.
I think we completely agree with that as well. But you said about fighting yourselves, right? Do you feel like you're starting to learn how to deal with that and to do it better?
It's a slow process, and it's not something you can practice every day on the practice server because the pressure has to be there. So it's only on the big stage we can learn, and we definitely got a lot of a learning experience now playing here. So I think the pressure doesn't get bigger than this for me, and it felt amazing to play here, so yeah.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to all the G2 fans out there?
I think both to the G2 fans and also just to the Danish crowd, it's been amazing. Never tried to play in front of such a good crowd. It's literally the best I've ever tried, and I hope to try it again sometime.
You guys have been amazing, and this man's been amazing for you. Please, one last time, a big round of applause for Huxi.
Thank you so much, James. Absolute heartbreak, but big up on the captain for doing the interview, fighting with themselves. Sometimes it's harder to unlearn something.
За, ер нь миний бодлоор заяа. G2 дээр юу орсон баха? Хөдөлгөөн орсон баха. Магадгүй яг өнөөдрийн энэ тоглолтын дээр G2 Nexaгийн оронд JKS байсан болвол арай өөр дүр зураг гарч ирэх байсан болов. Гэтэ JKS-ийг чинь тэр явуулдаг тэр яриан дээрээ JKS өөрөө бол од тоглогч. Тэгээд нэг багт ийм одуудын рол дээр орж ирдэг ийм олон хүн байгаад ахаар бас айгүй хэцүү байгаад байсан гэж нэг тим яриа гарч ирсэн санагдаад байна. Өөр ч бас яасан ч гэлээ мэдгүй бас нэг тийм шуум мөн байгаалс. Хүкси солигдож магадгүй, Некса солигдож магадгүй миний бодлоор. Хантер бас айгүй сонирн байгаад байна. Яг үндэ. Мониси баг тэр нэг шуум явж байсан шүү дээ. Мониси Cloud9 руу зүглэнэ гэдэг. Мониси баг л Cloud9 руу явж магадгүй шүү. Maybe. Мониси ер нь бол C9 руу явах баха. Wonderful-ыг Navi дээр Wonderful бол айгүй сайн байна шүү дээ. Wonderful-ыг бол солиод авах шаардлага байхгүй гэж би бодож байна. Тэгэхээр Monisy бол одоо нас байна. Залуу байна, тэ. Өнөөдөр бол багасаа бол хамгийн өндөр импакттай тоглолоо шүү дээ. 107 гэдэг рейтингтэй тоглосон. Monisy одоо 18 настай. Navi Junior-т байж байгаа л G2 рүү орж ирсэн. Одоо ер нь бол C9 идэр рүү явчвал бас дээр байх юм болов уу гэж бодож байна. Окей. За хэдүүлээ шөнө 3 цагаас уулзцгаая. Navi Phasing Grand Finale-ийн тоглолт Best of 3. Хин авраг авах вэ? За одоо би бол Phase-ийг дэмжинэ. Carry-г нэг нутгийнхаа мейжер тэмцээн дээр авраг авчаасаа гэж бодож байна. Carry-г ч одоо 32 настай. Тэ. Өмнөх мейжер дээр авраг аваад юун дээр уйлсан. Antwerp дээр авраг авлаа. Тэ. PGL мейжер. Antwerp 2022 дээр Phase-ийн авраг авсан. Carry-г нь уйлж исэн. За стримээ дуусгая guys. 7:27 болсон байна. Бүгдээрээ сайхан амцгаараа бүгдээрээ өглөөний мэндийг хүргэе. Navi авраг авах болсон гэнэ. Navi ч бас авраг авч магадгүй. За тэгээ гол нь тэгээ гоё дэмжиж байгаа багуудаа дэмжиж сайхан үзцгээе да. Окей, bye bye guys. Bye bye. Шөнийн 3 цагт эргээд уулзцгаая да.
OG Team Spirit багуудын шиг амжилтанд хүрмээр байна уу? 1xBet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцоод оноо цуглуулж төрөл бүрийн шагналтай үе шатуудад ахиарай. OG Team Spirit 1xBet өөрийн замыг эхлүүл. Бид OG Team Spirit багуудыг олон улсын алдар нэр төрөх замдаа яваг харсан. Одоо харин таны ээлж ирлээ. 1xBet шинэ урамшуулалд оролцож, оноо цуглуулж, шинэ төвшингүүдэд хүрээд урамшуулах итлээрэй. OG Team Spirit 1xBet өөрийн замыг их. Олон айлгын бидний амьдралын нэг хэсэг болсон. Баст. Эхлээд биерүүгүй их, тэгээд тайхдах, тэгээд тоосыг нь гоох юм. E-спортын үйл явдлуудыг дагаж, таны таамаглал бодит мөнгөний үнцэнтэй гэдгийг батлаарай. Хариуцлагатай тоглож, энэ бол зүгээр л хөгжилдөх зорилготой гэдгийг санаарай. One click, one flag, 1xBet.